Chapter 1. Pangu creates the world, the system ascends to heaven. In the primordial chaos, beneath Mount Buzhou, deep within the Pangu Palace, a vast blood pool swirled violently with a thick amalgamation of sanguine essence and malevolent energy. At the center of this sanguine pool floated 13 massive blood cocoons, exuding an ancient and untamed aura. Within one of these cocoons lay a hazy humanoid figure, curled up as if in a slumber spanning eons. Suddenly, the blood cocoon trembled slightly, and the figure within stirred, its eyelids fluttering before gradually opening. "Where am I?" it murmured. "Wasn't I on my way home from work?" Ugh. My head aches. Fractured memories surged into consciousness like a dam bursting, inundating the mind with a kaleidoscope of vivid images, towering skyscrapers, throngs of people, and the relentless grind of a 996 work schedule. And that orb of light that fell from the heavens, countless images coalesced like a revolving lantern, gradually becoming clearer and more substantial. Zhou Ming, an ordinary worker in the modern world, had inexplicably traversed into another realm. Moreover, the destination of his journey was none other than the legendary origin of all myths, the primordial world. This was already absurd enough. But what rendered his situation even more surreal was the realization of his current identity. He seemed to have become the fabled ancestral. According to the sudden influx of information in his mind, which felt innately familiar, it was unmistakably clear was the first to awaken within the Pangu Palace. Theoretically, he was the 13th ancestral witch. However, in terms of the order of awakening, Zhou Ming, was unequivocally the genuine first ancestral witch. This beginning was utterly preposterous. Zhou Ming found himself at a loss, unsure whether to weep or laugh, that he endeavored to recall the entire process that led to his transformation into an ancestral witch, and the more he reminisced, the more theatrical it felt. He had been merely a wage slave on earth, toiling tirelessly for meager pay, with the 996 work schedule as a grim norm, and the specter of death from overwork looming ever closer. On his way home from work, he was struck by a strange orb of light that descended from the sky, hitting him with pinpoint accuracy. He scarcely had time to register the pain before his consciousness plunged into darkness, and he perished on the spot. When he regained awareness, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. Based on the residual information in his mind, that orb of light was a hapless system that had chosen him to embark on a journey of transmigration. Transmigration into the primordial realm was indeed a common trope in web narratives, with many protagonists rising to greatness through this very mechanism. Yet, this system evidently lacked competence, failing even to calibrate the most basic of timelines that IT had directly dispatched him to the chaotic era preceding Pangu's wielding of his axe to create heaven and earth. What a terrifying and perilous time that was. The chaos was vast and boundless, with 3,000 demonic gods coexisting in that realm, and Pangu himself was the most illustrious figure of that age. Armed with the divine axe of creation, standing upon the 36th grade of chaotic azure lotus, and crowned by the jade butterfly of Genesis, he cleaved through countless demonic gods with ease, shaping the universe as he went. Yes, soon as this unfortunate system made its appearance, it caught Pangu's attention. Perhaps it was the foreign presence that displeased Pangu, or perhaps it was merely a moment of impulsiveness, but without a second thought, the great creator seized the system and proceeded to refine it. During the process of this refinement, Pangu discovered Zhou Ming's soul ensconced within the confines of the system, having delved into his memories and gleaned his origins. Perhaps the celestial spirit from the future intrigued him, or perhaps it was the mysterious hand of fate. The great Pangu casually infused the refined core of the system into Zhou Ming's true spirit. Subsequently, Pangu resumed his monumental endeavor of creation. Once the heavens were established, Pangu transformed into all things. In those final moments, it seemed Pangu recalled Zhou Ming and effortlessly cast his soul into the Pangu Hall, which had been shaped from his own heart, bestowing upon him a drop of his precious blood essence. Thus, Zhou Ming, alongside the 12 illustrious ancestral shamans renowned throughout the primordial realm, transformed into a blood cocoon within the blood pool of the Pangu Hall, embarking on a protracted journey of gestation. In the depths of Zhou Ming's soul, a faint echo of Pangu's thought lingered. In this realm, the fate of the shaman clan is fraught with hardship. Perhaps this unforeseen variable from another world could bring a glimmer of hope to the future of the shaman clan. Alongside the core of the system, Pangu imparted a fragment of his supreme understanding of the law of force to Zhou Ming. Navigating through these revelations, Zhou Ming felt a tumult of emotions, ultimately surrendering to a silent sigh. What was this? A delivery from the system, personally received by the great Pangu, complete with a 5-star review and an array of luxurious gifts? A seemingly trivial incident of transference had serendipitously forged his unparalleled identity ancestral shaman, born of Pangu's essence, nurtured within the Panga Hall, bearing the enigmatic core of the system, and inheriting the supreme law of force. With such an origin and foundation, he stood among the elite few at the pinnacle of the vast and boundless primordial world, a veritable super VIP born with a silver spoon. Yet, after a fleeting exhilaration, Zhou Ming's heart grew heavy. Ancestral shaman. He fully comprehended the grave fate encapsulated within those two words. The shaman and demon cataclysm saw the near annihilation of the 12 ancestral shamans, leading to the disintegration of the once mighty shaman clan, which subsequently withdrew from the stage of the primordial world. Was he destined to follow the same path? No, since he had arrived, he could not passively witness the tragic cycle repeat. He must grow stronger, defy destiny, and Zhou Ming began to meticulously assess his condition. While his consciousness had awakened, he remained ensconced within a thick cocoon of blood, still in the process of gestation. To truly take form, it would likely require a considerable passage of time. Suddenly, a searing pain, as if attempting to tear his very soul asunder, erupted from the depths of his true spirit. Taken by surprise, Zhou Ming let out a muffled groan, his newly awakened consciousness nearly shattered. He quickly centered his mind and turned inward. In the next moment, his expression darkened considerably. Within the depths of his soul now, referred to as the embryonic form of his primordial spirit, found himself under relentless assault from a tempestuous, chaotic, and utterly destructive force. This aura was overwhelmingly tyrannical, threatening to obliterate his consciousness and reduce him to a mindless beast driven solely by slaughter. Open. The celestial, fiendish energy. He finally comprehended the nature of this force. It was the very essence of Pangu's creation, the result of slaying the 3,000 chaotic demon gods, whose demise left behind. The boundless resentment born from the primordial chaos intertwines with the malevolence of creation, giving rise to a terrifying existence. The Lich Clan, birthed from the essence of Pangu, naturally inherits his formidable physique, yet inevitably bears the burden of this primordial malice. Under the corrosive influence of this malevolence, the Lich Clan struggles to manifest a true spirit. Even if one were to fortuitously emerge, it would be tainted by this malevolence, becoming irritable, bloodthirsty, impulsive, and solely revering strength and slaughter. Indeed, it is no wonder that the 12 ancestor witches of later generations are each tempestuous warriors, devoid of cunning. This primordial malice hangs like a sword of Damocles over all ancestor witches, especially for someone like him, a time traveler endowed with clarity of self-awareness and modern thought. It poses a lethal threat. Although he has now attained the nascent form of a true spirit, amidst this terrifying malevolence, he feels as if he is a solitary boat amidst raging waves, always on the brink of capsizing. Should his true spirit be completely eroded and assimilated, even if he retains the memories of time traveler, he would likely devolve into a savage acting solely on instinct. At that point, what hope would there be for altering the fate of the Lich Clan? He would be incapable of preserving his own essence. No, absolutely not. I cannot become a mindless brute who knows only battle. He is unwilling to transform into a being of mere strength devoid of reason. His modern mindset and foresight regarding the tumultuous tides of the primordial world are his greatest assets and reliance. If he were to lose the ability to think, what significance would his journey through time hold? I must find a way to refine this accursed malevolence. He forcibly suppressed the surging pain from his true spirit, focusing all his mental energy. Though ensconced in a blood cocoon, he could distinctly sense the system core, deeply integrated within his true essence, radiating a gentle yet profound wave. This wave resonated with the understanding of the power principles inherited from Pangu, forming a faint yet resilient barrier that steadfastly protected his true spirit from being overwhelmed by the malevolence. The system core, forged by Father Pangu, fundamentally a congenital treasure attuned to the Tao, capable of aiding my comprehension of the principles. Zhou Ming rapidly recalled the information left by Pangu. This system core is not a traditional external enhancement, rather. It resembles an innate treasure for enlightenment, capable of suppressing fate and safeguarding the true spirit. Moreover, the principles of power. Zhou Ming's thoughts stirred as he endeavored to communicate with and sense the profound imprint of the supreme power principles inscribed deep within his true spirit. Although in his current state he could scarcely touch the surface, the mere existence of this insight seemed to exert a natural restraint upon the frenzied malevolence. It's a gamble. This is my sole hope. Zhou Ming clenched his teeth, wielding the system core as a shield and the comprehension of the principles of power as a spear. He began to attempt the refinement of this ever-encroaching primordial malevolence. The malevolence was ferociously unyielding, each assault sending his true spirit into violent tremors, the pain piercing to the marrow, as if it could shatter entirely at any moment. Yet Zhou Ming exhibited not a hint of retreat. This was the first step he must take to alter his own fate, and perhaps the fate of the entire Lich Clan. Refine for me. With an unvoiced roar, Zhou Ming immersed himself in the struggle against the primordial malevolence. Chapter 2. Refining the Malevolent Qi, the Great Catastrophe of Longhan. The heavenly malevolent Qi assailed Zhou Ming's fragile primordial spirit like a relentless parasite, each impact delivering a profound sense of soul-rending agony. It felt as though, in the next instant, his consciousness would succumb entirely to the boundless malevolence. Zhou Ming's primordial spirit flickered uncertainly, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. The excruciating pain perpetually tested the limits of his endurance. I must not give up. Zhou Ming clung desperately to the last vestige of clarity. Should he lose himself, his primordial spirit would vanish completely, erasing the advantages of his transcendence, the memories of the modern era, and his foresight of the Lich Clan's future. All would dissipate into nothingness. In this critical moment, the core of the system, deeply integrated within his true spirit, emanated a soothing and mysterious resonance. This vibration served as an unyielding dam, laboriously resisting the onslaught of malevolent energies. Simultaneously, the insights engraved within the depths of his true spirit, those pertaining to the laws of power from the primordial deity Pangu, also ignited a flicker of brilliance. Though merely a fragment of the law's imprint, it bore an unparalleled majesty, naturally suppressing the raging malevolent Qi. Now is the time. Zhou Ming astutely seized this fleeting opportunity, enduring the searing pain as he summoned all his mental faculties. With the system core as a shield, he endeavored to protect his primordial spirit from annihilation, while using the insights of power as a guide to attempt to harness and refine the insidious heavenly malevolent Qi. This was a process fraught with extreme difficulty and anguish. The malevolent Qi was extraordinarily fierce, embodying destruction and chaos. Each attempt at refinement felt akin to slicing through his soul with a dull blade. Failure followed by attempts. Failure followed by attempts. His consciousness oscillated precariously between lucidity and collapse. Yet, a singular thought consumed him: to survive and maintain his identity. Time became an indeterminate concept, feeling like both a fleeting moment and an eternity. A subtle tremor resonated from the depths of his primordial spirit, and a wisp of heavenly malevolent Qi was finally, albeit laboriously, refined and absorbed. Though insignificant, this strand of malevolence transformed into pure energy, nurturing his primordial spirit's nascent form. Consequently, the once tumultuous tide of malevolent Qi revealed a minuscule breach. The pressure on his primordial spirit lightened abruptly. Zhou Ming seized this brief respite, his awareness sharpening significantly. I did it. The first step. With this initial success, Zhou Ming's confidence surged, and he continued to endure the torment, immersing himself in the grand endeavor of refinement. His primordial spirit became akin to a parched sponge, greedily absorbing this energy and gradually strengthening As time elapsed in the arduous and monotonous process of refinement, perhaps several years, perhaps numerous epochs, Zhou Ming lost all sense of time. At last, the final wisp of malevolent qi was wholly refined and assimilated into his primordial spirit. At this moment, Zhou Ming's primordial spirit had expanded significantly, radiating unprecedented stability and vitality. As the malevolent qi within him was refined, his perceptive abilities heightened, beginning to extend outward. Through the thick blood cocoon and the barriers of the Pangu Hall, he faintly sensed a trace of external presence. It was an essence of chaos, slaughter, saturated with boundless bloodshed and resentment. Amidst the ethereal whispers, there seemed to resonate the thunderous roars of dragons, the melodious cries of phoenixes, and the haunting calls of cheilants, transcending the vast expanse of time and space, as if they were reverberating right beside him. These sounds were imbued with ferocity and madness. Dragons, phoenixes, cheilants? A heavy dread suddenly enveloped Zhou Ming's heart. As fragments of memories regarding the primordial era surged in his mind, a terrifying term swiftly emerged: the cataclysm of Longhan. The three clans of dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants contended for supremacy over heaven and earth, plunging the world into chaos and bloodshed, leaving countless lives extinguished. It was no wonder that the malevolent aura in the outside world was so thick, the aura of slaughter almost palpable. Zhou Ming's heart sank to its depths. The cataclysm of Longhan. This was a calamitous event that had ravaged even the innate three clans, resulting in the demise of innumerable mighty beings and a complete upheaval of the cosmic order. In an era where sages had yet to emerge and the great Luo were aplenty, the situation resembled a time when the Ta-I was deemed insignificant. The current primordial realm was akin to a vast and brutal slaughterhouse. The merciless cataclysm of Longhan invoked memories of the witch and demon cataclysm, a calamity of equal magnitude. Where the primordial realm was shattered, the pillars of heaven toppled, and the witch clan faced near extinction, that a profound sense of crisis engulfed Zhou Ming. The tragic fate of the witch clan seemed to manifest as a tangible shadow, looming heavily over his heart. He compelled himself to suppress the shock and dread within, swiftly reassessing his circumstances. His advantages were evident. He possessed insights that transcended this era, aware of the trajectory of the primordial realm. He was safeguarded by the core of the system, refined by the father god Pangu, nurturing his primordial spirit and resonating with the Tao, holding boundless potential. He inherited a fragment of Pangu's divine principles with a solid foundation, residing within the Pangu Palace, a sacred ground of the Witch Clan, offered a natural sanctuary, ensuring temporary safety. Yet, his disadvantages were equally perilous. His current strength was feeble. He had yet to complete his transformation and was merely at the nascent stage of refining the malevolent aura in the vast primordial realm. He stood utterly alone, devoid of allies. What troubled him further was the arduous and perilous nature of refining the primordial malevolent aura. What the other 12 ancestor witches? They lacked the protection of the system's core and possessed no awareness from the future. Would they truly have the opportunity to manifest their primordial spirits? Zhou Ming dared not contemplate the implications. If the 12 ancestor witches were unable to give birth to their primordial spirits, unable to engage in deeper contemplation and strategizing, then the destiny of the Witch Clan would likely be irreversibly altered. How could one man contend against the overwhelming tide of the primordial realm? No, I must find a way. He not only had to ensure his own survival, but also safeguard these 12 bloodline-connected brothers and sisters. To alter the fate of the Witch Clan, the problem must be addressed at its root. The primordial malevolent aura was the greatest shackle restraining the Witch Clan. If the core of the system could protect his primordial spirit, could it, in some manner, assist others as well? The comprehension of the principles of strength, which could inherently suppress the malevolent aura, could a more universally applicable method be devised to assist the other ancestor witches in suppressing or even refining the malevolent aura, ultimately coalescing their primordial spirits? Although such an endeavor would divert his focus and slow his own cultivation progress, Zhou Ming hesitated not for a moment. After all, he had no certainty of attaining enlightenment before Hongjun, and whether he arrived a moment earlier or later might not be crucial to the collective future of the Witch Clan was paramount that a preliminary plan gradually took shape in his mind. Firstly, one must swiftly enhance their strength and transform at the earliest opportunity. Secondly, it is imperative to delve into the core of the system and the laws of power, devising methods that could assist other ancestral spirits in refining malevolent energies and solidifying their primordial spirits. Even if it merely increases the slightest chance, one must endeavor to try. Lastly, and most crucially, survival must be prioritized. Until one possesses sufficient strength for self-preservation, one must not venture beyond the Pangu Hall lightly. Instead, one should accumulate wealth in silence, amassing power while awaiting the right moment. He cautiously extended his recently restored consciousness, probing towards the 12 colossal blood cocoons within the blood pool of the Pangu Hall. His awareness was akin to a stone cast into the vast sea, instantly submerged by the equally tumultuous and chaotic malevolent energy within the cocoons. Yet he discerned 12 faint yet potent sources of life. They were all in slumber, instinctively absorbing Pangu's essence and the energy of the blood pool, nurturing their beings. However, they were also unwittingly enduring the erosion of the primal malevolent energy. Wait for me. Zhou Ming silently retracted his consciousness. No matter how arduous the path, I shall endeavor for our Witch Clan, striving for a future that is distinctly different. Chapter 3. Retreat and Rigorous Training. The triumvirate of clans in the primordial chaos, where time is but a forgotten concept and cultivation knows no temporal bounds. Deep within the Pangu Hall, the blood pool continued to churn with a rich amalgam of sanguine essence and malevolent energy. Compared to the moment Zhou Ming first awakened, it now exuded an even thicker, more frenzied aura, as if the blood pool itself were attuned to the chaotic atmosphere of slaughter permeating the outside world. Zhou Ming sat cross-legged within the blood cocoon that nurtured him, his mind wholly immersed in cultivation. The refinement of the primordial malevolent energy had become his foremost and singular objective since successfully purifying the first wisp of it. He had discovered a method, using the core of the system. Now he preferred to call it the Tao Source Divine Pearl, to suppress and safeguard his primordial spirit. By employing the principles of strength as a guide, he meticulously refined the ferocious malevolent energy that threatened to erode his essence, akin to peeling layers from an onion. This process was exceedingly monotonous and accompanied by indescribable agony, yet Zhou Ming relished every moment. With each increment of malevolent energy he refined, his primordial spirit grew stronger, granting him greater mastery over himself. The Tao Source Divine Pearl, a true innate treasure forged by the hands of the Pangu Father God, stirred the essence of the great Tao with every rotation, subtly enhancing Zhou Ming's foundational comprehension. When he contemplated the principles of strength, he found his efforts yielding results far beyond his expectations. Though he was still a great distance from fully mastering these concepts, even the slightest grasp enriched his foundation immensely. Exhaling slowly, Zhou Ming released a breath of impure air, feeling the pure energy coursing through his primordial spirit and the increasingly solidified essence within. A flicker of satisfaction igniting in his heart. However, while Zhou Ming devoted himself to his cultivation, oblivious to the happenings beyond his secluded realm, the primordial world had already become a tempest of turmoil and bloodshed. Beyond Mount Buzhou, in a vast expanse of the primordial wilderness, the dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans rose like three resplendent suns, illuminating the entire realm. Under the leadership of the Ancestor dragon, the dragon clan had utterly conquered the seas, with countless aquatic beings bowing in submission. The overwhelming might of the dragons swept across the oceans, their fortunes surging like an unstoppable tide. The Phoenix clan, revered under the auspices of the Yuan Phoenix, ruled the skies, with myriad avian creatures paying homage. The true flames of the Phoenix blazed across the heavens, their fortune manifesting as multicolored auspicious clouds enveloping the eternal volcanic fires. The Qilin clan, led by the primordial Qilin, commanded the earth, compelling myriad beasts to prostrate themselves in reverence, thus subduing all corners of the realm. Their fortune coalesced into a profound, auspicious aura, permeating the central lands. As the number of conquered clans expanded and their territories broadened, the fortunes of the three clans surged exponentially, akin to a snowball gathering momentum. With fortune accruing, the clans experienced a rapid enhancement in overall strength. Countless clan members broke through their limits, and great Luo golden immortals emerged in droves. As the leaders of the three clans, the Ancestor Dragon, the Yuan Phoenix, and the Primordial Qilin reaped unimaginable rewards, propelled by immense fortune. Their cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace, allowing them to break through their bottlenecks in remarkably short spans of time. They ascended to the revered realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, standing at the pinnacle of existence in the primordial world, save for those ancient beings who remained hidden from sight. The emergence of the three Hunyuan Golden Immortals ignited the ambition of the Triad to dominate the heavens and the earth. They all clearly recognized the immense advantages bestowed by fortune and understood that to advance beyond the pinnacle of success, even to glimpse the legendary Tao of primordial unity, one must monopolize the vast fortunes of the primordial world and become the true protagonist amid the heavens and earth. In the fierce competition for territory, spiritual veins, innate spiritual roots, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, even the enslavement of other races, the conflicts among the three clans intensified dramatically. Thus, what began as restrained friction swiftly escalated into an all-out war with no possibility of retreat. On the shores of the Eastern Sea, the Dragon Clan's naval forces clashed with the Phoenix Clan in a tumult of chaos. The waters ran red, and countless feathers and scales fell like rain. Kill, annihilate these feathered fiends. Tear apart these serpentine beasts. In the heart of the primordial land, the Qilin clan faced off against the dragon and phoenix branches in a fierce collision, shattering mountains and rending the earth, which cried out in mourning. Those who invade our territory shall perish. For the glory of the Qilin, the entire primordial realm was engulfed in flames of war. Once a land of peace and tranquility, rich in spiritual essence, the sacred mountains and blessed grounds had transformed into a bloody battlefield. Countless lives wailed in agony, and numerous races faced extinction. The weaker races either chose to align themselves with one of the three clans, becoming mere cannon fodder in the war, or were swiftly exterminated by the three clans. Their fortunes ceased. Bloodshed, conquest, pillage, the endless slaughter birthed an overwhelming tide of resentment, coalescing into a dense, inescapable aura of calamity. The atmosphere of disaster spread, enveloping the primordial realm. Within the Pangu Hall, Zhou Ming momentarily withdrew a thread of consciousness from his profound cultivation, sensing the palpable waves of violence and resentment from the outside world. His brow furrowed deeply. The calamity of the dragon and Han had indeed spiraled into madness. The three clans were recklessly courting destruction. Though he was aware of the historical trajectory, the terror of the calamity still sent shivers through him. He tightened his brow and focused his mind into the Tao Source Pearl, attempting to extend his perception outward. Through the protection of the Pangu Hall, he vaguely beheld the scenes beyond. Although indistinct, the thunderous cries of battle, the violent fluctuations of energy, and the pervasive blood-red calamity clouds unmistakably signified that the dragon and Han calamity had already reached a fever pitch. Hiss! These fellows are fighting far too ruthlessly. Zhou Ming inhaled sharply, his heart involuntarily racing. Was this the terror of the primordial calamity? The great beings of the primordial golden immortal were personally engaging in hand-to-hand combat, while billions of lives were treated as mere chaff. He could even faintly hear the roars of the ancestral dragon, the cries of the primordial phoenix, the furious howls of the first Qilin, and the desperate wails of countless beings facing their demise. It was brutal, so incredibly brutal. This was nothing short of a super meat grinder. Thankfully I am within the Pangu Hall. However, as the competition among the three clans grows fiercer and the aura of calamity thickens, could it perhaps serve as a benefit to my refinement of the primordial calamity aura and the tempering of my primordial spirit? Of course, this benefit hinges upon my ability to withstand the encroaching malevolent energy. Nevertheless, I must hasten my pace. The calamity of the dragon and Han has escalated to this extent. What the calamity of the witch and lich? The future fate of the Witch Clan weighed heavily upon his heart like a colossal stone. He must elevate his power swiftly and transform into his true form, not merely for self-preservation, but also to discover a means of alleviating the chaotic energies before the birth of his 12 younger siblings, in order to forge a distinctive future for the Witch Clan. Endure, develop, cautiously cultivate, refrain from recklessness. Zhou Ming inhaled deeply, compelling himself to attain tranquility, dispelling all distractions. The tumultuous events of the outside world are of no concern to me. The primary objective now is to enhance my strength at any cost. He closed his eyes once more, allowing his spirit to delve into the depths of his cultivation. The divine pearl of the Tao source shimmered with brilliance. As the comprehension of the laws of power flowed through his primordial spirit like a gentle brook, refining the chaotic energies, fortifying his primordial spirit, grasping the laws. Zhou Ming resembled the most devout ascetic, quietly accumulating strength within the protective embrace of the Pangu Hall. The conclusion of the Dragon Han calamity heralded the emergence of the Tao Ancestor Hongjun and the era of teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace. By that time, the landscape of the primordial world will undergo a seismic transformation. The Witch Clan shall ascend to the grand stage of the primordial realm. He must, therefore, prepare thoroughly before that moment arrives. Chapter 4. Transformation. Deep within the Pangu Palace, encased in a blood cocoon, Zhou Ming's figure had long since solidified. He sat cross-legged, his mind wholly immersed in his cultivation. Refining the malevolent energy, he aimed to strengthen his primordial spirit. Comprehending the laws of power, he sought to fortify his essence. This had become the sole melody of his protracted existence. Zhou Ming diligently practiced his discipline, oblivious to the countless cycles of the yuan that passed. With each day and year of arduous training, his primordial spirit grew increasingly solid, radiating an immortal brilliance. Meanwhile, his understanding of the laws of power left by the Pangu father gradually evolved from initial confusion to a nascent grasp of the principles, marking his genuine entry into the realm of enlightenment. On this particular day, Zhou Ming was guiding the Tao Source Divine Pearl to absorb the energy from the blood pool, refining the malevolent force that had infiltrated his primordial spirit. Suddenly, a wondrous sensation surged within him, as if some unseen shackles had been shattered. His primordial spirit became transparent, achieving an unprecedented completeness. Within his corporeal form, his vitality surged like a dragon, the accumulated power reaching a critical threshold. A peculiar feeling washed over him, as if an inner voice whispered, "The moment has arrived." Is transformation imminent? Zhou Ming's heart stirred, and he summoned the full extent of the power he had amassed within. Boom! The blood cocoon surrounding him began to tremble. Intricate patterns emerged on its surface, the imprints of the Pangu bloodline, the nascent manifestation of the laws of power. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed, particularly distinct in the stillness of the Pangu Palace's depths. Cracks appeared in the blood cocoon's surface, rapidly spreading forth. The surging vitality, mingled with an overwhelming physical pressure, erupted violently from the fissures. Break free! Zhou Ming roared inwardly. The power accumulated over countless years erupted in that moment. Bang! An immense sound reverberated as the colossal blood cocoon, which had enveloped him for an eternity, shattered explosively. Countless crimson fragments scattered, swiftly merging into the roiling blood pool. A figure slowly rose from the center of the shattered cocoon. Not the towering giant one might envision, but a young man appearing to be around 20 years of age. His handsome visage and perfect features surpassed that of his former life, and his aura had undergone a profound transformation. This was he, Zhou Ming, reborn in the primal world. He glanced at his hands, then moved his body, feeling the terrifying power contained within this flesh forged from Pangu's essence. This is the body of an ancestral shaman? The perfect synergy between his primordial spirit and physical form evoked an unprecedented sense of strength. Is this the power of an early-stage Deluo golden immortal? Zhou Ming clenched his fist, feeling the strength within him capable of shaking mountains. Along with the rhythmic flow of the laws within his primordial spirit, he murmured softly. Upon transformation, he possessed the cultivation of an early-stage Deluo golden immortal. Truly, the essence of Pangu Father was extraordinary. Such a foundation was nothing short of defying the heavens. Zhou Ming reflected with a deep sense of awe. Certainly, he was acutely aware that his accomplishments were not solely due to the essence of Pangu, but were significantly augmented by his refinement of the primordial chaos energy and the consolidation of his primordial spirit. Furthermore, the Tao Source Divine Pearl, an innate treasure, was instrumental in stabilizing fortune and aiding his cultivation, alongside the substantial foundation laid by his comprehension of the laws of strength. The convergence of these extraordinary factors had culminated in his current achievements. Feeling the surging power coursing through his being, Zhou Ming remained devoid of any sense of pride. He exhaled deeply, acclimating to his newly transformed body and strength. His gaze swept over the other 12 dormant blood cocoons in the blood pool, and his expression softened with resolve. It was time to contemplate how to assist these 12 younger siblings. The thought of their future tragic fates weighed heavily on his heart. He could not allow the 12 ancestors of witchcraft to repeat the mistakes of history and devolve into a mere band of brutes who knew only violence. To aid them, the key lay in the Tao Source Divine Pearl. This primordial treasure, forged by the father of Pangu, was his sole reliance at present. With a mere thought, a pearl, imbued with a deep yellow hue and radiating a gentle Taoist resonance, emerged from his brow and hovered before him. This was indeed the Tao Source Divine Pearl, the essence of the system's core. First and foremost, he needed to thoroughly refine it. Zhou Ming scrutinized the Tao Source Divine Pearl. The pearl contained 49 primordial prohibitions, representing the pinnacle of innate treasures. Given his current cultivation at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, complete refinement was beyond his grasp. He resolved to refine as much as he could. Without further hesitation, he settled into a meditative position, allowing his primordial spirit to merge with the Tao Source Divine Pearl, commencing the arduous process of refining its prohibitions. 1, 2, 3. The process of refinement was far from effortless. Each prohibition encompassed profound truths of the Tao, demanding immense mental energy for comprehension, communication, and mastery. Fortunately, the Tao Source Divine Pearl was already intertwined with him, sharing a bond of origin, making its refinement considerably easier than that of an unclaimed spiritual treasure. Time passed, and upon reaching the 18th prohibition, Zhou Ming sensed a distinct resistance. The energy of his primordial spirit was significantly depleted, and any further advancement felt daunting. Was 18 prohibitions the limit for an early-stage great Luo Golden Immortal? Zhou Ming opened his eyes, feeling an even closer connection to the Tao Source Divine Pearl and receiving more arcane insights from it. Although he had refined less than half, he could already begin to wield a portion of the Pearl's power. He attempted to activate the Tao Source Divine Pearl, guiding it towards one of the ancestral witch blood cocoons. With a hum, the pearl vibrated gently, emanating a soft gravitational pull. A strand of the tumultuous chaos energy within the blood cocoon was drawn forth, gradually merging into the Tao Source Divine Pearl. The pearl spun slightly, its aura fluctuating, and the chaos energy was swiftly broken down, purified, and ultimately transformed into a pure essence of energy that was returned to him. Effective. Zhou Ming's eyes brightened. The Tao Source Divine Pearl could indeed absorb and refine chaos energy. However, before he could revel in his success, a frown creased his brow once more. He discovered that the efficiency of the Tao Source Divine Pearl in refining chaos energy was alarmingly slow. The mere wisp of malevolent energy absorbed and refined earlier pales in comparison to the vast ocean of malevolent energy contained within the blood cocoon. Moreover, this was during a time when the ancestral, which within the cocoon had yet to awaken consciousness, merely instinctively absorbing energy. Once they awaken and begin to actively consume the energy from the Panghal and the essence of the blood pool, the rate at which malevolent energy proliferates will undoubtedly far surpass the current refining speed of the Tao Source Divine Pearl. This efficiency is utterly insufficient. Zhou Ming's expression darkened. Relying on the Tao Source Divine Pearl to meticulously cleanse the malevolent energy from each of his 12 siblings is nothing short of a fantastical dream. It appears that the approach of directly utilizing the Tao Source Divine Pearl for absorption and refinement is unfeasible. Zhou Ming stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. It is imperative to discover a more efficient method, preferably one that encourages them to autonomously refine the malevolent energy. His gaze once again fell upon the 12 blood cocoons, his eyes flickering with thought. The Pangu bloodline, the law of strength, the Tao Source Divine Pearl. A flurry of ideas collided within his mind. Perhaps one could start with the cultivation method. Chapter 5. The method of deduction within the Pangu Hall. Zhou Ming sat cross-legged, gazing at the 12 colossal blood cocoons. Directly harnessing the Tao Source Divine Pearl to absorb and refine the malevolent energy proved to be an inefficient endeavor, utterly incapable of fulfilling the needs of the 12 future ancestor witches. A different approach must be sought. What if he could devise a technique that would enable the 12 ancestor witches to instinctively refine the malevolent energy that eroded their intellect? Wouldn't he that address the problem at its very root? This notion was audacious, perhaps even fanciful. After all, the 12 ancestor witches had yet to fully awaken their consciousness. How could they cultivate a method? Yet, Zhou Ming found himself with no alternative. This was the only conceivable path that might alter the fate of the Lich Clan. The Pangu bloodline, the laws of strength, the Tao Source Divine Pearl. He murmured softly, his gaze profound, as countless thoughts clashed and evolved within him. The Pangu bloodline served as a foundation, imbued with the most primal power and a natural affinity for the laws of strength. These laws could guide the flow of energy and inherently suppress malevolent forces. The Tao Source Divine Pearl could protect the primordial spirit and also function as a medium for assistance and imprinting. The synthesis of these three elements might indeed create a miracle. Zhou Ming closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to plunge deeply into the Tao Source Divine Pearl. He infused it with his understanding of the Pangu bloodline, his insights into the laws of strength, and his comprehension of the malevolent energy. Embarking on the construction of an entirely new technique, he needed to consider the ferocious nature of the malevolent energy and find ways to guide rather than confront it. He had to contemplate the nascent consciousness of the ancestor witches and how to enable the technique to operate instinctively. Moreover, he had to assess the limits of the Pangu bloodline and how to transmute malevolent energy into nourishment for both the physical body and the budding intellect. This was an expansive and intricate process. Countless iterations, numerous failures, and relentless retries ensued. Time slipped by unnoticed amidst the monotonous deductions, and before he realized it, eons had passed. Buzz, the Tao Source Divine Pearl, trembled violently, radiating an unprecedented brilliance. A profound and intricate technique fully formed within Zhou Ming's consciousness. Utilizing the Pangu bloodline as a crucible, the laws of strength as the flame, and undergoing 9 cycles of refinement, transmuting malevolence into the primordial essence. He decided to call it the 9 cycles of malevolent refinement. This 9 cycles of malevolent refinement was by no means flawless. It could be described as rather rudimentary, and it bore a significant limitation. It required his own insights into the laws of strength as a catalyst. Furthermore, it necessitated the continuous assistance of the Tao Source Divine Pearl to operate smoothly, particularly during the initial awakening of the ancestor witch's consciousness. Yet, this was the pinnacle of what he could achieve under the current circumstances. However, successfully deducing the technique was merely the first step. The true challenge lay in safely and effectively imparting it to his 12 younger siblings, enabling them to instinctively commence its operation. The next task was to imprint this technique into the very essence of the 12 ancestor witches. Sharing the same roots and bloodline, this presented the greatest opportunity. Zhou Ming activated the Tao Source Divine Pearl, employing it as a bridge for communication and transmission. At the same time, he cautiously summoned the fragment of insight he had gleaned regarding the laws of strength, merging it into the radiance of the Tao Source Divine Pearl. Buzz, The Tao Source Divine Pearl emanated a gentle radiance as it gradually approached a crimson cocoon. Zhou Ming's primordial spirit, guided by the Tao Source Divine Pearl and the laws of power, cautiously delved into the depths of the blood cocoon. This time, he sought not merely to sense, but to forge a deeper connection. By harnessing the resonance of the shared Pangu bloodline, he attempted to imprint the operational pathway of the 9 transformations refinement technique alongside a trace of the guiding laws of power, akin to instilling a legacy of memory into the slumbering essence of life nestled within the cocoon. This intricate process demanded immense mental fortitude and was fraught with peril. Even the slightest misstep could not only harm the yet-to-be-born ancestral witch, but might also provoke a backlash of malevolent energy. Zhou Ming remained utterly focused, beads of sweat forming on his brow. 1 bead, 2 beads, 3 beads. At last, upon successfully imprinting the 9 transformations refinement technique onto the final blood cocoon, he exhaled a long sigh of relief, fatigue washing over his primordial spirit. However, he could not afford to rest. He immediately divided a fragment of his consciousness to meticulously observe the transformations occurring within the 12 blood cocoons. Although the ancestral witches had yet to awaken consciousness and could not actively cultivate, the technique had begun to operate, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. Aided by the Tao Source Divine Pearl, strands of malevolent energy were gradually refined and transformed as they circulated. While the efficiency remained low, it marked significant progress compared to the previous state of complete passive erosion. Success. A glimmer of joy flickered in Zhou Ming's eyes. As long as the technique could operate autonomously, over time, even the smallest accumulations would lead to the gradual refining of malevolent energy. What lay ahead was a protracted period of waiting and continuous observation. Zhou Ming continued to comprehend the laws of power while persistently monitoring the situation of the 12 ancestral witches, ever ready to respond to any unforeseen changes. Time flowed endlessly, and eons passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Pangu Hall, the malevolent energy enveloping the surfaces of the 12 blood cocoons had noticeably thinned, while the vital essence within grew increasingly robust. The 9 transformations refinement technique subtly enhanced their innate conditions. One day, as Zhou Ming was engrossed in his cultivation, one of the blood cocoons suddenly trembled violently. A wave of consciousness, distinctly different from that of the other cocoons, emerged. Though faint, it conveyed a clear message. This consciousness was imbued with innocence, curiosity, and a hint of bewilderment in the face of an unfamiliar environment. At last, consciousness had been born. Zhou Ming felt a stir in his heart and immediately focused his attention on the cocoon. It was Dijiang. However, the emergence of Dijiang's consciousness signified a new phase of active energy absorption from the external world. The circulation of malevolent energy within the blood cocoon abruptly accelerated, resembling a torrent out of control, exerting tremendous pressure on the fragile, nascent consciousness. That innocent awareness became instantly chaotic, as if it might be torn apart by the raging malevolent energy at any moment. This is bad. Zhou Ming's expression shifted. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned all his strength to activate the Tao Source Divine Pearl. The Tao Source Divine Pearl appeared instantaneously above the blood cocoon containing Dijiang, casting radiant halos like an impenetrable barrier, safeguarding the fledgling consciousness of Dijiang. A vague and bewildering notion emerged from the blood cocoon, imbued with nascent confusion and a flicker of trepidation towards the external world. Do not fear, I am your elder brother, Zhou Ming. Instantly, Zhou Ming emanated a gentle thought. Utilizing the shared bloodline connection and the bridge of the Tao Source Divine Pearl to communicate with Dijiang. Concurrently, he activated the 9 transformations of purification already imprinted within Dijiang and guided it through his own understanding of the principles of power. Perceive the strength within you. Follow that guidance, circulate it, and refine those burdens that cause you pain. Zhou Ming patiently directed him, akin to teaching a babbling infant. Although Dijiang's awareness was dim, the inherent connection from their bloodline and the instinct of the technique compelled him to instinctively begin his attempts. Under Zhou Ming's guidance and the assistance of the Tao Source Divine Pearl, the operation of the 9 transformations of purification within Dijiang accelerated dramatically. Threads of malevolent energy were actively drawn forth, refined, and transformed into pure energy, nurturing his physical form and fostering his nascent consciousness. Pain diminished and strength surged. A flicker of reliance and affection blossomed within Dijiang's awareness. Zhou Ming breathed a sigh of relief. The first success had been achieved. This marked a promising beginning. Now, he needed to simultaneously safeguard Dijiang's consciousness, assist in his cultivation, and await the awakening of the other ancestral shaman. Chapter 6. The midst of the Great Luo. The decisive battle of the 3 clans, Zhou Ming assisted Emperor Jiang in successfully solidifying the nascent consciousness and instinctively guiding the operation of the 9 transformations refining art. Without pausing, he once again sat cross-legged, fortifying his own cultivation while directing part of his consciousness to monitor the movements of Emperor Jiang and the remaining 11 blood cocoons. As time flowed on, following Emperor Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, Zhou Ming, and Ru Shou, one by one, the future ancestral witches awakened their consciousnesses. Each new awakening was accompanied by a violent surge of malevolent energy. Zhou Ming found himself repeatedly performing the same operations. Time and again, he urged the Tao Source Divine Pearl, guiding the 9 transformations refining art to assist these naive brethren in overcoming their initial challenges, stabilizing their awareness, and embarking on the path of refining malevolent energy. This process was tedious and intricate, presenting a formidable test to Zhou Ming's spiritual power. Fortunately, with each successful guidance, his understanding of the laws of power deepened, and his mastery over the Tao Source Divine Pearl grew increasingly adept. More importantly, his own cultivation also surged during this process, refining his spiritual essence and amplifying the vitality of his physical form. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, a resounding boom echoed within Zhou Ming. As if shattering a certain barrier, his vitality surged, and his spiritual essence became even more refined and transparent, exuding an aura of eternal harmony. He had reached the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. As he slowly opened his eyes, the brilliance within them was tempered, and he sensed the power within him had multiplied several times over. Yet, his expression bore little joy. This level of strength was still insufficient in the face of the impending calamity of the witch and demon war. He needed to strive further. The greater his power, the more chances the Lich Clan had to endure. Meanwhile, as Zhou Ming steadily advanced and diligently cared for these future ancestral witches, the outside world of the Pangu Hall had already descended into chaos. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, like 3 enraged beasts, transformed the entirety of the wilderness into a battleground. The relentless campaigns and ceaseless slaughter raged on. As time progressed, the 3 clans continued their conquests and plunders, accumulating an even more terrifying fortune. The 3 clan leaders, Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Original Qilin, leveraged this overwhelming fortune to experience a breakthrough in their cultivation, simultaneously stepping into the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. They were on the cusp of reaching the ultimate Great Luo Golden Immortal. The explosive surge in power ignited their ambition to dominate the wilderness. The 3 clans unleashed their full might, pouring all their strength into this ultimate battle that would determine their fates. On the shores of the Eastern Sea, the ancestral dragon roared, summoning towering waves. As billions of dragons formed a colossal formation that obscured the sun, vowing to fight the Phoenix clan to the bitter end. Primordial Phoenix, today, either you perish or I shall. The eternal volcano erupted, with the Primordial Phoenix's cry echoing as true flames scorched the heavens and boiled the seas. Countless divine birds formed a fiery tempest, sweeping across the land in combat against the Qilin. Original Qilin, the heavens of the wilderness can only be governed by my Phoenix clan. In the heart of the land, the original Qilin roared, shaking the laws of the earth. As a stampede of beasts formed a solid wall, bracing against the onslaught of the dragon and Phoenix clans. Scavenger birds, longworms, Depart from the central land. The might of the late-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal erupted in full force. In every movement, destruction unfolds. The mountains and rivers lie in ruins. The sun and moon lose their radiance. The earth is torn asunder, magma spews forth, and the seas surge back. The sky is stained crimson. A palpable stench of blood and malevolence pervades the air. Countless beings are reduced to ashes in this cataclysm. Even the true spirits find it arduous to escape, utterly dissipating into the cosmos. The entire primordial world weeps and wails. Within the Pangu Hall, Zhou Ming suddenly opens his eyes, an expression of utmost gravity etched upon his face. Even through the protective barriers of Pangu Hall, he can distinctly sense the cataclysmic waves of destruction from the outside, along with the suffocating aura of malevolence. The final battle has commenced. It is harrowing, beyond description. This war, sweeping across the primordial realm, ultimately yields no victors. The Ancestor dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the initial Qilin are all grievously wounded. They have expended their fortunes and drained their essence. Though they have vanquished countless foes, they have also bled their own races dry. The Dragon Clan is decimated, with scarcely 1 in 10 remaining. The Phoenix Clan is withered and shattered, their vitality severely diminished. The Qilin Clan suffers catastrophic losses, nearly facing extinction. The entire primordial world, ravaged by this protracted conflict that has ensnared billions of lives, is left riddled with wounds. The spiritual essence in decline, and the land marred beyond recognition. Endless karma clings to the 3 clans, as though they are shackled by heavy chains. In the unseen realm, the great Tao imposes retribution, an invisible curse descending upon the beleaguered 3 clans. A mournful dragon's roar resounds across the seas. The Ancestor dragon, gravely injured and burdened by karma, drags its broken form, gazing upon the shattered primordial world, filled with regret and resentment. I am the Ancestor dragon. Today, I witness the devastation of the primordial realm, the suffering of beings, a burden of grave sins. I offer my dragon form to forever stabilize the seas, to weave the waterways, lest no cataclysm may arise. Let the great Tao witness my vow. Above the eastern sea, the Ancestor dragon emits a sorrowful yet defiant roar, its massive body sinking to the ocean floor, suppressing the abyssal sea's eye. A piercing cry of the phoenix shatters the heavens. The primordial phoenix, its remnants ablaze, gazes at its withering kin, tears cascading through the sky. I am the primordial phoenix. Today, I perceive the imbalance of heaven and earth, the decay of all spirits, a burden of grave sins. I offer my phoenix form to eternally stabilize the immortal volcano, to harmonize yin and yang, lest no cataclysm may arise. Let the great Tao witness my vow. Above the immortal volcano, the primordial phoenix emits a mournful cry, its burning form transforming into an eternal flame, imprinted deep within the volcano. Soon after, a mournful aura envelopes the central land. I am the initial Qilin. Today, I sense the earth's lament, the exhaustion of spiritual veins, a burden of grave sins. I offer my Qilin form to eternally stabilize the central land of the primordial realm, to weave the earth's veins, lest no great calamity may arise. Let the great Tao witness my vow. Upon the central land, the initial Qilin exhales a heavy sigh, its colossal body merging with the earth, suppressing the chaotic energies. The 3 once mighty sovereigns, through a near self-imprisonment, pay a grievous price for their ambitions and the sins of their clans. As the 3 clans establish their solemn oaths, the terrifying aura of malevolence that envelopes the primordial realm begins to slowly dissipate. The prolonged calamity of the Dragon Han era culminated in a devastating conflict between the 3 clans, leaving them grievously wounded and retreating from the stage of the primordial world. Within the halls of Pangu, Zhou Ming's heart was a tumult of emotions. Indeed, the wheel of history continued to turn inexorably in the direction he had anticipated, rolling forth relentlessly. The Dragon Han calamity had reached its conclusion, with the 3 clans withdrawn. The ensuing struggle would be that of Tao and Demon, as Tao Ancestor Hongjun attained enlightenment and the Zixiao Palace commenced its lectures. The Wu and Yao clans were also poised to ascend to this blood-soaked and merciless arena of the primordial realm. Time was of the essence for the Wu clan. They could not afford to linger. They must hasten their efforts. He closed his eyes and delved once more into his cultivation. Attaining the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal was still far from sufficient. He needed to cultivate a greater strength and make more thorough preparations before Hongjuan's enlightenment. Chapter 7. The conclusion of the war against demons and a brief respite with a sigh. Zhou Ming exhaled a breath of turbid air, his gaze settling upon the 12 colossal blood cocoons within the hall. The consciousness of the 12 ancestral witches had awakened in succession, and under his guidance, aided by the Tao Source Divine Pearl, they began to instinctively operate the 9 transformations of purification technique. This was a promising sign. However, Zhou Ming was acutely aware that relying solely on the essence of the blood pool within the Pangu Hall, along with the self-initiated operation of the technique to refine the malice, would prove to be too slow. Although the malice within the Pangu Hall was dense, it was ultimately finite. As the consciousness of the ancestral witches awakened, their innate thirst for energy grew increasingly intense, accelerating the pace of malice refinement. Sole dependence on the scant resources within the Pangu Hall was not sufficient. Pondering while stroking his chin, Zhou Ming considered the external world, where the Dragon Han catastrophe had only just concluded, and the boundless malice and resentment generated by the struggle among the 3 clans had yet to dissipate entirely. Calculating the time, it seemed that the war of Tao and demons would soon commence. This malice, lethal to other beings, was, in fact, a panacea for me and the Witch Clan. A bold idea began to take shape in his mind, to venture into the outside world and gather malice. Utilizing the Tao Source Divine Pearl to collect this malice and return it to the Pangu Hall, providing sustenance for the 12 ancestral witches to refine. This would not only significantly expedite their cultivation speed, but might also refine the primal malice and dissipate the residual effects of the calamity, potentially accumulating some merit. Merit, in the primordial realm, was a valuable currency with boundless applications. Although fraught with danger, it was worth a try, given that the primordial realm had just undergone a great battle, with many powerful beings fallen. As long as he confined his activities to the vicinity of Mount Buzhou and exercised caution, there should be little cause for concern. Having made his decision, Zhou Ming did not act immediately. He first examined the state of the 12 ancestral witches, ensuring the stability of the 9 transformations of purification technique and confirming that the protective imprint left by the Tao Source Divine Pearl remained as solid as ever. Subsequently, he adjusted his own state to its pinnacle, activating the Tao Source Divine Pearl to shield his entire being before cautiously stepping beyond the confines of the Pangu Hall's protective barrier. As he crossed the threshold, a thick, almost tangible stench of blood and malice assailed his senses. Even though the Dragon Han catastrophe had come to an end and the 3 clans had vowed to withdraw from the stage, the malice and karma resulting from the demise of countless beings still permeated the primordial world. He refrained from delving deep into the heart of the primordial realm, instead operating near the base of Mount Buzhou, close to the Pangu Hall. Zhou Ming activated the Tao Source Divine Pearl, beginning to slowly absorb the stray malice in the vicinity. This malice was chaotic and violent, imbued with negative emotions such as slaughter, resentment, and dissatisfaction. The Tao Source Divine Pearl vibrated gently, drawing in this tumultuous malice, and, through the power of the laws, gradually extinguishing the negative wills within, refining it into relatively pure energy. This process was not swift, but it was indeed effective. Zhou Ming dared not be greedy. He collected only an appropriate amount of malice each time before promptly returning to the Pangu Hall. He carefully guided the energy refined by the Tao Source Divine Pearl towards the 12 blood cocoons, assisting them in operating the 9 transformations of purification technique. With the infusion of external malice energy, the pace at which the 12 ancestral witches refined the malice noticeably accelerated. The vitality within the blood cocoon grew increasingly vibrant. Zhou Ming could even sense the burgeoning emotions of joy and dependence emanating from Emperor Jiang and his companions. This was indeed effective. A surge of exhilaration filled Zhou Ming's heart, invigorating his resolve. Thus, he embarked on a dual existence between the Pangu and the foot of Mount Buzhou. He diligently pursued his cultivation to elevate his realm, while periodically venturing out to gather malevolent energy to nourish his 12 younger siblings. As Zhou Ming absorbed and refined this malevolent energy, merits descended from the heavens, merging into his primordial spirit and the divine pearl of Tao source. So this is what merits are. Though scant, the accumulation of little by little is, after all, a positive endeavor. In the timeless expanse of the primordial world, where cultivation knows no bounds, Zhou Ming had lost count of how many times he had repeated this journey. All he knew was that the condition of the 12 ancestor witches improved steadily, and the day of their transformation seemed ever closer. Meanwhile, his own cultivation in the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm deepened progressively. One day, as Zhou Ming was immersed in his training within the Pangu, a sudden tremor resonated throughout the primordial realm. The energies of heaven and earth became oppressive and tumultuous, even more suffocating than during the previous Dragon Han catastrophe. The battle between Tao and demon had commenced. Zhou Ming's expression turned grave. Hongjun and Luo Ho, the ultimate battle that would determine the future lineage of the primordial realm. Although he had anticipated this, the actual arrival of such a monumental conflict weighed heavily upon him. He had no intention of mingling in the chaos. At his current level of cultivation, even watching from a distance could expose him to lethal aftershocks. Survive. He must continue to endure. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ming forced himself to focus and resumed his seclusion. As long as the conflict did not encroach upon the Pangu, it was of no concern to him for the time being. Enhancing his strength was the true path. On this day, Zhou Ming was guiding the divine pearl of Tao source to assist the last few ancestor witches, whose consciousness had emerged later, in refining their malevolent energy. Suddenly, boom! A thunderous explosion resounded from the distant west. The entire primordial world trembled violently. From the far western sky, a colossal black pillar of demonic energy pierced through heaven and earth, erupting like the final roar of a dying behemoth. Immediately afterward, a cataclysmic wave of energy swept across the entire western land. Mountains shattered, the earth collapsed, and countless beings were instantaneously reduced to ashes. The western spiritual veins were nearly obliterated under this terrifying explosion. Luoho, a cold and furious voice reverberated throughout the primordial realm. Hongjun, you wish to attain enlightenment? Even if I perish, I shall never allow you to succeed. The maniacal and vengeful laughter of Luo Ho echoed across the heavens and the earth. To thwart Hongjun, or perhaps to vex him further, the demon ancestor Luo Ho resorted to self-detonation, irrevocably destroying the foundation of the Western realm. Now, the West was utterly devastated. It would likely take innumerable epochs for it to regain its vitality. This earth-shattering battle between Tao and demon ultimately concluded with Luo Ho's defeat and self-destruction, while Hongjun emerged as a Pyrrhic victor. The price paid has been the desiccation of the spiritual veins of the entire Western world, and in the primordial chaos, nearly all of the unparalleled quasi-saint powers, save for Hongjun and Yangmei, perished in this great calamity of Tao and demon. Although Hongjun emerged victorious, the ancestral veins of the West lay in ruins, and he himself suffered immense depletion. After confiscating the 4 swords of extermination and the array diagram, and suppressing the demonic energy that incited the Western rebellion, he returned to Mount Yujing to enter seclusion, preparing to strive for the ultimate realm of Hunyuan. Having endured the successive tribulations of Long Han and the Tao demon conflict, the high-end combat power of the entire primordial world has entered an unprecedented vacuum period. The ominous aura that permeated the heavens and earth began to dissipate slowly with the death of Luo Ho and the suppression by Hongjun. While the West has become barren and desolate, the entire primordial realm unexpectedly welcomed a brief, yet precious moment of tranquility. Within the Pangu, Zhou Ming sensed the gradually calming aura of the outside world, yet he felt no sense of relaxation in his heart. He understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. The Dao ancestor Hongjun was on the verge of achieving enlightenment, and the Zixiao Palace was about to commence its teachings, heralding a new era for the Primordial realm. Meanwhile, the Witch Clan and the Monster Clan, the two newly emerged dominators inheriting the fortunes of the Primordial world, were also poised to ascend the historical stage. To alter the fate of the Witch Clan, one must become stronger. Zhou Ming murmured to himself, his gaze once again drawn to the 12 blood cocoons. Chapter 8. The Weeping Child receives nourishment. It has been nearly a month since the conclusion of the battle between the Dao and the demons. During this protracted period, the Primordial realm has experienced a long-awaited tranquility. Although the pervasive malevolent aura has not entirely dissipated, it has significantly thinned. Throughout this time, Zhou Ming has not been idle. He frequently departed from the Pangu Hall to gather the remnants of the malevolent energy left by the Dragon Han and the Dao Demon calamities, refining them for the 12 ancestor witches as nourishment for their growth. With the continuous supply of energy and the operation of the 9 turns refining method, the transformation process of the 12 ancestor witches has been greatly accelerated. They possess not only formidable physical bodies, but, more importantly, they have successfully condensed their primordial spirits. Although these spirits may still appear somewhat feeble compared to their robust forms, far inferior to the innate primordial spirits of the innate deities, this represents an undeniable breakthrough. It signifies that the witch race is no longer merely a brutish lineage focused solely on physical cultivation, oblivious to the celestial order, observing the 12 fierce beings before him, whose eyes still bore a hint of naive wonder. Zhou Ming was filled with myriad emotions. Naturally, while assisting his younger siblings, Zhou Ming has also diligently pursued his own cultivation, leveraging the merits gained from refining malevolent energy, alongside his continuous comprehension of the laws of strength. His cultivation has steadily advanced. Recently, he reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Moreover, he made further progress in refining the Dao Source Divine Pearl, successfully refining 30 innate prohibitions within it. This achievement marks the utmost limit attainable within the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. To advance further, one must step into the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Realm. Yet the pinnacle of Great Luo still feels insufficient. Such power, in the impending calamity of the witches and the Lich, during an era dominated by sages, remains akin to that of an ant. Hongjun is on the verge of attaining enlightenment, and the Purple Cloud Palace is set to commence its teachings. The witch race requires resources, fortuity, and an urgent enhancement of overall strength to seize a glimmer of survival in the forthcoming great era of conflict. It is imperative to commence strategic planning. Remaining secluded in the Pangu Hall, solely focused on cultivation, is no longer viable. Everyone, gather around. Zhou Ming spoke firmly. The 12 ancestor witches promptly assembled, their gazes fixed on him. Elder brother, what is it? The most impetuous among them, Zhu Rong, inquired with a gruff voice. Zhou Ming regarded them with a serious expression. Now that the primordial realm has stabilized, with the Dragon Han and Dao Demon calamities concluded, it is an opportune moment for our witch race to emerge and accumulate strength. Staying in the Pangu Hall, while secure, is akin to sitting in a well and gazing at the sky, hindering our true growth. Therefore, I have decided to divide our forces into 3 paths to strategize for our witch race. Upon hearing they were to leave the Pangu Hall, many ancestor witches displayed excitement and eagerness. Their inherently restless nature had long made them curious about the world beyond the hall. Zhou Ming raised his hand, signaling them to remain calm, and continued, Di Jiang, you will lead the strong and capable Tian Wu and Shi Zi on a journey through the primordial realm. Your primary task is to gather various celestial materials and earthly treasures. Acquire any and all artifacts and spiritual roots, whether innate or acquired. Anything of value that can be obtained, bring it back to the Pangu Hall. Remember, our objective is to gather resources, not to engage in feudal rivalry. When encountering the oblivious, it is best to avoid confrontation with other factions whenever possible. If we cannot fight, we shall flee. Safety is paramount. Indeed, brother. Di Jiang patted his chest, grinning widely, exuding confidence. He was innately attuned to the laws of space. When it came to retreating, he humbly claimed the second position, for none would dare assert the first. Subsequently, Zhou Ming turned his gaze towards the time ancestor, Zhu Jiuyin. Zhu Jiuyin, you shall lead Zhou Ming, Rushou, and Yin Zi to the western lands. With a mere thought, the Tao Source Divine Pearl emerged from his brow. This was a treasured relic left by the Father God. He entrusted the Tao Source Divine Pearl to Zhu Jiuyin. Your mission is to venture westward. The western lands have previously suffered devastation from Luo Ho's self-detonation, resulting in the obliteration of spiritual veins and the proliferation of malevolent and resentful energies. Your task is to utilize the Tao Source Divine Pearl to refine the Western Earth's energies, absorbing and transforming its malign presence. This will not only enhance your cultivation, but also accrue merit for our Lich Clan. Rest assured, brother, we understand. Zhu Jiuyin nodded, his demeanor calm. Finally, Zhou Ming's gaze fell upon the quartet of Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, Xian Ming, and Ho Tuesday. These four possessed distinctly vibrant personalities, particularly Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, who were inherently at odds, while Xian Ming and Ho Tu, being the only two female figures among the 12 ancestors, exhibited a more nuanced disposition. Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, Xian Ming, Ho Tuesday, you four shall accompany me to a certain location. Where are we going, brother? Zhu Rong inquired with curiosity. We are going to ascend Mount Buzhou. Climbing a mountain? Zhu Rong and Gong Gong exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend. Mount Buzhou is right outside Pangu Hall. What is there to climb? Of course, it is not merely a simple climb, Zhou Ming elucidated. Mount Buzhou is transformed from the spine of our Father God, and remnants of his formidable will still linger upon its slopes. Our journey serves two purposes: to pay homage to the legacy of our Father God and to comprehend his immense power. Furthermore, he paused, his expression turning enigmatic as he regarded the four. We shall seek to communicate our emotions with the will of our Father God. Communicate emotions? Xianming blinked in confusion, while Ho Tu wore a similarly bewildered expression. Yes, communicate emotions, Zhou Ming affirmed, lowering his voice. Once we reach the mountain, you must act according to my cues, especially you two. Xianming, Ho Tu, pay close attention. When we approach the area where the will of the Father God is most potent, you two must cry. Huh? Cry? Xianming was taken aback, and Ho Tu's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by uncertainty. Yes, cry, Zhou Ming declared emphatically. You must weep heart-wrenchingly. Weep so sorrowfully that those who hear it are moved to tears. Consider the plight of our Lich Clan. We find ourselves in a most unfortunate predicament, bereft of any significant treasures, lacking even a single worthy artifact. Reflect upon those primordial deities who traverse the realms, radiating with the brilliance of countless treasures, while we're left to rely solely on our bare fists. Moreover, think of our venerable Father, who toiled relentlessly to carve out this boundless world, ultimately sacrificing himself in the process. Consequently, we, his offspring, endure such wretched circumstances. Zhou Ming grew increasingly agitated, as if on the verge of tears. In essence, let us express our grievances to the fullest. Let us portray our suffering with utmost sincerity. We must ensure that our fathers will perceive our filial piety and the hardships we face. As the saying goes, a child who cries will be fed. Although our fathers will lack complete emotional depth, it undoubtedly holds a special regard for us, his descendants born of his essence. The more heart-wrenching our cries, the more compassion we may elicit from our Father's will. Perhaps, in a moment of benevolence, he might bestow upon us some primordial treasures or impart powerful techniques, thus elevating our fortunes. Xianming and Hutu were taken aback. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning their own comprehension. Were they truly suggesting that the esteemed ancestors should weep? What kind of nonsense was this? Brother, have you lost your mind? What is there to cry about? Zhu Rong exclaimed. Indeed, our Lich Clan sheds blood, not tears. Gong Gong asserted defiantly. Ahem. Zhou Ming cleared his throat and stated with utmost seriousness. This is not mere weeping. It is a strategy. Do you understand? A strategy. Consider this. We are the very embodiment of our Father's essence, his children. With our Father fallen, how miserably we suffer, lacking even a single proper protective artifact. If we were to lament before the remnants of our Father's will, exhibiting a semblance of grievance and sorrow, perhaps he would, in a moment of softness, grant us some worthy gifts. Zhou Ming endeavored to explain this wisdom from a future age in a manner they could grasp. Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, Xianming, and Hutu exchanged glances, sensing that their elder brother's words held a modicum of truth, yet found them somewhat peculiar. The notion of weeping for benefits seemed oddly uncharacteristic of their clan. In any case, heed my words. Zhou Ming decisively proclaimed, when the time comes, act according to my cues. Particularly you, Xianming and Hutu. You must cultivate genuine emotions and weep earnestly, as if rain were falling from pear blossoms. Understood? Xianming and Hutu nodded, though with a semblance of uncertainty. Zhu Rong scratched his head. Brother, do you truly believe this will work? Whether it works or not remains to be seen. We shall try. Zhou Ming asserted with unwavering conviction. It is better than waiting idly. Our Lich Clan is underfunded and has commenced its journey late. To accelerate our development, we must tread an unconventional path. Agreed. Brother, we shall follow your lead. Let's weep. For the sake of our clan. Zhou Ming nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The groundwork for this emotional endeavor has been laid. Now, we await the success of this grand plan of tears. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart at once. Chapter 9. My Ancestral Shaman, Father Deity, Mount Buzhou, the foremost divine mountain of the Primordial era, transformed from the spine of Pangu, looms majestically, supporting the heavens and propping the earth. As one ascends, the oppressive aura, a remnant of Pangu's legacy, grows increasingly formidable, thick with his indomitable will. Accompanied by Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, Xianyuan, and Hutu, Zhou Ming climbs steadily upwards. As he progresses, he muses inwardly, crying mountain. This spectacle could easily make headlines in modern times. Shocking. Top-tier primordial powers band together to confront their ancestor. Ancestral shaman weeps sorrowfully online for treasures. A twitch at the corner of his mouth belied the seriousness etched on his face. The pressure here starkly contrasted with the gentle atmosphere near the base of Pangu Hall. This was palpable. Each step felt as though he bore a small mountain on his back. The higher he climbed, the more the will of Pangu became manifest, dense and substantial. At last, Zhou Ming halted on a relatively flat section of the mountainside. This is the place. He turned to face his bewildered siblings. Their expressions a mix of confusion and reluctance. His own countenance grave, yet laced with encouragement. Are you all ready? Remember, showcase your true abilities. For the sake of the Shaman clan. Without waiting for their response, Zhou Ming suddenly knelt down with a decisive thud. His posture was impeccable, his demeanor sorrowful, as if rehearsed countless times. Father Deity, a heart-wrenching cry, tinged with grief, echoed through the skies. Father Deity, I miss you dearly. The sound reverberated across the silent mountaintop, laden with profound longing and a sense of injustice. Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, Xianyuan, and Hutu were left dumbfounded by Zhou Ming's unexpected outburst. Brother. He is truly crying, and so, earnestly, ignoring their astonishment, Zhou Ming continued to weep, his voice trembling with emotion. In those days, amidst chaos, I was naive and unaware, swept along by the system. It was your discerning eye that rescued me from that turmoil, granting me rebirth. You forged the world from chaos, such magnificence. You commanded earth, water, fire, and wind, manifesting the myriad wonders of the primordial realm. I had thought I would always remain by your side, listening to your teachings, learning your grand skills. You have shown me boundless kindness, akin to that of a father. Yet, why is it that upon my awakening, you were no longer present? Woo-woo. You left me all alone in this desolate Pangu Hall, burdened with these 12 siblings who know nothing. At the height of his lamentation, Zhou Ming discreetly exchanged glances with Hutu and Xianyuan, his eyes urging them. Cry. Quickly. The atmosphere demands it. Hutu and Xianyuan exchange a knowing look, their cheeks slightly flushed, to weep before the will of their father deity. This was indeed a daunting task for the shamans. Yet, seeing their brother's heartfelt sorrow, they steeled themselves, resolute. For the sake of the shaman clan, the heart of Hutu is inherently kind. Witnessing her elder brother weep so sorrowfully, and contemplating the arduous future awaiting the witch clan, her eyes reddened, and tears like pearls cascaded down her cheeks. Her voice was choked with emotion. Father God, we are truly in distress. Initially, Zhou Ming felt somewhat awkward, yet upon seeing both Zhou Ming and Hutu in tears, and feeling the penetrating gaze of Zhou Ming, one that seemed to say, if you do not cry, I shall strike you, she reluctantly steeled herself to summon her emotions. Reflecting on her elder brother's words, she pondered the witch clan's lack of treasures, absence of allies, and the impending bullying by the demon clan, as well as the schemes of the sages. The more she contemplated, the more aggrieved she felt, and she too burst into tears. Father God, whoa, how could you leave us like this? What shall we do? At this moment, Zhurong and Gonggong were utterly dumbfounded. Even the typically calm and composed Zhou Ming was in tears. The cries of the two ancestral witches, though lacking the skill of Zhou Ming, were imbued with genuine sentiment, instantly rendering the atmosphere considerably more desolate. Observing this, Zhou Ming thought to himself, the child can be taught, and thus cried even more fervently, creating a lament that could shake the heavens and stir the spirits. Father God, look at your children. I have painstakingly nurtured them. Each is transformed and gained their primordial spirits. But what shall we do in the future? Look at Zhurong. He is nothing but a reckless fool. His temper is foul and obstinate, and he resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. He is bound to be schemed against. Zhurong replied, though my brother is crying. Why does that sound so unsettling? Then there is Gonggong, as stubborn as ever, a single-minded individual. He is so set in his ways that he is destined to meet a tragic end upon this Mount Buzhou, his soul scattered to the winds. Gonggong interjected, Brother, there is no need to curse me like that. And as for my sister Hutu, she possesses the kindest heart, so much like our esteemed father. Yet in the future, for the sake of the myriad beings in this primordial wilderness, she may even. Woo-woo. Hutu, already weeping, found herself even more engulfed in sorrow upon hearing these words, her tears falling like rain. Woo-woo. Father God, in this vast witch clan, the offspring of your labor, we are left with death and disarray, unable to preserve our legacy. Father God, can you bear to see this? If you have any spirit in the heavens, please show us compassion and grant us some protective treasures. Moved by Zhou Ming's impassioned plea, Zhurong and Gonggong could no longer contain themselves. Although they were straightforward in thought, they understood that their elder brother spoke of the witch clan's future. Confronted with the vision of such tragic circumstances and feeling the lingering will of the Father God, an overwhelming wave of sorrow and indignation surged within them. Wu-wah, Father God! Zhurong bellowed, his voice echoing across the land. Father God, this is unjust. Gonggong joined in the lament, pounding his chest in despair. In an instant, the summit of Mount Buzhou was filled with cries that echoed to the heavens. Seeing the moment ripe for action, Zhou Ming seized the opportunity to tentatively propose. Father God, I believe that the 12th grade creation Qinglian would be quite suitable. It is a primal treasure, possessing formidable defensive capabilities, and its high rank is perfect for us, these rough and resilient children, to safeguard ourselves. Would you bestow it upon us? As soon as the words left his lips, an ethereal thought resonated within Zhou Ming's mind. Creation Qinglian, linked to fortune, shall return to the three purities. Simple, straightforward, and non-negotiable. What? Zhou Ming sprang to his feet, wiped away his tears, and stomped his foot in indignation. Father God, you are excessively biased. The three purities are manifestations of your primordial spirit, while we are birthed from your essence. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. How can you favor one over the other? Woe is us. We are so miserable, unloved, and uncared for. Upon hearing that the good fortune did not include them, Zhurong and Gonggong began to join in the lament. Father God is biased. It is unjust. Hutu and Xinyuan sniffled. their faces filled with grievance as they continued to sob softly, their eyes full of accusations against their favoritism-laden parent. Zhou Ming, embodying the role of a dramatic performer, cried even more pitifully than before. That 12th grade creation Azure Lotus is unacceptable. Any other offerings would suffice. With a quick twist of his eyes, Zhou Ming continued his wailing. Wasn't your creation jade tablet shattered? To spare us 3 or 5 fragments, and we could contemplate the great Tao and enhance our strength, or the chaos pearl would suffice. I've heard it can generate chaos and evolve worlds. It would provide our Lich Clan with an escape route should we find ourselves unable to survive in the wilderness of primordial chaos. He continued, furthermore, Father God, you were incredibly formidable back then, defeating the 3,000 chaos demon gods. What happened to their treasures? Chaos spiritual treasures, chaos supreme treasures. Just a few would suffice for our protection. We are not picky. If all else fails, the purifying world White Lotus would do. I've heard it has exceptional effects in purifying malevolent energy, which would undoubtedly benefit our Witch Clan. Zhou Ming recited every high-ranking treasure he could think of that was unclaimed, presenting himself as if he would perish from crying if he did not receive something. Zhurong, Gonggong, Xianyuan, and Huta listened in stunned silence. Brother, you are far too audacious, aren't you? Those are all legendary innate treasures, chaos supreme treasures. Perhaps it was due to Zhou Ming's wretched weeping. Or perhaps Pangu truly had left a contingency plan, or it might simply be the instinctive favor of the Father God towards his bloodline descendants. Suddenly, a stream of information surged into Zhou Ming's mind. Above this place, at a height of 10,000 zhong, there exists a fragment of the creation jade tablet. The purifying world White Lotus resides beyond the East Sea, at the abode of the 3 immortals, or Ingzhou, obtainable only through the land script. Zhou Ming's eyes sparkled. A fragment of the creation jade tablet, although merely a piece, embodies the essence of 3,000 great Taos. Even a shard is an unimaginable treasure. The purifying world White Lotus, one of the 4 great lotus altars, it is located in the abode, or Ingzhou, requiring the land script to locate it. No wonder no one the primordial chaos has ever obtained this treasure. After all, the abode and Ingzhou have never been found. At last, a clue has emerged. Thank you, Father God. You truly are the one who loves us most. Zhou Ming immediately changed his expression, tears still on his face, yet his smile was radiant. Although the other 4 ancestral witches did not receive the information directly, they sensed that their elder brother seemed to have acquired some tremendous benefit, and they ceased their weeping, curiously observing Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming, having gained an advantage, feigned innocence and tentatively asked, Father God, is there anything else? For instance, when you once vanquished 3,000 chaotic demon gods, did you not leave behind some chaotic spiritual treasures or chaotic supreme artifacts? Now that you have coalesced your primordial spirit, you should be able to unlock the depths of your bloodline and access the inheritance mark I have left behind. Upon finishing this statement, the will that had communicated with Zhou Ming gradually fell into silence, leaving only the vast pressure still enveloping the mountain peak. An inheritance mark? The legacy left by Pangu to the ancestral shaman? Zhou Ming paused for a moment, and then his eyes erupted with an even brighter light. This was the true essence of power. While magical artifacts are undoubtedly significant, one's inherent strength and potential are of utmost importance. The legacy bestowed by the great deity Pangu is nothing short of extraordinary. Enough of the tears. Zhou Ming wiped his eyes, rising to his feet and patting the still sobbing Hutu and Xianyuan. Zhurong and Gonggong also ceased their wailing, gazing at him in bewilderment. Brother, what news? Did our father provide us with something valuable? Zhurong inquired in a deep voice, 2 clear tears still lingering on his face, despite having been shed in vain. More than merely valuable. Come, let us first retrieve the fragments of the creation jade tablet. Zhou Ming, invigorated, beckoned the still dazed 4 ancestral shamans to follow him in the direction indicated by their father's will. Chapter 10. The Treasure of Mount Buzhou. The return of the Ancestor with Zhou Ming, accompanied by Zhurong, Gonggong, Xian Ming, and Ho Tu, continued their ascent toward the higher reaches of Mount Buzhou. The higher they climbed, the more oppressive and overwhelming the will of Pangu became, as if each step bore the weight of an invisible divine mountain upon their shoulders. Huff-ha, brother, the pressure up here is unbearable. Zhou Ming gasped, his forehead veins bulging. Gong Gong remained silent, methodically placing one foot in front of the other, clearly nearing his limits. Xianming and Ho Tu, with pallid faces and trembling forms, found each step exceedingly arduous. Zhou Ming glanced back at them. He too felt the immense pressure, yet with his superior cultivation, he was far more resilient to such oppressive will. How far have we come? Zhou Ming intoned gravely. This is the transformed spine of our Father God, imbued with his unparalleled power of creation. As he climbed, his mind quietly pondered. Indeed, Mount Buzhou was a remarkable place. The higher one ascended, the more potent the Father God-S will become, enhancing the refinement of both body and spirit. He resolved that his younger siblings should frequently venture here. Not only would it temper their will, but it would also allow them to connect with the essence of the Father God. Should the Father God be in a benevolent mood one day, or perhaps touched by their filial piety, he might bestow a treasure upon them, which would be immensely rewarding. With this thought, Zhou Ming's gaze inadvertently drifted toward Gong Gong, who stubbornly pressed on, neck craned defiantly. However, he knew he had to keep a close watch on this fool. He silently vowed to ensure that Gong Gong would not follow the old path of recklessly shattering the pillar of heaven. Stay strong, Zhou Ming encouraged them. The higher we go, the greater the benefits we shall reap. By attuning ourselves to the will of our Father God, we shall gain insights into the great path and awaken the latent potential within our bloodlines. At last, guided by the faint, indistinct will in his mind, Zhou Ming halted in an area where the oppressive will seemed almost tangible. It should be around here, he declared. Everyone looked closely. The Father God said that a fragment of the creation jade tablet lies nearby. Searching for treasures? Excellent. Upon hearing that they were to seek a gift from their Father God, Zhou Ming immediately perked up, the fatigue of climbing dissipating as he eagerly scanned the surroundings. Gong Gong shook his head, his eyes sharply scrutinizing every inch of rock. Xianming and Ho Tu were even more meticulous, bending down to carefully explore the intricacies of the stone's patterns. The four ancestral witches searched for quite some time, but found nothing resembling a significant stone, let alone any fragment of the creation jade tablet. Brother, there's nothing here, Zhou Ming said, a hint of disappointment as he scratched his head. Zhou Ming furrowed his brow, once more calming his mind and attempting to commune with the elusive will of Pangu. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and pointed toward the edge of the platform. Over here, beneath that unassuming green stone, he pointed towards the edge of the platform, where a rather unremarkable, even somewhat weathered, piece of azure rock lay. Zhou Ming and Gong Gong immediately rushed over, working in unison to lift the stone, despite the immense pressure of Pangu's will. Indeed, beneath the azure stone lay a fragment, no larger than a palm, its edges imperfect yet emanating an aura of profound mystery. Quietly resting there, the space surrounding the fragment seemed to warp into unreality, with indistinct shadows of great laws flickering in and out of existence within. It was a fragment of the creation jade tablet, a record of the 3,000 mysteries of the great Tao, one of the most supreme treasures of the primordial world. Quickly, thank the Father God. Zhou Ming, the quickest to react, immediately bowed deeply towards the pinnacle of Buzhou Mountain, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. This was no mere act. It was a genuine sentiment. The Father God truly does care for us. Zhou Ming thought to himself, feeling elated. This venture had proven immensely profitable. Zhou Ming, Gong Gong, Xianming, and Ho Tu swiftly followed suit, offering their thanks. Thank you, Father God. Zhou Ming, not daring to be negligent, instantly summoned the power of the laws within him, coalescing it into an invisible hand. He enveloped the fragment of the creation jade tablet, sealing off its aura entirely. This object was of utmost importance. Not a trace of its presence could be allowed to escape. Otherwise, the future Tao ancestor, Hongjun, would surely sense its existence. While in Buzhou Mountain and the Pangu Hall, The aura of the Father God shrouded them. But once they ventured beyond this range, the situation would be precarious. Let us go. Down the mountain. Back to the Pangu Hall. Upon returning, Zhou Ming did not linger. He directly entered the innermost sanctum of the Pangu Hall, carefully placing the fragment in the deepest part, where the essence of Pangu was most concentrated, and thus the safest. Having completed this task, he finally felt a sense of relief. Well then, Zhou Ming turned to the 4 ancestral witches, who remained somewhat excited and curious. All of you should diligently cultivate and solidify the gains from this ascent of Buzhou Mountain. Particularly, you must calm your minds and endeavor to comprehend the inheritance mark left deep within your bloodline by the Father God. Therein lies the true foundation of our witch clan. Yes, elder brother. The 4 responded in unison, each finding a spot to eagerly begin their seclusion and cultivation. Zhou Ming also settled down, beginning to organize the insights gained from this experience and his forthcoming plans. With the fragment of the creation jade tablet secured, he also had a clear lead on the purifying White Lotus. Although it would require the Earth Book of Xinyuanzi to locate it, at least there was now a direction. It seemed that once that future ancestor of the Earth Immortals emerged, it would be imperative to forge a good relationship with him. Time flowed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. One day, there was a slight disturbance in the space outside the Pangu Hall. Emperor Jiang returned, accompanied by Qiangliang, Tianwu, and Shizi, looking travel-worn. Following closely behind, Zhu Juyin led Jumin, Rushu, and Yinzi into the hall. After a separation of 10,000 years, the 12 ancestral witches were finally reunited in the Pangu Hall once more. Zhou Ming also awakened from his seclusion, looking at his younger siblings before him, nodding in satisfaction. The eons of wandering and cultivation have significantly matured them. Their auras have become more refined, their gazes less naive and imbued with a newfound steadiness. Brother, we have returned, Di Jiang declared, striding in with great vigor and a booming voice. It is good to have you back. You have all worked hard, Zhou Ming replied kindly. Now, do tell us about your experiences. Di Jiang stepped forward, gesturing grandly as an array of gleaming treasures filled one corner of the grand hall. Elder brother, look, this time, we have gathered in abundance, he boasted, thumping his chest in pride. We have come across various rare spiritual roots, uncommon ores, top-tier refining materials, and several formidable magical artifacts. Zhou Ming's mind swept over the collection, nodding slightly. Although most items were merely acquired postnatally, varying in quality, they were nonetheless commendable. A few had reached the innate level. Though only of inferior and medium grade, they were a considerable boon for the Witch Clan at this time. Well done. You have all excelled, and your efforts are appreciated, Zhou Ming praised. It was our duty. For the Witch Clan, Di Jiang grinned, delighted to alleviate his elder brother's burdens. Meanwhile, the previously silent Zhu Jiuyin approached, respectfully returning the Tao Source Divine Pearl to Zhou Ming. Brother, we have followed your instructions, traversing the western lands to refine the ley lines with the Tao Source Divine Pearl and absorb the malevolent energy. The malevolence in the west is steeped in resentment, making it a challenging task. However, we have accumulated considerable merit, all of which is now contained within the Tao Source Divine Pearl. Zhou Ming accepted the pearl and probed its interior with his consciousness. He discovered a vast reservoir of pure and formidable merit energy. Though it could not compare to the legendary feats of Niwa creating humanity or Hutu overseeing reincarnation, it was undoubtedly a significant treasure. Excellent. Zhou Ming nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that this merit would greatly benefit the future development of our Witch Clan. As the 12 ancestors of the Witch Clan gathered once more, the Pangu Hall became lively. In the center of the hall, 13 figures stood solemnly. Dear brothers and sisters, Zhou Ming addressed the 12 increasingly powerful ancestors, his expression turning grave. Currently, the malevolent energy in the primordial world is gradually subsiding, heralding the dawn of a new era. We, the Witch Clan, must prepare for the future. Our foremost task now is to enhance our strength. We must swiftly unlock the legacy mark left by our Father God deep within our bloodline, thereby elevating our cultivation levels. As for the innate spiritual treasures brought back by Di Jiang and the others, I will allocate them judiciously based on each of your mastery of the laws and actual needs, prioritizing those who require them most. Under Zhou Ming's guidance, the Lich Clan once again entered a phase of diligent cultivation. Chapter 11. The Emergence of the Primordial Deities. Early stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Time flies like an arrow, as days and months weave seamlessly together. Unbeknownst to many, several cycles of the Yuan have quietly passed. As the malevolent energies of the universe continue to dissipate, the spiritual essence within the primordial world grows increasingly abundant, revealing various innate spiritual roots and treasures to the world. More significantly, the primordial deities, born of the heavenly and earthly fortunes, have begun to emerge in great numbers, akin to bamboo shoots following a spring rain, concluding their prolonged gestation and seclusion to make their presence known upon the grand stage of the primordial realm. Upon Kunlun Mountain, 3 streams of pure energy ascend to the heavens, accompanied by ethereal sounds of the Tao. These are the 3 pure ones transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, Taiqing Laozi, Yuqing Yuanshi, and Sanqing Tongtian, who have officially come into the world. On the Sun Star, the Golden Crow cries out as Emperor Jun and Tai unveil the He-Tu and Luo Shu, with the emergence of the Chaos Bell heralding a surge of demonic energy, hinting at a might that could sweep across the cosmos. In Fengqi Mountain, auspicious energies radiate as the siblings Enhua and Fuxi step forth, one a master of creation, the other adept at divining the celestial secrets, both extraordinary in their own right. On Mount Suru, the figures of Jin and Junti also appear. Though often wearing expressions of solemnity, their remarkable foundations are unmistakable. Within the Five Zhuang Temple, Xinyuanzi wields the earthly book, crafting a realm of his own. Amidst the blood sea, the ancestor of the underworld sits with the 12-petal flame red lotus and the dual swords of the primordial slayer, exuding an aura of dominance. One by one, the primordial deities, inheritors of the heavenly and earthly fortunes, begin to shine brightly across the vast expanse of the primordial realm. They either occupy renowned mountains and rivers, establishing their own sanctums, or traverse the lands in search of opportunities and treasures, or engage in discussions of the Tao to validate their learnings. In this bustling primordial land, a vibrant atmosphere emerges, tinged with undercurrents of unrest. The era of great conflict has undoubtedly commenced. During these years, the ancestral shaman have not merely sat idly by. Aside from Zhou Ming, who remains stationed deep within the Pangu Hall, the other 12 have either secluded themselves within the hall or, unable to contain their restless spirits, have once more ventured into the vast primordial expanse. Their auras, compared to before, have experienced considerable enhancement. Their physical forms have grown more formidable. Their mastery of the laws has become increasingly refined, and their nascent primordial spirits have also coalesced significantly, with the naivety in their gazes having vanished, replaced by a burgeoning sense of composure and wisdom. Upon awakening, they diligently remember their elder brother Zhou Ming's instructions. They have often ventured out from the Pangu Hall in pairs, journeying across the primordial lands. They recall Zhou Ming's admonitions, primarily to gather resources, avoid conflict, and if they cannot win, to flee. Moreover, since the crystallization of their primordial spirits, their ways of thinking have subtly transformed. No longer do they rely solely on instinct and brute force for every matter. They now possess a greater capacity for contemplation and consideration of consequences. Although they remain impetuous and reckless, at the very least, they no longer resort to overturning tables at the slightest disagreement. When encountering deities with evidently formidable auras, the ancestral shamans prefer to take a detour. If avoidance is impossible, they merely give a cold snort, rather than directly rolling up their sleeves to confront them as they once did. Were it not for my elder brother's instructions, I would make you feel my wrath. Zhu Rong muttered upon catching sight of a certain deity enveloped in celestial light, yet he was promptly pulled away by Di Jiang. That fellow appears frail, hardly worthy of a single punch from me. Gong Gong also held his head high, yet obediently followed his departure. In the numerous Yuan Hui gatherings of recent times, the ancestral witches have traversed the realms. Although they have inevitably encountered a few unwise provocateurs, instances of large-scale conflicts with the top innate deities have indeed been exceedingly rare. This stands in stark contrast to Zhou Ming's memories of the Witch Clan's emergence, which was marked by rampant warfare and widespread ire. His elder brother was indeed correct. Upon returning from one such journey, Xin Yuan remarked to Hutu that the primordial waters are profoundly deep, and among those innate deities, few are easily trifled with. It is prudent for us not to confront them directly at this juncture. Hutu nodded in agreement, affirming the importance of consolidating strength and unlocking the legacy left by the Father God. Deep within the Pangu Hall, Zhou Ming remained seated in meditation, the essence of the Tao swirling around him. The Tao Source Divine Pearl floated above, emanating an aura of profound mystery. Fragments of the creation jade tablet hovered silently, the ethereal silhouettes of the laws of the great Tao flickering within, continuously analyzed and comprehended by Zhou Ming. Through arduous cultivation over several Yuan Hui gatherings, aided by these two treasures, Zhou Ming's understanding of the laws of power had long surpassed the confines of the Deluo golden immortal realm. His accumulation was sufficient. He was but a step away from the threshold of the Hunyuan golden immortal state. Yet, that step seemed to lie across an insurmountable chasm. In an era before Hong Jun imparted his teachings, and the method of severing the three corpses was revealed to ascend to the Hunyuan golden immortal realm, one could only rely on strength, the laws, or merit as paths to enlightenment. The path of strength, trodden by the great Pangu, was undeniably arduous, a prospect Zhou Ming dared not contemplate at present. Although he had accrued considerable merit through his prior endeavors in the Western Earth veins, he was reluctant to expend it just yet. Merit is a precious asset, but elevating one's cultivation through merit lacks the solid foundation that comes from personal, diligent comprehension of the laws. His chosen path was that of law-based enlightenment. With his understanding of the laws, he aimed to forcefully transcend the Deluo boundaries and step into the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. This path, too, was fraught with immense difficulty, demanding exceptional insight, accumulation, and depth. However, with the assistance of the Tao Source Divine Pearl and the fragments of the Creation Jade Tablet, born of Pangu's essence, he possessed the confidence to pursue it. Now was the moment. Zhou Ming's eyes suddenly flew open, radiating a brilliant light. The power within him surged like a roaring river, driving into a frenzied motion. The true spirit within his sea of consciousness shone brightly, fully connecting with the Tao Source Divine Pearl and the fragments of the Creation Jade Tablet. Countless insights into the laws surged forth like a tidal wave, validating, merging, and transcending with his own cultivated path. Boom! An indescribable and terrifying pressure erupted from Zhou Ming, radiating outward. This pressure transcended the Deluo, carrying an essence of immortality, overlooking the river of time. Within the Pangu Hall, the 12 ancestral witches, engrossed in their own practices, were suddenly jolted awake, gazing in astonishment towards the depths of the hall. It was the elder brother. Such formidable pressure. Has the elder brother broken through? They could distinctly sense that Zhou Ming's aura had surpassed their comprehension, reaching an entirely new and exalted level. It was a realm that seemed capable of initially mobilizing the great forces of heaven and earth, where words manifested as laws. The primordial golden immortal. After a long while, that terrifying pressure gradually subsided, returning to tranquility. Zhou Ming slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the surging power within him and the enhanced clarity in his grasp of the laws of heaven and earth, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The initial stage of the primordial golden immortal. At last, he had taken this crucial step before Hong Jun attained his Tao, achieving the Tao through the laws, breaking through to the primordial golden immortal. Although only in the initial stage, its significance was profound. This signified that he was no longer the insignificant ant swept along by the great calamity. He had, for the first time, acquired the qualification to withstand risks and even alter the course of the game. The primordial golden immortal. Is this the sensation of being a primordial golden immortal? Zhou Ming clenched his fist, feeling the power within his every movement, as if he could resonate with the laws of heaven and earth. A surge of ambition filling his heart. However, he quickly regained his composure. In the future era of saints, being in the initial stage of the primordial golden immortal still fell short. Yet at the very least, he had a higher starting point and more time to pursue his goals. Moreover, having attained the Tao through the laws, his foundation was exceedingly solid, and his future potential far surpassed those quasi-saints who relied on merits or the slaughter of corpses. Hong Jun, the Ancestor, is on the verge of attaining his Tao. ISNT, Chapter 12. The Witch Tribe emerges. Hong Jun attains enlightenment deep within the Pangu Hall. Zhou Ming emerged from his secluded meditation. The 12 ancestral witches, Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, Zhu Rong, and Gong Gong, sensed Zhou Ming's presence and hurried over. Brother, you have emerged. Zhu Rong's booming voice rang out first, brimming with unrestrained excitement. Congratulations on your significant advancement in cultivation. Di Jiang also wore a smile. The other ancestral witches approached, their eyes filled with admiration and joy. Zhou Ming's strength was synonymous with the strength of the witch tribe. After a brief moment of elation, Di Jiang scratched his head, somewhat sheepishly, and spoke, Brother, we have come not only to congratulate you on your progress, but also to discuss a matter. Oh, what is it? Zhou Ming inquired. Di Jiang glanced at the other ancestral witches before continuing. It pertains to the propagation of our witch tribe. He paused and added, in our travels over the years, we have observed the burgeoning life in the wilderness, with various races beginning to stand out. Our witch tribe, created by our father, consists solely of these 13 individuals, including you, brother. The blood pool within Pangu Hall is formed from our father's essence, containing boundless vitality, Di Jiang elaborated. We have deliberated and wish to harness the power of the blood pool to create new members of our witch tribe. Indeed, brother. Zhu Rong chimed in, his voice resonant. Relying on just the 13 of us is far too few. We must generate more kin to bolster the might of our tribe. The notion of creating new tribe members was one Zhou Ming had anticipated. He gazed at the 12 pairs of eager eyes and nodded slightly. It is acceptable. However, I have one condition. Please, brothers, speak. They urged. After creating the new tribe members, you 12 must enter seclusion with me in Pangu Hall to comprehend our father's legacy. Until Hong Jun attains enlightenment, none shall venture outside. What? We must enter seclusion as well? Zhu Rong immediately expressed his discontent. Brother, why is that? Hutu queried, equally perplexed. We are on the brink of creating new kin, and it is precisely when we need to lead them. It is precisely for that reason that we must enter seclusion. Zhou Ming declared with unwavering conviction. The depths of the wilderness are far more profound than you imagine. An unprecedented transformation is imminent. Before it arrives, we must enhance our strength as much as possible. Rest assured, I shall leave a projection of myself to oversee the new tribe members. However, you must devote all your energy to cultivation and swiftly unlock the imprint of our father's legacy deep within your bloodlines. Only by becoming powerful enough can we truly protect the witch tribe. Though the 12 ancestral witches remained somewhat bewildered, their trust in Zhou Ming led them to nod in unison. Yes, we shall faithfully obey your command, brother. Subsequently, Zhou Ming and the 12 ancestral witches gathered beside the blood pool deep within Pangu Hall. The pool surged, exuding a rich aura of life. The 12 ancestral witches simultaneously drew forth their essence and infused it into the blood pool. However, Zhou Ming stood at the pool's edge, motionless. He quietly observed the proceedings, refraining from offering his own essence, for he was not prepared to utilize his blood to create the witch tribe. Zhou Ming manipulated the Tao Source Divine Pearl, infusing the improved 9 transformations of Refining Devil into the gestating blood cocoons, one by one. Simultaneously, the Tao Source Divine Pearl hovered above the blood pool, casting a gentle luminescence to aid in the development of the blood cocoons. Each cocoon floated within the blood pool, exuding varying intensities of aura. As time passed, When the first batch of the Witch Clan emerged from their cocoons, Zhou Ming immediately probed with his divine sense. These newly born witches possessed remarkably formidable physiques. However, without exception, they did not manifest their primordial spirits. Alas, was it truly unachievable? Zhou Ming sighed inwardly. Despite the refinement of the technique, the witches still could not birth primordial spirits. It appeared that the gap in their foundation was ultimately insurmountable. The fact that the 12 ancestors of the witches could give rise to primordial spirits was already a miracle bestowed by the will of the Father God. And one ought not to be overly ambitious, confirming that the newly formed witches could not manifest primordial spirits. Zhou Ming decisively relinquished any aspirations in this regard. He then proceeded to execute his next plan, the splitting of the primordial spirit. Sitting cross-legged, his primordial spirit exited his body, hovering above his head, radiating powerful waves akin to that of a mixed Yuan golden immortal. Slash! Zhou Ming uttered with a low voice, his complexion instantly turning pale as his primordial spirit quaked violently. He resolutely severed 2 small portions from his primordial spirit. An indescribable agony surged through his consciousness, as if it were tearing his soul into fragments. Yet, he gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain. After a moment, his primordial spirit successfully divided into 2 smaller parts. One portion, roughly 1/10 of his primordial power, was infused with a drop of his own essence blood through his formidable magical prowess, beginning the process of crafting a doppelganger. The other portion, even smaller, was nurtured with a secret technique for future use. Soon, a figure emerged within the Grand Hall, bearing an 8 to 9/10 resemblance to Zhou Ming, yet exuding a demeanor more gentle and reserved. This doppelganger stabilized at the initial stage of the great Luo golden immortal. This will suffice. Zhou Ming addressed his doppelganger. From this day forth, you shall be me, traversing the vast wilderness and managing the affairs of the Witch Clan. The doppelganger slightly bowed. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, we are one. The matters of the Witch Clan and traversing the wilderness shall be entrusted to me. Go forth, act discreetly, forge benevolent connections, especially with that individual from Wuzhuangguan. Zhou Ming gestured with his hand. The doppelganger nodded, turned, and departed from the Pangu Hall to fulfill his duties. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming's true self, accompanied by the 12 ancestors of the witches, once again entered the innermost sanctum of the Pangu Hall as the heavy doors gradually closed, isolating the interior from the exterior, commencing a prolonged retreat. Their foremost task was to comprehend the profound legacy from the depths of their bloodline, bestowed by the great Pangu. Time is inconsequential in the vast wilderness. Zhou Ming's doppelganger traversed the lands of the wilderness, discreetly managing the affairs of the Witch Clan under the name of Wu Ming, while also observing the situation in the wilderness and forging alliances with various factions. His demeanor was composed and his actions meticulous, allowing him to cultivate friendships, such as with the Earth Immortal Ancestor, Zhen Yuanzi, from Wuzhuangguan, and the well-known, kind-hearted Taoist Hong Yun by his side. The doppelganger engaged in discussions on the Tao over tea with them, fostering a harmonious relationship. Zhou Ming and the 12 ancestor witches were entirely immersed in the profound understanding of the Pangu legacy, their cultivation steadily advancing. On this particular day, the heavens resonated with a thunderous roar, showering golden blossoms from above, while the sky was adorned with myriad rays of resplendent colors. In the celestial expanse, a figure, ethereal and elusive, stood tall, with a vast expanse of violet mist trailing behind, stretching for 90,000 miles. Subsequently, a voice of great authority reverberated through every corner of the primordial world, echoing within the hearts of all living beings. High upon the clouds of the ninth heaven, I rest upon the lotus seat of truth. Beyond the mysteries of heaven and earth, I shall assume the mantle of the esteemed teacher. I am Hongjun, and I have attained the path of sanctity. 3,000 years hence, I shall deliver teachings in the purple cloud palace, imparting the great Tao. Those destined shall be welcome to come and listen. As the proclamation faded, the extraordinary phenomena in the heavens gradually dissipated. Yet, the overwhelming pressure of the enlightenment and the declaration of sanctity resonated like thunder, reverberating in the hearts of all mighty beings within the primordial realm. Chapter 13. Arrival at the Purple Cloud Palace. Hongjun achieves sanctification. This news reverberated like a billion thunderclaps, instantly resonating throughout every nook and cranny of the primordial realm. Countless innate deities, immersed in their secluded cultivation, regardless of their location within the paradisiacal realms, were roused by this boundless and overwhelming pressure, their hearts quaking in disbelief. A saint? What level of existence is that? Could it be above the great Luo, golden immortal? In an instant, discussions erupted across the vast expanse of the primordial world, all striving to discern the true identity of this suddenly emerged Hongjun. At the 5, a gentle breeze wafted beneath the ginseng fruit tree. Xinyuanzi, holding a whisk, furrowed his brow, gazing profoundly into the chaotic heavens. Beside him, Taoist Hongyun wore an expression of astonishment. Hongjun? I have never heard of such a name. To emerge as a saint upon birth is indeed unfathomable. A saint, Xinyuanzi murmured. That kind of pressure is boundless, far exceeding that of the great Luo. Perhaps it is a supreme realm we must aspire to behold throughout our lives. Zhou Ming, a manifestation of Zhou Ming, sat calmly nearby, merely lifting his teacup for a gentle sip. He was well aware of who Hongjun was and what sanctification entailed. Observing Xinyuanzi and Hongyun engrossed in their curiosity and conjecture about the realm of saints. Zhou Ming spoke up at an opportune moment, his tone gentle. My esteemed friends, since the Saint Hongjun has declared he will impart teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace in 3,000 years, rather than speculate here, why not venture to the chaotic Purple Cloud Palace when the time comes to uncover the truth? Perhaps this will be the very opportunity for us to transcend our current boundaries. Upon hearing this, Xinyuanzi's eyes sparkled with interest. Friend Zhou Ming, your words resonate perfectly with my thoughts. Hongyun also clapped in agreement. Excellent. A tremendous opportunity like this to hear the saint's teachings must not be missed. It is a perfect chance to witness the grandeur of the saint. Zhou Ming set down his teacup and rose. If so, I shall return to my clan to inform my brothers and sisters, inviting them to join in this endeavor. After all, such an opportunity is likewise rare for our Wuzhu clan. He turned to the two. In 3,000 years, let us convene at the Purple Cloud Palace, shall we? Indeed, it is settled. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun nodded in unison. Zhou Ming bowed respectfully to them, and in an instant, his form transformed into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing into the horizon, heading towards the Buzhou mountain. In the Pangu Hall, Zhou Ming's figure silently traversed through layers of restrictions, arriving at the innermost sanctum of the Great Hall. Due to the unique nature of the Pangu Hall, even the will of the heavenly Tao struggled to permeate fully. Thus the earth-shattering news of Hongjun's sanctification had not reached the meditative Zhou Ming or the 12 ancestral shamans' ears. Zhou Ming did not hesitate. He directly communicated with Zhou Ming, conveying the information. Zhou Ming was the first to awaken from his meditation. Almost simultaneously, 12 powerful auras surged forth from their respective sanctuaries. Compared to before their seclusion, their energies had become even more refined and profound. Each of the 12 ancestral witches, having undergone a period of seclusion, not only began to assimilate the primordial legacy of Pangu, but also firmly ascended to the late stage of the great Luo, golden immortal. Among them, the most profound in foundation, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, have even reached the pinnacle of the great Luo, golden immortal. Hongjun has attained sanctity. The teachings at the Zixiao Palace. The voice of Zhou Ming resonated within the confines of the retreat, laced with contemplation. At this moment, the 12 ancestral witches were fully awakened, all directing their gazes towards Zhou Ming, and then to the external Zhou Ming. Brother, Di Jiang was the first to speak. His tone filled with astonishment. What has transpired? Zhou Ming replied calmly. Hongjun has achieved the Tao of the primordial, attaining the position of a saint, and will impart teachings at the Zixiao Palace. A saint? Hongyun? Zhu Rong's eyes widened. Why have I not heard of him? Is he as formidable as our Father God? Do not speak such nonsense. Zhou Ming's demeanor remained composed, yet exuded authority. Beneath the saints, all are but ants. This assertion was not an empty boast. He paused, gazing at the 12 ancestral witches. My current state is not suited for a visit to the Zhixiao Palace. Your cultivation has progressed. Attending this discourse will undoubtedly benefit your understanding of your own paths. Zhou Ming shall escort you there. What? Attend that Hong Jun's teachings? Gong Gong craned his neck, somewhat defiant. With our elder brother's guidance and the inheritance from our father god, do we still need to listen to him? Indeed, Zhu Rong echoed, raising his voice. We, the Wu clan, stand tall and proud, honoring only our father god and heeding only our elder brother. Who is Hong Jun to us? Though the remaining ancestral witches remained silent, their expressions mirrored skepticism. In their hearts, Pangu, their father god, was supreme, and Zhou Ming was unfathomable, capable of leading the Wu clan. At that moment, Wu Ming, who had been silent, stepped forward, his countenance grave, embodying a similar authority as Zhou Ming. Foolishness. The teachings of a saint are a trend of the primordial era. The inheritance from our father god serves as a foundation, and the guidance from the body is a direction. However, isolation in one's own thoughts is unwise. A saint transcends the great Luo and possesses initial mastery over the powers of heaven and earth. The teachings they impart must contain the ultimate principles of the cosmos. Even if their path differs from ours, listening and validating can lead to enlightenment and is ultimately beneficial. Upon hearing this, the 12 ancestral witches turned to Zhou Ming's still meditative form, noting his slight nod of agreement, and their resistance gradually subsided. Having consolidated their primordial spirits, their capacity for contemplation had significantly increased, allowing them to grasp the implications at hand. I understand. Zhu Jiuyin was the first to nod, a spark of wisdom glimmering in his eyes. To comprehend the adversary is to secure an invincible position. I shall adhere to elder brother's arrangements. Brother speaks rightly. It is advantageous to witness this, Ho Tu gently concurred, seeing Zhu Jiuyin and Ho Tu in agreement, while the other ancestral witches still murmured hesitantly. They no longer opposed the idea. I shall see what makes that saint so remarkable. Zhu Rong muttered, tacitly accepting the decision. Zhou Ming's gaze shifted to Wu Ming. Comrade, take this Tao Source Divine Pearl. It will aid you in concealing the heavenly secrets. Wu Ming reached out to receive the Tao Source Divine Pearl, then turned to the 12 ancestral witches, declaring, there is no time to lose. Dear brothers and sisters, let us set forth immediately to the Zhixiao Palace. Chaos. Beyond the primordial realms lies an infinite, chaotic expanse of tumultuous chaos. The elements of earth, fire, water, and wind rage uncontrollably, and the chaotic currents are exceedingly violent. Even a great Luo golden immortal, without the protection of a supreme treasure or extraordinary divine abilities, risks perishing if they linger too long in this treacherous domain. At this moment, 13 figures are laboriously navigating through the ferocious chaotic currents. Wu Ming and the 12 ancestral shamans, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin lead the way, their magical energies surging to create a relatively stable area, guiding the path ahead. Wu Ming and the other ancestral shamans follow closely, each employing their own divine powers. Despite their efforts, an overwhelming pressure persists. The chaotic energy infiltrates every crevice, incessantly eroding their physical forms and magical essences. Damn it! This cursed place is no realm for mortals, Zhu Rong exclaimed, his fiery temperament flaring. Quiet down, Zhu Rong, Di Jiang admonished in a deep voice. At that moment, several streaks of light swiftly cut through the chaos in the distance, all heading in the same direction. Huh, are there others? Chang Liang, with keen eyes, was the first to spot the luminous trails. Wu Ming's gaze sharpened. He realized that the sermon by Hong Jun Sage was an unprecedented event in the primordial age, and many powerful beings sought to attend the teachings at the Zhixiao Palace. He sensed that one of the streaks emanated an ethereal aura, exuding an air of immortality. It was Laozi, one of the 3 pure ones. Another streak radiated a domineering brilliance, shimmering with golden light, with the faint silhouette of a 3-legged golden crow, undoubtedly belonging to the 2 from the Sun Star. Indeed, in this era of great contention, with the sage imparting wisdom. No one wished to miss the opportunity. Zhou Ming quietly reminded, "Let us conceal our auras. Our purpose here is solely to listen to the teachings, and we must avoid conflict whenever possible." "Understood, brother," the ancestral shamans replied, their curiosity piqued yet mindful of Zhou Ming's advice. Uncertain of how long they traversed the chaos. A magnificent ancient palace, exuding boundless Taoist resonance, slowly revealed its outline amidst the tumultuous chaotic currents. It hovered silently in the depths of chaos, enveloped in a mist of purple energy, with ethereal sounds of the Tao echoing, as if it had existed since time immemorial. Above the palace, an ancient plaque hung prominently, adorned with three profoundly mysterious Taoist symbols that shimmered with brilliance. Zixiao Palace. "We have arrived." Zhou Ming's spirit soared. "Wow, what a grand palace. Is this the sacred ground of the sages?" Truly impressive. The 12 ancestral shamans gazed in awe at the majestic Zixiao Palace before them, their eyes betraying their astonishment. Even with their profound roots and experiences, they were profoundly moved by the grandeur of this sacred site. Zhou Ming took a deep breath to steady his mind, saying, "Let us proceed." Chapter 14. Gathering at the Purple Sky Palace. Competing for the cushions, Zhou Ming led the 12 ancestors of Wu towards the Purple Sky Palace. As they drew nearer, the profound and vast Tao rhythm emanating from the palace became increasingly palpable. The Purple Sky Palace hovered serenely, enveloped in violet mist, as if existing outside the confines of time and space, eternally unchanged. "My goodness, this place possesses a certain allure," Zhu Rong remarked, stroking his chin, his eyes wide with wonder. Indeed, its grandeur was extraordinary. Di Jiang, too, surveyed the legendary sanctum of the sages with a solemn expression. Upon reaching the palace's entrance, they discovered the massive doors to the Purple Sky Palace firmly shut, indicating that the sages' discourse had yet to commence. "Are we to wait idly here?" Gong Gong exclaimed, his neck stiffening in irritation. Zhou Ming maintained a calm demeanor, signaling for everyone to remain patient. He found a patch of open ground before the palace, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit. The 12 ancestors of Wu, seeing this, subdued their restlessness and emulated Zhou Ming's posture, seeking suitable spots to settle. However, they lacked Zhou Ming's composure, their eyes darting about as they observed the sanctum amidst the chaos, along with the neighboring arrivals who had already gathered. They were not the first to arrive. Several figures were already seated before them. Not far away, 3 ethereal figures, transformations of Pangu's primordial spirit, sat side by side, embodying the 3 pure ones, Taiqing Laozi, Yuqing Yuanshi, and Sanqing Tongtian. Nearby, 2 imposing figures exuded an air of majesty, their colossal, 3-legged golden crows flickering behind them. Surrounded by the flickering flames of the sun, they were none other than the future rulers of the demon clan, Dijuan and Tai. These individuals were among the most exalted, innate deities of the primordial realm. An invisible aura clashed among these titans, rendering the atmosphere subtly tense. Each was deeply rooted in their respective powers, none willing to yield, yet out of respect for the sacred ground of the sages, no overt confrontations arose. As time passed, amidst the chaos, radiant lights flickered, and waves of formidable auras arrived in succession. Amidst the swirling, auspicious clouds and resplendent celestial light, the brother and sister duo of Nuwa and Fuxi made their entrance, one strikingly elegant, the other exuding scholarly charm. They glanced at the gathering, their gaze briefly resting on the Wu lineage before settling at a distance from the 3 pure ones. Next, Dong Wang Gong and Shuang Mu appeared together, one radiating ethereal grace, the other exuding regal splendor. Soon after, a blood-red rainbow cleaved through the void as Mingi Laozu descended, treading upon the 12-petaled fiery lotus. Wielding the Yuan Tu and Ubi, landing in a corner slightly removed from the others, a latent killing intent cloaked around him. At this moment, the assembly of innate deities of the primordial realm converged here. Before the doors of the Purple Sky Palace, the pinnacle of power from the entire primordial world gathered, and the atmosphere became palpably weighty. Just then, Two figures approached in unison. One, with an ethereal demeanor, wielded a celestial book, Zenyuanzi of the Wuzhuang Temple. The other, with a warm smile and a gentle glow, exuded an aura of kindness. Hongyun Taoist, renowned as the benevolent figure of the primordial realm. Upon seeing Zhou Ming seated, their eyes brightened, and they made their way directly towards the Wu clan. Zhou Ming, my friend, I did not expect you to arrive so early. The Taoist Hongyun possesses a hearty disposition. Even before his arrival, his voice precedes him. Zenyuanzi also bows in greeting, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou Ming, it has been a while." Zhou Ming rises to return the gesture, smiling gently as he replies, "Greetings to you, fellow Taoist Zenyuanzi and fellow Taoist Hongyun." When a sage imparts wisdom, such a rare event in eternity, my Wu clan naturally must engage with enthusiasm. Indeed, Hongyun responds with a smile, his curious gaze sweeping over the 12 ancestral witches behind Zhou Ming. Might I inquire how to address several of my esteemed ancestral Taoist friends? Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and others. Upon noticing, rise to greet the two, briefly introducing themselves. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the atmosphere becomes quite harmonious. Subsequently, Zenyuanzi and Hongyun take their seats beside the Wu clan, awaiting the opening of the palace gates. This scene naturally captures the attention of the surrounding deities. The three pure ones merely cast a fleeting glance before returning to their meditative state. Di Jun and Tai exchange glances, a flicker of intrigue passing between them. Since when did the Wu clan develop ties with Zenyuanzi and Hongyun? Deep within the depths of the Zixiao Palace, atop a cloud bed, Hongjun slowly opens his eyes, his gaze penetrating the palace walls, resting upon the myriad beings outside. His eyes traverse over the three pure ones, Dijun, Tai Inyua, Fushi. When his gaze falls upon Zhou Ming and the 12 ancestral witches, even with his saintly composure, he cannot help but pause slightly. The Wu clan, 13 individuals? Moreover, each of these 13 possesses a primordial spirit. Hongjun is astounded. How can this be? The Wu clan is born of Pangu's fierce essence, naturally possessing formidable physicality, commanding laws, yet they do not cultivate primordial spirits nor comprehend celestial mechanisms. This is a certainty. Yet here, these 13 members of the Wu clan not only appear to have increased in number, but each one distinctly emanates the waves of a primordial spirit. Although their spirits seem somewhat immature compared to their celestial counterparts, they undeniably possess primordial spirits. How could this transformation occur? Who is the additional member of the Wu clan? How did they manage to condense primordial spirits? Hongjun attempts to calculate with his fingers, yet perceives only a chaotic veil over the heavenly secrets. He is utterly unable to deduce the sudden changes within the Wu clan. It seems that an invisible force has interfered with the heavenly mechanisms. Is it the residual will of Pangu? Hongjun furrows his brow momentarily, then relaxes it. It matters not, as long as the grand design of the heavenly path remains unchanged. Minor fluctuations are inconsequential. Perhaps this anomaly within the Wu clan is merely another possibility within the workings of the heavenly way. He casts a glance at Hao Qian and the two attendants from the Yao Qi, imparting instructions in a calm tone. The time has come. Open the palace gates. Yes, my lord. Hao Qian and the Yao Qi attendants reply with a bow. Creaking, the heavy, ancient doors of the Zixiao Palace slowly swing open. An indescribable aura begins to emanate from within the palace, invigorating all the deities waiting outside. It has opened. The palace gates have opened. Quickly, seize the front row. Almost instantaneously, the many powerful beings of the primordial era, unable to contain their excitement, transform into beams of light, rushing towards the interior of the palace. Their target is unmistakably the 6 cushions emanating an enigmatic aura at the forefront of the hall. It is evident to all that these 6 mats are far from ordinary, undoubtedly harboring immense opportunities. In an instant, divine powers clash and magical energies surge, although none dare to employ lethal force within the sanctum of the saints. The covert competition is fiercely intense. Step aside. This position is mine. You shall not have it. The 3 purities simultaneously exert their strength. The Taoist of supreme purity cast down a myriad of golden rays of virtue from the exquisite tower atop his head, impervious to all, securing the first mat with unwavering resolve. The primordial supreme being and the heavenly teacher swiftly follow, claiming the second and third mats. Under the steadfast protection of her elder brother, Fushi, Nuwa securely occupies the fourth mat. The Kuanpeng, unmatched in swiftness, transforms into a streak of light, seizing the fifth mat. The competition for the final mat is the most fervent. Just as Dijuan and Tai are about to succeed, Xinyuanzi lets out a commanding shout, and the brilliance of the Earth Book radiates forth, momentarily halting their advance. Seizing this opportunity, the Taoist Hongyun transforms into a crimson light, perilously taking his place under Xinyuanzi's cover. In the blink of an eye, the six mats have found their masters, those who were a moment too late, or who faltered in the struggle, such as Dijuan, Tai, and Dongwang Gong, display expressions of unwillingness. You're left with no recourse but to seek other positions to settle. A bunch of brutes, Zhurong scoffs at the chaotic scene before him, disdain evident in his demeanor. Kong Gong concurs, indeed, is it really worth such a commotion over a mere mat? Wu Ming refrains from joining the fray, instead observing quietly. He is acutely aware of the significance of these mats. They represent the future positions of the disciples of saints. However, his Wu clan does not tread the path of the mysterious immortals, rendering these mats useless to him. Moreover, even if he wished to contend for one, Hongjun and the Heavenly Tao would not permit the Wu clan to occupy these mats, which embody the fortunes of the mysterious gate. Once the hall settles into a semblance of tranquility, Wu Ming, accompanied by the 12 ancestors of Wu, leisurely approaches and finds a position close to Xinyuanzi and Honyun, sitting cross-legged. Xinyuanzi glances back at Wu Ming, nodding kindly in acknowledgement. Honyun also smiles and nods in greeting. Wu Ming slightly inclines his head in response, then closes his eyes, gathering his thoughts, quietly awaiting Hongjuan's arrival. The 12 ancestors of Wu follow suit, tempering their usual flamboyance, and sit quietly behind Wu Ming. Within the grand expanse of the Purple Cloud Palace, 3,000 worldly guests gather together, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the legendary saint to expound upon the great Tao. Chapter 15. In the tranquil halls of the Purple Cloud Palace, a profound silence enveloped the gathering of 3,000 mighty beings. Some sat in meditation, while others observed their fellow practitioners with keen, discerning eyes. Despite the absence of spoken words, an undercurrent of tension pulsed through the atmosphere, particularly drawn to the 6 meditation cushions at the forefront, which invisibly captivated the attention of all present. Upon these cushions sat revered figures, the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Kuanpeng, and the amiable Honyun, each exuding a serene aura that subtly distanced them from the other listeners. Wu Ming's gaze fell upon Honyun, who occupied the 6th cushion, his face alight with joy as he engaged in quiet conversation with the venerable Zhang Yuanzi, clearly relishing the fortune of securing such a coveted position. Contemplating the future fate of this affable individual, Wu Ming felt a stir within his heart. After a moment of reflection, he addressed Hongyun, "Friend Hongyun." Turning to face him, Hongyun maintained his characteristic warm smile. "What brings you to speak, friend Wu Ming?" "Friend, having secured this cushion, it is your opportunity. Do not hastily relinquish it to others," Wu Ming advised, his tone calm, yet imbued with seriousness. Taken aback, Honyun had not anticipated such a remark from Wu Ming. He glanced at the cushion beneath him and then at Wu Ming's earnest expression. Although puzzled, he replied, "Thank you for your reminder, friend Wu Ming. Rest assured, this is the sacred ground of the sages, and this cushion holds significant meaning. I would not easily yield it." Believing Wu Ming's warning stemmed from concern for his gentle nature, Hongyun felt a twinge of gratitude. Wu Ming nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, closing his eyes once more to cultivate his energy. He had offered his counsel. Whether Hongyun heeded it was now a matter of personal choice. The course of fate often hinges on a single thought. At that moment, 2 figures stumbled into the Purple Cloud Palace, their disheveled appearance starkly contrasting the solemnity of the gathering. One bore a gaunt visage, his furrowed brow reflecting the weight of numerous tribulations, while the other, though somewhat better off, displayed a countenance marked by weariness and the scars of hardship. These two were the esteemed Jean and Zhuan, who had journeyed from the distant west. Exhausted and breathless, their faces etched with fatigue, they had evidently exerted tremendous effort to traverse the chaos and arrive at this sacred locale. Upon entering the Purple Cloud Palace, their eyes were immediately drawn to the 6 extraordinary meditation cushions, upon which a captivating aura of Taoist essence flowed, unmistakably indicating their exceptional nature. This was indeed a monumental opportunity. The two exchanged a glance, each recognizing the fervent desire and resolute determination reflected in the other's eyes. Alas, they had arrived a moment too late. The 6 cushions were already occupied. In silent understanding, the years of camaraderie allowed them to grasp each other's intentions effortlessly. Zhuan's eyes flickered with a sudden idea. Without warning, he burst into a mournful wail, his voice laden with sorrow, in the impoverished West. The journey is long and arduous. My brother and I have traversed countless miles, driven by our longing for the sage's teachings, dedicating ourselves without a moment's respite. The guiding figure wore a sorrowful expression, echoing a deep sigh. Indeed, how perilous it is amidst the chaos. We nearly lost ourselves, facing death and the dissolution of our paths. After much hardship, we finally stumbled upon the sacred domain of the sage. Yet, his voice quavered, sorrow welling within. Yet there's not even a place to sit and listen to the teachings. Are we, the beings of the West, truly so unfortunate? Forever estranged from the great Tao. Beside him, the figure of Zhuan, embodying theatricality, plopped down upon the ground, pounding his chest in despair, weeping aloud, his voice resonating throughout the Purple Cloud Palace. O heavens! O earth! My brother and I have traversed mountains and rivers, enduring endless chaos and suffering. Was it so easy for us? We had anticipated the opportunity to hear the sage's teachings and acquire the true transmission of the great Tao. Yet, there is not even a place to sit. Our hearts are so sincerely devoted to the path. Why then has not a single seat been reserved for us? Woe is me. The heavens are unjust. The heavens are unjust. Perhaps it would be better to return. Perhaps it would be better to return. The two lamented in unison, their cries echoing in a manner that could shake the heavens. Their woeful expressions and sorrowful tones evoking tears from those who heard and witnessed their plight. The previously tranquil atmosphere of the hall was abruptly shattered. Many powerful beings furrowed their brows, their faces displaying scorn or impatience. Especially Di Jun and Tai Yi, who had just lost their positions to Hong Yun, were now met with the sight of these two weeping, their gazes turning cold with unabashed disdain. Yuan Shi Tianzun, seated on the second mat, wore an expression of disgust, letting out a cold grunt. He held in contempt such behavior that disregarded their status, crying and causing a scene in the sage's domain. These two fellows are truly shameless. Zhurong, having never witnessed such a spectacle, rolled up his sleeves, ready to erupt. Silence. Zhou Ming cast a fleeting glance at him, signaling him to remain calm. His expression unchanged, Zhou Ming's gaze fell upon Hong Yun. He wished to see if, following his earlier reminder, Hong Yun would yield his seat as he had in memory. At this moment, Hong Yun found himself engulfed in profound inner turmoil. His soft heart could not bear to see Jia Yin and Zhuan in such despair, stirring within him a sense of compassion. Recalling the reminder from his companion, he admonished himself, I cannot yield. This is my opportunity. Yet, on Yun is contenance wavert. Alas! In the end, he let out a long, resigned sigh. Rising to his feet, his face etched with deep helplessness and bitterness, he addressed the still weeping Jia Yin and Zhuan. Very well, very well. You two friends have traveled far, and your sincerity is commendable. I shall relinquish this seat to you. No sooner had the words left his lips than the cries of Jia Yin and Zhuan ceased abruptly, their faces instantly transformed into expressions of ecstasy, their earlier sorrow utterly forgotten. Zhuan, reacting with remarkable speed, sprang up like a fish leaping from the water, swiftly occupying the mat vacated by Hong Yun before anyone could react. Jia Yin also hurried forward, bowing deeply to Hong Yun. Thank you, dear friend. Thank you, dear friend. Your compassion is boundless. Your noble intentions are admirable. Today, I am eternally grateful to you, my fellow cultivator, my brother, and I shall never forget this kindness. And in the future, we shall surely repay it in abundance. With that said, without regard for Hong Yun's reaction, he hastily seated himself beside Zhuan. Fearing any further unforeseen events, Hong Yun gazed at the mat that had been snatched away in an instant, opening his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately only managing a soundless bitter smile. Though the sense of impending crisis had dissipated, he could not shake the feeling that something significant had been lost. Observing this, Jin Yuanzi let out a heavy sigh and gently patted Hong Yun's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Zhou Ming cast a glance at the seemingly grateful, yet inwardly jubilant Jin Zhuan, then at the somewhat disheartened Hong Yun. Indeed, it was as expected. The grand currents of the heavenly Tao flow relentlessly. A mere kind reminder from oneself ultimately proved insufficient to alter the course. Alas, perhaps this is simply his destiny. Chapter 16. The quintessential words of wisdom. The sermon commences within the halls of the Purple Cloud Palace. An atmosphere of subtle tension began to permeate. Diwung Distai, with an air of unearned confidence, settled upon the mat relinquished by Hong Yun. The sorrowful expression that once adorned his face had vanished without a trace, replaced by a surreptitious glee at the success of his cunning scheme. Many powerful beings within the hall frowned in discontent, inwardly cursing the audacity of this Western sage. Yet, some harbored a quiet envy. The mat was evidently no ordinary seat, and occupying it surely promised great benefits. Nevertheless, Zhuan remained unfazed. As long as he could reap the rewards, what did a mere pair of discerning eyes matter? These primordial deities, hailing from the east, were born with profound roots and had never endured hardship. Thus they could scarcely fathom the trials he and his elder brother faced while seeking enlightenment in the West. With a mat now in hand, Zhuan pondered, but his elder brother, Jin, was still left standing. This was unacceptable. His brother must also have a seat. The bond between the two was one of shared fate, advancing and retreating as one. Zhuan eyes gaze flitted around the remaining mats. The three pure ones? Absolutely not. They were manifestations of Pangu's primordial essence, possessing deep roots and enduring fortunes, and confronting them directly would yield no favorable outcome. Moreover, the trio was inseparable, like a solid iron plate, unyielding. Niwa, though a woman, she was flanked by Fushi, whose watchful presence made this sibling duo equally formidable. Zhuan attention finally alighted upon a solitary figure seated upon the fifth mat, Kuinpeng. Yes, it shall be you. This seemingly fragile and solitary being appeared to be easy prey. In terms of roots, he could not rival the three pure ones. In support, he lacked the protective presence of a brother like Niwa. And as for connections, judging by his aloof demeanor, it was likely he had no deep bonds with others. Resolute in his decision, Zhuan turned his gaze towards Kuinpeng, his expression once again morphing into one of feigned sorrow, preparing to employ his familiar tactics. Esteemed Taoist, Zhuan face instantly donned a mask of melancholy as he addressed Kuinpeng. Behold my elder brother, who has journeyed from the barren lands of the far west, enduring countless hardships merely to listen to the profound teachings of the sage. Yet, he finds himself without even a seat. Would you not show some compassion and grant him this small favor? Jean immediately grasped the unspoken understanding and stepped forward, hands clasped in supplication. Esteemed Taoist, we implore you to extend a gesture of kindness. Kuinpeng, who had been immersed in the profound essence of the mat, was abruptly disturbed by this unexpected intrusion, his countenance darkening. These two shameless individuals. It was with such a facade that they had earlier deceived the foolish Hong Yun into relinquishing his mat. Now, they dared to set their sights upon him. Did they truly believe him to be an easy target? Begone. Kuinpeng's eyes blazed with icy disdain as he spat the word without hesitation. What prompts such words, dear friend? Zhuan, undeterred by the hostility, pressed on. In the sacred realm of the sage, we speak of fated connections. My brother shares a bond with this mat. Would you not facilitate this auspicious union? A bond? It appears you seek to seize it. Kunpeng scoffed coldly. At that moment, the figure seated upon the second mat, the primordial heaven patriarch, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze, laden with undisguised disdain and contempt, swept over Kunpeng. Subsequently, he slowly spoke, uttering a phrase that would resonate throughout the Zhixiao Palace and be recounted for countless generations. Humph. Beasts adorned with fur and horns, spawn of the damp, dare to sit with us? Upon the utterance of these words, the entire Zhixiao Palace fell into an abrupt silence. All present turned in astonishment toward Yuanshi, Tianzuan. Even Taiji Laozu, seated beside him, could not help but furrow his brow, clearly feeling that such remarks were inappropriate. Tong Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his second brother, evidently taken aback by the bitterness and lack of compassion in his words. This was nothing short of a blanket assault. In a single sentence, many formidable beings present were encompassed. The expressions of Dijuan and Tai instantly soured, their eyes radiating a chilling intent. Fushi's brow was tightly knitted, while Nuwa's delicate features also reflected concern. Among the 12 ancestor witches, aside from Zhou Ming, who remained calm, the others wore frowns of discontent. This was akin to openly cursing Kunpeng in front of all the mighty beings of the primordial era, belittling his origins to the dust. Kunpeng felt a rush of blood surge to his head, his face instantly flushed with a deep crimson. Yuanshi, Yu Kunpeng abruptly stood, demonic energy swirling around him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. However, Yuanshi, Tianzuan merely cast a cold glance in his direction, that gaze akin to observing an ant. The three pure ones share a bond, and although Laozu and Tongtian might not fully agree, they would not undermine their brother. An invisible pressure weighed heavily upon Kunpeng's heart. Meanwhile, Jane and Junti, though silent, radiated an aura of supreme prowess that firmly locked onto Kunpeng, poised for action at any moment. Kunpeng instinctively surveyed his surroundings. Dijuan and Tai looked on with cold indifference, even displaying a hint of malicious glee. Nuwa and Fushi wore expressions devoid of emotion. Zenyuanzi frowned, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but after glancing at the three pure ones and then at Jane and Juni, ultimately chose silence. Hanyun appeared as though he wished to speak, but simply sighed instead. As for Zhou Ming and the 12 ancestor witches TSK, Yuanshi's words are truly unpleasant. Zhurong scoffed under his breath. Yet Kunpeng is indeed rather feeble. Gong concurred, his tone laced with disdain. Silence. Zhou Ming spoke calmly, his gaze steady. Only then did the ancestor witches reluctantly fall silent, their eyes fixed upon Yuanshi and Junti, filled with malice. Kunpeng understood that he could no longer remain in this seat today. If he did not leave soon, he feared it would only become more humiliating. Very well, very well, very well. Kunpeng laughed bitterly in his rage. He sprang up, casting a venomous glance at the instigator. Hanyun, this debt shall be remembered. He then glanced once more at Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Junti, Jin, and silently retreated to an inconspicuous corner at the back of the hall, resuming his seat. Thank you for your assistance, fellow Taoist. Jin promptly stepped forward, bowing in the direction Kunpeng had departed, then unceremoniously occupied the vacated mat. He then bowed again to Yuanshi, Tianzuan, expressing gratitude for his righteous words. At last, the 6 cushions of the Purple Cloud Palace have settled into their final positions, bringing an end to a farcical spectacle. Yet, it is evident to all that this entanglement has forged a new bond. The hall has once again returned to silence, though the atmosphere is palpably more oppressive than before. Some disdain the shamelessness of Jane and Junti, others scorn the harshness of Yuanshi, while some express sympathy for the plight of Kunpeng. Zhou Ming observed all of this keenly, transmitting a message to the 12 ancestor witches. Do you see? This is the law of survival in the primordial world. Lacking strength, one is unfit to secure even a position. Remember the fate of Kunpeng today. We, the Lich Clan, must not tread the same path. Zhurong, Gong, and others exhibited contemplative expressions, their gazes toward Kunpeng now imbued with a hint of complexity. As time flowed slowly by, the 3,000-year period finally arrived. A resonating hum filled the Purple Cloud Palace as the boundless principles of Tao became astonishingly clear and profound. The spirits of all present were invigorated. Two exquisitely crafted youths from Hao Yin and Yao Qi approached the palace gates, working in unison to gradually close the heavy doors. The Lord has decreed, the palace doors shall remain shut until a millennium has passed. With the doors fully sealed, the hall transformed into a realm unto itself. Upon the high platform, the once empty cushion now bore an additional presence, silently appearing at an unknown moment. None other than Hongjun. His gaze swept across the assembly, and with a calm voice that resonated clearly in every ear, he spoke. Esteemed guests who have journeyed from afar, your entrance into my purple cloud palace signifies a connection with this humble Taoist. In the future, when teachings are imparted, you shall heed them according to the positions you occupy today. There shall be no alterations. At these words, Kuenpeng's expression darkened dramatically. His face clouded with an anger that seemed ready to spill over. He fixed his gaze intently on Jin, who occupied the seat that was once rightfully his, as well as the very Hong Yun who had instigated this entire turn of events. Meanwhile, Hong Yun trembled, his face marred by profound regret and remorse. Across from him, Zhuanti and Jin exchanged glances, each discovering uncontainable elation reflected in the other's eyes. They had wagered correctly. This cushion indeed proved to be an extraordinary opportunity. Chapter 17, the first sermon upon witnessing the scene. Hongjun refrained from further words, casting his gaze over the assembly, and spoke softly. This sermon is divided into 3 sessions, each lasting 10,000 years, with an interval of 30,000 years between them. He continued, in the pursuit of the great Tao, realms can be classified into 3 tiers. The first is the Great Luo, free and unrestrained, impervious to annihilation. The second is the Quasi-Saint, whose mystical powers penetrate the profound, having glimpsed the threshold of the sacred path. The third is the Saint, whose primordial spirit entrusts itself to the heavenly way, impervious to destruction, immortal and unscathed, upholding the celestial laws. At this juncture, Hongjuan's tone slightly faltered, and his gaze appeared to deepen. Beneath the saint, all are but ants. These mere 8 words sent a tremor through the hearts of all the mighty beings within the hall. Ants, even those of them, deeply rooted and dominating their realms as innate deities, were regarded as mere insects in the eyes of the saint. This revelation instilled a profound sense of awe in many, simultaneously igniting an unprecedented yearning for the exalted realm of the saint. Hongjun disregarded the reactions of the crowd and proceeded. This sermon will elucidate the realms beneath the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Below the Great Luo, there are 6 distinctions: Celestial Immortal, True Immortal, Profound Immortal, Golden Immortal, Supreme Golden Immortal, and Great Luo Golden Immortal. As Hongjun spoke, the heavenly Tao operated in the unseen, and the demarcation of these 6 realms was indelibly inscribed within the laws of the primordial world. Today, I shall begin with the Celestial Immortal. Having concluded his preliminary remarks, Hongjun commenced to expound upon the true essence of the great Tao. Instantly, the purple cloud palace was awash with myriad phenomena. Celestial flowers cascaded, golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and the sound of the Tao resonated harmoniously with the laws. Ethereal purple mist swirled, the rhythm of the Tao flowed, rendering the entire palace profoundly sacred. Hongjuan's voice, though not loud, was imbued with boundless profundity, resonating clearly in every ear. Layer upon layer of the mysteries of the realms were articulated by Hongjun, presented in an accessible manner, directly addressing the core truths. The 3,000 guests within the hall, regardless of their cultivation level or lineage, were enraptured, wholly immersed in the ocean of the great Tao. Some furrowed their brows in deep contemplation, others experienced sudden enlightenment. Some expressed their joy with animated gestures, while others wept profusely. The myriad states of existence were laid bare on the path of seeking the Tao. Zhou Ming also closed his eyes, immersing himself in the discourse. The teachings of Hongjun, rooted in the mystical path of the immortals, seemed entirely distinct from the laws of the Wu clan as heritage. Yet, stones from other mountains can serve to polish jade. The myriad paths of the great Tao ultimately converge. Wu Ming silently cultivated his primordial spirit, listening intently to Hongjuan's elucidation of the immortal path's intricacies, while simultaneously validating his own insights derived from the Pangu legacy and the laws of the Great Tao. Through this comparative analysis, he gained numerous revelations. Behind him, the 12 ancestor witches also held their breath, attentively listening. With their primordial spirits awakened, they were no longer like before, grappling with the saint's teachings as if they were incomprehensible scriptures. Although many of the intricate points articulated by Hongjun remained somewhat elusive to them, they could grasp the overarching direction and principles quite well. They too engaged in correlating Hongjuan's teachings with the laws they had mastered. Under the influence of Hongjun Avenue, they seemed to have attained a deeper comprehension of the laws they wielded. Within the Zixiao Palace, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, interrupted only by the resonant sounds of the Tao. Time flowed languidly, as if it were but a fleeting moment. Millennia passed quietly, and atop the high platform, Hongjuan's voice gradually came to a halt. The boundless rhythm of the Tao that filled the palace also began to settle. The assembly stirred from their profound state of enlightenment, their faces reflecting a lingering sense of wonder. After 10,000 years of listening, their insights surpassed countless years of personal cultivation. Many felt that the long-standing bottlenecks that had troubled them were finally showing signs of loosening. Their gazes towards the high platform were filled with reverence and gratitude. Hongjuan's calm voice resonated once more. The discourse concludes here. In 30,000 years, I shall return to expound upon the path of the quasi-saint. You may now depart. With those words, Hongjun's figure gently faded from the high platform, vanishing without a trace. The two attendants, Hao Yin and Yao Qi, reappeared at the palace gates. With a creaking sound, the long-closed doors of the Zixiao Palace slowly opened. We bid farewell to the sage. The 3,000 guests within the hall rose in unison, bowing respectfully. Once the ceremony concluded, they contained their excitement and, whether in pairs or alone, transformed into streaks of light, soaring out of the Zixiao Palace and returning to the primordial earth. This experience of listening had yielded immense rewards, necessitating a period of solitary reflection. Especially the realms delineated by Hongjun and the assertion that beneath the sage all are but ants weighed heavily upon the hearts of every formidable being in the primordial realm. Cultivation. They must seize the time to cultivate diligently, striving to break through to a higher realm before the next discourse. They longed to glimpse the supreme path of the sage. This sage's teachings are indeed formidable. Zhu Rong scratched his head, excitement evident on his face. Truly profound. Emperor Jiang nodded, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Despite their different paths, their understanding of the laws had indeed deepened considerably. Regrettably, it had only lasted 10,000 years. Hutu furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a sense of incompleteness. Wu Ming observed the ancestral shamans engaging in animated discussion with a faint smile. It was good to have gained something. He then turned his gaze to Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, who were preparing to leave. At that moment, Hongyun appeared somewhat dazed, his face etched with bitterness, evidently still reeling from the immense blow of losing the opportunity for the mat. Xinyuanzi, standing beside him, quietly offered comfort, his expression tinged with helplessness. Fellow Taoist Xinyuanzi, fellow Taoist Hongyun, please stay a moment. Wu Ming spoke gently. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun halted, turning to face him. Xinyuanzi bowed his head. Fellow Taoist Wu Ming. Hongyun managed to force a smile. Fellow Taoist Wu Ming, how may we assist you? Wu Ming regarded the two with a smile. I trust that both of you have gleaned considerable insights from this discourse. Upon returning to the primordial realm and digesting your reflections, might you have the leisure to gather at my Pangu Hall within the Lich Clan? I, along with the ancestral shamans, have also gained insights in our cultivation, and perhaps we could mutually affirm and explore the great Tao. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi glanced at Hong Yun, pondered for a moment, and then nodded, saying, very well, since Taoist Wu Ming has extended an invitation, I shall retreat with Taoist Hong Yun to assimilate what we have learned before we make our way to Mount Buzhou to pay our respects. Hong Yun, Having regained his composure, though still feeling somewhat disheartened, found it difficult to decline Wu Ming's earnest invitation and also nodded, replying, "I appreciate your kind intentions. And at that time, I shall certainly accompany Brother Jin Yuan." "Splendid." Wu Ming clapped his hands and laughed. "Then it is settled." He then added, "I shall await the arrival of both esteemed friends at the Pangu Hall." With that, Wu Ming said no more and turned to the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, declaring, "Let's return to Mount Buzhou." "Yes, Brother Wu Ming." The 13 figures instantly transformed into streaks of light, tearing through the chaos as they sped towards the vast expanse of the Primordial land. Zhun Yuanzi observed the direction in which the Wu clan had departed and turned to look at the still sorrowful Hong Yun, shaking his head gently. Daoist Ong Yun. Given the circumstances, excessive contemplation is of little benefit. We should first return to the primordial realm, take the time to digest the teachings of the saints, and focus on enhancing our capabilities, for that is the true path. Hong Yun nodded with a bitter expression. "Alas, I understand, but my heart is truly unsettled." Zhun Yuanzi patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Come, let us return to my Wuzhuang temple and engage in quiet contemplation and cultivation." Chapter 18. The reasons behind Hong Yun's abdication. At the foot of the Buzhou mountain, within the Pangu Hall, 13 figures tore through the void and landed steadily before the hall. It was Wu Ming and the 12 ancestor witches returning from the Zixiao Palace. "Ah, home is still the most comfortable place," Zhu Rong exclaimed boisterously. Having lingered in the chaos for too long, he felt stifled. Gong Gong shook his head, dispersing the lingering, chaotic aura. Wu Ming said nothing and walked straight into the depths of the Pangu Hall. In the center of the grand hall stood a solitary figure, exuding a restrained aura of Dao. It was Zhou Ming. "Dao friend." Wu Ming stepped forward and slightly inclined his head. Zhou Ming nodded in response. "Thank you for your efforts, Dao friend." Wu Ming approached and shared the insights he had gleaned from the Zixiao Palace, along with his personal reflections, with Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming listened quietly, his expression as calm as a tranquil pond. Although he had already grasped the generalities through his connection with Wu Ming's primordial spirit, hearing Wu Ming recount the details added clarity. After Wu Ming finished, Zhou Ming pondered for a moment before making a decision. Though Hong Juan's teachings pertain to the profound mysteries of the celestial path, the myriad paths ultimately converge. Let us retreat together. By integrating the essence of Hong Juan's teachings with the laws of the witch tribe's heritage, we shall mutually validate and draw connections. "Yes, elder brother," the 12 ancestor witches replied in unison. The Pangu Hall fell into silence once more, the intangible waves of law intertwining, colliding, and transcending within the hall. Meanwhile, the primordial beings returning from various corners of the wilderness, such as the 3 pure ones, Niwa, and Emperor Jun, also chose to enter seclusion. The saying beneath the sage, "All are but ants," resonated like a heavy hammer, igniting an unprecedented fervor for cultivation among all. In an instant, the wilderness witnessed a reduction in conflict and an increase in rare tranquility. As time flowed, in the blink of an eye, 10,000 years slipped away. Within the Pangu Hall at Buzhou Mountain, a succession of formidable auras began to awaken, shaking the void. Wu Ming and the 12 ancestor witches emerged one after another from their secluded meditation. After 10 millennia of seclusion, their gains were immense. They had intertwined the subtle nuances of Hong Jun's celestial path with their own mastery of the laws, resulting in significant advancements in their cultivation. All 12 ancestor witches had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, their aura now far more potent than it had been 10 millennia ago. Among them, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin had even brushed against the threshold of the profoundly mysterious realm, a mere step away from the primordial golden immortal. Wu Ming himself had firmly established his realm at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, his comprehension of the laws of power deepening significantly. Simultaneously, other powerful beings throughout the wilderness began to awaken from their meditative states. After a decade of introspection, each individual had made substantial progress in their cultivation, and the wilderness once again became lively. Some powerful beings chose to continue their seclusion, striving for even higher realms. Others set out to wander the wilderness in search of opportunities or to visit fellow practitioners, engaging in mutual validation of the Tao. On this day, two figures traversed endless mountains and rivers, arriving at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. It was Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. After 10 millennia, Hong Yun seemed to have emerged from the despondency of losing his mat, his demeanor regaining some of its former amiability. Dao friend Zhen Yuan, Dao friend Hong Yun, it is good to see you well. Zhou Ming personally welcomed them, accompanied by the 12 ancestral witches, whose presence exuded a profound restraint. Zhou Ming's demeanor remained as striking as ever, perhaps even surpassing former glory. Zhen Yunzi bowed in return, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Ming and the ancestral witches. Hong Yun smiled, clasping his hands in greeting. My apologies for the intrusion, esteemed friends. You have traveled a long distance. Please do enter. Zhou Ming gestured for them to proceed. Within the Pangu Hall, the host and guests settled into their seats. After offering fragrant spiritual tea and engaging in a few brief pleasantries, they delved straight into the crux of the discussion. An intellectual discourse commenced. Zhou Ming and the 12 ancestral witches elucidated their understanding and application of the laws of nature. Zhen Yuanzi, grounding his teachings in the earth's primordial essence, expounded upon his doctrine of profound virtue and unparalleled defense. Hong Yun shared his insights, characterized by spontaneity and deep blessings. The philosophies of the Xianmen, celestial path, and the laws of the Lich Clan collided and intertwined, affirming one another. At times, the laws manifested visibly, while at others, the essence of their teachings wafted through the air. This dialogue continued for an entire millennium. After 1,000 years, as the discussion drew to a close, both sides reaped substantial rewards. The atmosphere in the hall became increasingly harmonious. Zhou Ming lifted the warm, spiritual tea before him, took a sip, and then gently sat down. He turned his gaze towards Hong Yun, his tone calm. Dear friend Hong Yun, there is a matter that has long perplexed me, lingering in my heart. Today, emboldened by our enlightening conversation, I dare to inquire. I hope you will answer truthfully. Hong Yun set down his teacup, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Ask away, dear friend Zhou Ming. As long as I am aware, I shall not hold back. Zhen Yuanzi also regarded Zhou Ming, curious about his impending question. The matter concerning the mat in the Zhixiao Palace. Zhou Ming began slowly, his voice steady and unwavering. Why did you choose to relinquish it to Zhundi? Hong Yun's smile instantly faltered, and his hand holding the teacup paused slightly. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to chill abruptly. You must recall, I had cautioned you that the mat bore significant destiny and should not be surrendered lightly. Zhou Ming continued to press, leaving no room for Hong Yun to evade the inquiry. I sensed that at the moment of yielding, your heart was rife with struggle and reluctance. Yet, ultimately, you chose to step aside. What was the reason for this? Hong Yun's expression shifted, and his grip on the teacup tightened imperceptibly. The memory of that scene in the Zhixiao Palace was an indelible pain etched in his heart. Across the expanse of 10,000 years, he believed he had gradually come to terms with it. Yet at this moment, confronted by Zhou Ming's direct question, feelings of regret, bitterness, and profound confusion surged forth anew. Zhen Yuanzi observed his friend's reaction with a gentle sigh, but refrained from speaking. He understood that this question was one Hong Yun ultimately had to confront. After a prolonged silence, Hong Yun lifted his head, his face etched with deep bitterness and resignation. He set down his teacup, his voice somewhat hoarse. To be candid with you, dear Zhou Ming, alas, I did heed your warning at the time. I recognized that the mat was indeed extraordinary, pivotal to the path ahead. Initially, I was resolute in my decision not to part with it. However, when those two, Jane and Zhuanti, lamented with such heart-wrenching sorrow, their cries like blood from their hearts, speaking of the desolation of the West and the arduous path to enlightenment, my heart could not help but soften. I confess, my nature is indeed. Sigh, I cannot bear to see others suffer. Zhen Yuanzi interjected. Taoist Hong Yun possesses a kind and benevolent heart, always has. This is but one aspect. Hong Yun shook his head, a flicker of fear and deeper confusion crossing his face. More importantly, at that moment, an inexplicable and intense sense of crisis surged within me. Somewhere a voice, or perhaps an intuition, was fervently urging me that if I did not relinquish that seat, I would be usurping a grand opportunity that was never meant for me. and in the future, calamity of unimaginable proportions would surely befall me. That sensation arrived without reason, yet was strikingly clear and profoundly real. It was as though the heavenly principles were issuing a warning to me. Chapter 19. Conversations regarding the sacred seat within the Pangu Hall. On one hand, there was your earnest warning, and on the other, the ominous foreboding of death that left me restless, compounded by my sympathy for those two from the West. Ultimately, I succumbed to the unrelenting pressure and my own reluctance, and chose to relinquish my seat. Once I made that sacrifice, the sense of crisis evaporated instantly. However, within my heart, an emptiness lingered, as if I had lost something of immeasurable significance. After Red Cloud finished speaking, his face was etched with regret and trepidation. Zhou Ming listened quietly, his expression unwavering. Indeed, the grand design of the heavenly Tao is not so easily altered. Red Cloud's disposition served as a catalyst, yet it was the palpable sense of crisis that truly compelled him to relinquish his seat. This was a result of the subtle intervention and calculation by the heavenly Tao, or rather, the sages, exploiting Red Cloud's inherent weaknesses alongside the looming threat of death to force his compliance. The mat, after all, was originally intended for the likes of Jane and Zhuanti. Zhou Ming comprehended this within his heart, gazing calmly at Red Cloud. "Friend, do you realize that what you surrendered was not merely a seat?" Red Cloud abruptly lifted his head, confusion deepening on his face. "Zhou Ming, what do you mean by that?" Zhou Ming did not provide a direct answer, but instead posed a counter-question. "Have you ever pondered why? Within the vast expanse of the Purple Cloud Palace, among the throngs of 3,000 mighty beings, only those 6 mats stand apart?" Red Cloud was momentarily taken aback, having never contemplated this question deeply. Why? He truly did not know. He merely felt that the mats were extraordinarily profound, granting clarity of spirit and alignment with the Tao when seated upon them, a tremendous opportunity, yet he had never reflected on the significance behind it. Zhun Yuanzi also furrowed his brow, evidently stirred by Zhou Ming's words. For those 6 mats were prepared by the sages for their future disciples. Buzz! Red Cloud felt a thunderous resonance in his mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Disciples?" Zhun Yuanzi exclaimed, his face betraying disbelief. "Moreover, the individual who acquires one of those mats, barring any unforeseen events, is destined to attain sanctity in the future." What? Red Cloud shot to his feet. "To become a saint. A sacred position." Zhun Yuanzi's expression mirrored astonishment, his hand, which clutched the teacup, suspended in mid-air. "Are you truly speaking the truth?" "Absolutely." Zhou Ming's tone was resolute. Zhun Yuanzi's face was a canvas of shock as he turned to Zhou Ming. "Friend Zhou Ming, this matter is of great significance. How do you possess such detailed knowledge?" Zhou Ming met Zhun Yuanzi's gaze. "This pertains to the secrets of my Wu clan, and I cannot elaborate further. Yet, every word I speak is the truth. After the second lecture concludes, you shall understand that what I have conveyed is not mere fiction." Red Cloud sank back down, despondent and disoriented. "So, does that mean I have inadvertently relinquished a sacred position?" Observing his despondency, Zhou Ming continued, "Initially, I too held similar beliefs." Zhou Ming shook his head. "But after hearing your detailed account of the feelings surrounding your decision to yield your seat, I have come to a complete understanding. The 6 positions were, from the very beginning, prepared for the 3 purities, Niwa, Jin, and Zhuanti. The celestial order and the calculations of the sages dictate that, my friend, you are destined to be unsteady in that position." Indeed, Han Yin suddenly comprehended, followed by a bitter smile. No wonder that when I was reluctant to yield my seat, I felt such an intense sense of crisis. It was the will of heaven. Zhou Ming then shifted his tone. "What you should contemplate now is not the already lost sacred position that was never yours, but rather how to resolve the entanglement with Kunpeng. Your yielding of the seat indirectly led to Kunpeng losing his position, although Kunpeng ultimately would have been unable to maintain his position. He remains unaware of the truth and will attribute this grievance to you. Regardless of the truth regarding the ownership of the mat, in Kunpeng's eyes, it was you who first relinquished your seat, thereby giving Jane and Zhuanti the opportunity to press him into conceding the 5th mat. To him, what he has lost is also a future sacred position. Such enmity toward the Tao is irreconcilable. Even if you were to relay my words to him in their entirety, informing him that the mat was never his, do you think Kunpeng would believe it? Would he be inclined to accept it? Zhenyuan Zizi's expression grew solemn. What you say, Zhou Ming, is indeed true. The contention for sacred positions is the greatest cause in the primordial chaos. Kunpeng's nature is already solitary and vengeful. Having suffered such humiliation in the Zhixiao Palace, he will undoubtedly hold you responsible, Hongyun. Hongyun's countenance darkened once more, even more pallid than when he first learned of his lost sacred position. His expression grew increasingly bitter. Alas, this matter has indeed implicated Kunpeng. Even though the sacred position was fated, Kunpeng would certainly not believe it. Zhenyuan Zizi frowned. The cause of the sacred position involves far too much. How can such a matter be resolved? It seems it will be a matter of life and death. Despair filled Hongyun's eyes. In truth, it is not entirely without a means of resolution. Zhou Ming spoke slowly. It depends on whether you are willing to part with it. Hongyun suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Oh, do you truly have a way? A means to settle this entanglement with Kunpeng? Pray do not deceive me. I would never, Zhou Ming replied firmly. You have known me for many years. You should understand my character. However, mentioning this method now would serve little purpose. After the third sermon, I will reveal the means of resolution. I only hope you will not hesitate then. Hongyun responded without hesitation, resolute. I absolutely will not. As long as it ensures a resolution with Kunpeng, I am willing to pay any price. Zhenyuan Zizi observed Hongyun's determined demeanor, hesitating to speak, but ultimately giving a gentle nod. I only hope that your words today are not a momentary impulse. When that time comes, do not regret the cost and be unwilling to part with it. Hongyun took a deep breath, his gaze turning resolutely steadfast. He solemnly bowed to Zhou Ming. Rest assured, Zhou Ming, as long as I can resolve the karmic ties with my friend Kunpeng, even if it requires the sacrifice of my entire fortune, Hongyun will not hesitate for a moment. I shall never regret this. Zhou Ming nodded slightly. Well, since you have made up your mind, let us discuss this further after the third sermon. All that needed to be said has been said, and all necessary points have been addressed. At this juncture, the atmosphere within the hall grew somewhat heavy. After a brief period of idle conversation, Zhenyuan Zi and Hongyun rose to take their leave. I am grateful to you, fellow Taoist Zhou Ming, for your candid revelations, which have alleviated many of our uncertainties. Hongyun and I have overstayed our welcome. We must bid you farewell. Once we have absorbed what we have learned, we shall return for another gathering. Hongyun also clasped his hands in farewell to Zhou Ming and the 12 ancestral witches. Though his concerns regarding Kunpeng had not diminished, a glimmer of hope for resolution had emerged. Safe travels, esteemed friends, Zhou Ming said as he rose to see them off. Zhenyuan Zi and Hongyun did not linger, transforming into two streaks of light as they swiftly departed the borders of Buzhou Mountain. Chapter 20, Red Flowers, White Lotus. Green lotus leaves. After the departure of Zhenyuan Zi and Hongyun, Zhou Ming turned to the 12 ancestor witches and said, there is still some time before the second sermon. During this interval, you may arrange your own activities. You can choose to return to the Wu tribe to witness its current state or traverse the vast wilderness to comprehend the laws of the universe and validate your insights. However, do remember to return to the Pangu Hall before the commencement of the second sermon. Zhu Rong was the first to respond, stretching his limbs with a grin. Great. It's just the right time to check on those young ones. Gong Gong scoffed, having been cooped up for so long. It is indeed time to stretch our legs. Di Jiang and the other ancestor witches nodded in agreement. With Zhou Ming's permission, the 12 figures did not linger. Instantly tearing through space and heading toward the settlement of the Wu tribe beneath the Buzhou Mountain. The vast tribal community was orderly and infused with a vibrant vitality. No longer was it the crude existence reliant solely on hunting and brute force. Countless young men of the Wu clan, within their designated areas, were either honing their physical forms, contemplating the laws, or practicing martial techniques. The Wu tribe remained true to its essence, refining their beings with the essence of the heavens and earth, the vital energies of the sun and moon, taking pride in mastering the laws and possessing formidable physiques. Yet, the entire tribe exhibited an unprecedented sense of cohesion and discipline. This was the result of Zhou Ming's subtle guidance over millennia and Zhou Ming's clandestine planning. A nascent civilization, distinct from the path of immortality, yet equally striving for strength and order, was quietly blossoming. The Ancestor witches observed all this with a sense of satisfaction and comfort. "It seems Brother Zhou Ming has devoted considerable thought," whispered Zhu Jiuyin. After a brief inspection, the Ancestor witches felt reassured. They exchanged a few words with the chief witches of the tribe and then dispersed, embarking on their true journey through the wilderness. The immortal system expounded by Hong Jun, although markedly different from the heritage of the Wu tribe, contained profound principles that could be applied universally. As they traversed the vast wilderness, witnessing the transformations of mountains and rivers, and sensing the flow of laws, the Ancestor witches deepened their understanding of the laws they controlled, drawing connections with the teachings they received at the Zixiao Palace. Zhou Ming did not return to the tribe with the 12 Ancestor witches. He had his own plans. He walked slowly across the primordial land, attuning himself to the subtle changes in the laws of the wilderness following millennia of sermons. Meanwhile, atop Kunlu Mountain, the three pure ones also departed from their Taoist sanctuary. They too chose to wander the wilderness, seeking to fathom the mysteries of heaven and earth and affirm their own paths. Laozi, with a disposition of tranquility and non-action, walked with an aura of profound Taoist resonance. Yuanshi bore a cold demeanor, surrounded by an ethereal radiance that exuded a sense of pride. Tong Tian was even more carefree, sometimes pausing to admire the myriad of creations in the wilderness, and at other times unleashing his sword intent to sever the void. The myriad beings in this primordial realm are, for the most part, coarse in nature, incompatible with our great Tao, Yuanshi remarked, glancing down at a tribe engaged in battle, his brow furrowing slightly. "Each has their own path," Laozi replied calmly. "Brother, with billions of beings in the wilderness, how could they all align with your ideals?" Tong Tian shook his head. Those who are beastly and crude, how can they comprehend the true essence of the tranquil Tao?" Yuanshi's tone was laced with disdain. Tong Tian ceased to argue, fully aware of his elder brother's disposition. The trio arrived at Mount Buzhou and suddenly halted in unison. It seemed that a fortuitous opportunity awaited them here. Laozi spoke slowly, while Yuanshi nodded slightly. "The spine of the Pangu Father God has indeed transformed into something extraordinary, capable of nurturing such treasures." Tong Tian, filled with anticipation, followed the subtle guidance towards a secluded valley. Laozi exchanged a glance with Yuanshi before they both followed suit. As they traversed through layers of primordial restrictions and parted the nebulous chaos, a crystal-clear pond emerged before them. At the center of the pond, a 12-petal lotus quietly blossomed. The verdant lotus leaves, the immaculate lotus roots, and the three buds atop, red, white, and green, radiated boundless vitality and profound Taoist essence. This was one of the innate treasures born from the shattered chaos green lotus, the 12-petal creation green lotus. Upon witnessing this treasure, the three pure ones instantly comprehended their connection to it. This creation green lotus was indeed a companion artifact of Pangu's primordial spirit, rooted in the same origin as they were. Laozi gazed at the largest red lotus flower, feeling a resonance within, and bowed respectfully. "Red flower." As the words fell, the red lotus swayed without wind, gracefully descending to transform into an ancient and profound dragon-patterned staff, landing in Laozi's hands. Yuanshi turned his attention to the pristine white lotus root and bowed as well. White lotus. The snow-white lotus root detached from the lotus platform, shimmering with brilliance, morphing into a three-treasure jade scepter adorned with mysterious runes, flying before Yuanshi. Tong Tian, eyeing the largest green lotus leaf with a hint of delight, declared loudly, "Green lotus leaf." The emerald leaf suddenly soared into the air, transforming into a sharp, ethereal longsword, the Qingping sword, which Tong Tian grasped firmly. The creation green lotus split into three, becoming three exquisite innate spiritual treasures, thus belonging to the three pure ones. In the pond, only the soil beneath the lotus platform remained, still exuding a faint vitality. Each of the three pure ones, having acquired their treasures, sensed the profound laws within and felt greatly satisfied. Laozi stowed away the staff, while Yuanshi gently brushed the jade scepter. Tong Tian caressed the blade of the Qingping sword, which sang with a clear resonance. With this matter concluded, let's continue our journey. Laozi spoke calmly. Yuanshi and Tong Tian nodded. The three no longer lingered, transforming into pure essence as they departed from the valley, resuming their primordial expedition. Another several thousand years passed. The time for Hongjuan's second sermon drew ever closer. Across the vast primordial land, streams of radiant light streaked through the heavens, converging from all directions toward the depths of chaos beyond the 33 heavens. Emperor Jun and Tai commanded the Golden Crow's rainbow light, exuding formidable might. Nuo and Fushi, the sibling duo, walked side by side, enveloped in auspicious clouds. Zenyuanzi and Hongyun also set forth together, their faces reflecting hope for the Tao and a hint of concern for the future. The enormous figure of the Kunpeng loomed large, casting shadows over the land, filled with endless gloom and resentment as it surged towards the purple sky palace. At Mount Buzhou, the Panga Hall, 12 powerful auras descended almost simultaneously. Dijiang, Sujuyin, Surong, Gong, Gong. The 12 ancestral witches have concluded their travels and returned in full. After eons of wandering, their presence has become more subdued, yet the power of the laws that envelop them is now more solid and formidable than ever. Wu Ming has long awaited their return. They are all back, he states simply. Big brother, Di Jiang steps forward. Indeed, it seems that each of you has gained some insights. Wu Ming observes as he scans the group. The time for the second sermon is drawing near. It is time to prepare for departure. Yes, the 12 ancestral witches respond in unison. Without the need for further words, 13 figures soar into the sky, instantly tearing through space as they hasten towards the Zixiao Palace deep within the chaos. Chapter 21. The second sermon amidst the vast chaos. 13 figures traverse the expanse, soaring towards the direction of the Zixiao Palace. Before long, the grand and ancient Zixiao Palace came into view. The palace doors stood wide open, and numerous figures were already present within, either gathered in groups or standing alone, each exuding distinct auras, all of them prominent figures from the primordial era. Wu Ming and the 12 ancestral witches entered the hall and soon spotted Jin Yuanzi and Hanyan from afar. His gaze lingered for a moment on the 12 ancestral witches. The restrained, yet increasingly formidable aura of their laws sent a chill through his heart. Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, fellow Taoist Hanyan. Wu Ming approached and offered a slight bow to the two. Jin Yuanzi returned the gesture. Fellow Taoist Wu Ming, it is good to see you well. Hanyan smiled amiably. Your demeanor surpasses that of the past, dear friend. Wu Ming nodded, likewise to both of you. It seems your decade of secluded cultivation has borne significant fruit. Jin Yuanzi nodded slightly. I have gained some insights, yet I am far from your level. He glanced at the 12 ancestral witches behind Wu Ming, feeling a sense of awe. After a brief exchange, Wu Ming and the others took their seats. As time elapsed, more listeners arrived. When the last prominent figure stepped through the palace doors, the two attendants, Hao Hian and Yao Qi, emerged. The grand doors of Zixiao Palace slowly closed, enveloping the entire hall in an instant of tranquility. Upon the high platform, Hongjuan's figure appeared silently, as if he had been there since time immemorial. The assembly quickly rose. Bowing in reverence, we greet the sage. Hongjun raised his hand, gesturing for them to refrain from excessive formalities. Please sit. Once everyone was seated, Hongjuan's calm and unperturbed voice resonated throughout the Zixiao Palace. This sermon will last for 10,000 years, focusing on the path of the quasi-saint. Hongjun paid no heed to the crowd's reactions and began expounding on his teachings. The quasi-saint has already discerned the direction of his own great path, mastering the profound laws and manifesting divine powers. To attain quasi-sainthood, one must clarify the path ahead. His voice echoed within the hall. each word imbued with the essence of profound truths. However, as the discourse deepened, the atmosphere within the hall grew subtly intricate. The front row, comprising figures such as the three pure ones and Nuwa, listened intently, their own auras fluctuating in response, at times relaxing, at times furrowing in contemplation. Zhou Ming closed his eyes, focusing intently, his primordial spirit working at full capacity to compare the quasi-saint mysteries expounded by Hong Jun with the principles of the Pangu legacy. With the assistance of his primordial spirit, he grasped much of what Hong Jun articulated, particularly the portions concerning the condensation of one's own great path and the severing of external demons, leading to new insights into his command of the laws. The 12 ancestral witches were similarly engaged, leveraging their formidable primordial spirits and mastery of their own laws to comprehend the principles imparted by Hong Jun, striving to enhance their application of the laws, although they could not fully grasp the intricacies of the celestial quasi-saint. They endeavored to align their understanding of their own laws with the applicable teachings from Hong Jun, thereby reaping substantial benefits. However, for most of the remaining listeners, the scene was quite different. What Hong Jun articulated was nothing short of exquisite wisdom. Each word was comprehensible when isolated, yet when woven together, they resembled an esoteric script, profoundly intricate and elusive. Some among the audience exhibited expressions of anguish, their hands tangled in their hair. Others attempted to forcefully channel their primordial spirit, striving to grasp the profound truths Hong Jun imparted. Yet those profound maxims, laden with the essence of the Tao, would slip from their minds the moment they entered, leaving no trace behind. This stark polarization of reactions left those unable to comprehend in a state of frantic desperation, helplessly observing their peers revel in the joy of enlightenment. What then are the three corpses? They are the manifestations of a person's benevolent thoughts, malevolent thoughts, and obsessions. To sever one corpse grants the initial stage of quasi-saintly cultivation. To sever the second corpse, the intermediate stage, and to sever the third, the pinnacle stage. With all three corpses severed, one achieves a consummate Tao fruit and may attempt the integration of the three corpses, thus attaining the primordial Tao fruit and achieving the esteemed status of a sage. Hong Jun elaborated on the discernment of the three corpses, the cultivation of one's heart and mind, and the invocation of the Tao's power for their severance. Among the corpses, the benevolent and malevolent are relatively easier to sever, yet the self remains the most challenging. The self, one's true self, fundamental to the existence of the cultivator, must not be obliterated but rather transcended by severing the attachment to one's ego and the rigid perceptions of one's existence, thus enlightening the true self. Hong Jun emphasized the difficulty and critical aspects of severing the self, delving into subtleties that left many powerful beings furrowing their brows. Even the esteemed three pure ones, seated in the front, found themselves deep in contemplation upon hearing this. Unbeknownst to them, eons of time slipped away once more. As the final utterance of the Tao resonated, the boundless rhythm of the Tao that pervaded the Zixiao Palace gradually subsided. Hong Jun opened his eyes and gazed upon the multitude below. The discourse had reached its conclusion. If any of you have doubts regarding your cultivation, feel free to voice them. I shall provide clarity. As these words echoed through the hall, a momentary silence ensued, soon broken by an individual unable to contain themselves. The first to rise was Laozi, who bowed respectfully and inquired, "Might I ask the sage, how does one sever the three corpses?" The moment this question was posed, all attention converged upon Hong Jun. This was pivotal to the path of quasi-sainthood. Hong Jun regarded Laozi and began to speak slowly. To sever the three corpses, one must rely upon external objects. The innate spiritual treasures serve as the foundation for this severance. The mention of innate spiritual treasures sent a tremor through many hearts within the hall. In the primordial wilderness, such treasures are exceedingly rare. Most have already recognized their masters or are hidden within secret realms. For an ordinary powerful being, acquiring even a single accompanying spiritual treasure is a stroke of luck. How then could one hope to procure three for the purpose of severance? Furthermore, Hong Jun continued, Cultivators utilize innate spiritual treasures to embody their benevolent thoughts, malevolent thoughts, and obsessions, thereby severing the benevolent corpse, the malevolent corpse, and the self-corpse. He elaborated further. The higher the grade of the spiritual treasure, the purer the thoughts it embodies. Hence, the strength of the severed three corpses is greater, and their foundation more solid. This revelation caused many listeners to feel a chill of despair. High-grade innate spiritual treasures are already exceedingly rare, let alone the supreme ones. Did this imply that without top-tier innate treasures, the path to quasi-sainthood would be unattainable, or if achieved, would rest upon a fragile foundation? After Laozi, Yuanshi arose and bowed respectfully. He asked the sage, "Might I inquire if the spiritual treasures, after severing the three corpses, would be destroyed or vanish?" This is a concern shared by many. If each severing of a corpse requires the consumption of a primordial spiritual treasure, then the cost would indeed be exorbitant. Hong Jun shook his head. The spiritual treasures serve to bear and assist in this process, becoming the dwelling for the three corpses. Once the severing is accomplished, the spiritual treasures remain intact, integrated within the three corpses, and can be invoked at will. Upon hearing this, the crowd breathed a slight sigh of relief. The preservation of the spiritual treasures offered a glimmer of hope. Shortly thereafter, the demon emperor Di Jun stood, his voice resonating. "Might I ask the sage, within the vast expanse of the primordial world, is it only through the severing of the three corpses that one can attain the path to sanctity?" Chapter 22. The primordial ancestor Hongjuan's gaze swept over Emperor Jun and gradually traversed the assembly within the hall. Not so. There are 4 paths to becoming a sage. Upon hearing this declaration, all the powerful beings in the hall perked up their ears. This was the path to sagehood articulated by the sage himself. The first path is to prove the Tao through power. This method was undertaken by the great Pangu, who opened the heavens and the earth. Desiring to shatter the shackles of the great Tao with unparalleled strength and attain the fruit of the primordial Tao. A hint of indescribable complexity tinged Hongjuan's tone, reminiscent, admiring, yet tinged with regret. Yet, even the great Pangu did not succeed, transforming instead into the myriad of things in the primordial wilderness. This statement caused a palpable heaviness in the hearts of many formidable beings present. The great Pangu, who opened the heavens and the earth. What extraordinary power! Even if failed, such a path was beyond their aspirations. However, Zhou Ming sensed a shift. Hong Jun was subtly shifting concepts. He deliberately exaggerated the difficulty of proving the Tao through power, attributing the failure of the great Pangu to the method itself, while omitting the fact that what Pangu sought to prove was not as simple as that of the primordial sage, but rather a higher level of the great Tao. Nonetheless, Zhou Ming understood that proving the Tao through power was indeed as arduous as ascending to the heavens. The laws of the primordial world had already been established, and with the drastic changes in the environment, replicating the path of the Father God was nearly impossible. Hong Jun continued his discourse, his voice devoid of any fluctuations. The second path, as previously mentioned, is to sever the three corpses to achieve Tao. This method requires the aid of innate spiritual treasures to sever the good, the evil, and the self, unifying the three corpses to attain the primordial Tao. This method is relatively secure and is the approach I have employed to achieve Tao. He positioned this method as second and explicitly indicated it as his own, the implicit endorsement evident. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances. Yuanshi Tianzun nodded slightly. Laozi remained expressionless, while Tong Tian appeared contemplative. As manifestations of the primordial spirit of Pangu, they possessed deep roots, enduring fortunes, and abundant innate spiritual treasures. The method of severing the 3 corpses was well suited for them. The third path is to attain Tao through the loss. Hongjuan's gaze, subtle yet perceptive, flickered over Zhou Ming and the 12 ancestral witches behind him. To comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, to cultivate the laws one perceives to perfection, and to grasp the source of Tao, one may also achieve the esteemed status of a sage. This method demands exceptionally high aptitude and comprehension, and the process is arduous, requiring constant validation of one's own law and the ultimate deduction of the laws. While not as seemingly hopeless as proving the Tao through power, its difficulty far exceeded ordinary expectations. Zhou Ming understood in his heart. This was the path the Witch Clan should pursue. The Witch Clan was inherently attuned to the laws, capable of refining their physical bodies and souls through them. If they could comprehend the laws to their utmost, mastering the source, their power would far surpass that of those who became sages by severing the three corpses. Though the Witch Clan currently possessed primordial spirits, Zhou Ming would not lead them down the path of severing the three corpses. This path, seemingly secure and personally validated by the sages, required innate spiritual treasures for support, which was entirely different from the path of refining bodies and mastering the laws. Moreover, the sage positions had already been predetermined by the heavenly Tao. Should the Witch Clan choose this route, even if they severed the three corpses, they would never attain sagehood. Beneath the heavenly Tao, no one else could achieve sagehood aside from those six sages. The path of the laws is fraught with challenges, yet is not devoid of opportunities. The Witch Clan must pursue the path of the laws. It is their singular chance. The fourth path is the path of merit. This method entails the accumulation of boundless merits, gaining the recognition of the heavenly Tao, which may lead to the attainment of the status of a sage of the heavenly Tao. To achieve sanctity through this path, one must contribute significantly to the primordial universe, amassing an immense quantity of merits, an endeavor only feasible for those endowed with great perseverance, fortitude, and virtue. The path of merit. Zhen Yuanzi seemed somewhat stirred. As the steward of the earth, he shared a profound connection with it. If he could channel the earth's veins to benefit the primordial realm, perhaps he could accumulate merit. Yet, the notion of immense quantity left him hesitant. The path of merit. Zhou Ming glanced towards the direction of Hutu. Hutu, she might indeed attempt the path of merit. However, Zhou Ming swiftly dismissed this thought. Hutu's transformation into reincarnation and her entrapment in the underworld, though seemingly virtuous, had rendered her confined, stripped of freedom, a conclusion he wished to avoid. Dijun and Tai furrowed their brows, exchanging glances as they weighed the pros and cons. The severance of three corpses required spiritual treasures. The path of laws appeared irrelevant to them, while the path of merit. Perhaps they could devise a strategy, establishing order and governing all beings. Could it be deemed a great merit? After summarizing the four paths, Hong Jun ceased further elaboration, patiently awaiting the next inquirer. Silence enveloped the hall, each of the powerful beings absorbed in contemplation, deliberating their own paths amidst the passage of time. The sound of a needle dropping could be heard within the Zixiao Palace. After a considerable interval, Hong Jun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the still pensive crowd. Noticing that no one was prepared to pose another question, he seemed to recall something. Suddenly, he spoke in a tone that was soft yet resonant, reaching the ears of all present. Zhong Wan Gong, Si Wan Mu. The two individuals mentioned paused momentarily before promptly rising. You two are manifestations of the innate yin and yang energies. Your foundations are extraordinary, and you should lead among the celestial beings. Dong Wang Gong, you shall be the foremost male celestial of the primordial realm. I grant you the dragon head staff to preside over all male celestial beings. A beam of luminous energy shot forth, transforming into an ancient and imposing dragon head staff, which landed before Dong Wang Gong. Shi Wang Mu, you shall be the foremost female celestial of the primordial realm. I bestow upon you the western plane cloud banner to govern all female celestial beings. Another radiant beam emerged, morphing into an apricot yellow treasure banner, exuding a gentle celestial light, which settled before Shi Wang Mu. Hong Jun's pronouncement was akin to celestial decree, unerringly establishing the identities and authorities of the two. Upon hearing these words, many in the hall experienced a shift in expression. The three pure ones remained composed. Dijun and Tai exchanged a barely perceptible frown. Other powerful beings harbored varied thoughts, yet none dared to express themselves in the presence of a sage. Thank you, sage. Both individuals, astonished and elated, promptly bowed in respect, accepting the spiritual treasures. Dong Wang Gong, overwhelmed with excitement, felt an unprecedented sense of authority enveloping him. Invigorated and emboldened, he, filled with inspiration, bowed deeply once more to Hong Jun, his voice resonating with reverence and flattery. Saint Hong Jun, in your boundless compassion, you illuminate the path for us, the beings of the primordial wilderness, imparting the supreme and wondrous teachings. Thus you are the progenitor of myriad doctrines, rightfully the Tao Ancestor. His voice boomed, echoing throughout the Zhixiao Palace. The utterance of Tao Ancestor created an odd atmosphere within the hall. Many powerful beings inwardly cursed. This Eastern king is truly adept at flattery. The three pure ones remained expressionless. Emperor Jun and Tai wore faint smirks. Zhen Yuanzi furrowed his brow. Hong Yun, instinctively wishing to mediate, glanced at the surroundings and chose to remain silent. Wu Ming, in disbelief, thought to himself, this Eastern king, having gained a modicum of advantage, has lost all sense of self-awareness. Claiming to be the foremost among the immortals, he is truly courting disaster. Hong Jun, unperturbed by this title, maintained a stoic expression. He spoke again, his voice reverberating through the grand hall. In 30,000 years, I shall reopen the Zhixiao Palace to expound upon the Tao fruit of Huan Yuan. You all ought to diligently cultivate. As his words fell, Hong Jun's figure dissipated like a bubble in water, vanishing without a trace. The high platform once again stood empty, as if no one had ever graced it. The assembly of individuals within the hall paused momentarily before coming to their senses. They rose in unison, bowing deeply to the vacant high platform. We respectfully bid farewell to the Tao Ancestor. As Hong Jun departed, the doors of the Zhixiao Palace opened quietly and without sound. One by one, they began to rise, each harboring their own thoughts, and commenced to walk outward. Chapter 23. The turmoil of the primordial era. As the conflict in the primordial realm commenced, the witch clans sought to establish their lineage. The three pure ones were the first to rise, and, transforming into three ethereal wisps, vanished in an instant beyond the palace gates. Di Jun and Tai exchanged a glance, and with a flash of golden light, they transformed into two radiant rainbows, hastening away, not towards the vast expanse of the primordial land, but into the depths of chaos. Niuhua and Fushi, the siblings, followed suit, departing with measured grace. Zhen Yuanzi approached Wu Ming and offered a respectful bow. Wu Ming, my fellow Taoist, I must take my leave with Taoist Hong Yun. Hong Yun also inclined his head in acknowledgement. Wu Ming nodded slightly. May you both travel safely. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun departed together, their figures swiftly disappearing into the chaos. Within the hall, only Wu Ming and the 12 ancestor witches remained. Elder brother Wei. Di Jiang stepped forward, casting a glance at Wu Ming. Let us return to Buzhou Mountain. Time in the primordial realm was unmarked, and cultivation knew no years. Nearly 10 millennia had passed since the conclusion of the second sermon. Atop Buzhou Mountain, before the Pangu Hall, 12 towering figures stood, their presence heavy, the force of the laws subtly manifesting around them, causing the surrounding space to warp slightly. Indeed, it was the 12 ancestor witches. Elder brother, what summons us here? Di Jiang inquired, stepping forward with a solemn tone. The other ancestor witches also turned their gaze towards Wu Ming, curiosity evident in their eyes. After millennia of contemplation, aided by the Tao-sourced divine pearl and fragments of the creation jade tablet, they had gained a deeper understanding of the teachings imparted by Hong Jun and the application of the laws. Although none had taken that pivotal step into the realm of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, their mastery over their own laws had undeniably advanced considerably. Wu Ming rose, his gaze sweeping across these future pillars of strength. A myriad of years have passed. You have all assimilated the teachings of Hong Jun. Gong grumbled. Indeed, some of what that old Taoist spoke was quite profound. However, when compared against our own laws, it does hold some practical value. Zhuron chimed in precisely. That method of severing the three corpses sounded uninspiring to me. There's nothing quite like directly manipulating the laws. Wu Ming nodded. Hong Jun's teachings illuminate the path of immortality, which diverges from our Witch Clan's approach. Yet the great Tao encompasses myriad paths, all converging toward the common goal. His insights can indeed serve as a reference for us. He paused momentarily before shifting the focus of the discussion. In these 10 millennia, have you discerned the growing malevolence in the primordial realm? The 12 ancestor witches nodded in unison. Hutu spoke softly. It is true. During my travels through the primordial realm, I have observed rampant slaughter and conflict everywhere. Those mighty beings, in their pursuit of spiritual treasures, do not hesitate to annihilate entire clans. Chang Liang scoffed. Those fellows are truly troublesome. Zhu Jiuyin murmured. The innate spiritual treasures stir the hearts of many. Hong Jun explicitly stated that severing the 3 corpses requires the aid of spiritual treasures, the higher the grade. The more enticing it becomes, naturally inciting fierce competition. Zhou Ming elaborated. Hong Jun's teachings delineated the path to enlightenment, wherein the method of severing the 3 corpses necessitates reliance on innate spiritual treasures. Presently, within the primordial realm, conflicts among various forces over these treasures have erupted incessantly, leading to a surge in violence. Many formidable beings have yet to determine their own paths, yet that does not hinder them from seizing treasures first. This ceaseless strife has dramatically heightened the negative emotions and malevolence permeating the primordial realm. Continuing down this path will be detrimental to the vast wilderness and, more critically, to our witch clan. The witch clan, inherently attuned to malevolent energy, does not relish the notion of existing in a realm saturated with such ominous forces and hostility. An excess of malevolent energy can impair the mind and breed chaos. Brother, what do you mean? Dijang inquired. Witch Ming surveyed the group and spoke earnestly. I conferred with my fellow Taoist, Zhou Ming. The proliferation of malevolent energy in the wilderness over the millennia presents, paradoxically, an opportunity for our witch clan. Gong Gong expressed confusion. Malevolent energy? Such a thing only stirs our restlessness. How can it be an opportunity? Witch Ming elucidated. The encroachment of malevolent energy upon the wilderness causes the inherent nature of living beings to spiral in a greater turmoil, wreaking havoc on the order of heaven and earth. This is a malady afflicting the wilderness. As descendants of Pangu, we bear the responsibility of safeguarding this realm. Brother, what is your plan? Dijang asked. I intend to establish the witch clan, Witch Ming declared succinctly. Establish the witch clan? Zhu Rong was the first to leap up, his voice booming. Brother, surely you jest. We are born of the witch clan, the true bloodline of our father Pangu. Why must we establish ourselves again? Indeed, Gong Gong concurred. We are the witch clan. Who do we need to prove ourselves to? The other ancestral witches also displayed confusion, for in their eyes, the existence of the witch clan was a matter of course. A rightful legacy of Pangu. Why undertake an endeavor seemingly reserved for weaker clans? Witch Ming had anticipated this reaction. He calmly explained, this establish is not the same as that establish. It is not merely about proclaiming our existence. Rather, it is to clarify our position and path within this vast wilderness, to the elusive Tao, and even to the celestial order. Position? Path? Chang Liang furrowed his brow. As the witch clan, we wield the laws, refine our bodies, and adhere to the legacy of our Father God. Is this not our path? Indeed, but it is insufficient. Witch Ming shook his head. Hong Jun delineated 4 paths to enlightenment. While they appear to offer choices, they are laden with hidden machinations. Achieving enlightenment through strength is indeed arduous, as no one in the wilderness has succeeded. To sever the 3 corpses for enlightenment requires innate spiritual treasures, and the positions of saints have long since been predetermined. Under the celestial order, apart from the 3 pure ones, Niuhua, Jane, and Zhuani, no one else can attain sainthood through this means. For our witch clan to pursue this path, the prospect of achieving sainthood is utterly bleak. The path of merit appears feasible, but what constitutes great merit? The standards are dictated by the celestial order, nebulous and elusive. Only the path of the laws aligns harmoniously with our foundation. Yet, Hong Jun has also stated that this path has become largely obstructed, rendering it exceedingly challenging. Witch Ming paused momentarily and continued, why the difficulty? Because the celestial order does not permit it. The positions of saints are set, and the celestial order does not wish for any unrestrained powers to arise. If our witch clan aspires to traverse the path of the laws, we cannot merely immerse ourselves in arduous cultivation. We must earn the recognition of heaven and earth, consolidating our clan's fortune to transcend the constraints of the celestial order. Thus, establishing the clan is the first step. We must announce to the wilderness that we, the Witch Clan, are not only descendants of Pangu, but also integral to the very fabric of this realm. In the act of establishing our clan, we shall, in the name of Pangu's descendants, pledge an oath to the wilderness. Oath, Zhou Ming furrowed his brow, vowing to undertake a solemn task. Zhou Ming's gaze sharpened. The Wu clan must take it upon themselves to purge the chaotic energies of the primordial world, to untangle the veins of the earth, and contribute to the advancement of the primordial realm. With this oath, we shall earn the recognition of heaven and earth, bestow merits, and consolidate the fortune of our Wu clan. A profound silence enveloped the hall. The 12 ancestral witches, all astute individuals, understood the underlying significance of Zhou Ming's declaration. The eldest brother's words, "If they are to be, so I concur," was the first to express agreement. Huta stated. Zhu Juin also nodded. To retreat is to advance, to acquire merits and fortunes, to safeguard our kin, and to pave the way for the path of the laws. This plan is feasible. Di Jiang pondered for a moment, his gaze resolute. Since my elder brother has spoken thus, let be done. Zhu Rong scratched his head, still feeling a tinge of inconvenience, yet understanding it was in opposition to the constraints of the heavenly order, and for the purpose of establishing the path of the laws, he no longer opposed it. Very well, whatever you say, elder brother, shall be done. Gong Gong snorted lightly, remaining silent, which was tantamount to acquiescence. The remaining ancestral witches, witnessing this, nodded in agreement as well. Excellent. Seeing the consensus achieved, Zhou Ming declared, since there are no objections, let us choose an auspicious day to formally establish our Wu clan here in front of the Pang Hall on Mount Buzhou. This matter should not be delayed, so let it be set for 100 years hence. Yes, elder brother. The 12 ancestral witches responded in unison. Chapter 24. The rise of the Witch Clan. A century has swiftly approached. Beneath the towering, unstable mountain, dark silhouettes gather upon the vast plain. The sons of the Witch Clan, aligned according to their respective tribes, form colossal formations. Their towering frames, muscular and robust, bear the natural inscriptions of arcane runes upon their skin, enveloped in a fierce aura, yet restrained by an invisible discipline. Each witch's eyes blaze with fervent intensity as they gaze upon the summit of the unstable mountain, fixed on the ancient edifice of the Pangu Hall. Silence reigns, devoid of clamor or agitation. The atmosphere is as solid as the mountain itself, infused with a reverence that emanates from the depths of their bloodlines. Thud, 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 the resonant sounds, akin to a heartbeat, echo from the direction of the Pangu Hall, reverberating throughout the primordial expanse. 12 figures, radiating an aura of formidable laws, emerge from the Pangu Hall, suspended in midair. Di Jiang, Zhu Juin, Ho Tu, Zhu Rong, Gong Gong. The 12 ancestor witches. Below, millions of witch sons kneel in unison, right hands pounding their chests, unleashing a thunderous roar. We welcome the ancestor witches. The sound surges skyward, shaking even the innate malevolence of the unstable mountain. The 12 ancestor witches stand solemnly at their 12 positions. Then, a figure slowly steps forth from the Pangu Hall. He does not possess the imposing stature of the ancestor witches, nor does his aura radiate with the same intensity. Yet upon his appearance, all ancestor witches bow slightly, and the witch sons lower their heads in deference. Zhou Ming stands before the 12 ancestor witches, his gaze calmly sweeping over the boundless assembly of his kin before lifting towards the vast heavens. Drawing a deep breath, his voice resonates clearly across the primordial realms. The great Tao is above. The Father God Pangu is above. The heavenly Tao is above. With these 3 proclamations, an extraordinary ripple traverses the entire primordial world. In the unseen realms, it seems as if a supreme will has cast its gaze upon them. Wu Ming's voice continues, imbued with an unwavering resolve. Today I, Wu Ming of the Witch Clan, alongside the 12 Ancestor witches, in the name of the descendants of Pangu, vow with the millions of sons of our clan. We, the Witch Clan, are born of the primordial chaos, nurtured in its embrace, shaped from the essence of the Father God Pangu. In light of the escalating turmoil and the burgeoning malevolence within the cosmos, as the order of heaven and earth falters and living beings suffer, we recognize the divergence from the Father God's original intent in creating the world. We, the Witch Clan, are willing to bear the malevolence of heaven and earth in the form of Pangu's body, refining ourselves to restore tranquility to the primordial realm. We, the Witch Clan, vow to utilize the laws we govern to mend the veins of the primordial earth, harmonize the 5 elements, stabilize the cosmos, and assist all living things in thriving in order. We, the Witch Clan, pledge to protect the world forged by the Father God Pangu. This vow, witnessed by the great Tao, the Father God, and the heavenly Tao, Lich Clan stand. The final 2 words resound like thunder, encapsulating the collective will and determination of the Witch Clan. Boom! In the instant the oath is declared, the entire primordial world quakes violently. Above the 9 heavens, the voice of the great Tao rumbles, unfathomable and profound, seemingly in acknowledgement. Atop the unstable mountain, a vague yet majestic silhouette flashes momentarily. It is the manifestation of the residual will of the Father God Pangu, imbued with satisfaction and hope. In the depths of the firmament, the celestial mechanisms unfurl, and an endless stream of profound golden merit energy converges, transforming into an immensely robust golden beam of light cascading from the heavens. The golden radiance of merit descends, with the majority flowing into the bodies of Wu Ming and the 12 Ancestor witches, particularly the 12 Ancestor witches, who are bathed in this golden light of merit, experience a surge in their understanding and mastery of the laws, elevating their comprehension to a new realm, drawing them closer to the state of primordial unity. The remaining merit is evenly distributed among all the members of the Wu clan present, who have pledged their oaths. Each member of the Wu clan feels a significant increase in their fortune, their connection to this realm becoming more intimate, and previously stagnant aspects of their cultivation suddenly becoming clear. From this day forward, the Wu clan is no longer merely the descendants of Pangu. They are now a great lineage officially recognized by the primordial universe, tasked with the purification of malevolent energies, the stabilization of the earth's veins, and the guardianship of the primordial realm. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Hong Jun, seated atop a high platform, abruptly opens his eyes. Within his calm and tranquil gaze, a flicker of astonishment passes through. He calculates with his fingers, sensing a chaotic tapestry of heavenly secrets. Yet he perceives a tremendous force of merit descending upon the Wu clan. The establishment of the Wu clan? Have they made such a grand aspiration? To cleanse malevolent energies, to stabilize the earth's veins, and to protect the primordial realm. Hongjuan's brow furrows slightly. This deviates from the script of the ongoing struggle between the Wu and the demon clans, driven by the calamity of malevolent energies that propels the evolution of the primordial world. Another variable, Wu Ming. He attempts to discern further, but remains unable to unveil the origins of Wu Ming. Nevertheless, as long as the grand scheme remains unaffected, minor fluctuations pose no significant harm. Hongjun closes his eyes once more, and the Purple Cloud Palace returns to its previous tranquility, though the celestial mechanisms seem to possess an added layer of uncertainty. Across the vast expanse of the primordial realm, countless powerful beings are stirred by the astonishing phenomenon at Mount Buzhou and the immense golden light of merit. At Kunlun Mountain, in the Hall of the Three Pure Ones, Yuan Shi gazes towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain, pondering the Wu clan's motives in provoking such merit. Laozi calmly replies, "They are merely inheriting the legacy of Pangu, responding to the needs of the world, and acting in accordance with the flow of destiny." Tan Tian, filled with spirited resolve, remarks, "The Wu clan? Intriguing." At Fengqi Mountain, Niuhua furrows her delicate brows, looking towards her brother Fuxi. "Elder brother, What is the intention behind the Wu clan's actions? Fushi, his hands guiding the rotating bagua, shakes his head after a moment. The heavenly secrets are obscured by merit, rendering them unclear. In the western Shumi Mountain, Jane wears a pained expression. Junior brother, with the Wu clan's fortune soaring, when shall we in the west thrive? Juni's eyes glint with brilliance. Do not worry, brother. Although the Wu clan has gained merit, they have also taken on great karmic consequences. The malevolent energies of the primordial realm are not easily purified. Calamities are surely to follow. We must simply wait for the opportune moment. In the depths of the Blood Sea, the Ancestor of the underworld river senses the vast power of merit, revealing a mixture of greed and apprehension in his eyes. At Wuzhuang Temple, Zhang Yunzi gently strokes the earth book, gazing towards Buzhou Mountain. The Wu clan's actions seem to align with the will of heaven, yet this primordial realm may soon descend into greater chaos. Beside him, Han Yun expresses his concerns. Such a monumental disturbance may attract numerous prying eyes. On the Sun Star, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi stand side by side, gazing at the remnants of the golden clouds of merit emanating from Buzhou Mountain, their expressions grim. Tai Yi clenched his fist as the chaos bell hummed beside him. Elder brother, the Witch Clan has taken the initiative to establish their lineage, acquiring immense merit and fortune. We can no longer afford to wait. Di Jun's eyes sparkled with ambition and determination. Indeed, the Witch Clan has proclaimed their establishment in the name of safeguarding the primordial world. We, the Demon Clan, shall establish our lineage in the name of ruling all beings and establishing the order of heaven and earth. He turned to Tai Yi. Let's keep the matter of the heavenly court under wraps for now. Our immediate priority is to swiftly travel to Fengqi Mountain and persuade Enhua and Fushi to join our cause. We shall promise them the thrones of Enhua and Shihe, uniting the pinnacle of the Demon Clan's combat prowess and fortune, and then proceed with our establishment, ensuring we overshadow the Witch Clan. Tai Yi nodded, filled with fervor for battle. Very well, I shall prepare immediately, and make it clear to Enhua and Fushi that aligning with our Demon Clan is the wisest choice. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, the sons of the Witch Clan gradually rose after their immersion in merit, their presence more formidable than ever. Wu Ming observed all of this and nodded in approval. He turned to face the 12 ancestors of the witch and the countless members of the clan. Let the order be given. From this day forth, the sons of the Witch Clan shall emerge from Buzhou, refining the essence of death and regulating the ley lines. Chapter 25. A visit from an old friend. After the Wu clan declared their establishment, countless figures dispersed from Mount Buzhou. They obeyed the commands of Wu Ming, venturing into every corner of the primordial continent to fulfill the oaths made at the inception of their clan. With their formidable bodies, they absorbed and refined the pervasive malice that filled the heavens and the earth. Harnessing the innate power of the laws they governed, they endeavored to untangle the chaotic meridians of the land and restore balance to the 5 elements. In no time, the primordial realm was bustling with the industrious silhouettes of the Wu clan. Although their actions drew attention, their impact on the vast expanse of the primordial landscape was minimal. The gazes of the top-tier powers, after briefly focusing on the Wu clan, swiftly returned to their own pursuits of cultivation and competition. On this day, outside the Pangu Hall at Mount Buzhou, 2 figures arrived together, Zheng Yuanzi and Han Yun. Wu Ming personally welcomed them outside the hall. Taoist Wu Ming. Zheng Yuanzi bowed respectfully. Taoist Wu Ming. Han Yun greeted, his face adorned with a cheerful smile. Wu Ming nodded. Esteemed friends, please enter. Taoist Wu Ming, congratulations. The establishment of the Wu clan brings immeasurable merit and flourishing fortune, truly enviable to others. Han Yun exclaimed, his sincerity evident. The celestial radiance of merit descending from the heavens was profoundly astonishing. Who in the primordial realm did not yearn for such fortune? Zheng Yuanzi, exhibiting greater composure, remarked, Taoist Wu Ming, the Wu clan has set forth a grand aspiration, undertaking the responsibility of refining malice and stabilizing the meridians. This is noble indeed, and I commend you. You are too kind, Wu Ming replied with a slight nod, gesturing for the 2 to enter the hall for a more in-depth discussion. It is merely a matter of seizing the opportune moment to seek a path for our Wu clan. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the three took their respective seats. Zhun Yuanzi spoke first, his expression serious. In the primordial realm, discussions abound. There are those who envy, those who harbor apprehension, and many who believe the Wu clan has taken on a burdensome task. Hong Yun interjected, his tone quickening. Daoist Xin Yuanzi, you do tend to speak in circles. The situation outside has spiraled into chaos. In pursuit of treasures, battles ensue daily, blood flowing like rivers. Just the other day, two esteemed friends from the Eastern Sea fought fiercely over a congenital spiritual treasure, resulting in mutual destruction. What is the point of such conflict? He continued. And then there are Di Jun and Tai Yi, who have recently been recruiting troops and forging alliances with various beings. It seems they're also plotting something grand. Their ambitions are such that they would wish to seize the entirety of the primordial realm for themselves. Jin Yuanzi added, what Daoist Hong Yun says holds true. The demon clan, led by Di Jun and Tai Yi, is ambitious and will not easily resign to inferiority. From their actions, it appears they aim to emulate the Wu clan, uniting the demon kind and contending for supremacy. Wu Ming listened quietly, his expression largely unchanged. He looked toward Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. I understand well the sentiments you express, esteemed friends. He gazed at them earnestly. The establishment of our Wu clan, with the declaration to safeguard the primordial realm, cleanse the malice, and untangle the meridians, is not mere rhetoric. It is the foundation of our clan's existence, and a course we must undertake. Di Jun and Tai Yi, their ambitions diverge from that of my Wu clan. They aspire to establish their own lineage, to dominate all beings, to consolidate fortunes in pursuit of enlightenment. Yet, our Wu clan's establishment is not driven by a desire for supremacy over the primordial chaos. Our endeavors are aimed at benefiting the essence of the primordial realm, fulfilling the responsibilities of Pangu's divine progeny, thereby accumulating merits to secure a safeguard and a pathway for our clan. Zhun Yuanzi turned his gaze towards Wu Ming. My friend, your ambition in establishing a lineage and the merits you have garnered, do you perhaps intend to tread the path of merit to attain enlightenment? This was a matter of utmost concern for him and Hong Yun during their journey. After all, the brilliance of those merits was truly dazzling. Who could resist such a lure? Wu Ming shook his head. The path of merit and enlightenment sounds appealing, yet its criteria are dictated by the heavenly Tao, rendering it ethereal and elusive. Our Wu clan, born from the essence of Pangu, possesses an innate mastery over the laws and the refinement of the physical form. This is our foundation and our advantage. Proving one's worth through strength is exceedingly difficult. Currently, no one in the primordial realm can achieve this, while severing the three corpses to attain enlightenment appears stable. It necessitates innate spiritual treasures. Moreover, the position of sage has already been predetermined by the heavenly Tao. Our Wu clan cannot possibly ascend to sanctity through this method. Consequently, the path left for our clan is singular. Wu Ming's voice grew somber yet resolute. The path of law and enlightenment. Zhen Yuanzi raised an eyebrow. The path of law and enlightenment? It has been said by sages that this route is fraught with challenges and demands exceptional talent and comprehension, not to mention the arduous process. Hong Yun also expressed her sentiments. The path of law and enlightenment greatly emphasizes foundation and insight, truly aligning with the essence of the Wu clan. However, this path is exceedingly arduous. Even the Tao Ancestor has proclaimed it as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Wu Ming replied, though the path is arduous, it is the only one available to our Wu clan, and we must traverse it. He looked towards Zhun Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Both of you possess profound roots and enduring fortunes, with limitless potential for future achievements. Whether you choose to sever the three corpses or accumulate merits, I have a piece of advice for you. Oh, please, share your wisdom. Zhen Yuanzi gestured. Wu Ming spoke earnestly. Do not entirely forsake your own understanding of the laws. Whether it be severing the three corpses or the path of merit, ultimately, they rely on external forces. Be it innate spiritual treasures or the merits of the heavenly Tao, neither represents true power belonging to oneself. It is only through one's own comprehension of the great Tao and mastery over the laws that the essence truly lies. Perhaps, at some juncture in the future, this understanding of the laws will become the key to unraveling dilemmas. Zhang Yunzi pondered thoughtfully as he governed the earthly scroll, naturally attuned to the laws of the earth. Wu Ming's words stirred something within him. Hong Yun smiled. "Thank you for your reminder, my friend. I shall take it to heart. I am accustomed to being somewhat indolent, and I naturally wish to take shortcuts. However, I will surely keep your words in mind." Wu Ming shifted his tone, directing his gaze at Hong Yun with newfound seriousness. "Friend Hong Yun, I have been contemplating the heavenly mysteries recently and have sensed something." Hong Yun was taken aback. "Oh, what have you sensed, my friend?" "Shortly thereafter, near the Buzhou mountain, a significant opportunity shall arise. This opportunity has far-reaching implications and is not exclusive to you alone. As far as I know, the three pure ones, Emperor Jun, Tai Yanhua, and other top-tier powers will also sense it." Wu Ming gazed intently at Hong Yun. "In the midst of fortuitous circumstances, there exists an object of utmost significance to my witch clan. I sincerely hope that when my fellow cultivator senses the arrival of this opportunity, they will come forth to inform me." Red Cloud hesitated, pondering why. Knowing of such an opportunity, the cultivator did not seek it for themselves. Moreover, as it is of great importance to the witch clan, the sooner it is acquired, the better, is it not? Wu Ming shook his head. "This opportunity is predestined, attainable only by the destined ones. I once sought it, yet returned empty-handed. Therefore, I must rely on your assistance." Wu Ming nodded slightly to Red Cloud. "Oh, my friend, you overstate the matter. Please rise." Red Cloud quickly supported Wu Ming, feeling that since this was a matter of importance to the witch clan and a mere trifling task, he would gladly oblige. "When I sense it, I shall be the first to notify you." His straightforward nature led him to perceive this as a simple favor, without further contemplation. Wu Ming then straightened up. "Thank you, my friend." He believed that Wu Ming's request must hold profound significance, and Red Cloud's agreement might herald fortune rather than misfortune. However, this predestined opportunity, entwined with such formidable forces, would likely not be straightforward. With the necessary discussions concluded, the atmosphere within the hall lightened considerably. Zhen Yuanzi proposed, "It is a rare occasion for us to gather. Why not engage in a discourse on the Tao, to mutually validate our insights?" Wu Ming readily agreed. "Excellent." Red Cloud clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "That sounds splendid." The three of them then took their seats opposite one another in the Pangu Hall and commenced their philosophical dialogue. Chapter 26. Nuwa and Fushi enter the Demon Clan within the Pangu Hall on Buzhou Mountain. The discourse on the Tao flowed incessantly. Meanwhile, at the distant Fengqi Mountain, shrouded in auspicious clouds and lush phoenix trees, a contrasting scene unfolded. Two blazing golden rainbows streaked across the sky, landing before the mountain gate, revealing the presence of Emperor Jun and Tai. Emperor Jun, the solar star, addressed the assembly, his voice gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority that resonated throughout Fengqi Mountain. "I, Emperor Jun, seek an audience with my esteemed friends, Nuwa and Fushi." Shortly thereafter, the mountain gate opened, and Nuwa and Fushi emerged side by side. Nuwa possessed an ethereal grace, her demeanor untouched by earthly dust, while Fushi, with his scholarly visage and profoundly deep eyes, seemed to harbor the innate 8 trigrams within, subtly deciphering the myriad phenomena of the world. "Greetings, esteemed friends, Emperor Jun and Tai," Fushi said, a warm smile gracing his lips. "It is unusual for you both to visit us here in Fengqi Mountain instead of cultivating on the solar star. Pray, what wisdom do you wish to impart today?" Nuwa nodded slightly, her expression serene. Once inside Fengqi Mountain, the hosts and guests took their seats. Without indulging in unnecessary pleasantries, Emperor Jun swiftly addressed the matter at hand. "Fushi, Nuwa, my brother and I have come today with a pressing issue that pertains to the future landscape of the primordial world and our respective paths in the Tao, which we wish to discuss with you." Fushi's fingers twitched slightly, as if sensing the heavenly mysteries, his face betraying no emotion. "Oh, What weighty matter could compel you both to approach us so solemnly? Emperor Jun's gaze sharpened as he spoke directly. Surely, you have observed the recent establishment of the Witch Clan on Buzhou Mountain, which has summoned boundless merit and greatly enhanced their fortune. Fushi nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the Witch Clan's founding, accompanied by their celestial merit, is well known throughout the primordial world. As descendants of Pangu, their reputation is well-deserved. Nuwa's cool voice interjected. The Witch Clan has vowed to safeguard the primordial realm, cleanse malevolent energies, and restore the land's veins. This is, without a doubt, a significant contribution, in accordance with the will of heaven. Tai scoffed derisively. The Witch Clan's declaration of protecting the primordial realm is but a guise for their sinister ambitions. With such merit and fortune gained, their next move will undoubtedly be to dominate the primordial world. Nuwa's delicate brows furrowed as she regarded Tai. The Witch Clan's vow to cleanse malevolent energies and restore the land's veins is a tangible action. Perhaps it is not as you perceive. With a cold smile, Tai retorted, Nuwa, you are excessively benevolent. Descendants of Pangu, protectors of the primordial realm, it is merely their pretext to seize fortune and amplify their own power. Once they solidify their strength, where will there be room for us, non-witch beings, in this primordial land? Emperor Jun's voice remained steady yet persuasive. What Tai speaks is not mere alarmism. The Witch Clan, born of overwhelming strength, now endowed with the Tao's merit, is undeniably audacious. Look at the myriad beings of our primordial realm, birds and beasts, flora and spirits, aquatic creatures. While they're scattered across the four corners of the primordial world, they remain disunited, each governing themselves. If we do not unite promptly to form a force capable of resistance, we may soon find ourselves facing the Witch Clan's relentless advance, which could spell our doom. At that juncture, regret shall come too late. He fixed his intense gaze upon Fushi and Nuwa. My brother and I have deliberated deeply and wish to emulate the Witch Clan by uniting the myriad spirits of the primordial realm to establish the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan? Nuwa's brows furrowed slightly. Indeed, the Demon Clan. Jun's tone was resolute, advocating for the alignment with the will of heaven, the establishment of order, the governance of all beings, and the enlightenment of the ignorant, ensuring that the creatures of the primordial world each find their rightful place and fulfill their respective duties. This is an act of responding to the heavens and serving humanity, a deed of immeasurable merit. The Witch Clan claims to protect, while our Demon Clan asserts the importance of order. The Witch Clan governs the earth, and we, the Demon Clan, shall govern the heavens. Fushi gazed at Jun, his eyes profound. The aspirations of my friend are truly grand. However, the myriad beings of the primordial world are countless, and among them, there are numerous formidable entities, many of whom are unruly. How easy is it to integrate them? It is precisely for this reason that a true leader is required. Jun's gaze was piercing as he looked directly at Fushi and Nuwa. Fushi gently moved his fingers over the Bagua diagram, refraining from immediate response. Nuwa furrowed her delicate brows, seemingly uninterested in such matters of contention. Her innate aversion to conflict made her instinctively resistant to the idea of a competition that could engulf the entire primordial realm. Perceiving their hesitation, Jun immediately presented his proposal. If you two friends are willing to join our Demon Clan and partake in this grand endeavor, I, Jun, shall honor Nuwa as the Empress Nuwa, and Fushi as the Emperor Fushi. The titles of Empress Nuwa and Emperor Fu she shall hold equal status with my own and Tai Yi's imperial positions. We shall share the supreme fortune of the Demon Clan and jointly wield the authority over heaven and earth. Together, we four shall unite the pinnacle forces and fortunes of the primordial world. What is there to fear about achieving great matters? Empress Nuvea, Emperor Fu Undicesimo. Fushi and Nuwa exchanged glances. The terms were indeed quite favorable. Should the Demon Clan successfully be established, Jun and Tai Yi would reign as emperors, while Nuwa and Fu she would hold the title of royals. This is not merely a title of nobility, but signifies a substantial position and authority within the future Demon Clan, second only to the two Demon Emperors. along with the immense and unimaginable fortune of the clan. Such prospects undoubtedly held immense allure for their paths of cultivation. Nuwa pondered for a moment before responding with a cold voice. The establishment of the demon clan to govern all beings. This is fundamentally incompatible with the witch clan, leaving no possibility for coexistence. It is precisely because coexistence is challenging that we must establish ourselves. Tai abruptly rose, the solar flames around him flickering. There can only be one protagonist in the primordial realm. The witch clan is powerful, and if we do not unite, we will surely be defeated one by one in the future. Jun added, "Dear friends, the witch clan has already seized the initiative, gaining the merits of the heavenly Tao and augmenting their fortune. If we hesitate any longer, we shall truly miss the opportunity, and regret will come too late. The establishment of the demon clan is not only for our own paths, but also to seek a way out for the myriad beings of the primordial world, to vie for a space to exist, and to shield ourselves from the oppression of the witch clan." Fushi began to calculate once more. Although the heavenly secrets remained chaotic, he faintly perceived a golden pathway leading to unparalleled honor, albeit fraught with endless slaughter and tribulations. Risk and opportunity coexist. Fushi glanced at Nu Hua and nodded slightly. Receiving her brother's silent cue, Nu Hua sighed inwardly, yet understood that the tide of events had become undeniable. They could not remain uninvolved. Her cold gaze swept over Jun and Tai Yi as she spoke slowly. "Very well. My brother and I agree to join the demon clan." Jun and Tai Yi exchanged a glance, both filled with elation beyond their expectations. Nuwa and Shi Huang possess profound wisdom. Emperor Jun stood solemnly and performed a respectful bow. With the addition of these two friends, the great affairs of our demon clan are surely destined for success. Tai, filled with vigor and ambition, echoed this sentiment. Now that our agreement is established, when shall we hold the clan founding ceremony? And where shall it take place? Fushi regained his composure and began to contemplate practical matters. "Friend Emperor Jun," he inquired, "the establishment of a clan is no trivial matter. It requires grand fortune and a substantial foundation to support it. Although you both hail from the Sun Star and possess extraordinary roots, to unify the demon clan may pose challenges." Emperor Jun exchanged a confident glance with Tai, their faces adorned with assured smiles. "Your concerns are indeed valid, dear Fushi. Without meticulous preparation and a foundation robust enough to subdue the chaotic fortune of the primordial world, how could my brother and I dare to speak of founding a clan?" He paused, turning his gaze to Tai, who stood proudly beside him. "To be candid, during our early travels through the primordial expanse, my brother and I fortuitously discovered an ancient relic atop Mount Buzhou, amidst the 33 heavens. It is an expansive complex of palatial structures, suspended in the skies, shrouded in mist and ethereal energy, far surpassing any known blessed lands in the primordial realm. This place is indeed the perfect foundation bestowed upon our demon clan by the heavens. My brother and I have named it Heavenly Court." "Heavenly Court?" Both Nuwa and Fushi displayed expressions of astonishment. Such a fabled land had been uncovered by Emperor Jun and Tai. This fortune is truly remarkable. Any lingering doubts about joining the demon clan dissipated in an instant. The ability to discover and occupy the Heavenly Court is sufficient proof that Emperor Jun and Tai are individuals of great fortune and opportunity. To follow them might indeed lead to a chance at survival and the supreme path. "Heavenly Court. Splendid. What a magnificent Heavenly Court!" Fushi exclaimed. "With the Heavenly Court as our foundation, we shall establish our demon clan, gazing down upon the primordial lands, commanding the celestial bodies. It aligns perfectly with the times and is in accordance with destiny." Nuan nodded slightly, a flicker of intrigue igniting within her cool gaze. "In that case, we shall await good news from both of you." "Excellent," Emperor Jun declared with enthusiasm. "Let us agree that a millennia hence, atop the Heavenly Court, we shall announce to the primordial world the formal establishment of the demon clan." "Agreed," Fushi responded. Nuwa also nodded in consent. The four supreme beings of the primordial realm forged an alliance that would undoubtedly alter the very fabric of their world. Emperor Jun and Tai took their leave, transforming into golden rainbows, soaring directly towards the sun star, to commence preparations for the clan founding ceremony 1,000 years hence. Niwa and Fushi stood outside the hall, gazing in the direction of their departing figures, lost in contemplation. Sister, Fushi finally spoke, his tone heavy with gravity. This matter carries immense significance. The trials of the future may be beyond our estimation. Niwa gently shook her head. Though the risks are great, they also present an opportunity for us, siblings. The tides of the primordial realm are rising. How could we remain uninvolved? She turned her gaze towards Mount Buzhou, the Witch Clan, the Demon Clan. This primordial realm is destined for turmoil. Chapter 27. The establishment of the Demon Clan, a millennium swiftly passes in the blink of an eye. On this day, beyond the 33 heavens, the newly established celestial gates stand wide open. Amidst swirling clouds and mist, countless palatial structures emerge, resplendent in gold and jade, suffused with an ethereal aura, far surpassing any primordial paradise. Dijun and Tai intend to announce the formation of the Demon Clan here, extending invitations to the mighty beings of the primordial realm to witness the occasion. Outside the southern heavenly gate, a dazzling array of powerful auras descends in succession. The three pure ones from Kunlun Mountain arrive together. From the direction of Wuzhuang Temple, Zhun Yuanzi, accompanied by the Red Cloud Taoist, also makes his entrance. Red Cloud gazes in awe at the magnificent celestial realm, exclaiming in wonder, "My goodness! Dijun and Tai have truly orchestrated a grand spectacle. This place far exceeds my Fire Cloud Cave in opulence." Zhun Yuanzi observes calmly, lightly waving his feathered whisk. From the depths of the Blood Sea, the ancestor of the underworld, Ming He, silently arrives, standing inconspicuously in a corner, his aura of blood and malice subdued, eyes deep and contemplative. Subsequently, from the western Shumi Mountain, the guide Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti also make their appearance. Jia Yin wearing a pained expression, while Zhuan Ti's eyes sparkle with a cunning light, lost in thought. Just as various mighty beings ponder their own thoughts, a savage and domineering malevolence surges from the direction of Mount Buzhou, soaring towards the heavenly realm. The Wu clan has arrived, murmurs a powerful figure. 12 towering figures descend before the southern heavenly gate. They are none other than the 12 ancestors of the Wu. Their formidable presence, surrounded by laws, causes the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Yet, before the 12 ancestors, Wu Ming appears notably more composed, though none dare to underestimate him. Within the heavenly realm, the demon god Bai Zhe, responsible for reception, promptly steps forward with a courteous smile. Taoist Wu Ming, esteemed ancestors of the Wu, please enter. Zhu Rong glances disdainfully at the resplendent southern heavenly gate, snorting, "What a flashy display. Aren't you just imitating our clan's establishment?" Gong Gong grumbles in a deep voice. "Quite the spectacle indeed. I wonder if it holds any substance." Dijiang shoots them a warning glance, signaling them to remain calm. Wu Ming nods slightly to Bai Zhe, choosing not to elaborate further, as he leads the 12 ancestors into the celestial realm. Within, guests have already gathered in abundance. The arrival of the Wu clan undoubtedly captures everyone's attention. The friends of the Wu clan have arrived. Yuanshi speaks lightly, acknowledging their presence. Laozi nods slightly in response. Tong Tian chuckles. "Friends of the Wu clan, you're just in time to witness what marvels this demon clan will conjure." Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud step forward. Taoist Wu Ming. We meet again alongside the 12 ancestors. Wu Ming reciprocates with a nod. Both Taoists have also come. Red Cloud leans in, whispering, "Taoist Wu Ming. Dijun and Tai Yi's display is indeed impressive. Look at this heavenly realm. Truly a splendid place." Zhen Yuanzi coughs lightly, prompting Red Cloud to offer a sheepish smile. At that moment, the resonant sound of bells rings out, majestic and sonorous. Ding! Dijun, clad in imperial robes and adorned with a crown, alongside Tai, who holds the chaos bell, emerges at the southern heavenly gate. Niwa and Fushi stand slightly behind them. The 10 great demon saints and countless demon followers follow in their wake, their demonic energy soaring to the heavens. "Welcome, esteemed friends to my celestial realm, to witness the grand ceremony of the demon clan's establishment. The voice of Emperor June resonated throughout the expanse. Following a series of formalities, the ritual commenced. Emperor June's voice boomed, echoing through the primordial world. The great Tao is above. The Pangu deity is above. The heavenly Tao is above. This triad of proclamations mirrored those uttered during the Witch Clan's establishment. Emperor June continued to declare, "Today, I, Emperor June of the Demon Clan, alongside Tai, the goddess Enhua, and the illustrious Fushi, along with countless demon kin, pledge our oath in this celestial court. In the nascent days of creation, all beings were shrouded in ignorance, with a strong preyed upon the weak, and order was non-existent, violating the principles of nature. We, the Demon Clan, shall align with the will of heaven, establish order, govern all beings, enlighten the ignorant, organize the celestial bodies, and stabilize the movement of the heavens and the earth. All beings with scales, feathers, beasts, and flora that have attained sentience shall be regarded as members of the Demon Clan. We shall establish our celestial court high above the 9 heavens, wielding the authority of the heavens. This vow is witnessed by the great Tao, by the Pangu deity, and by the heavenly Tao. Demon Clan, establish." With a resounding thunder, the declaration reverberated, and the skies above transformed once more. A magnificent and pure essence of merit, far more substantial than that witnessed during the Witch Clan's establishment, coalesced into a golden pillar of light, crashing down. The majority of this merit surged into the bodies of Emperor June, Tai, Enhua, and Fushi, causing their auras to swell and their power to intensify. The remaining merit rained down like golden droplets upon the demon armies within and outside the celestial court, as well as upon the many demon kings who had come to witness the occasion. Countless demons found their bottlenecks loosening, their fortunes soaring. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun Daozu nodded slightly. Under the operation of the heavenly Tao, supporting the Demon Clan while balancing the Witch Clan was indeed the rightful course. The assembled powerful beings gazed in awe at the merit that almost dyed half the sky in gold, their hearts overwhelmed with astonishment. This merit was even greater than that of the Witch Clan's establishment. Hanyin could not help but exclaim softly. Zhang Yuanzi's expression turned grave. The Demon Clan vows to govern all beings and establish order. Does this act not align more closely with the will of the heavenly Tao? The 3 pure ones furrowed their brows. Laozi's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue, while Yuanshi remained steadfast, and Tong Tian merely curled his lip in disdain. The greed in Mingyi's eyes intensified, nearly impossible to suppress. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with concern, yet also marked by a hint of peculiarity. On the Witch Clan side, Zhurong could not hold back a murmur. Damn it, why do they receive more merit than we do? We cleanse the malevolent energy and organize the ley lines. Is that not great merit? Gong echoed, exactly. The heavenly Tao is exceedingly biased. Hutu's brow furrowed as she glanced at Wu Ming. The ancestral witches, such as Qiang Liang and Shebi, also wore expressions of indignation. Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity in each other's eyes. Only Wu Ming remained calm, having anticipated this outcome. The heavenly Tao required the competition between the witches and demons to propel the calamity forward. The Witch Clan's establishment, pledging to guard the primordial world and cleanse malevolent energy, was indeed great merit that the heavenly Tao could not overlook. Yet, the Demon Clan's declaration to establish order and govern all beings resonated more profoundly with the heavenly Tao's intent to incite conflict between the 2 clans in the forthcoming tribulation. Thus, the heavenly principles would bestow greater merits upon the Demon Clan, supporting them to amass sufficient strength to contend with the Witch Clan, even subtly overshadowing them. This exemplifies the grand design of celestial order, a subtle strategy. Wu Ming, with a cold smile in his heart, pondered, are they supporting the Demon Clan to battle against my Witch Clan? Unfortunately, I shall not grant you your wish. As the ceremony concluded, the banquet commenced. Dijun, Tai Yi, Nuwa, and Fu Shi approached to offer a toast. Friend Wu Ming, esteemed ancestors of the Witch Clan, I express my gratitude for your presence. Di Jun proclaimed, lowering his stance. Wu Ming nodded slightly. Friend Di Jun, friend Tai Yi, friend Nu Hua, friend Fu Shi, the demon clan has established itself, and with divine merits descending, this is indeed a cause for celebration. Di Jun bore the smile of a victor. Friend Wu Ming is too modest. My demon clan aligns with the heavens and the will of the people, establishing order, and thus enjoys the favor of the divine. Tai Yi, with an air of arrogance, gazed at Wu Ming and declared, now that our demon clan has been established and governs the heavenly court, this primordial land shall henceforth be jointly ruled by my demon clan and your witch clan. His words, though seemingly equitable, were laced with provocation. Zhu Rong could not restrain himself and interjected, his voice resonating. Humph. Joint rule? When has this primordial realm ever been governed by our two clans? Gong Gong echoed. Indeed, we of the Witch Clan eradicate malevolent energies and refine the earth's veins. That is true labor. Your demon clan claims to dominate all spirits. It appears you simply wish to assume the role of the tyrant and bully the weak. The atmosphere grew tense. What did you say? Tai Yi erupted in fury, the chaotic bell resonating ominously, the sun's true fire nearly bursting forth. What do you mean by accusing us of wanting to be the tyrants and oppressing the weak? Are you deaf? Zhu Rong stood his ground, flames surging around him. You seek death. Tai Yi was poised to strike. Doi, dijunaltedim. Yet his expression darkened. Zhu Rong. Wu Ming interjected, his voice calm yet authoritative, extinguishing the flames surrounding Zhu Rong in an instant. Wu Ming turned to Tai Yi. Friend Tai Yi, temper your rage. Zhu Rong merely speaks his mind. Today is a momentous occasion for the demon clan. It is not the time for conflict. However, his words are not without merit. The primordial land is, after all, formed from the body of our progenitor Pangu, and our witch clan has thrived here, which is only natural. Your demon clan has established the heavenly court, governing the celestial bodies and organizing the cosmos. We have no objections to that. As for the notion of joint rule over the primordial realm, my witch clan harbors no such grand ambitions. We merely seek to fulfill our oaths to our progenitor and the heavens. Wu Ming's words were neither humble nor arrogant. They clearly articulated the witch clan's disinterest in vying for supremacy while acknowledging the demon clan's authority over the heavens, deftly sidestepping the sensitive topic of joint governance. Nu Hua furrowed her delicate brows, glancing between Wu Ming and Di Jun, yet chose to remain silent. Fu Shi appeared contemplative, fingers subtly moving as if calculating something. His expression grave. Hong Yun, observing with trepidation, hastily intervened. We all seek the welfare of the primordial realm. Harmony brings prosperity. Let us foster goodwill. We shall be neighbors henceforth, and mutual assistance is imperative. Jin Yuanzi concurred. Indeed. Today is a joyous occasion for the demon clan. Let not words mar the atmosphere. Di Jun cast a deep glance at Wu Ming, draining his cup. Well said, friend. Wu Ming indeed embodies profound wisdom. Chapter 28. Our witch clan will not compete for supremacy in light of this. My demon tribe shall maintain a respectful distance from the witch clan, allowing each to flourish independently while collectively contributing to the primordial realm. Though he spoke these words, a cold laugh echoed within his heart. Not compete? What a farce. Once your witch clan purges the malevolent energy and refines the earth's veins, acquiring greater merit and strength, would you truly remain content? Although Tai Yi felt a lingering dissatisfaction, he could only emit a cold snort in response to Emperor Jun's edict, choosing not to voice his thoughts further. Nu Hua and Fu Shi stood by, silent spectators to the exchange. Wu Ming nodded slightly. This is indeed favorable. I hope both clans can coexist peacefully and contribute to the development of the primordial realm. With that, he turned, leading the 12 ancestral witches away. Watching the retreating figures of the witch clan, Tai Yi could not help but exclaim, Brother, are we truly letting them go just like that? Zhu Rong is so audacious. A glimmer of sternness flashed in Emperor Jun's eyes before swiftly dissipating as he replied in a deep tone, There is no rush. The witch clan is formidable, bolstered by the legacy of Pangu and the protection of merit. Now is not the time for an all-out war. Let them first cleanse the malevolent energy and refine the earth's veins. It serves as a means to tidy our own courtyard for the future unification of our demon tribe. His gaze swept over the vast heavenly court, falling upon the multitude of subservient demons below, and ambition filled his eyes. Issue a decree to reorganize the heavenly court, delineate the subordinates, and confer titles upon the demon gods. Within a millennium, I shall ensure that the banner of the demon tribe waves across the celestial expanse. Yes, brother, Tai responded, his spirit ignited with fervor. On the journey back to Buzhou Mountain, Zhou continued his tirade. Brother, why did you stop me earlier? I should have shown Tai my true prowess. What joke. Just because they acquired some merit, they truly believe themselves to be formidable? Gong Gong chimed in. Indeed, brother. Your patience is excessive. That Emperor Jun and Tai have amassed more merit than us at the founding of our clan. What gives them the right? We toil endlessly to purge malevolent energy and refine the earth's veins, while they merely utter a few words and merit rains down upon them like it's free. This cosmic order is utterly unfair. It's biased. The ancestral witches, such as Qiangliang and Shubi, wore expressions of indignation, clearly troubled by the notion of the demon tribe receiving greater merit. Zhou Ming pressed forward, his voice devoid of emotion, betraying neither joy nor anger. What significance is there in quarreling over transient grievances? He turned to observe his agitated siblings. The cosmic order distinctly favors the demon tribe, supporting their conflict with our witch clan. This is evident. Should you charge forth and confront Tai, even if victorious, what then? Will it compel the cosmic order to retract the merit granted to the demon tribe? Or will it bestow upon our witch clan a greater share of fortune? Zhou fell silent, his mouth agape, yet unable to articulate a rebuttal. Indeed, what does victory achieve? Aside from venting our frustrations, it serves no purpose. Zhou Ming continued. Our current objective is not to confront them head-on, but to seize the time to fulfill our vows, cleanse the malevolent energy, refine the earth's veins, accumulate merit, and enhance our strength. As long as the merits of our witch clan are profound enough and our fortune flourishing, the heavenly Tao will be wary and will not easily bestow calamities upon us. The ancestral witch, Emperor Jiang, furrowed his brow and inquired, Elder brother, what of the demon clan? Shall we simply allow their unchecked growth? They have gained favor with the heavenly court, amassed merit, and united myriad demons, their ambitions soaring. Surely, in the future, with a slight smile gracing his lips, Zhou Ming replied, do the demon clan aspire to dominate all beings and establish order? The vastness of the primordial world is teeming with untamed spirits. This realm has never been a place where one can simply reign supreme at will. However, Hutu expressed her concerns. The demon clan is formidable, bolstered by the heavenly court. Should conflicts arise between our clans in the future, conflicts are inevitable. Yet our adversaries will not be limited to us, Zhou Ming interjected. This primordial realm is bustling with those eager to play the leading role. We need only to tend to our own affairs. Let us not forget, the Tao ancestor from Zixiao Palace once personally conferred the title of the foremost male immortal. That individual now gathers numerous celestial beings over the Eastern Sea. Zhou Ming's thoughts turned, realizing that it would be prudent to extend some assistance to Dong Wanggong. Otherwise, he would struggle against the demon clan. Upon hearing this, the 12 ancestral witches were struck with clarity. Dong Wanggong, Zhou exclaimed, slapping his thigh, sparks flying. Indeed. What about that fellow? Ha ha ha. Elder brother, you are truly brilliant. Gong Gong chuckled, excellent. Let them tear each other apart. Emperor Jiang and the others nodded in agreement, increasingly admiring Zhou Ming's foresight. Chang Liang, Tian Wu, and the other ancestral witches also nodded in unison, their gazes towards Zhou Ming filled with reverence. Elder brother is indeed remarkable, always considering the long term. Emperor Jiang pondered aloud. Does this imply that our witch clan's future focus should be on fulfilling our oaths, accumulating merit, and enhancing our strength, abstaining from participating in the struggle for supremacy in the primordial realm? Precisely, Zhou Ming affirmed. Halting his steps, and turning to face his 12 siblings, his expression turning grave. Remember, our Lich Clan does not tread the path of vying for dominance in the primordial world. What is gained from such endeavors? Have you forgotten the calamity of the Dragon and Han era? The Dragon, Phoenix, and Lich clans were immensely powerful. Their struggles tore the heavens and split the earth, casting the sun and moon into darkness. Yet what was the outcome? The mightiest among the three clans suffered devastating losses, their fortunes diminished, burdened by immeasurable karma. The remnants of their kin still toil to repay their debts, finding even cultivation fraught with difficulties. This is the fate that awaits those who seek to dominate the primordial realm. The ancestral witches shivered at his words. Though the Dragon and Han calamity lay in the distant past, its brutal legacy remained an indelible shadow in the hearts of all primordial beings. They had heard whispers of the tragic fate of the three clans. Zhou Ming continued, "Our Lich Clan is born of the primordial blood of Pangu, inherently capable of mastering the laws, with formidable physical prowess. This is our foundation, our advantage, to cultivate through the laws, to prove oneself through strength. This is the path most suited to our clan. Is not the path of law and enlightenment enticing? Must we contend for some trifling title of supremacy, thus mired in karma?" Zhou Ming pressed on, considered Dao Ancestor Hongjun. What a figure he is. A prodigious talent with profound roots. Did you think he initially did not aspire to tread the path of the laws? Yet what was the outcome? It was, after all, the great conflict between Dao and Demon, where Luo Ho self-destructed on the western continent, obliterating the ancestral veins of the West. Olo Hong Yun emerged victorious. He bore the heavy burden of immense karmic consequences. Entangled in karma, his path to the laws was obstructed, compelling him to ultimately compromise with the heavenly Dao, severing his three corpses to attain sanctity, merging with the heavenly Dao. Even the Dao Ancestor was forced to alter his path due to karma. Do you believe that if our Wu clan were to embark on the path of hegemony, becoming mired in boundless karma, our fate would be any better than that of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Lich clans? In such a scenario, let alone achieving the path of laws, preserving the legacy of the Wu clan itself would be in jeopardy. Cleansing malevolent energy, harmonizing the earth's veins, and accumulating merit. These are our means of protection and methods for building our foundation. The ultimate objective is to leverage the inherent advantages of the Wu clan to comprehend the laws, annihilate myriad doctrines through sheer strength, and attain the fruition of the primordial Tao. His words resonated profoundly, plunging all the ancestral witches into contemplation. The allure of competing for supremacy in the primordial world is undeniably immense. Yet the harrowing toll of the Dragon Han catastrophe and the convoluted journey of Hong Jun's enlightenment lay starkly before us. In contrast to the ephemeral and elusive position of the primordial overlord, the pursuit of mastering one's destiny and striving for the pinnacle of the great Tao through the path of laws appears far more tangible and aligns closely with the essence of the Wu clan. Elder brother speaks truth. Di Jiang was the first to nod, acknowledging our prior misconceptions. Zhu Jiu-yin slowly added, "The path of the laws is indeed the righteous way. Accumulating merit, solidifying our foundation, and observing the changes quietly is the superior strategy." Ho Tu gently affirmed, "I shall heed elder brother's teachings." Even the most combative among them, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, at that moment scratched their heads, no longer clamoring for trouble with the Demon Clan. "Very well. It is good that you all understand." Zhou Ming waved his hand. "Upon returning, each of you must restrain your clansmen, exert double the effort, and actualize the matter of accumulating merit. The primordial world is vast, full of opportunities. The era belonging to our Wu clan has only just begun." After speaking, Zhou Ming ceased further discourse and led the way towards Mount Buzhou, with the 12 ancestral witches closely following. Chapter 29. The dawn of the semi-saint era, the emergence of the Demon Clan, and the celestial court stirred ripples across the primordial world, akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake. Soon after, significant events unfolded over the Eastern Sea. The Eastern King, the foremost male immortal, personally designated by the esteemed Hong Jun, could no longer restrain his restless heart. He believed that as the chosen leader of all male immortals, he could not afford to lag behind. If Emperor Jun and Tai could establish the celestial court, why could he not create a court of his own? Thus, the Eastern King summoned a cadre of wandering immortals and powerful beings who followed him, embarking on the grand endeavor of establishing a new sect and court. He extended invitations widely, emulating the practices of the witch and demon clans, and founded a sect known as the Immortal Court. The news reverberated throughout the primordial realm once more. Another faction was rising. The Eastern King, renowned as the foremost male immortal, certainly had an impressive title, yet remained uncertain how significant his actions would be. Had he invited the Western Queen Mother? If the leader of the female immortals chose not to attend, the Immortal Court would lack substance. Soon, word spread. It was said that the Eastern King personally journeyed to the Western Kunlun to extend an invitation to the Western Queen Mother, hoping she would join his cause. However, it was rather awkward, as the equally esteemed leader of the female immortals, the Western Queen Mother, outright dismissed his overture, refusing him without hesitation. The Western Queen Mother remained in her Western Kunlun, devoted to her own cultivation, indifferent to this so-called immortal court. The Eastern King, faced with such embarrassment, felt somewhat disheartened. Yet the establishment of the immortal court would proceed. He emulated Emperor Jun and Tai, sending out invitations to summon esteemed beings from across the primordial realm to witness the occasion. On the Penglai Immortal Island, enveloped in ethereal mists, the ambience was more transcendent compared to the opulence of the celestial court. The Eastern King donned a magnificent robe symbolizing his status as the foremost male immortal, wielding a dragon-headed staff, and stood proudly upon a high platform. Following the established protocols, he raised his voice to proclaim his oath to heaven and earth, the great Tao above, the Pangu deity above, the heavenly Tao above. This triumvirate of exclamations had swiftly become the standard opening for establishing factions in the primordial realm. Today, I, the Eastern King, acting under the decree of the Tao Ancestor, as the foremost male immortal, hereby establish the immortal court in this eastern sea of Penglai. May I govern all immortals and deities, uphold the order of the primordial realm, and enlighten all beings towards the Tao in accordance with the heavenly mandate. Any immortal who has attained the Tao in the primordial realm may enter my immortal court and partake in the great Tao. Immortal court established. However, as his vows echoed, the merit descending from the heavens was pitifully meager. The golden light was dim, far inferior to the vastness witnessed during the establishment of the Lich Clan, and could not be compared to the monumental pillars of merit that nearly obscured the sky during the establishment of the Demon Clan. The Eastern King was left utterly bewildered. What was happening? The procedures were correct. The slogans were proclaimed. Why was this so? Amidst the crowd of onlookers, someone could not contain a chuckle. Soon, whispers began to circulate. Is this it? Such scant merit. Who would find use for it? TSK, TSK, and he calls himself the foremost male immortal. What a grand spectacle. Yet the heavenly Tao shows no favor. Compared to the witch and demon clans, this immortal court is nothing short of a jest. On the high platform, Lord Dong stood, his complexion fluctuating between shades of green and white, his hands tightly clenched. He had anticipated that the merits he garnered might pale in comparison to those of the Demon Clan, given their grand assembly of myriad spirits. However, he never imagined that even the Witch Clan would surpass him. The merit gold pillar established by the Witch Clan, though somewhat slender compared to that of the Demon Clan, was still robust. The quantity of merit directly reflects the degree of recognition by the heavenly Tao. The meager merits obtained by the celestial court undoubtedly announced to the entirety of the primal chaos that Lord Dong, the foremost among male immortals, lacked sufficient weight. Clearing his throat, Lord Dong forcibly composed himself, forcing a smile as he expressed gratitude to the gathered friends for attending the ceremony. The celestial court was newly established, with much to develop, and he hoped for the continued support of his esteemed companions in the future. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. As the ceremony concluded, various powerful beings took their leave, many wearing knowing smiles. In an instant, Lord Dong and his nascent celestial court became the laughingstock of the primal chaos. This event served as a wake-up call to all the formidable beings within the primal chaos. It was not sufficient merely to establish a foothold and utter a few slogans for the heavenly Tao to take notice. Without the foundation, fortune, or strength, one could only invite humiliation by striving to stand out. Yet simultaneously, the substantial merits acquired by the Demon Clan and the benefits gained by the Witch Clan genuinely provoked a sense of urgency among all. If even Lord Dong dared to establish the Celestial Court, albeit with diminished merits, he still held sway as a regional power. Indeed, the Witch Clan, the Demon Clan, and now the Celestial Court, the Primal Chaos, was becoming increasingly competitive. If one did not achieve breakthroughs soon, they might find themselves left empty-handed. The necessity to sever 3 corpses loomed large. One must expedite the severing of 3 corpses and attain the path of quasi-saint. An invisible pressure enveloped the hearts of all the peak Great Luo Golden Immortals. Previously, they all shared the Great Luo level, albeit with varying strengths. They were at least on the same tier. They watched as Emperor Jun, Tai, Niuhua, and Fushi, after receiving merits, swiftly ascended in cultivation, their overwhelming presence palpable even from a distance. Then, observing the Witch Clan, although their merits were fewer than those of the Demon Clan, their fortunes visibly soared post-establishment. With each ancestral Witch's aura becoming increasingly refined, if they did not hasten to catch up, the disparity would only grow wider. In Kunlun Mountain, the 3 purities almost simultaneously chose to enter seclusion. Laozi, embodying non-action, recognized that time was of the essence. Yuan Shi, proud as ever, could not tolerate being overshadowed by the Demon Clan. Tong Tian, ever combative, yearned for greater power. They were determined to follow the ancestral path of severing 3 corpses and attaining enlightenment. At Wuzhuang Temple, Jin Yuanzi gazed at his friend Hong Yin. Hong Yin scratched his head. Jin Yuanzi, why are you looking at me? I also need to enter seclusion. If I don't catch up soon, I'll be embarrassed to greet anyone when I go out. Jin Yuanzi nodded slightly, feeling the urgency as well. In the Blood Sea, the ancestor of the underworld gazed at his 2 innate killing swords, devoid of karmic ties. The notion of severing 3 corpses? Perfect, he had the ideal tools at hand. On the western Shumi Mountain, Jane appeared more troubled, while the light in Juanti's eyes shone ever brighter. Senior brother, we too must swiftly sever our corpses to secure a glimmer of hope for the West in the impending great calamity. Even those who were once carefree or reclusive great powers now find themselves under immense pressure, retreating into seclusion to seek breakthroughs. The entire primordial realm seems to have fallen into a profound silence, yet all are acutely aware that this tranquility merely precedes the storm. The era of quasi-saints is on the brink of a true arrival. As time flows endlessly, a millennium in the secluded cultivation of the great beings of the primordial world passes in the blink of an eye. On this day, from the direction of Kunlun Mountain, a vast and overwhelming aura surged skyward, its oppressive force permeating half of the primordial realm. The primordial heavenly venerable severed the good corpse, achieving the status of a quasi-saint. Soon after, 2 equally potent auras erupted. Laozi and Tong Tian followed suit, successfully severing their corpses and stepping into the realm of quasi-saints. The simultaneous achievement of the 3 purities as quasi-saints sent shockwaves throughout the primordial realm. Subsequently, from the western Shumi Mountain, 2 distinct quasi-saint auras ascended. Jane and Zhuanti also succeeded in severing their corpses. In the Demon Clan's heavenly court, Emperor Jun and Tai, drawing upon immense merit and fortune, almost simultaneously succeeded in their own severance, attaining quasi-saint status. Niuhua and Fushi soon followed, also achieving quasi-saint through their fulfilled merits. The master of the 5 Zhuang Temple, Xinyuanzi, succeeded in severing his corpse with the aid of the Earth Book. The Blood Sea and the Nether River also took that monumental step. In an instant, the primordial world was alive with the fluctuating auras of quasi-saints. Meanwhile, deep within the Pangu Palace of Mount Buzhou, A powerful wave of spatial law reverberated from another part of the palace. Wu Ming opened his eyes, gazing towards the source of the disturbance. It was Emperor Jiang, the ancestral witch of space. Emperor Jiang was engulfed by a surge of spatial law power, subtly breaking through the shackles of the great Luo Golden Immortal, stepping into the threshold of the primordial Golden Immortal. Excellent. A smile graced Wu Ming's face. Before long, another dark and profound wave of temporal law emanated. Zhou Ming, the ancestral witch of time, also achieved a breakthrough. The most astonishing revelation for Wu Ming and the other ancestral witches was Ho Tuesday. This seemingly gentle and compassionate ancestral witch of Earth had, surprisingly, surpassed expectations, nearly breaking through simultaneously with Emperor Jiang and Zhou Ming. Her entire being radiated with earthy yellow profound light, heavy and vast, embodying all things, subtly hinting at a rhythm of reincarnation and creation. Has Ho Tu also broken through? Zhurong's booming voice echoed, filled with astonishment. Goodness, Ho Tu has outpaced us, elder brothers. Gong Gong exclaimed, equally surprised. The other ancestral witches exchanged glances. Ho Tu smiled gently, her demeanor increasingly serene and harmonious. It is merely a slight realization. Wu Ming regarded Ho Tu deeply, understanding that her path of law had likely diverged from that of the other ancestral witches. This might be connected to her frequent traversing of the primordial land, empathizing with the sufferings of all beings, and showing compassion for the souls that have nowhere to return after death. Wu Ming chose not to elaborate, merely stating, "Excellent. Emperor Jiang, Zhou Ming, and Ho Tu, you three have entered the realm of primordial golden immortals and shall serve as examples. The rest of you siblings must hasten your cultivation and strive for early breakthroughs." "Yes, elder brother." The remaining ancestral witches responded in unison, their eyes brimming with determination. Chapter 30. The arrival of red clouds fortuity in the primordial world, as numerous mighty beings severed their corporeal forms to ascend to the quasi-saint realm, a new era dawned. At this moment, the esteemed figure known as the Ancestor Red Cloud, renowned for his benevolence, was enjoying tea with his old friend, Zhen Yuanzi, at Wuzhuang Temple, ever since he had severed his mortal remains and attained the status of quasi-saint. He could no longer contain his exuberance and resumed his leisurely travels across the vast expanse of the primordial realm. After a series of adventures, he sought refuge at the abode of his dear friend. "Zhen Yuanzi, your ginseng fruit tea grows ever more delightful with each sip," Red Cloud exclaimed, savoring the flavor with a smile that radiated joy. Zhen Yuanzi, seated upon his meditation mat, maintained an aura of tranquility akin to a mountain. "If you find it to your liking, please indulge in a few more cups," he replied calmly. Suddenly, Red Cloud's expression shifted. A profound sensation emanated from the direction of Mount Buzhou, tugging at his consciousness as if some fortuitous event intimately related to him was on the verge of manifestation. Noticing his companion's change, Zhen Yuanzi inquired, "What troubles you, friend?" Red Cloud furrowed his brow briefly before relaxing, grinning as he said, "I sense that something of significance from Mount Buzhou is intertwined with my fate." Zhen Yuanzi paused, his demeanor growing solemn. "The words of Taoist Wu Ming are coming to fruition?" "Indeed," Red Cloud exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "I remember now. Taoist Wu Ming mentioned that opportunities would arise near Mount Buzhou, with far-reaching implications. He instructed me to inform him should I sense anything." He turned to Zhen Yuanzi and asked, "Isn't it remarkable?" Zhen Yuanzi's expression turned grave. "So, what Taoist Wu Ming foretold has indeed manifested?" "Almost certainly," Red Cloud declared, rising to his feet. "Let us hasten to Mount Buzhou and seek out Taoist Wu Ming. He specifically cautioned me that within that fortuity lies something of great importance to the Wu clan." Zhen Yuanzi stood as well, responding, "I shall accompany you." The two immediately set forth, transforming into streaks of light as they flew towards the Pangu Hall at Mount Buzhou. Within the Pangu Hall, Taoist Wu Ming was engaged in a discussion regarding the principles of the universe with the newly ascended primordial golden immortals, Emperor Jiang, Zhou Ming, and Ho Tuesday. Suddenly, he felt a stirring within his heart and raised his gaze towards the entrance of the hall. Moments later, The figures of Red Cloud and Zhun Yuanzi appeared at the doorway. Taoist Zhou Ming. Red Cloud's voice echoed before his form arrived, his demeanor still cheerful as ever. Zhou Ming rose to greet them. Taoist Red Cloud, Taoist Zhun Yuanzi, please enter. Once they were inside, Red Cloud could barely contain his excitement, exclaiming, Taoist Zhou Ming, I have sensed the matter you spoke of last time. It is indeed at Mount Buzhou. I cannot be mistaken. A knowing smile appeared on Zhou Ming's face. The time has come. He turned to Red Cloud. Thank you for making this journey. Ah, no need for such formalities. It was but a small effort. Red Cloud waved his hand dismissively. What exactly is this fortuity that holds such significance? Zhou Ming replied, It is a primordial spiritual root, which shall yield several primordial gourds. He then looked at Red Cloud and added, One of these gourds will be of great utility to our Wu clan. Understanding dawned on Red Cloud. I see. We must hurry and not let others seize it first. Zhou Ming nodded in agreement. That is precisely my intent. Indeed, elder brother. The three ancestral witches responded in unison. Zhou Ming then addressed Emperor Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and Ho Tu, saying, Upon my departure, matters of the clan shall be deliberated and managed by the three of you collectively. Constrain your kin and uphold your duties without negligence. Yes, elder brother. Dijiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and Ho Tu responded in unison. Zhou Ming refrained from further words and departed the Pangu Hall alongside Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, soaring toward the direction sensed by Hong Yun. Before long, they arrived at the foothills of Mount Buzhou, where a valley shrouded in dense white mist lay ahead. The mist churned, subtly emanating waves of an array that obstructed mental probing. This must be the place, Hong Yun indicated, pointing at the valley's entrance. Zhou Ming nodded and gazed into the valley. Through the gaps in the array, he could sense several formidable auras already present within. It seems others have arrived before us. Zin Yuanzi remarked. No sooner had he spoken than three figures emerged from the white mist. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian. The three pure ones paused momentarily upon seeing Zhou Ming and the others. Yuan Shi glanced at Zhou Ming, then swept his gaze over Hong Yun and Zhun Yuanzi, snorting coldly without uttering a word. Laozi maintained a calm demeanor and respectfully stated, Greetings, fellow Taoists. Tong Tian, with a hearty laugh, said, Ah, it is fellow Taoists Zhou Ming and Hong Yun, as well as Zhun Yuanzi. Your arrival is timely. We have just arrived not long ago. Zhou Ming nodded in return, acknowledging greetings to the three fellow Taoists. Hong Yun cheerfully greeted, Have the three of you sensed it as well? Yuan Shi ignored him. Laozi replied, This place holds opportunities that resonate with us. At that moment, another figure emerged from the valley, radiant and unparalleled. It was Niuhua. Upon seeing Zhou Ming, she slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Fellow Taoist Niuhua, Zhou Ming responded. Niuhua also inclined her head in recognition. Hong Yun leaned closer to Jin Yuanzi and whispered, Just as Zhou Ming said, both the three pure ones and fellow Taoist Niuhua have come. Zhun Yuanzi communicated back, It appears this opportunity is indeed extraordinary, attracting even these top-tier powers. Zhou Ming remained composed, finding a quiet spot to stand and patiently await. He understood that not everyone had yet arrived. Indeed, shortly thereafter, two blazing golden lights streaked across the sky, akin to two suns descending, landing not far from the valley's entrance. It was the heavenly emperor of the demon race, Dijun and Donghuang Tai. Dijun, clad in imperial robes, exuded an air of authority. Tai, wielding the Donghuang bell, emanated a fierce and dominating presence. The Wu clan has arrived as well. Tai's eyes flashed with hostility upon spotting Zhou Ming, remembering the events of the last heavenly court. Dijun, however, maintained an indifferent expression, though a hint of wariness lingered in his gaze toward Zhou Ming. Fellow Taoist Zhou Ming, you seem to be well, Dijun said softly. Zhou Ming responded calmly. Fellow Taoist Dijun, fellow Taoist Tai. The atmosphere became somewhat delicate. The three pure ones stood aside. Laozi closed his eyes in meditation. Yuan Shi remained expressionless, while Tong Tian observed with interest. Niuhua's brows slightly furrowed, seemingly disapproving of the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, Hong Yun couldn't help but murmur, Hey, this feathered bird has been the heavenly emperor for just a few days. and his temper has certainly grown. Di Jun shot Tai a glare, signaling him to restrain his words, then turned to the three pure ones, Nuwa, and others, offering a respectful salute. Greetings, fellow Taoists. The three pure ones, Nuwa, and others reciprocated the gesture. In an instant, the valley's entrance became a gathering place for some of the most formidable beings in the current primordial world. The Lord of the Witch Clan, the celestial emperor of the demon tribe, Dong Huang, the three pure ones, Nuwa, along with the likes of Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, all contributed to an atmosphere that became increasingly delicate. Everyone's focus was riveted on the primordial grand formation before them, awaiting the emergence of a fortuitous opportunity. It was clear to all that the chance capable of attracting so many quasi-saints was certainly extraordinary. As time slowly passed, the white mist at the valley's entrance began to undulate gently, and the aura of the primordial grand formation grew increasingly unstable. At that moment, a humming sound echoed. The primordial grand formation enveloping the valley surged violently and then gradually dissipated. The scenery within the valley unveiled itself before the assembled crowd. A colossal vine took root in the center of the valley, flourishing with abundant foliage, adorned with 7 gourds of varying colors and sizes, radiating an alluring brilliance. The primordial gourd vine. Instantly, the attention of all was captivated by those 7 gourds. Chapter 31. The inception of the primordial gourd vine at the Gu mouth. The attention of all mighty beings was suddenly drawn. It was indeed this object. Excitement flickered in Tong Tian's eyes. Laozi and Yuanshi also showed subtle shifts in expression. Emperor Jun and Tai's breaths quickened, for this was a pinnacle of innate spiritual roots. In Wa's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. Hongyun could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, what a treasure!" Jin Yuanzi looked on in astonishment. Wu Ming regarded the gourd vine, particularly the vine itself, with understanding. Fellow Taoists, the opportunity lies before us. Let each rely on their own fates. Laozi spoke first, his tone calm, stepping forward towards the gourd vine. He pointed at the gourd exuding a faint purple aura. The purple gourd emitted a soft hum, detached from a vine, and fell into Laozi's hands. Acknowledging the gourd with a slight nod, Laozi stepped aside, no longer glancing back. Yuanshi Tianzuan followed closely, his demeanor haughty, eyes fixed on a verdant gourd. With a flick of his whisk, the green gourd soared into his sleeve. Expressionless, Yuanshi retreated after claiming his treasure. Tong Tian laughed heartily, advancing with purpose. "This greenskin gourd is fated for me." He reached out, and the blue gourd joyfully leapt into his palm. The 3 pure ones each took possession of a gourd, their movements swift and decisive. Enwa gracefully approached the gourd vine, her gaze shifting until it settled upon a gourd radiating brilliant golden light. With a delicate lift of her hand, the golden gourd floated down and was collected. After acquiring the gourd, Enwa offered a slight bow to the vine and stepped aside. At this moment, 3 gourds remained on the vine, 1 red, 1 yellow, and a notably unripe blue gourd, its hue somewhat dim. The venerable Hongyun rubbed his hands together, beaming as he approached. "It's my turn." He immediately set his sights on the red gourd, beckoning it into his grasp. "What a treasure! What a treasure!" he exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Only the yellow and blue gourds remained. Tai, unable to contain himself, saw Hongyun's success and promptly stepped forward, the solar flames subtly flickering around him. Without hesitation, he reached for the yellow gourd. Upon grasping it, a weighty, searing aura enveloped him. Tai nodded in satisfaction as he secured it. In the blink of an eye, the 6 mature gourds each found their rightful owners. The gazes of the assembly naturally gravitated towards the lone, remaining gourd on the vine, as well as the gourd vine itself. The blue gourd, smaller than the others and somewhat dim in color, clearly remained unripe. The primordial gourd vine, having shed its gourds, retained much of its spiritual essence, still standing as a top-tier, innate spiritual root. As the crowd's thoughts diverged, Wu Ming made his move. With a composed expression, he strolled towards the gourd vine. Since all esteemed friends have taken their fated gourds, Wu Ming raised his gaze towards the assembly, his voice steady. "I shall accept this unripe blue gourd and the gourd vine itself on behalf of the Wu clan. I trust there are no objections?" The question was posed with courtesy, Yet the implication was unmistakable. You all have taken the good ones, and I shall claim this imperfect gourd along with its vine. I remained silent, eyes closed, tacitly conceding. The primordial heavenly sovereign cast a fleeting glance at the blue gourd and then at Zhou Ming before turning away. Clearly, this immature gourd and vine did not meet his discerning standards. The master of heaven toyed with the azure gourd in his hands, chuckling, "Zhou Ming, my friend, feel free to take it. We have already received our fortunes, and it is quite splendid." Niwa glanced at Zhou Ming and then at the gourd vine, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, as if sensing something amiss. However, having already acquired the golden gourd, she refrained from voicing any objections, merely nodding slightly. Han Yun, unfazed, laughed heartily. "Indeed, Zhou Ming, my friend, do take it. This gourd vine may yet flourish anew in your company." Zhen Yuanzi, standing by, naturally supported Zhou Ming. He reached out, preparing to collect both the blue gourd and the entire primordial gourd vine. Just as the matter seemed settled, Tai could no longer contain himself. "Wait," he exclaimed, glaring at Zhou Ming. "By what right does this belong to you? This gourd vine is a primordial spiritual root, even if the last gourd is unripe. The vine itself is a treasure. You think you can simply take it?" Zhou Ming turned to Tai, his expression inscrutable. "Oh, then according to your perspective, Tai, what should be done?" Tai was momentarily at a loss. To be honest, he had little interest in the blue gourd and vine. He simply did not wish for the Wu clan or Zhou Ming to benefit. Di Jun frowned slightly, sensing trouble brewing. Tai's temper was flaring again. Zhou Ming regarded Tai with a slight smile, or perhaps it was not a smile at all. "Since you find it inappropriate, that can easily be resolved." Zhou Ming pointed to the yellow gourd in Tai's hand. "How about this? You give me that yellow gourd, and I shall let you have this blue gourd and vine instead. What say you?" "You." Tai was instantly speechless. To exchange a mature, primordial gourd for an unripe one and a vine? Did Zhou Ming take him for a fool? The yellow gourd was warm to the touch, its radiant treasure light restrained. It was clearly not an ordinary item, so how could he part with it? "In your dreams," Tai retorted angrily. "Since you are unwilling to trade," Zhou Ming shrugged, his tone remaining calm, "it follows that you also believe the blue gourd and vine are of lesser value than the yellow gourd in your possession. Therefore, what is inappropriate about my taking this comparatively lesser item?" Tai found himself at a loss for words. Logically, there seemed to be no fault in his reasoning, yet he felt a deep sense of frustration. Zhou Ming's verbal prowess was indeed formidable. Di Jun sighed inwardly, stepping forward to nudge Tai. He then turned to Zhou Ming, stating, "What you say is reasonable, friend Zhou Ming. Since this vine and gourd are not fated to be ours, let them be yours." Di Jun understood well that this was not the time to provoke the Wu clan. For the sake of an immature gourd and a vine of uncertain worth, it was unwise to sever ties with Zhou Ming here. Furthermore, the three pure ones and Niwa had tacitly acquiesced. Any further insistence on his part would merely portray the demon clan as tyrannical and unreasonable, thus lacking in grace. Although Tai felt a sense of dissatisfaction, he had no choice but to cast an indignant glare at Zhou Ming, silenced by the decree of Emperor Jun ignoring the crowd. Zhou Ming turned away, gently waving his hand towards the primordial gourd vine. The azure gourd, along with the entire vine, roots, and soil, was enveloped by his magical power, gradually diminishing until it vanished into his palm. Thus, the primordial gourd vine and the 7 primordial gourds found their respective destinies. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances and nodded slightly before transforming into streams of light and departing. Niwa also acknowledged the assembly with a nod, gracefully drifting away. Emperor Jun and Tai shared a brief look, snorted in disdain, and returned to the heavenly court. Once everyone had left, Hanyan approached Zhou Ming and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist." Zhou Ming nodded slightly in response. "Thank you for your earlier message, fellow Taoist." Zhenyuanzi then stepped forward, stating, "With matters here concluded, Hong Yun and I must take our leave." "Safe travels to both of you," Zhou Ming replied, clasping his hands in farewell. Hong Yun and Zhenyuanzi transformed into streams of light and departed as well. In an instant, the once bustling valley was left with Zhou Ming alone. Without further delay, he moved swiftly becoming a streak of light as he soared towards Mount Buzhou. Chapter 32. The Third Sermon and the Acceptance of Disciples after retrieving the primordial gourd vine from Mount Buzhou. Zhou Ming retreated into the Pangu Hall, seldom venturing outside. In a secluded corner of the hall, the primordial gourd vine was carefully planted, nourished with the accumulated merits of the Wu clan, as Zhou Ming meticulously watered it, striving to hasten the ripening of the last fruit. The vine was lush and green, yet the blue gourd showed no signs of maturity. Sitting cross-legged, Zhou Ming immersed his mind in the ocean of laws. He remained patient, fully aware that this endeavor required time as well as further accumulation of merits. The 12 ancestors of Wu were not idle either. Di Zhang, Su Zhuyin, and Ho Tu, the three newly promoted primordial golden immortals, either secluded themselves to stabilize their realms or contemplated the laws. The other ancestors continued fulfilling the Wu clan's vows, traversing the vast wilderness, purging residual malevolent energies, untangling chaotic veins, accumulating merits, and honing their physical forms. The members of the Wu clan, adhering to the direction set by Zhou Ming, amassed strength and upheld their oaths, creating a scene of bustling activity. Time passed swiftly for the mighty beings of the wilderness. Millennia were but the blink of an eye. The day of the third sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace quietly arrived. On this day, the grand doors of the Pangu Hall opened. Zhou Ming stepped out, where the 12 ancestors had long awaited. "Brother, let us depart," they urged. Zhou Ming nodded. 13 figures soared into the sky, cutting through the air towards the Purple Cloud Palace, situated beyond the 33 heavens. The chaotic airstream surged as the ancient doors of the palace swung open. Within the palace, numerous figures had already gathered. As Zhou Ming and the 12 ancestors descended, they attracted considerable attention. Maintaining his composure, Zhou Ming led the ancestors into the palace. Inside the Purple Cloud Palace, the meditation mats remained in place. The front row held 6 mats, occupied by the 3 pure ones, Niuhua, Ning, and Zhuanti, who sat firmly in position. Soon, the 3,000 worldly guests were mostly assembled. With a hum, the doors of the Purple Cloud Palace closed silently. Upon the high platform, the figure of Hongjun Daozu appeared silently, as if he had existed there since time immemorial. The essence of the Tao flowed, enigmatic and profound. "We pay our respects to the Daozu." Everyone rose in unison, bowing deeply. Hongjun's expression remained impassive, his voice flat yet resonant, clearly reaching every ear. "Sit." Once everyone was seated, Hongjun's calm voice echoed. "This is the third lecture, and it shall also be the final one. I will elucidate the path of the sage for you." At the mention of the path of the sage, a brief pause enveloped the hall as all present felt their breaths catch. Even the 3 pure ones and Niuhua, top-tier powers, displayed expressions of gravity and anticipation. Ignoring the commotion below, Hongjun began his slow exposition. "The sage is one whose primordial spirit is entrusted to the heavenly Tao, a primordial great Luo golden immortal, enduring countless tribulations without wear, touched by karma, yet remaining untainted." The sound of the Tao permeated the air, as celestial blossoms rained down and golden lotuses surged from the earth. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, the laws manifested, shrouded in profound mystery. The assembly became entranced, immersed in the intricacies of the sage's path. Time flowed slowly in this enigmatic lecture. It was uncertain how long had passed, perhaps 1,000 years, perhaps 10,000. On the high platform, Hongjun's voice suddenly ceased. The celestial blossoms faded, and the golden lotuses dissipated. As the sound of the Tao vanished, the Purple Cloud Palace returned to tranquility. Beneath the lofty platform, the multitude remained enraptured by the profound mysteries of the sage's teachings. Their expressions varied. Some furrowed their brows, clearly lost in a fog of confusion, unable to grasp the essence. Others closed their eyes in concentration, seemingly gaining insight, striving to assimilate the knowledge. Yet others appeared bewildered, as if they had never encountered such esoteric principles before. The venerable Hongjun Daozu opened his eyes, calmly surveying those below. After a brief moment, the crowd gradually extricated themselves from the enigmatic realm of understanding, awakening one by one. Upon the platform, Hongjun Daozu's gaze swept over the assembly, landing upon three figures at the forefront of the cushions: Taiqing, Yuanshi, and Tongtian. You three are the manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, endowed with the merit of creation and profound fortune, destined to be intertwined with my mystical path. Do you wish to take me as your master? As these words resonated, many of the powerful beings in the hall felt a jolt of surprise. To become a disciple of Hongjun, this was an extraordinary opportunity. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian exchanged glances, devoid of hesitation, and immediately bowed in reverence, performing the rites of discipleship. Disciples Taiqing, Yuanshi, and Tongtian pay their respects to Master. Their voices rang out, imbued with excitement. Good. Hongjun nodded slightly, acknowledging their submission. He then turned his gaze to the side, fixing it upon Nuwa. Nuwa, you shall have great fortunes and opportunities in the future. Do you wish to become my direct disciple? Nuwa paused momentarily, then quickly regained her composure and bowed deeply. Disciple Nuwa pays her respects to Master. Her voice was bright, infused with joy. Hongjun regarded the four kneeling individuals below and raised his hand with a flourish. In an instant, four streams of primordial purple energy surged forth, as if imbued with sentience, and swiftly entered the foreheads of the three pure ones in Nuwa. This is the primordial purple energy, Hongjun elucidated. It contains the laws of heaven and earth, serving as the foundation for attaining sanctity. Today, I bestow it upon you. Thank you, Master. The three pure ones in Nuwa bowed once more. The foundation for sanctity. These four words reverberated like thunder within the purple cloud palace, causing all eyes to redden. Envy, jealousy, resentment. Why should they be the ones to receive such a foundation for sanctity? Especially those who considered themselves equal to the three pure ones in Nuwa. Their hearts churned with tumult. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Alas, Master, be merciful. I beseech you to show compassion. Suddenly, the Zhuan Taoist leapt up from his cushion and knelt before Hongjun, weeping loudly. Master, be compassionate. Please have pity on the West. My fellow disciples and I have journeyed across countless miles from the barren lands of the West, seeking the true teachings of the Tao. Yet the West has been ravaged, its spiritual veins destroyed, resources depleted. Our cultivation is fraught with hardship. I implore you to take us as disciples, granting the West a glimmer of hope. Their lamentations echoed, heartfelt and sincere, moving all who heard. The formidable beings within the Purple Cloud Palace stood in stunned silence. Could be done this way? Such audacity. Even the three pure ones in Nuwa could not help but glance sideways. The corner of Yuan Shirtan Zun's mouth twitched, revealing a hint of disdain. Tong Tian Jiao Zhu raised an eyebrow, seemingly amused. Laozi remained unmoved, his eyes closed like a mountain. Wu Ming observed this classic scene, his heart unfazed. Behind him, Zhu Rong curled his lip and whispered to Gong Gong. These shameless ones truly know how to perform. Gong Gong snorted. They really excel at feigning poverty. On the high platform, Hongjun regarded the two below, lamenting their plight with an unchanging expression, though a trace of helplessness flickered in his eyes. The conflict between Tao and Demon had led to Luo Hu's self-detonation, which obliterated the spiritual veins of the West. This matter, indeed, bore his responsibility, leaving him with a debt of causality to the West. Sigh. Hongyun impassibly exhaled. Very well. Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti. Although there exists no formal master-disciple relationship between us, your sincerity is commendable, and you share a connection with the Xianmen. Henceforth, I shall accept you as my registered disciples. With that, Hongjun raised his hand once more. Two streams of primordial purple energy surged forth, descending into the bodies of Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti. Master's benevolence. Master's benevolence. Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti exclaimed with joyous astonishment, hastily bowing to express their gratitude. Chapter 33. The convergence of Hongjun, the atmosphere within the hall erupted once more. Is this truly permissible? By merely weeping and wailing, one can attain the primordial purple energy? Had I known, I too have wept. What gives them the right? These two Western barbarians, what merit do they possess? The feelings of envy, jealousy, and resentment were nearly palpable. With the successful example of Jian and Juni, how could the others remain seated? In an instant, a multitude knelt down, beseeching Master, "Please show mercy and accept me as your disciple. Master, I wish to serve you faithfully. Master, behold my exceptional talents." The purple cloud palace transformed into a cacophony akin to a bustling marketplace, with voices of supplication and allegiance ringing out in unison. Hong Jun's brow slightly furrowed, only to return to its indifferent state. "You all share no fated bond with me," he declared, his voice low yet resonant, clear as a bell amidst the clamor, dousing their fervor with cold reality. Silence fell upon the crowd, their faces etched with disappointment and discontent. Hong Jun continued, "Under the heavenly Tao, there exist 9 sacred positions. The 9th sage shall not emerge without an immense calamity. I hold the creation jade disc, which is destined to govern the 7 paths of primordial purple energy. To date, I have bestowed 6 paths of primordial purple energy." A collective gasp reverberated through the assembly. 6 paths? Does that not imply there remains one more? Instantly, all gazes turned fervent, fixated intently upon Hong Jun. "Master, there is still one path of primordial purple energy. Grant it to us. Master, have compassion and afford us an opportunity. We beseech you, Master." Observing the myriad expressions of the gathered beings below, Hong Jun remained silent for an extended moment. At length, he seemed to exhale softly. "Very well. The final path of primordial purple energy shall be determined by your respective fates." As his words faded, he raised his hand and waved. With a whoosh, the last stream of purple light surged forth, akin to a swimming fish, spiraling within the confines of the purple cloud palace. Every heart fluttered in sync with the purple light, tension reaching its zenith. "It is mine. Come to me." Countless voices cried out in their hearts, praying fervently. The primordial purple energy appeared to hesitate, circling in the air for a moment. Ultimately, to the astonishment of all, it surged forward, racing toward a singular destination: Hong Yun Ancestor. In a flash, the primordial purple energy vanished into Hong Yun's being. The entire purple cloud palace plunged into an eerie silence. Everyone was rendered speechless. How could it be him? Hong Yun himself stood in a daze, absorbing the profound and vast energy coursing within him, momentarily unable to comprehend. Who am I? Where am I? Am I about to become a sage? After a fleeting moment of confusion, an overwhelming wave of ecstasy washed over him. Primordial purple energy, the foundation for becoming a sage. Could it be that I, Hong Yun, shall also have a day of ascendance? However, this joy was short-lived. He abruptly recalled the words spoken by Zhou Ming within the Pangu Hall. The smile on Hong Yun's face froze. Instinctively, he glanced toward a corner of the hall, where Kunpeng was fixating on him with an almost predatory gaze. The resentment, anger, and murderous intent reflected in his gaze were unmistakably chilling. Hong Yun's heart plummeted as he grasped the gravity of the situation. This primordial purple energy was indeed the key to resolving the entanglement with Kunpeng. A tumult of emotions surged within him, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed, culminating in a heavy sigh. "Aongjia!" Kunpeng's heart roared in fury, cursing Hong Yun for his interference. "If it weren't for you taking the seat, that mat should have rightfully been mine. Now the mat is gone, and even the last trace of primordial purple energy has been seized by you. You have severed my path and shattered my future. This enmity shall not be forgotten. Hong Yun, prepare for vengeance. From this day forth, I, Kunpeng, shall pursue you relentlessly." The overwhelming murderous intent radiating from Kunpeng was palpable, threatening to incinerate all in its wake. The atmosphere within the purple cloud palace grew exceedingly oppressive and strange due to the fate of the last primordial purple energy. There were those who envied, those who resented, and those who reveled in the misfortune of others. Upon the high platform, Hong Jun seemed unfazed by the undercurrents below. Once the last primordial purple energy settled, his gaze swept over the 6 disciples. "Taiji, as my foremost disciple of the Xianmen, you bear the responsibility of guiding sentient beings and overseeing the destiny of the Xianmen. Today, I bestow upon you the innate treasure the Taiji diagram, to stabilize the cosmic order. Disciple, I thank you, Master. Laozi bowed respectfully. Yuan Shi, the Pangu banner, forged from the divine axe that split heaven and earth, contains boundless primordial energy capable of shattering chaos and recreating the elements of earth, water, wind, and fire. Thus, I grant it to you. Disciple, I thank you, Master. Yuan Shi accepted the Pangu banner, excitement rarely visible on his face shining through. Tongtian, I bestow upon you the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination array diagram. This formation can only be unraveled by the combined strength of the 4 saints. Wield it wisely, for it possesses unparalleled lethality. Disciple, I thank you, Master. Tongtian was filled with joy, hastily securing the treasures. Hongjun then turned to Nuwa. Nuwa, you are endowed with great virtue. Thus, I grant you the map of mountains and rivers, the red thread ball, and the creation cauldron. May you utilize them wisely. Disciple, I thank you, Master. Nuwa joyfully accepted the gifts. After distributing treasures to the 4 principal disciples, Hongjun paused, and the expressions of Jin and Zhuanti exchanged a glance filled with grievance and longing as they gazed at Hongjun, clearly indicating, Master, what about us? The onlookers in the hall could hardly suppress their amusement at the sight of these 2 Westerners, whose boldness in seeking favors was truly remarkable. Hongjun appeared somewhat helpless, but chose not to elaborate further. With a wave of his hand, 3 more treasures flew forth. These are the 12-petal lotus of virtue, unmatched in defense. This is the green lotus treasure flag, one of the primordial 5 elements flags. And this is the empowering divine staff, capable of subduing demons and spirits. I bestow them upon you. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Jane and Zhuanti rejoiced, hastily expressing their gratitude and securing the treasures, their faces beaming with delight. At this moment, the other powerful beings in the hall, who had not received treasures, could no longer remain composed. Why should it be so? Disciples of both personal and named nature exist. We who have attended the teachings thrice and have journeyed through the chaos in vain are left with naught. We implore the teacher's compassion, beseeching for a treasure or 2 for our protection. Oh, Master, the path of cultivation is arduous for us. Once more, a chorus of pleas arose. Hongjun raised his hand, interrupting the clamorous requests. I have placed all the spiritual treasures I acquired in the past upon the treasure peak beyond the 33 heavens. After my teachings, you may venture forth and claim what you're destined to obtain. Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell silent, their faces illuminated with anticipation. The treasure peak. It is indeed the repository of the Tao Ancestor's treasures. Though it may not compare to the innate supreme treasures, it undoubtedly harbors a plethora of valuable items. Hongjun surveyed the assembly below and finally spoke. The 3 teachings have concluded. I shall now merge with the Tao. The heavenly way is not complete. I shall supplement it with my essence, orchestrating creation and refining the primordial chaos. In the future, as the primordial realm evolves, a natural order shall emerge. Unless the great calamity of heaven and earth descends, I shall remain withdrawn. You may depart. With these words, Hongjun's ethereal figure on the high platform gradually became translucent, ultimately vanishing entirely, as if he had never existed at all. Only the empty high platform remained, accompanied by a multitude of primordial beings still grappling with a monumental revelation. Thunderous sounds echoed as the ancient, heavy doors of the Purple Cloud Palace slowly creaked open. Chapter 34. The exchange for the sea calming pearl. The figure of Hongjun dissipated, and the grand gates of the Purple Cloud Palace swung open with a thunderous boom. The silence within the hall was shattered in an instant, as countless figures transformed into streaks of light, hastening to rush out of the palace, their sights set directly on the treasure distribution rocks situated beyond the 33 heavens. With a thought, Zhou Ming communicated telepathically to the nearby Emperor Jiang. Emperor Jiang, you possess the greatest speed. Immediately proceed to the treasure distribution rock. Remember, disregard everything else and ensure you acquire the 24C calming pearls. That set of pearls aligns perfectly with your spatial principles. They must be obtained. Emperor Jiang paused imperceptibly, then comprehended the urgency, nodding in acknowledgement to Zhou Ming. In a swift motion, he channeled the laws of space, causing his form to dissolve into the void. In the next instant, he traversed an immeasurable distance, heading towards the treasure distribution rock at a speed that far surpassed that of the other formidable beings. The chaotic airstream surged as the treasure distribution rock floated in the void, radiating a treasure light that hinted at countless spiritual treasures drifting within. Yet, upon Emperor Zhang's arrival, he was taken aback. Were the dazzling lights of treasures and the spectacle of spiritual artifacts descending like rain. The treasure distribution rock was barren, with only a few low-grade and medium-grade innate spiritual treasures emitting faint glimmers, lying there with an unremarkable aura. What is this? Emperor Zhang furrowed his brow, scanning the area with his divine sense to confirm there were no overlooked treasures. Could it be that he arrived too late? Impossible. He was confident that he was among the first to arrive. Despite his confusion, Emperor Zhang collected the few low-grade and medium-grade innate spiritual treasures. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Before long, the three pure ones, Niwa, Jin, Zhuanti, and the demon race SD Jun and Tai, along with several other top-tier beings, followed closely behind. Zhou Ming and the other ancestral witches soon arrived as well. Upon witnessing the sparse collection of spiritual treasures on the treasure distribution rock and noticing Emperor Zhang's perplexed expression, Zhou Ming began to formulate a plan in his mind. It seemed that Hong Jun had laid out his design well in advance. Zhou Ming mused internally. The treasures on this rock are not visible or attainable by everyone. It all depends on fate, or one might say, the destiny set by the heavenly Tao. Indeed, the subsequent events confirmed his suspicions. The three pure ones stepped forward. Laozi waved the Taiji diagram, and dozens of beams of treasure light flew into his sleeves, including several high-grade, innate spiritual treasures. Yuan Shi Tianzun summoned the Pangu banner, gently waving it, and a large number of spiritual treasures were swept away by him. Tong Tian Jiaozhu, in a display of exuberance, laughed heartily, and with a sweep of his sword light, he gathered over 100 various spiritual treasures, a dazzling array that left the onlookers envious. Niwa Jin and Zhuanti also reaped substantial rewards, each collecting dozens of spiritual treasures. However, the situation was markedly different for some of the other powerful beings. Some approached only to find 3 or 5 low-grade spiritual treasures, barely worthwhile. Others even saw nothing at all, left staring in disbelief, their frustration evident as they fumed and glared. What is happening? Where are the treasures? Why can they acquire so many while I can only see these? It's unjust. The heavenly Tao is unfair. Voices of complaint and doubt echoed, rising and falling like a tide. Zhou Ming observed all of this with a calm demeanor. He advanced with the ancestral witches. Ultimately, aside from Zhou Ming and Ho Tu, each acquiring a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the remaining ancestral witches merely obtained 1 or 2 inferior or medium-grade innate spiritual treasures, which were of minimal significance. Soon, all the spiritual treasures that could be sensed by the crowd on the dividing treasure rock were taken. Just as everyone was preparing to depart, Zhou Ming made a move that left all in astonishment. He approached the dividing treasure rock, extended his hand, and unleashed his magical power, enveloping the entire cliff. With a resounding hum, the dividing treasure rock trembled violently before Zhou Ming uprooted it, reducing it in size until it became palm-sized, resting in his hand. What is he doing? He has taken the dividing treasure rock. Incredible. Everyone was utterly stunned. This rock, capable of holding such an abundance of innate treasures, was undoubtedly of exceptional material. Even if it was not an innate treasure, it would certainly serve as a top-tier refining material. In their eagerness to collect treasures, how did they not think to take the cliff itself? This item is fated to be with our Wu clan, Zhou Ming remarked as he stored the dividing treasure rock away. The crowd could only respond in disbelief. Fated, my foot. Clearly, it was just your quick hands. Yet, it must be noted that despite the multitude present, it was only Zhou Ming who thought to act on this. What could they do? Engage in a skirmish? Glancing at the 12 fierce ancestral witches standing behind Zhou Ming, most wisely chose silence. Di Jun cast a deep glance at Zhou Ming, restraining Tai Yi, who seemed ready to speak, before turning and departing like a shooting star. The three pure ones, Nu Hua, and others followed suit and left. At that moment, Wu Ming spoke up. Tong Tian, my friend, please wait. The departing Tong Tian paused, looking back at Wu Ming with a hint of surprise. Wu Ming, my friend. What is it? Wu Ming stepped forward, getting straight to the point. Among the treasures you acquired from the dividing treasure rock, do you possess 24 sea calming pearls? Tong Tian was taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He had indeed obtained that set of pearls, but how did Wu Ming know? Maintaining his composure, he summoned the 24 pearls, which radiated a gentle, precious light and contained fluctuations of spatial laws, now floating in his palm. Indeed, how did you come to know? Wu Ming? Wu Ming's gaze fell upon the 24 pearls, his eyes scanning over Di Jiang beside him. Understanding dawned on Tong Tian as he followed Wu Ming's line of sight. The sea calming pearls contained spatial laws, and Di Jiang was the ancestral witch of space. Now I understand, Tong Tian chuckled lightly. Are you seeking to exchange this treasure for Di Jiang? Wu Ming nodded, directly producing the supreme, innate spiritual treasure he had just acquired. Correct. I am willing to exchange this treasure for your set of sea-calming pearls. What say you? Tong Tian, known for his straightforward nature and aversion to schemes, had little attachment to the pearls, as his primary focus was on the sword path, rendering the spatial laws of little use to him. Ha ha ha, now I see. These pearls are indeed of no use to me, since Di Jiang requires them. I have no qualms about the exchange. He promptly handed the 24 sea-calming pearls to Wu Ming. Wu Ming accepted the pearls and promptly passed them on to Di Jiang. Di Jiang took the pearl, sensing the resonance with his own principles, and a look of joy spread across his face. He solemnly bowed to Tong Tian, saying, "Thank you, my friend." Wu Ming also cupped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, my friend. This matter will be remembered by my Wu clan. Today, we owe you a debt of karma, and should you ever have need, the Wu clan shall repay it." Upon hearing this, Tong Tian's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he laughed heartily. Well said, well said. He secured the treasure and nodded to Wu Ming and the ancestral witches before transforming into a beam of sword light, soaring into the primordial chaos. Wu Ming watched Tong Tian's departing figure, nodding slightly. He then turned his gaze towards the distance, where Hong Yun was preparing to leave with Zhen Yuanzi. "Friend Hong Yun," he called. Hong Yun paused, turning around with a complex expression on his face. Wu Ming regarded him calmly. "If you have made up your mind, you may come to Pangu Hall on Mount Buzhou to find me." At his words, Hong Yun's body trembled imperceptibly. His lips moved, but ultimately he merely sighed, cupping his hands towards Wu Ming without uttering a word. Wu Ming chose not to say more and nodded to Zhen Yuanzi. "Let us return to Mount Buzhou." With a wave of his hand, he led the 12 ancestral witches, transforming into 13 streaks of flowing light, shooting towards the colossal pillar that reached for the heavens at the heart of the primordial land. Chapter 35. Kunpeng enters the heavenly court in the North Sea. Kunpeng's countenance was ashen, radiating an icy, bone-chilling aura. Scenes from the Zixiao Palace replayed relentlessly in his mind. Hong Yun, a deep, suppressed roar escaped through his clenched teeth, laden with boundless resentment and murderous intent. That futon was rightfully his. The primordial purple energy should have been his as well. If it were not for that foolish Hong Yun meddling and offering his seat, how could Jin and Zhuani have ascended? If it were not for Hong Yun, how could Kunpeng have lost this monumental opportunity? Most infuriating of all, the last trace of primordial purple energy had inexplicably fallen into Hong Yun's hands. Kunpeng could no longer contain the fury surging within him and slammed his fist onto the ancient ice table before him. Crack! The incredibly hard ice table instantly became riddled with cracks and shattered into pieces. He yearned to burst forth from the North Sea and dismember Hong Yun, reclaiming the primordial purple energy that rightfully belonged to him. However, to kill Hong Yun? Easier said than done. That fool had many friends. Not to mention, just dealing with Zhen Yuanzi alone would be a formidable challenge. Zhen Yuanzi wielded the Earth Book, standing undefeated upon the primordial land. Who could easily shake him? Moreover, it was not lost on Kunpeng that Hong Yun had deep ties with the Witch Clan. The mere thought of those 13 formidable figures sent a shiver through Kunpeng's heart. As a solitary being, to rashly seek revenge against Hangyun, that would not be vengeance. It would be a death sentence. Did he long for a life that hung by a thread? Could he simply let go? To watch Hangyun seize his opportunity, ascend to sanctity, and roam freely across the heavens? No, absolutely not. This grievance could not be swallowed. Kunpeng paused, his gaze fluctuating with uncertainty. A direct assault was unfeasible. Thus, he would have to leverage others. Since he could not act directly, he would employ another's hand to achieve his ends. He straightened his posture, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. To the heavenly court, those two golden crows had long harbored ambitions of unifying the primordial world, viewing the Lich Clan as a thorn in their side. Furthermore, they would undoubtedly covet the primordial purple energy in Hangyun's possession. Yes, he would seek them out. A spark of brilliance flickered in Kunpeng's eyes. Although he had firmly declined the invitation from Dijuan and Tai to join the Demon Clan's heavenly court during their previous visit to the North Sea, the current circumstances were beyond personal pride. To reclaim the primordial purple energy, to avenge this obstruction to his path. Such trivialities as face were inconsequential. Moreover, as one of the esteemed 3,000 guests of the Zhixiao Palace, a top-tier power, surely they would not deny him respect if he chose to align himself with them. Resolute, Kunpeng no longer hesitated, transforming into a streak of light that surged forth from the North Sea, heading straight for the heavenly court of the Demon Clan beyond the 33 heavens. Outside the southern heavenly gate, the gatekeeper celestial general sensed an overwhelming demonic aura approaching from afar. Just as he was about to inquire, he saw the streak of light maintaining its speed, charging straight in. Who dares approach? How audacious to intrude upon the southern heavenly gate. The streak of light halted within the gate, revealing Kunpeng's form. He paid no heed to the clamorous celestial generals. As he released his formidable aura, a pressure befitting a supreme being enveloped the surroundings in an instant. The celestial soldiers, akin to being crushed beneath a colossal mountain, fell silent, scarcely daring to breathe. The North Sea Kunpeng seeks an audience with His Majesty the Celestial Emperor and His Highness the Eastern Emperor. The voice of Kunpeng, though not loud, resonated clearly within the heavenly palace. Inside the Lingxiao Hall, Emperor Jun sat upon his throne, his expression calm and composed. Tai stood beside him, his brow slightly furrowed. Kunpeng? What brings him here? Tai scoffed coldly. When invited to join the heavenly court, he had evaded the proposition. Yet now he presented himself at their doorstep. Emperor Jun gestured for Tai to remain patient. Allow him to enter. Before long, Kunpeng strode into the Lingxiao Hall. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze lingering momentarily on Emperor Jun and Tai before bowing deeply. Kunpeng pays his respects to Your Majesty the Celestial Emperor and Your Highness the Eastern Emperor. His demeanor was markedly humble, a stark contrast to his former arrogance. Emperor Jun regarded Kunpeng without immediate response, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest of the throne. Tai, unable to contain his impatience, spoke first, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Kunpeng, dear friend, what a rare visitor you are. Pray tell, what brings you to our heavenly court today? Kunpeng displayed no hint of embarrassment. Instead, he wore a sincere expression, reflecting on his past seclusion in the North Sea, where he immersed himself in enlightenment and disregarded worldly affairs. He now recognized the short-sightedness of such a perspective. The Demon Clan's heavenly court had now been established, with the Celestial Emperor and Eastern Emperor governing myriad demons, exuding might across the primordial realm. This was the grand trend of heaven and earth, the righteous path. As a member of the Demon Clan, how could he remain aloof, seeking only his own well-being? Today, Kunpeng had come to pledge his allegiance. He was eager to contribute his efforts, to lay bricks for the monumental enterprise of unifying the primordial realm under the Demon Clan, willing to face death without hesitation. His speech was resplendent and righteous. Tai couldn't help but sneer. This old fellow had quite the audacity. When the heavenly court was established, he had dismissed their invitation, citing his dedication to enlightenment and detachment from worldly matters. Now, freshly returned from the Zhixiao Palace, He claimed to wish to contribute. Who would believe such a tale? This old man was merely feeling aggrieved after his encounter in the Zixiao Palace, envious of the fortune bestowed by the primordial purple energy. He feared the might of the figures behind Hong Yun and the Wu clan, thus sought to drag them into the fray with the demon clan. A smirk curled at the corners of Tai's mouth, ready to unleash a retort. However, Emperor Jun subtly raised a hand to halt him. He regarded Kunpeng, his smile unwavering. Yet his mind raced with calculations. Kunpeng sought to exploit them to confront Hong Yun, and perhaps even the Wu clan. Such intentions did not escape Emperor Jun's discernment. Yet, could this not also represent an opportunity? The primordial purple energy held by Hong Yun was coveted by them as well. As for the Wu clan, a cold glint flickered in Emperor Jun's eyes. A conflict between the demons and Wu was inevitable. This was the crucial hurdle the demon clan must overcome to truly unify the primordial realm and become the protagonists of the heavenly dominion. Although Kunpeng's motives were questionable, his immense power marked him as a formidable force among the supreme beings. His inclusion is a boon to the demon clan, outweighing any potential drawbacks. Moreover, under the pretext of the enmity between Kunpeng and Hong Yun, taking action against Hong Yun is both justified and renowned. Even if the Witch clan intervenes, the demon clan holds the moral high ground. As for Kunpeng's little schemes, once he enters the heavenly court, bears the mark of the demon clan, and accepts their official endorsement, he will be bound to remain resolute. A friend of great insight, Emperor Jun clapped his hands and laughed. The demon clan is indeed in need of capable individuals, and your willingness to join us fills my brother and me with utmost joy. Kunpeng felt a surge of happiness, realizing that matters were falling into place. Thank you, Your Majesty. Although Tai beside him felt somewhat displeased by Kunpeng's opportunistic ways, he would not oppose his brother's decision. Moreover, he genuinely desired to eliminate Hong Yun and seize the primordial purple energy. The arrival of this old fellow Kunpeng was indeed fortuitous. Imperial Yun continued. You are a formidable power of the primordial chaos, esteemed and respected. Now that you have joined our heavenly court, I shall entrust you with significant responsibilities. I wish to appoint you as the master of the demon clan, titled Yao Shi, overseeing the demon scriptures and educating all demons, with a status only beneath myself, my brother, and the esteemed Niuhua and Fushi. What say you? Yao Shi, a position second only to Emperor Jun, Tai, Niuhua, and Fushi. Such a rank cannot be deemed insignificant. Kunpeng felt a sense of satisfaction. This Emperor Jun is indeed willing to invest. Although he remains beneath Tai and the others, it is nonetheless a position of great honor, granting him due respect. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous favor. Kunpeng bowed deeply once more, his tone sincere. There is no need for excessive courtesy, Yao Shi. Emperor Jun replied, gesturing modestly, his smile broadening. From now on, let us work in unison as sovereign and subjects to forge a glorious empire for the demon clan. Come forth, proclaim the edict. Appoint Baiming Kunpeng as Yao Shi and announce it throughout the primordial chaos. Yes, a demon god outside the hall promptly received the command and hurried away. Although Tai still felt some discontent, he refrained from further comment upon seeing Emperor Jun's decision, merely casting a cold glance at Kunpeng. Thus, Kunpeng officially joined the heavenly court of the demon clan, attaining the esteemed position of Yao Shi. He stood to one side of the grand hall, observing Emperor Jun and Tai upon their thrones, and sweeping his gaze over the other demon gods within the hall, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Emperor Jun, Tai, do you seek to exploit me? Yet, am I not also leveraging you? Await your reckoning. Hong Yun, what you owe me, I shall ensure you repay with interest. What I, Kunpeng, have lost, I will reclaim with my own hands. Chapter 36. The choice of Hong Yun within the confines of Wuzhuang Temple. A gentle breeze whispered through the air. Beneath the ginseng fruit tree, Zhen Yuanzi sat in quiet contemplation opposite Hong Yun, the atmosphere thick with an unspoken heaviness. After the conclusion of the Taoist teachings at Zixiao Palace, rather than returning to the Fire Cloud Cave, Hong Yun had followed Zhen Yuanzi back to this sacred place. At this moment, his mind was a tempest, thoughts swirling chaotically like a muddled brew. The primordial purple energy lingered deep within his essence, exuding an alluring aura of the Tao, the very foundation of sanctity. An ultimate opportunity coveted by countless powerful beings in the primordial chaos. Yet, the mere thought of Kunpeng's ravenous gaze, as if he would devour him whole, left Han Yun in a state of unrest. To give or not to give? That was the question. To yield meant a complete relinquishment of a readily attainable saintly position. To hand over an immense opportunity. Who could accept such a fate? Who could bear to part with it? It was the position of a saint. In the primordial realm, who did not yearn for it? Han Yun questioned himself, unable to let go, truly unwilling to part with it. Yet if he chose not to yield, the karmic ties that bound him to Kunpeng would become irreconcilable. The enmity would be unending, a vendetta that would not cease until one of them fell. Han Yun had gleaned enough of Kunpeng's nature to understand that he was vengeful, ruthless, and unforgiving. To be marked by him would likely lead to a lifetime of turmoil. Zhen Yuanzi lifted his teacup, savoring a sip before gently placing it down. Observing the shifting expressions on Han Yun's face, he offered neither haste nor counsel. He comprehended the turmoil within Han Yun's heart. The primordial purple energy, the foundation of sanctity, bore tremendous weight. If any being in the primordial chaos were to unexpectedly acquire such a treasure, would they not fight tooth and nail to keep it, even knowing they faced insurmountable peril ahead? The fact that Han Yun had wrestled with this dilemma for so long was already a remarkable feat. Han Yun closed his eyes tightly. Yet images involuntarily surfaced in his mind, recalling his conversation with Zhou Ming in Pangu Hall. At that time, he had not yet received the primordial purple energy, merely fretting over the matter of seeding. Zhou Ming's words now echoed vividly in his ears. After the third discourse, I shall reveal the method of resolution. I only hope, dear friend, that you will not hold back. I certainly will not. As long as I can resolve this karmic bond with Kunpeng, I would willingly pay any price, even at the cost of my very life. He had vowed. How resolute he had been, how earnest in his promises. Yet in retrospect, the bitterness of self-mockery crept in. No wonder Zhou Ming had issued such grave warnings. Indeed, the primordial purple energy, the foundation of sanctity, was the cost not excessively high? It was, in truth, a matter of life and death. More precious than one's life, 1,000-fold, a myriad-fold. In the vastness of the primordial realm, how many could genuinely forsake such temptation? However, it was ultimately my own decision to offer my seat that inadvertently implicated my friend Kunpeng. Although Taoist Zhou Ming stated that the futon did not originally belong to Kunpeng and that the heavenly Tao had already established its course, Kunpeng would not be swayed by such reasoning. In his eyes, I had irreparably tarnished his chance at a sacred position. This inescapable cause and effect had undeniably fallen upon my shoulders. Furthermore, I had already made a solemn vow in the presence of Taoist Zhou Ming and Taoist Jin Yuan. To go back on my word now, what would that make me? A deceitful coward, consumed by fear of death, a petty individual ensnared by the allure of a sacred position? How could I face Taoist Zhou Ming in the future? How could I confront my dear friend Taoist Jin Yuan? Throughout my life, I, Han Yun, have prided myself on my integrity, my willingness to assist others, and my wide circle of friends in the vast wilderness. What has been my foundation? It is nothing but trust and righteousness. If I were to cast aside the most fundamental principles of trustworthiness for the sake of this primordial purple aura, then even if I were to escape Kunpeng's pursuit and perhaps even attain sanctity, would I still remain the same Han Yun? Where then would my Tao heart find solace? After a long moment, Han Yun abruptly opened his eyes, a fierce struggle flickering in the depths of his gaze, but ultimately, all of it transformed into a resolute sense of relief. Enough! Enough! Ultimately, it is I, Han Yun, who has wronged Taoist Kunpeng. This primordial purple aura shall be granted to him. With this thought, a strange tranquility descended upon Han Yun's heart, though still tinged with a profound sense of loss. The suffocating turmoil that had gripped him vanished. He looked towards Jin, his voice hoarse yet remarkably clear. Taoist friend. Jin lifted his gaze to meet his, calmness emanating from his eyes. Let us seek out Taoist Zhou Ming together. Jin Yuan hesitated for a moment, gazing deeply into Hong Yun's eyes, as if seeking confirmation of something. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. Daoist friend, have you made your decision? Indeed, Hong Yun affirmed with a nod, his tone resolute. Jin Yuan fell silent once more, and the winds within the surroundings seemed to still, with only the occasional rustle of the leaves of the ginseng fruit tree breaking the silence. Primordial purple. Jin Yuan finally articulated these 4 words, each one weighted with significance. Is the foundation of sanctity, Hong Yun? He did not complete his sentence, but the implication was unmistakable. I understand, Hong Yun interjected, a faintly bitter smile gracing his lips. I am more aware than anyone of what this entails. Yet cause and effect are immutable, and promises must be honored. If I were to forsake my vow simply because I cannot bear to part with this primordial purple aura, then I, Hong Yun, will be no different from a capricious scoundrel. Moreover, if I do not resolve this entanglement, should Daoist Kunpeng come seeking me in the future, it is likely that you, dear friend, would also be drawn into my plight. Jin Yuan's brow furrowed. Kunpeng, if he were to obtain the primordial purple aura, he may not remember your kindness. He might even view it as a matter of course, or perhaps he might feel that you, Hong Yun, owe him, and thus it is only right to bestow it upon him. Even if you relinquish the primordial purple aura, he would not spare you. Though Jin Yuan did not voice the remainder of his thoughts, Hong Yun comprehended the unspoken warning. And so what? I merely seek the resolution of cause and effect, a sense of peace within my heart. As for what he will think or how he will act after receiving the primordial purple aura, that is his concern. At the very least, on the surface, this entangled cause and effect has reached a conclusion. Jin Yuanzi gazed at Hong Yun. He perceived the resolute determination in Hong Yun's eyes, a pain that, while profound, no longer wavered. He posed one final question. Do you regret it? Absolutely no regrets, replied Hong Yun, his gaze clear, devoid of the previous struggles and uncertainties. Jin Yuanzi slowly nodded, choosing not to say more. Very well. Since your mind is resolute, I shall accompany you on this journey. However, I must once again trouble Daoist Zhou Ming. Hong Yun also rose, bowing deeply to Jin Yuanzi. Thank you, my friend. Jin Yuanzi extended his hand to support him. Between us, there is no need for such formalities. Let us proceed. As the words left his lips, the two ceased to linger, transforming into 2 streaks of light, rushing forth from Wu Zhuangguan, heading swiftly towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Chapter 37. Red Cloud Kunpeng emerged swiftly. I have come to deliver the primordial purple chi to you. Outside the Pangu Hall on Mount Buzhou, Xinyuanzi and Red Cloud appeared. Standing side by side, Xinyuanzi addressed the hall, fellow Daoist Zhou Ming, and Xinyuanzi, accompanied by Red Cloud, here to pay a visit. Before long, the hall doors opened, revealing Zhou Ming's figure. He paused briefly on Red Cloud before nodding slightly. Esteemed friends, please enter. Zhou Ming welcomed Xinyuanzi and Red Cloud into the hall. After a few casual exchanges, Red Cloud broke the silence, turning his gaze to Zhou Ming with a solemn expression. Fellow Daoist Zhou Ming, I have come to a decision. I shall bestow the primordial purple chi upon fellow Daoist Kunpeng, thus concluding the entanglement between us. Upon hearing this, even the composed Zhou Ming raised his eyes to Red Cloud. He had expected Red Cloud to waver, to grapple with his choice for some time, considering the allure of the primordial purple chi, a foundation for sanctity, a unique temptation within the vast wilderness. To his surprise, Red Cloud arrived at a resolution so swiftly. This decisiveness elevated Zhou Ming's regard for him. While he lamented Red Cloud's loss of the opportunity for sanctification, relinquishing his obsession and resolving their karmic ties was undoubtedly beneficial for Red Cloud. He looked at Red Cloud, seeking confirmation. Fellow Daoist, is your decision final? Indeed, it is, Red Cloud affirmed, nodding without a trace of hesitation. Although the decision felt like a blade piercing his heart, voicing it now brought an unexpected sense of relief. He set down his teacup and rose. Very well. Since you have made your resolution, we should not delay. Let us depart now to find fellow Daoist Kunpeng. Zhou Ming nodded slowly. Agreed. Since you have reached your decision, we ought to act promptly. Let us seek out fellow Daoist Kunpeng. Naturally, Xinyuanzi and Red Cloud voiced no objections. The three promptly set off, leaving the Pangu Hall. However, after flying for a while, Xinyuanzi sensed something amiss. He inquired, "Fellow Taoist Zhou Ming, are we not headed north to seek fellow Taoist Kunpeng? Why are we heading towards the heavenly court?" Zhou Ming glanced back at the two, surprised. "Huh? Are you not aware that Kunpeng has joined the demonic clan's heavenly court?" "What?" Xinyuanzi exclaimed in astonishment. Red Cloud's expression shifted dramatically. "Kunpeng has joined the heavenly court? When did this happen?" This news struck them like a bolt from the blue. Shortly after the sermon at the Zixiao Palace, Emperor Jun and Tai personally conferred upon Kunpeng the title of Demon Master, placing him just beneath their ranks and those of Nuwa and Fushi. This development had already spread throughout the wilderness. It was evident that the demonic clan had orchestrated this to intimidate their adversaries and bolster their own might. Xinyuanzi and Red Cloud exchanged glances, each reflecting a complex array of emotions: shock, disbelief, a tinge of dread, and a hint of relief. "I never expected Kunpeng would choose to align with the demonic clan to confront me," Red Cloud murmured, a chill coursing through his heart. "Demon Master, such a grand endeavor. Emperor Jun and Tai are indeed willing to invest heavily to win over Kunpeng." Xinyuanzi murmured to himself, his brow furrowed deeply. Hongyun's heart sank. The Kunpeng was already a formidable force, and now, with the backing of the Demon Clan Celestial Court, he had been elevated to the esteemed rank of Demon Master. If he had truly been blinded by the primordial purple energy and chosen to confront this situation head-on, the consequences would be dire. It was likely that not only would he face death, but he would also endanger his friend Xinyuanzi and potentially drag the Witch Clan into peril as well. This was certainly not the outcome they desired. Xinyuanzi forced a bitter smile. "After returning from the Purple Cloud Palace with my friend Hongyun, we made our way directly back to Wuzhuang Temple. Hongyun has been troubled by the matter of the primordial purple energy and decided to seek you out immediately. In the meantime, we had indeed not paid attention to affairs in the wilderness." "I see," Zhou Ming nodded. The three ceased their conversation and transformed into three streaks of light, hastening towards the celestial court of the Demon Clan in the heavens above. At the southern heavenly gate, the towering celestial gate stood amidst the clouds, radiating golden light and auspiciousness. Zhou Ming, Xinyuanzi, and Hongyun landed in front of the gate. Hongyun stepped forward and called out loudly, "Friend Kunpeng, this is Hongyun, here to pay a visit. I hope you will grant me a moment of your time." His voice traveled far, piercing through the clouds and reaching deep into the celestial court. Inside the Lingxiao treasure hall, Kunpeng was conferring with Emperor Jun and Tai when he heard Hongyun's voice. His expression darkened instantly, an icy aura emanating from him. "Hongyun," he sprang to his feet, gritting his teeth. "How dare he come here? What was his purpose? To mock me? Good. You choose not to walk the path to heaven, yet you intrude into hell." Kunpeng's murderous intent was palpable as he turned to Emperor Jun and Tai. "Your Majesty, Prince Dongwang, I beseech you to lend me your strength. Today, I shall capture this Hongyun, tearing him to shreds to vent my pent-up rage." Emperor Jun lightly tapped the armrest, his expression unchanged, though his gaze deepened. He glanced at the furious Kunpeng and replied coolly, "Demon Master, do not be hasty. Capturing Hongyun will not be so simple. Emperor Jun's eyes seemed to pierce through the Lingxiao treasure hall, observing the situation outside the southern heavenly gate. This time, he was not alone. Zhou Ming and Xinyuanzi had accompanied him. "What?" Kunpeng's fury intensified. "How dare that despicable wretch? Not only does he seize my opportunity, but he also brings allies to humiliate me. This is intolerable. I will surely tear him apart, grind his bones to dust, and obliterate his true spirit." Tai, standing beside him, frowned slightly, sensing that Hongyun's arrival was not benign. Yet, Emperor Jun shook his head. "Demon Master, remain calm. Although Hongyun is somewhat obstinate, he is not a treacherous individual. His presence alongside Zhou Ming and Xinyuanzi likely does not signify mockery. Let us step outside and discern his true intentions." Kunpeng suppressed his seething anger, though his demeanor remained dark enough to draw water. He huffed disdainfully. "Very well. Let's go out and see what tricks he has up his sleeve." Surely he did not come to deliver the primordial purple chi to me, did he? Ha ha ha. As Kunpeng spoke, he found the absurdity of the situation almost comical, unable to suppress a dry, self-deprecating laugh. Emperor Jun and Tai exchanged glances. Delivering the primordial purple chi? This Kunpeng has truly lost his mind, indulging in such fanciful dreams. In this vast wilderness, who besides the Tao Ancestor possesses such audacity? Hongyun? That amiable old man? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Let us proceed and see for ourselves. Emperor Jun rose and took the lead towards the palace exit. The three of them ceased their chatter and left the Lingxiao Palace, heading towards the southern heavenly gate. Outside the southern heavenly gate, the figures of Emperor Jun and Kunpeng materialized. The moment Kunpeng appeared and spotted Hongyun, the pent-up fury within him erupted uncontrollably, and he bellowed, "Hongyun, how dare you come to see me?" Faced with Kunpeng's overwhelming wrath, Hongyun displayed a hint of guilt and bowed, saying, "Taoist friend Kunpeng, regarding the matter of the Putuan in the Zixiao Palace. It was indeed my negligence that caused you trouble. I feel remorseful. I have come this time to resolve this karmic entanglement between us." Upon hearing this, Kunpeng, in a fit of rage, laughed bitterly. Resolve the karmic entanglement? Ha ha ha! Such a light-hearted statement. That is a sacred position. The primordial purple chi, the opportunity for sanctification. You have destroyed my path, severed my future. This is a grudge that cannot be settled lightly. How do you propose to resolve it? With your life? The aura of murderous intent surrounding Kunpeng seemed almost tangible. It was evident that a single misstep from Hongyun would provoke his immediate wrath. Emperor Jun and Tai stood nearby, observing coldly. Their curiosity piqued as to how Hongyun intended to resolve this irreconcilable grudge. Hongyun lifted his head, meeting Kunpeng's gaze filled with resentment. Clearly and deliberately, he stated, "I am willing to bestow the primordial purple chi upon you, dear friend, in order to resolve the karmic ties between us." Chapter 38. Hongyun, you deceive me. As the words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the area outside the southern heavenly gate. Kunpeng was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend Hongyun's words. Jun and Tai were equally taken aback, their expressions peculiar. Then, with disbelief, Kunpeng inquired, "You intend to give me the primordial purple chi?" Hongyun nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Kunpeng's fury erupted instantaneously. "Hongyun, you mock me." His eyes blazed crimson, fixed intently upon Hongyun, as if he could devour him whole with his gaze. Who would willingly relinquish the primordial purple chi to another? Do you think me a mere child of 3? Jun and Tai also came to a realization. Indeed, the primordial purple chi, the foundation of sanctification. Who would part with such a treasure? This Hongyun, who usually donned the guise of a benevolent figure, had the audacity to flaunt his possession of the primordial purple chi before Kunpeng. Not only did he boast, but he did so in a manner that mocked Kunpeng. This was tantamount to treating everyone as fools. Jun and Tai Yi's expressions darkened, their gazes towards Hongyun now laced with frost. Hongyun regarded Kunpeng earnestly, stating, "Kunpeng, my friend, I genuinely wish to bestow the primordial purple chi upon you, to resolve the grievances between us. I am not jesting." He attempted to clarify, yet his words only served to fuel Kunpeng's rage further. "Ha ha ha! Splendid! What a way to resolve grievances!" Kunpeng laughed maniacally. "You wish to give me the primordial purple chi? Then present it to me. Now, instantly. Show it to me." "Very well," Hongyun replied. He steadied himself and focused his mind, channeling his primordial essence in an attempt to communicate with the primordial purple chi within him, striving to draw it forth. However, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time trickled by. Beads of sweat began to form on Hongyun's forehead. The primordial purple chi within him remained as immovable as a boulder, utterly unresponsive to his summons. How could this be? Panic surged within Hongyun. Outside the southern heavenly gate, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The mockery on Kunpeng's face intensified, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew more fervent. Jun and Tai Yi's patience was waning. "Hongyun, you are indeed deceiving me." Kunpeng, having waited in vain, finally erupted when he saw Hong Yun standing there in silent distress, devoid of any action. You never intended to give it to me. You have come merely to humiliate me. He abruptly turned to Di Jun and Tai Yi, exclaiming, Your Majesty. Prince Tai Yi, Hong Yun has gone too far. I, Kunpeng, am now a celestial master of the heavenly court, yet he dares to come to the southern heavenly gate to mock me so. This is a blatant disregard for my demon clan, a disregard for your majesty and prince. I beseech you both to lend me your strength and apprehend this scoundrel. I wish to rend him limb from limb, grind his bones to dust, and obliterate his very essence, that my heart's resentment may find resolution. Kunpeng's declaration was both an outpouring of rage and a calculated maneuver. He intertwined his humiliation with the dignity of his demon clan. Di Jun and Tai exchanged glances, readily discerning Kunpeng's intent to incite them to act. Yet, Kunpeng's words bore a semblance of truth. In the present moment, Kunpeng has ascended to the role of a demon master, embodying the dignity of the heavenly court. Hong Yun's antics at the southern heavenly gate not only humiliate Kunpeng, but also tarnish the reputation of the heavenly court and their fraternity. Should they remain indifferent? What will others perceive of the demon race? What will they think of them? Would it not suggest that the demon race is feeble and easily bullied? In the future, who would genuinely pledge allegiance to the heavenly court? Once the hearts of the people are scattered, leading the ranks becomes a formidable task. Hong Yun, my friend, you have gone too far. Di Jun's voice turned icy, his imperial aura suffusing the air. Tai, he was even more direct. Flames of solar essence enveloping him. Surrender the primordial purple chi or face death. The atmosphere was charged, on the brink of conflict. Di Jun, Tai Yi Kunpeng, stand down. Wu Ming and Zhen Yuanzi hurried forward. Zhen Yuanzi, with urgency, interjected. Kunpeng, your majesty, there's indeed a misunderstanding. Hong Yun has genuinely come to return the primordial purple chi. Not to mock. Wu Ming, and I can attest. The two swiftly approached Hong Yun's side. Zhen Yuanzi lowered his voice, urgently inquiring. Hong Yun, what is the matter? Quickly retrieve the primordial purple chi. If this continues, it will become irretrievable. At this moment, Hong Yun was in a state of desperation, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His voice tinged with a plea. Zhen Yuanzi, I wish I could retrieve it. Yet my primordial spirit cannot communicate with it at all. Zhen Yuanzi was taken aback. What? How can this be? Meanwhile, Wu Ming furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Although their conversation was hushed, every word was crystal clear to Kunpeng, Di Jun, and Tai Yi, all of whom were formidable beings of the primordial realm. Kunpeng, overhearing their exchange, was instantly enraged. Ah, Hong Yun, even now, you continue to deceive me. Do you take us for fools? The primordial purple chi resides within you, and you claim you cannot extract it? Are you jesting? Speak. Have you secretly comprehended it? Have you refined it already? Kunpeng's voice was sharp with accusation. In response, Hong Yun hastily defended himself. Kunpeng, yes, you. I'm not deceiving you. Upon returning from the Purple Sky Palace, I went directly to Zhen Yuanzi's Wuzhuang Temple, tormented by my inner turmoil. Unsure whether to return the primordial purple chi to conclude our fate, I struggled for quite some time, ultimately deciding to give it to you. After making my decision, I sought out Wu Ming and rushed here to find you. During this time, I truly did not even touch the primordial purple chi, let alone comprehend or communicate with it. Hong Yun spoke with heartfelt sincerity, yet Kunpeng remained unconvinced. Do you think I would believe you? Kunpeng scoffed, his power surging once more, exuding a murderous intent. Enough of this. Today, it is either you or I who shall perish. With that, he prepared to strike. Kunpeng, please remain calm. Wu Ming stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Hong Yun. Kunpeng glared menacingly at Wu Ming. Wu Ming, this matter does not concern your clan. Do you wish to intervene as well? Kunpeng cast a cold glance at Wu Ming. Maintaining his composure, Wu Ming calmly stated, I have a method to extract the Hongmeng purple chi. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun's eyes sparkled with hope, as if he had grasped a lifeline. He eagerly inquired, Wu Ming, what is this method? How can it be extracted? Wu Ming regarded him and slowly uttered two words, swear an oath. Hong Yun was taken aback, But Xinyuanzi quickly grasped the implication, exclaiming as he smacked his thigh, "Indeed, the Hongming purple qi is a gift from the Tao Ancestor, a product of the heavenly Tao, imbued with the ultimate truths of the universe. It is not an ordinary treasure. Although Hongyun has obtained it, it is only natural that his primordial spirit has not fully attuned to it, rendering him unable to wield it freely. Now, it seems the only way to extract the Hongming purple qi is by making a grand oath, appealing to the will of heaven to assist you." Zhou Ming affirmed Xinyuanzi's insight and explained to Hongyun, "Correct. Hongyun, you must make a solemn oath to the great Tao, to Pangu, and to the heavenly Tao, declaring your willingness to resolve the karmic ties between you and Kunpeng with the Hongmeng purple qi, and request the Tao to bear witness and the heavenly Tao to lend its power." With that, Zhou Ming turned to Kunpeng and asked Kunpeng, "What do you think of this method? Should we have Hongyun make such a weighty oath? If he is indeed trifling with you, the heavenly Tao will surely impose its consequences. Yet if he is sincere, it will also validate his innocence and allow him to extract the Hongmeng purple qi." Kunpeng's gaze flickered and his thoughts raced. An oath? An oath to the great Tao, to Pangu, to the heavenly Tao? This was no trivial matter. Once sworn, the repercussions of any betrayal will be dire. He fixed his stare on Hongyun, searching for any trace of insincerity or hesitation in his expression. Yet all he perceived was anxiety mingled with a hint of anticipation. Kunpeng scoffed inwardly. He could not fathom that Hongyun would genuinely be willing to make such a monumental oath, relinquishing an easily attainable divine position. He was convinced that Hongyun was merely performing, stalling for time. However, what if they spoke the truth? What if Hongyun truly had a moment of madness and was willing to swear? Though such a possibility seemed remote, it nonetheless represented a glimmer of hope. After all, he had already lost all semblance of dignity in the Zixiao Palace. What more did he have to lose? With this thought, Kunpeng let out a cold chuckle. Very well. Since Zhou Ming has put forth such a suggestion, I shall trust you once more. Hongyun, swear your oath. I am eager to hear how you address the great Tao, the great Pangu, and the heavenly Tao. Should you utter even a single falsehood, you need not await divine retribution. I, Kunpeng, shall ensure your utter annihilation today. Chapter 39. Kunpeng in a moment of hasty reflection. Hongyun realized that he had joined the heavenly court prematurely. Without the slightest hesitation, he inhaled deeply, adjusted his Taoist robe, and with a solemn demeanor, he addressed the heavens above, proclaiming, "The great Tao is exalted. The Pangu sovereign is exalted. The heavenly Tao is exalted. I, disciple Hongyun in the Zixiao Palace, out of courtesy, have established a karmic bond with my friend Kunpeng. Now, feeling the burden of this entanglement, I wish to offer the primordial purple qi bestowed by the Tao Ancestor to my friend Kunpeng, to resolve the grievances of the past and dissolve the animosity obstructing our paths. May my sincere heart be witnessed by heaven and earth. May the sun and moon testify. Should there be any falsehood in my words, I willingly accept the disdain of the great Tao, face divine retribution, and be obliterated, never to be reborn." As the vow resonated, an inexplicable force seemed to awaken within the cosmos. Outside the southern heavenly gate, the winds stilled and an intangible pressure descended, enveloping the hearts of all present. This was a vow witnessed by the great Tao, the will of Pangu, and the heavenly Tao. In the very moment the vow was uttered, a brilliant purple radiance erupted from within Hongyun, suspended in the air. It was none other than the primordial purple qi, mysterious, vast, and teeming with boundless allure. The area outside the southern heavenly gate fell into an eerie silence. All gazes, including those of Dijuan and Tai, fixated upon the purple qi, their breaths growing heavy. It was indeed real. Hongyun had truly sworn an oath, manifesting the primordial purple qi. As Hongyun beheld the floating primordial purple qi, a tumult of emotions surged within him. He extended his hand to gently cradle the ethereal essence and approached Kunpeng. "My friend Kunpeng, this gift is for you. The karmic bond between us is hereby resolved." Kunpeng stood in stunned silence as he accepted the primordial purple qi feeling utterly frozen. Was it truly given? Hong Yun had genuinely bestowed upon him the primordial purple chi? An indescribable ecstasy flooded Kunpeng's being, overwhelming all his thoughts. The primordial purple chi is finally mine. Kunpeng's heart rejoiced, nearly bursting forth in a triumphant shout, eager to release the exhilaration of this reclaimed treasure. He greedily absorbed the profound truths contained within the primordial purple chi, envisioning the day he would attain enlightenment and gaze down upon the vast wilderness. However, this elation was short-lived, as an icy chill surged from his feet, swiftly extinguishing the fire in his heart. Kunpeng's movements froze. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze towards Dijuan and Tai, who were quietly observing him. More precisely, they were fixated upon him and the primordial purple chi in his grasp. Their expressions remained calm, devoid of any tumult. A sense of dread gripped Kunpeng's heart. He instinctively concealed the primordial purple chi deep within his soul, as if any delay might result in its theft. Seeing him secure the primordial purple chi, Hong Yun's face reflected relief, and he spoke again, his voice now imbued with a sense of liberation. My friend Kunpeng, our karmic ties are now concluded. At this moment, Kunpeng's heart was in turmoil, leaving him no room to ponder past grievances. His sole desire was to swiftly depart from this place fraught with conflict. Instinctively, he nodded, affirming, very well. Let our fates be resolved here. Hong Yun regarded him with a penetrating gaze, yet chose to utter no further words. He then turned to Zhou Ming and Zhen Yuanzi, offering them a nod. Fellow Taoist Zhou Ming, fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi, let's take our leave. Zhou Ming and Zhen Yuanzi exchanged glances, observing Kunpeng's shifting demeanor and the impassive expression of Dijuan Tai in the distance. They said nothing more, merely nodding in agreement. The trio lingered no longer, transforming into 3 streaks of light as they departed from the Southern Heaven Gate, heading towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Outside the Southern Heaven Gate, only Dijuan, Tai, and Kunpeng remained. Watching the retreating figures of the 3, Kunpeng felt no sense of relief from the resolution of their fates. Instead, a weight settled heavily upon him. He understood that the true trouble was only just beginning. Indeed, no sooner had Hong Yun and the others left than Dijuan and Tai approached him at a languid pace. Dijuan wore his signature, gentle smile, yet offered Kunpeng no warmth. Master Yao, what a fortuitous opportunity you have encountered. Congratulations, Master Yao, on acquiring this foundation for sanctification. It seems our Yao clan will soon welcome another saint. At that time, the unification of the wilderness by our Yao clan shall be but a matter of days. Each word from Dijuan struck Kunpeng like a hammer, reverberating painfully in his heart. Standing silently beside him, Tai exuded an aura reminiscent of the true fire of the sun. A subtle yet formidable presence. Kunpeng felt a chill run down his spine, his mind screaming in panic. What have I done? How reckless of me! Why did I rush to join the Yao clan's heavenly court? Was I out of my mind? In a moment of folly, he had allied himself with the Yao clan's heavenly court, all to contend with Hong Yun. Now that Hong Yun had been dealt with and the primordial purple chi was within his grasp, he had unwittingly plunged himself into an even greater vortex of chaos. One misstep, and he could lose both himself and the primordial purple chi, leaving nothing but ashes. Another saint among the Yao clan? Such sweet words. Yet, it seemed he might not even achieve sanctification before they found a way to seize the primordial purple chi for themselves. Kunpeng's mind raced with alarm, countless thoughts whirling as he sought an escape. Run. He must flee immediately from this place of strife. The farther, the better. A strained smile, more ghastly than tears, contorted his face as he bowed deeply to Dijuan and Tai, lowering himself significantly. Your Majesty, you flatter me. All of this is thanks to your Majesty's great fortune. Your Majesty, Prince Tai, I suddenly recall that I have some, important matters to attend to in Biming. They are of great significance and cannot be delayed. Thus, I wish to return to Biming for a time. Once I have resolved these personal affairs, I will return to serve your Majesty in the heavenly court, awaiting your orders. Having spoken, without awaiting a response from Dijuan and Tai, Kunpeng unleashed his magical power. propelling himself like an arrow released from a bow, transforming into a streak of luminous energy as he raced towards the direction of Bai Ming. His speed was astoundingly more than tenfold compared to when he had arrived in the heavenly court, akin to a desperate flight for survival. Observing Kunpeng's hasty retreat, Tai furrowed his brow, the sun's true fire subtly flickering around him. Outside the southern heavenly gate, only Dijuan, still wearing a smile, and Tai, whose expression was evidently displeased, remained. Unable to contain himself any longer, Tai called out in a deep voice, tinged with palpable dissatisfaction and urgency, "Brother, are we simply allowing him to depart?" That was the primordial purple chi. Dijuan raised a hand to halt Tai's forthcoming words. His gaze remained fixed on the horizon where Kunpeng had vanished, his eyes deep and inscrutable, obscuring his thoughts. After a moment, he gradually withdrew his gaze, his tone calm and unruffled. "There is no rush. Let him leave first. We shall discuss it upon his return. The primordial purple chi is not so easily acquired. Once he has entered the gates of this heavenly court and has tasted the fortune of my demon clan, does he truly think he can escape?" With a faint chuckle, Dijuan turned and walked towards the Lingxiao treasure hall. Tai, watching the direction in which Kunpeng had disappeared and then glancing at Dijuan's retreating figure, felt a flicker of unwillingness. However, he ultimately suppressed his impulse to act, letting out a cold snort as he followed Dijuan. The southern heavenly gate returned to its former tranquility. Yet the events that had just transpired rippled through the primordial realm like a stone cast into the surface of a lake, stirring monumental waves. Chapter 40. The tumultuous primordial chaos. The news that Hongyun relinquished the primordial purple energy to Kunpeng rippled through the vast expanse of the primordial chaos like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up tumultuous waves across the realm. At Kunlun Mountain, within the Three Pure One's Taoist temple, Yuan Shi Tianzun raised an eyebrow in surprise. Hongyun's actions are indeed unexpected. To forsake the foundation of becoming a saint merely to forge a connection. How foolish. He closed his eyes in contemplation, unconsciously twirling his fingers, before slowly speaking again. Such audacity, such determination. Yet, what a pity. Tong Tian Jiaozhu let out a hearty laugh, displaying a carefree demeanor. Delightful. That old man Hongyun, despite his usual languid appearance, possesses quite a bit of courage. Regardless of whether his actions are foolish, at least he dares to take responsibility, which is far superior to the cowardice exhibited by certain others. Yuan Shi Tianzun snorted coldly, choosing to remain silent. At Fengqi Mountain, Nuwa, upon hearing the news, furrowed her brows. She sighed softly. Dear friend Hongyun, ultimately, he is not a disciple of a saint. Whether acquiring the primordial purple energy is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Even I, a direct disciple of the Tao Ancestor, chose to distance myself from the heavenly court and return to Fengqi Mountain to evade scrutiny. Why? Is it not due to fear of Dijuan and Tai's intentions? The allure of a saintly position is captivating. Even I, a legitimate future saint, must tread carefully. For Hongyun, a rootless wandering cultivator, to obtain the primordial purple energy is to bear the weight of guilt. Now that he has relinquished it, though it is regrettable, it may well be a means of escape. Brother, Nuwa turned to her companion Fushi. What do you believe prompted Hongyun to suddenly come to terms and bestow the primordial purple energy upon Kunpeng? Fushi gently plucked the strings of his zither, producing a few melodious notes. He paused, letting out a sigh. This matter is likely intertwined with Wu Ming Daoist influence. After the division of the Baoyan at Zixiao Palace, Wu Ming once spoke to Hongyun, urging him to seek clarity before coming to find him. It seems this is the culmination of that discussion. Wu Ming Daoist, Nuwa murmured to herself. She recalled how, following the conclusion at Zixiao Palace, she and her brother hastily returned to Fengqi Mountain without lingering in the heavenly court. Though Dijuan and Tai treated her with courtesy, the formidable presence of the demon clan, coupled with the perilous nature of the primordial purple energy, left her feeling unsettled. In retrospect, while Hongyun may have lost his chance at sainthood, extricating himself from that vortex might indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. Yet, if Kunpeng were to obtain the primordial purple energy, would Dijuan and Tai allow him to safely cultivate it? Nuo inquired further. Fushi shook his head. Unlikely. Dijuan is a figure of great ambition, and Tai possesses unparalleled combat prowess. They would never permit an uncontrollable future saint to remain at their side. For Kunpeng, this situation is fraught with both peril and opportunity. Nuo fell silent, her apprehension towards Zhou Ming deepening. This ancestral shaman of the Lich Clan seemed to possess an uncanny ability to see through the mists of uncertainty and make the most prudent decisions. In the west, at Mount Shumi, Jane and Junti's expressions turned grim upon receiving the news. Junti, with a pained countenance, exclaimed, "Senior brother, what shall we do now? Han Yun has bestowed the primordial purple energy upon Kunpeng. Their fates are now intertwined. Yet we owe a debt to Han Yun, as well as the karmic ties with Kunpeng. What shall we do?" He clenched his teeth. Had it not been for the two of us in the Zixiao Palace, if the primordial purple qi still rested in Han Yun's grasp, we might have had a chance to negotiate and find a way to resolve our entanglement with them. Now that the primordial purple qi has fallen into the hands of that scoundrel Kunpeng, who has established a foundation for his sacred status, he is likely to harbor even greater resentment over the matter of the lotus seat. Our karmic ties have become exceedingly difficult to unravel. Jane sighed. A deeper sorrow etched on his face. Junior brother, do not be hasty. Given the circumstances, excessive contemplation is futile. As for Kunpeng, Jane paused, noting that he has acquired the purple qi, but has also waded into the quagmire of the demon court. Emperor Jun and Tai view him as a thorn in their side. Whether he can safely refine the purple qi remains uncertain. Our immediate priority is to comprehend the primordial purple qi and attain our sacred positions. Once we achieve our sacred status, what significance will these trivial karmic ties hold? Having said this, Jane closed his eyes, his countenance serene, and began to enter meditation. However, Zhu Ti wished to say something, but upon seeing Jane already in deep concentration, he could only swallow his words. Alas, it must be this way. Zhu Ti gritted his teeth and also settled into a cross-legged position, forcing himself to calm his mind and contemplate. Yet, the urgency and unwillingness etched upon his brow were impossible to dispel. In the depths of the Blood Sea, the old ancestor of the underworld sat upon a blazing red lotus. Upon hearing the news that Han Yun relinquished the primordial purple qi, an unusual glimmer flickered in his blood-red pupils. Han Yun, Kunpeng, primordial purple qi, Demon Clan, the underworld murmured to himself, a meaningful smile playing upon his lips. How intriguing, truly intriguing. The waters of this primordial chaos are becoming increasingly muddied. In murky waters, one can fish with ease. In the East Sea, on Penglai Island, the East King heard this news and leaped up in fury, cursing vehemently. Han Yun, you fool, brain of a pig, truly a useless lump. You've squandered the ancestor's regard. The primordial purple qi was within your grasp, a chance to attain sanctity, and you simply let it go? If I had the primordial purple qi, who would dare to seize it? I would eliminate them. To be unable to grasp such a divine opportunity, you deserve to never become a saint. The East King fumed, his anger palpable. In his eyes, Han Yun was utterly foolish. In an instant, the entire primordial realm was set ablaze due to Han Yun's actions. Countless powerful beings and wandering cultivators engaged in fervent discussions. Some admired Han Yun's audacity. Others mocked his foolishness. Some reveled in his misfortune, and others plotted in the shadows. Yet the architect of it all, Han Yun, found himself at this moment within the Pangu Hall on Mount Buzhou. The atmosphere in the hall was relaxed. A relieved smile graced Han Yun's face, radiating a sense of liberation. He raised the tea before him, gesturing to Zhou Ming and Zhun Yuanzi. Fellow Taoist Zhou Ming and Zhun Yuanzi, today, S events owe much to your assistance. Had it not been for the two of you, I fear. Alas, remembering the peril outside the southern heavenly gate still sends shivers down my spine. Had it not been for Zhou Ming's timely suggestion to take an oath, I would have been embroiled in an unending conflict with Kunpeng, potentially dragging Zhun Yuanzi and the Lich Clan into the fray. Zhen Yuanzi assisted Hong Yun to his feet and said, "My friend, your words carry weight. To see you resist the allure of the primordial purple energy and remain true to your essence, resolving your karmic ties, brings me joy. Though I feel regret for my friend's loss of the sacred position, witnessing Hong Yun's current state of tranquility, free from the entanglements of fate, leads me to believe this may indeed be the most favorable outcome." Hong Yun sighed. "Indeed, without the primordial purple energy, although I feel a void within, the heavy burden weighing on my heart has finally been lifted. In the days to come, I can focus on my inner cultivation without further concerns." Wu Ming gazed at Hong Yun and nodded slightly. "It is commendable that you can relinquish your obsession. The primordial purple energy, while enticing, also brings with it endless turmoil. Though Kuan-Peng has acquired the purple energy, seemingly basking in glory, he is, in truth, ensnared in peril. Di Jun and Tai Yi will not allow him to ascend to sainthood unchallenged." Zhen Yuanzi concurred, "Indeed, by entering the demon court, Kuan-Peng is merely courting disaster. His desire to safely refine the primordial purple energy is fraught with difficulty." As Hong Yun absorbed the analyses of his two friends, the last remnants of his disappointment gradually faded. Perhaps the loss of the primordial purple energy truly was a blessing in disguise. The three continued their light conversation, sharing insights into their cultivation practices. With the weighty matters settled from his heart, Hong Yun felt invigorated. Zhen Yuanzi also shared in his friend's happiness, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. After a while, Wu Ming turned to Zhen Yuanzi, his expression growing grave. "Zhen Yuanzi, my friend." Noticing Wu Ming's serious demeanor, Zhen Yuanzi also tempered his smile. "What troubles you, Wu Ming?" Wu Ming spoke slowly. "There is indeed a matter of great importance for which I seek your assistance. This matter is of significant consequence, and it requires your involvement." Zhen Yuanzi's heart stirred. Something that could prompt such solemnity from Wu Ming was surely no trivial affair. Having known each other for many years, he understood Wu Ming's character well. He was not one to ask for help lightly. "Speak freely, my friend," Zhen Yuanzi replied, sitting up straight. "As long as I am able, I shall not shy away from my responsibilities." Chapter 41. The Borrowing of Land by Zhou Ming. Wu Ming addressed Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. "Fellows, please follow me." He then turned and led them deeper into the Pangu Hall. Within the depths of the hall, a figure sat cross-legged, exuding an aura of profound wisdom, as if becoming one with the very essence of the Pangu Hall. Remarkably, this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Wu Ming, sharing nearly 90% of his features. As the trio approached, the seated figure opened his eyes and regarded Wu Ming with a nod. "Fellow, you have worked hard." Wu Ming slightly bowed in response. "Fellow, we are one and the same. There is no need for such formality." The figure was none other than Zhou Ming. Nodding, he turned his gaze to Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, it is good to see you both well." Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun looked at the two almost identical individuals, their minds momentarily in disarray. What was this situation? Were they twins? No, that could not be. The Wu clan was born from the essence of Pangu's blood. The notion of twins was unfounded. The person before them, and Wu Ming, were as if sculpted from the same mold. Moreover, the aura emanating from this individual was even more formidable than that of Wu Ming, profound and unfathomable. Hong Yun, known for her straightforward nature, could not contain her curiosity and blurted out, "Wu Ming, you and this." Zhou Ming. She pointed at Wu Ming and then at the seated figure, her face a mask of confusion. Just as Wu Ming was about to explain, Zhou Ming raised his hand to forestall him. "Allow me to speak," he said. "I imagine both of you have already formed some conjectures regarding this matter." He paused, then revealed the answer directly. "Wu Ming is a manifestation of a portion of my own primordial spirit combined with my essence. I am Zhou Ming. Wu Ming is also me. We are in essence one." As his words fell, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances, each reflecting the unmistakable shock in the other's eyes. Indeed, it was as they suspected. Although they had anticipated this revelation, hearing it spoken aloud was still a staggering impact. Wu Ming was merely a projection of the Zhou Ming before them. What then was the true power of Zhou Ming? Zhen Yuanzi quickly regained his composure and regarded Zhou Ming with a serious expression. Wu Ming. No, Zhou Ming. This matter is of great significance. Surely, it pertains to the secrets of the Wu clan. Why reveal it to us today? Zhou Ming replied calmly. To share this with you both is a matter of trust. Moreover, there is no longer a need for concealment. In the early days of our clan's inception, my 12 siblings and I needed to seclude ourselves to solidify our cultivation and assimilate the legacy of our father. Yet, the newly formed Wu clan could not be left unattended. Therefore, I severed a part of my primordial spirit and combined it with my essence to create Wu Ming, allowing him to manage clan affairs and navigate the vast wilderness. Later, when Hong Jun Daozu attained enlightenment and began expounding the great Tao in the Zhixiao Palace, my existence was still not to be revealed, so Wu Ming continued to act on my behalf, gaining understanding through listening to the Tao. In the present day, with the conclusion of the 3 lectures at the Purple Cloud Palace, the great powers of the Hongwang realm have advanced in their cultivation, with quasi-saints emerging frequently and the sanctified positions now firmly established. The Tao Ancestor is on the verge of merging with the Tao, further veiling themselves behind the celestial principles. At this juncture, my appearance in Hongwang is of little consequence. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun felt their minds stirred. Although they did not fully comprehend why Zhou Ming could not appear earlier, nor why he could now that the Tao Ancestor was merging with the Tao, they wisely refrained from pursuing the matter further. Zhen Yuanzi gazed at Zhou Ming, sensing the unfathomable aura emanating from him, and a realization dawned upon him. No wonder Taoist Wu Ming remained so composed, even somewhat disdainful, in the face of the demonic sovereigns, Emperor Jun and Tai. It turns out that his true form, this Zhou Ming, possessed an astonishing level of power. Zhen Yuanzi, who considered himself one of the top powers in Hongwang, wielding the Earth Book and standing upon a land, felt nearly invincible. Yet, before Zhou Ming, he experienced an indescribable pressure. Apart from the venerable Hongjun Dao ancestor seated in the Purple Cloud Palace, it seemed that no one else in the entire Hongwang could rival the strength of this Zhou Ming. Regaining his composure, Zhen Yuanzi bowed respectfully to Zhou Ming and inquired, "Now I understand. May I ask, dear friend, why you have summoned us today? Given your prowess, there should be few matters in the current Hongwang that could pose a challenge to you. Am I mistaken?" Zhou Ming exchanged a glance with Wu Ming, who gave a slight nod. Only then did Zhou Ming turn to Zhen Yuanzi and speak directly. "Indeed, I have a matter to request your assistance with. I wish to borrow your Earth Book, if it would not be too much trouble." To borrow the Earth Book? Zhen Yuanzi's heart stirred at the mention. The Earth Book, formed from the primordial membrane of the land, possesses unparalleled defenses and can connect with the ley lines of Hongwang, offering boundless utility. What could Zhou Ming possibly need the Earth Book for? As Zhen Yuanzi's mind raced, a guess quickly took shape. He regarded Zhou Ming and slowly inquired, "Are you perhaps seeking the legendary islands of the 3 immortals of the Eastern Sea, namely Fangzhong and Yingzhou?" "Oh," Zhou Ming replied, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. "How did you come to know this?" Zhen Yuanzi stroked his beard and explained, "The Earth Book is a manifestation of the primordial membrane of the land, one of its powers being the ability to reflect the mountains and rivers of Hongwang. Many islands within the 4 seas also fall within the scope of the Earth Book's revelation. Thus, it stands to reason that your intent in borrowing it is indeed related to the land or islands, among those worthy of such a powerful being's pursuit. The elusive Fangzhong and Yingzhou Islands, which occasionally appear upon the Eastern Sea, are the only possibilities that come to mind." Zhou Ming nodded. "Your insight is as sharp as ever. I am indeed seeking those 2 islands." After a moment of contemplation, Zhen Yuanzi continued, "Since you have been forthright, I shall speak plainly. There is no objection to lending the Earth Book to you. However, do not harbor overly high expectations." Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow. "Oh, why is that? Is it possible that the Earth Book cannot locate Fangzhong and Yingzhou?" Zhen Yuanzi shook his head. "Not at all. It can indeed sense the locations of those 2 immortal islands. However, it is important to note that these islands do not truly exist within the 4 seas of Hongwang. Rather, it is entwined within the chaotic void beyond the primordial world, resembling a celestial paradise. Only at specific junctures in time, drawn by the laws of heaven and earth, does it briefly squeeze into the primordial realm, manifesting above the eastern sea. Moreover, its appearances are unpredictable in both location and duration, sometimes lasting only a few months, other times just days or even shorter. Even if the geographical tome detects its traces by the time you, my friend, arrive from Mount Buzhou, those two immortal islands would likely have already departed the primordial realm, retreating once more into the chaotic void. I have once been tempted to pursue them as well, but after deliberation, I chose to abandon the thought. Therefore, seeking these two islands is exceedingly difficult, reliant solely on fate, and cannot be forced. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming inquired, "Have you never considered remaining above the eastern sea, waiting for an opportunity?" Jin Yuanzi let out a wry smile. "I have contemplated it. However, it is not a wise endeavor. Firstly, the timing and locations of these islands' appearances are utterly erratic, possibly manifesting once every several tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. To wait idly in the eastern sea would require an excessive investment of time, with insurmountable uncertainty. Secondly, even if fortune favored us and we were to witness their emergence, the nature of what resides upon those islands remains a mystery. Should we spend countless years only to achieve nothing, it would be a lamentable squandering of our cultivation time. Thirdly, and most crucially, as I mentioned earlier, their appearances are exceedingly fleeting. Even if we were to discover them, should our speed falter or be delayed by unforeseen circumstances, we would merely watch them vanish once more. Rather than placing our hopes upon such nebulous opportunities, it is far more prudent to devote ourselves to quiet cultivation at Wuzhuang Temple, comprehending the great Tao. Zhou Ming nodded in understanding after Zhen Yuanzi's explanation. "I see now. Thank you for clarifying, my friend. Yet, I still wish to borrow your geographical tome. There exists an item upon those two islands that is of paramount importance to my witch clan. Regardless of the challenges, I must make the attempt." Zhen Yuanzi observed Zhou Ming's resolute demeanor and then glanced at the equally solemn Witch Ming beside him. The significance of that item to the witch clan likely exceeds imagination. "Very well," Zhen Yuanzi declared, no longer hesitating. With a flourish of his hand, an ancient, weighty yellow tome appeared in his palm. It was indeed the geographical tome. "Since you are so determined, I shall offer my assistance." He extended the tome towards Zhou Ming. "This geographical tome may be borrowed for your purpose." Zhou Ming solemnly accepted the tome, feeling its weight, and could distinctly sense the immense power of the earth contained within. "Thank you, my friend." Zhou Ming bowed deeply to Zhen Yuanzi, expressing, "The kindness you have shown today will be etched in the hearts of my entire witch clan. In the future, a generous reward shall surely follow." Zhen Yuanzi hurriedly helped Zhou Ming to his feet. "You overstate the matter. I have shared a bond with Witch Ming for many years, akin to brothers. Now that you are in need, it is but a small effort on my part. There is no talk of repayment for such a trifling matter." Yet Zhou Ming shook his head, his expression earnest. "What you deem a trifling matter is, in fact, a significant concern for the future of my witch clan. This bond of friendship, I, the Wu clan, shall remember. In the future, it shall be repaid." Upon witnessing this, Zhen Yuanzi said no more, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 42. A century of waiting having reached an agreement, Zhenyuzi and Hong Yun no longer lingered. The two rose, clasped their hands in farewell to Zhou Ming and Wu Ming. "Fellow Taoists Zhou and Wu, we shall take our leave now," Zhenyuzi stated. Hong Yun followed suit, expressing gratitude. "Thank you both for your assistance today." Wu Ming nodded slightly. "Safe travels to you both." Zhou Ming said nothing further, merely observing their departure from the Pangu Hall. Once the two figures had completely vanished from sight, Zhou Ming withdrew his gaze, his thoughts stirring. In the next moment, 12 formidable auras simultaneously manifested within the hall. Indeed, the 12 ancestral witches. Eldest brother, Dijiang spoke first, his voice steady. The other ancestral witches also offered their respects. Zhou Ming's gaze swept across his 12 younger siblings, and he nodded. "I have summoned you all today for a matter of great importance." Dijiang and Ho Tu stepped forward. "What is your command, eldest brother?" Dijiang inquired. You two shall accompany me to the East Sea to seek the islands of Fangzhong and Ningzhou. Upon hearing this, the other ancestral witches, though silent, exchanged glances filled with anticipation. They were well aware that the purpose of their eldest brother's journey was to acquire the pure world White Lotus. Next, Zhou Ming's gaze shifted to the other ancestral witches, excluding Zhu Jiuyin. The rest of you, from this moment forth, enter seclusion. Strive to break through and ascend to the realm of the primordial golden immortal. The legacy left by our Father God is vast and boundless. Only by stepping into the realm of the primordial golden immortal can you truly begin to unearth its potential and harness greater power. Once you all attain the status of primordial golden immortal, our Lich Clan shall firmly stand at the pinnacle of the wilderness, unafraid of any storm. Upon hearing these words, the ancestral witches adopted solemn expressions, responding in unison, "Yes, eldest brother, we shall not fail your expectations." Di Jiang hesitated briefly before voicing his concerns. "Eldest brother, the East Sea is vast and boundless, and the islands of Fangzhong and Ningzhou are elusive and uncertain. Even Taoist Xinyuzi, with the aid of the Earth Book, finds it difficult to locate them. Can we truly find them?" Zhou Ming looked at Di Jiang, his tone calm, yet imbued with unwavering confidence. "Do not worry. I have communicated with the will of our Father God. He senses that the time is ripe. This journey will surely succeed." "Understood." Di Jiang no longer harbored doubts. Promptly responding, Zhou Ming nodded and turned to Wu Ming. "Fellow Taoist." Wu Ming slightly inclined his body. "What is your command?" "I shall be away for a time, and I entrust the matters of the Lich Clan to you," Zhou Ming stated earnestly. Wu Ming nodded, his expression composed. "Rest assured, I shall not fail your trust." With arrangements made, Zhou Ming hesitated no longer. "Di Jiang, Ho-Tu, let us depart." As his words fell, the three figures instantly vanished from the Pangu Hall, heading toward the endless expanse of the East Sea. East Sea. Misty waves stretched endlessly, blending water and sky. Unlike the magnificent mountains of the inland, the ocean possessed its own boundless grandeur. The three did not tarry, plunging directly into the heart of the East Sea. They sought a desolate island, imbued with a semblance of spiritual energy, yet devoid of any living beings, and descended upon it. Zhou Ming sat cross-legged upon a massive boulder, unfurling the Earth Book before him. A tremendous surge of magical power coursed into it. Buzz! The Earth Book trembled slightly, a warm ochre glow swirling around it. As intricate and profound patterns of the Earth's veins began to manifest and shift upon its pages. The primordial land, mountains, and rivers were all encapsulated within. The vast territories of the seas, islands, and hidden reefs were also depicted. Yet, the unique earth veins representing Fangzhong and Ningzhou remained elusive, failing to materialize. Di Jiang and Ho-Tu stood on either side, their expressions focused, silently guarding Zhou Ming. Time languidly passed in this monotonous wait. 1 day, 2 days. 1 year, 2 years. 10 years, 20 years. In the blink of an eye, a century had elapsed. For beings of their caliber, 100 years was but a fleeting moment. Nevertheless, throughout this century, no anomalies had appeared within the Earth Book's patterns. The legendary Fangzhong and Ningzhou were still nowhere to be seen. Even Di Jiang and Ho-Tu, with their composed natures, began to feel a twinge of impatience. Only Zhou Ming remained, as tranquil as water, continuously channeling his magic into the Earth Book, meticulously observing every subtle change in the patterns. Finally, in a fleeting moment of the 100th year, a sudden hum resounded. The Earth Book, without any warning, revealed 2 exceptionally unique patterns of earth veins that had never before manifested. These 2 patterns, with their peculiar structures and flowing Tao rhythms, were entirely unlike any found on the primordial continent. They appeared almost simultaneously, yet were separated by a vast distance, scattered across different regions of the East Sea. "It has emerged." Zhou Ming's eyes suddenly widened. He swiftly noted the spatial coordinates represented by these 2 patterns. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Ming made a decisive choice. "Di Jiang, Ho-Tu, you two shall head to the western one. I will go to the eastern one. Remember, upon locating the pure world White Lotus. Seize it immediately without delay, then return here to regroup. Yes, brother. Di Jiang and Ho Tu responded without hesitation, promptly setting off. Go! Before Zhou Ming's words faded, the three transformed into three streaks of light, darting in different directions at an unparalleled speed. Their velocity surpassed that of any ordinary quasi-saint. Zhou Ming sped eastward, his figure flickering and leaping through the void. In mere moments, an expanse shrouded in dense primordial mist appeared before him. Within the mist, a colossal island silhouette could be discerned, suffused with celestial light and exuding auspicious energy. A potent array's fluctuations created a barrier between the interior and exterior. The Primordial Great Formation. Zhou Ming halted. The strength of this array would make it nearly impossible for anyone below the quasi-saint level to breach. Rather than force his way through, Zhou Ming carefully sensed the array's nodes, his form shimmering as he silently slipped through the great formation and entered the island's interior. Upon entering the island, an overwhelming richness of primordial spiritual energy enveloped him, with exotic flowers and precious herbs blanketing the ground, and celestial birds and spirit beasts visible everywhere, presenting a scene reminiscent of the most exquisite blessed land in the primordial realm. In the heart of the island, a magnificent celestial mountain towers majestically, inscribed with three ancient characters, Fangzhong Island. Indeed, this is the place. Zhou Ming felt a surge of certainty within, sparing not a moment to waste. His consciousness unfurled in an instant, enveloping the entirety of Fangzhong Island, meticulously searching for the potential location of the pure world White Lotus. Meanwhile, in a distant expanse of the East Sea, Emperor Jiang and Hudu had also reached their destination. Here stood another island, shrouded in a formidable innate formation, its spiritual energy no less potent than that of Fangzhong Island. The laws of space surged around Emperor Jiang, while Hutu was shielded by the laws of Earth. In an instant, they penetrated the grand formation, stepping into the realm of Yingzhou Island. At the center of the island, another celestial mountain rose, with the three characters of Yingzhou Island inscribed above its gate. Split up and search, Emperor Jiang commanded in a low voice. Understood. Huda nodded in agreement. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly went their separate ways, their consciousnesses fully unleashed as they began their meticulous search across the vast expanse of the majestic Yingzhou Island. Their singular objective remained, the pure world White Lotus. Once again, they found themselves on a colossal celestial island cloaked by an innate grand formation. Chapter 43. The 12-petaled pure White Lotus. Zhou Ming's consciousness swept across every inch of Fangzhong Island, his brow furrowing slightly. There was nothing. The aura of the pure White Lotus was completely undetectable. This celestial isle was rich in spiritual energy, brimming with treasures, yet it notably lacked that most crucial objective. Undeterred, he meticulously searched once more, even delving deep into the earth's veins, yet to no avail. Instead, during his search, his consciousness brushed against a valley concealed by intricate barriers. The restrictions were rather arcane. Had it not been for his profound cultivation, he might have easily overlooked it. With a swift movement, Zhou Ming silently traversed the barriers. Inside the valley, the spiritual energy was abundant. 12 orbs, radiating a gentle, ethereal light, floated serenely above a spring of spiritual essence. The sea-calming pearls. And indeed, these are the last 12 that had been lost. Zhou Ming's heart stirred, although he did not find the pure White Lotus. The emergence of these 12 sea-calming pearls was a delightful surprise. He beckoned with his hand, and the 12 orbs gracefully fell into his palm. Coupled with the 24 he had exchanged from Tong Tian, he now possessed a total of 36 sea-calming pearls. Collecting all 36 constituted a complete set of innate treasures, offering tremendous support for Di Jiang. After securing the sea-calming pearls, Zhou Ming reconfirmed that there were no signs of the pure White Lotus on the island. With no attachments, he moved swiftly to depart from Fangzhong Island. This place was not suitable for lingering. At any moment, Fangzhong Island could slip away from the primordial realm and vanish into chaos. Zhou Ming transformed into a streak of light and rapidly exited the island. Almost the instant he departed, the mist surrounding Fengzhong Island thickened, and the entire celestial isle began to grow ethereal, slowly sinking into another layer of space. Meanwhile, on Yingzhou Island, Dijiang and Hutu searched separately, working with remarkable efficiency. Hutu, attuned to the laws of Earth, was particularly sensitive to the spiritual veins of the land. Closing her eyes, she meticulously sensed every trace of energy deep within the island. Her consciousness swept across the terrain and soon detected a pure, sanctified aura imbued with the power to purify all things, safeguarded within a heavily barred valley. Found it! Hutu's heart leapt with joy as she immediately sent a message to Dijiang. Before long, Dijiang's figure appeared beside her. They both gazed towards the valley, where a 12-petaled lotus quietly bloomed. The lotus was completely snow-white, untouched by impurities, emanating a gentle yet commanding white light. It was indeed the 12-petaled pure white lotus. It was truly here. Dijiang spoke solemnly. Hutu approached cautiously, inching closer to the pure white lotus. The lotus seemed to sense the gentle earth aura emanating from Hutu and did not resist. She extended her hand, her magical energy flowing as she carefully lifted the pure white lotus. What about your side? Hutu glunged at Dijiang. Let's leave this island first, Dijiang decisively commanded, recognizing that this place was not suitable for lingering, as it could slip away from the primordial realm and return to chaos at any moment. Agreed. They dared not delay, securing the pure white lotus and swiftly activating the laws of space and earth to escape the innate great formation of Yingzhou Island at the quickest pace possible. Upon departing, the immense silhouette of the celestial island began to wane into the ethereal, as if being drawn by an unseen force, slowly sinking into another realm of time and space. Dijiang and Hutu exchanged a glance, both perceiving the relief in each other's eyes. Had they delayed even a moment longer, the consequences would have been dire. Without further hesitation, they hastened towards the desolate island where they had lingered for a century. On the desolate island, Zhou Ming awaited their arrival. Moments later, 2 streaks of light descended, revealing Dijiang and Hutu's elder brother. Elder brother, they called as they approached swiftly. Hutu presented the pure world white lotus to Zhou Ming. Observing the lotus before him and sensing its vast, pristine power, Zhou Ming nodded in approval. Excellent. Our journey has not been in vain. He turned to Dijiang and, with a gesture of his hand, revealed the 12 sea-settling pearls that materialized in his palm. Elder brother, what is this? Dijiang inquired, gazing at the 12 pearls and recognizing the familiar aura emanating from them, his expression tinged with curiosity. These were found on the Fengzhong Island, Zhou Ming explained, handing the pearls to Dijiang. With the 12 sea-settling pearls I have here, combined with the 24 you exchanged from the Tontian friend, we now possess a total of 36. When these pearls unite, they form a complete set of innate treasures. You must refine them thoroughly. It will greatly enhance your mastery over the laws of space in the future. Dijiang solemnly accepted the 12 sea-settling pearls. The moment he grasped them, a powerful resonance with the 24 pearls he had previously refined surged through him, emanating a sense of completeness and grandeur. He could distinctly feel that once this set of treasures was unified, their power would undergo a monumental transformation. Thank you, elder brother, Dijiang said earnestly, his voice filled with excitement. An innate treasure. This is the pinnacle of artifacts in the primordial world. With this treasure, my combat prowess will soar once more. There's no need for gratitude among brothers, Zhou Ming replied, waving his hand dismissively. Now that matters here are settled, we shall return to Buzhou Mountain immediately. Indeed, without further delay, the 3 transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. At the Pangu Hall, Zhou Ming, Dijiang, and Hutu returned, where Wu Ming had been waiting. Upon witnessing their safe return, a sense of relief washed over Wu Ming's previously calm demeanor. My friends, was your journey successful? He inquired. Zhou Ming nodded. Though there were some obstacles, the outcome is satisfactory. He produced the pure world white lotus and handed it to Hutu. He addressed her, his expression grave. This pure world white lotus is for you to refine. Once you have fully refined it, take a drop of your own vital blood and a portion of your primordial spirit's essence, and merge them into this lotus to forge a clone. This clone will prove invaluable in the future. Forge a clone? Using both vital blood and primordial spirit essence? Ho-Tu pondered, her heart filled with questions, yet she refrained from pressing further. She had always placed her unwavering trust in her elder brother's decisions. Yes, elder brother, I understand, she affirmed, accepting the pure world white lotus and feeling the affinity radiating from the lotus, nodding in agreement. Zhou Ming turned his gaze towards Di Jiang and said, Di Jiang, you should also enter seclusion. Fully refine those 36 stabilizing pearls as swiftly as possible. Once you succeed, our Witch Clan will gain a significant trump card. Yes, elder brother, Di Jiang acknowledged, then turned to seek a secluded chamber to begin the refinement of the primordial treasure. In the Great Hall, only Zhou Ming and Wu Ming remained. Zhou Ming inquired of Wu Ming, my friend, during our century-long absence, have any significant events transpired in the Hongwang? Wu Ming shook his head, nothing of great consequence. The Demon Clan's heavenly court continues to amass strength, while Di Jun and Tai Yi are preoccupied with consolidating their power, leaving them little time for other matters. Since Kuanpeng acquired the primordial purple energy, he has been retreating in the northern underworld Demon Master Palace, evidently wary of Di Jun and Tai Yi. The three pure ones, Niu Hua, Jin, and Zhuanti, after obtaining the primordial purple energy, have also entered seclusion in their respective sanctuaries to contemplate the sacred path. Han Yun has returned to his fire cloud cave, and Jin Yuanzi has gone back to Wuzhuang Temple. Other factions are also digesting the gains from the Purple Cloud Palace, leaving the Hongwang in a relatively tranquil phase. Zhou Ming nodded, finding this in line with his expectations. It was merely the calm before the storm. Once someone achieves sanctification, or if the Demon Clan feels sufficiently empowered to crush everything, a cataclysmic war could erupt across the entire Hongwang at any moment. My friend, I must also enter seclusion for a while to prepare for the impending tribulations, Zhou Ming conveyed to Wu Ming. You shall continue to oversee the matters of the Witch Clan. Wu Ming slightly bowed. Rest assured, my friend, I will manage everything for the Witch Clan. Zhou Ming nodded, then retrieved the Earth Book, handing it to Wu Ming. This item requires your assistance in returning it to Zhen Yuanzi. Wu Ming solemnly accepted the Earth Book. You can trust me. I will see to it with utmost care. Zhou Ming said nothing further, nodded once more, and turned to enter the depths of the Pangu Hall, seeking the most central area to begin his seclusion. Only Wu Ming remained, standing in the vast hall's center, his gaze profound, lost in contemplation. Chapter 44. A single blow to avert 100 after his retreat. Wu Ming did not linger long in the Pangu Hall. He departed directly towards the Wanshou Mountain and the Five. The mountain was still enveloped in ethereal mist and radiant clouds. It seemed that Zhen Yuanzi had sensed his arrival. As he awaited at the entrance of the temple, Wu Ming descended gracefully, landing before Zhen Yuanzi. Dao friend Wu Ming, I trust you are well. Zhen Yuanzi greeted him with a warm smile as he rose to welcome him. Wu Ming bowed respectfully. Dao friend Zhen Yuanzi, I have come to return the Earth Book. He extended the tome towards him. Zhen Yuanzi accepted it with a nod. Thank you for making the journey, my friend. It was my duty, Wu Ming replied. Thanks to your precious artifact, I was able to acquire what I sought. The Wu Clan is immensely grateful for your assistance. Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality. We have been friends for many years. This is but a trifling matter. He gestured for Wu Ming to enter the temple. Zhen Yuanzi personally poured a cup of spiritual tea for Wu Ming. Was your journey smooth? Wu Ming took a sip, nodding. It was relatively smooth. Though there were some obstacles, I ultimately found what I needed. Understanding the unspoken nuances. Zhen Yuanzi refrained from probing further and shifted the conversation to the broader trends in the primordial world. Alas, the primordial realm appears tranquil, yet beneath the surface, tumultuous currents are at play. Zhen Yuanzi sighed softly. On the side of the demon race, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi are formidable figures, and their consolidation of the demon clans is accelerating. It won't be long before the entire demon race is unified as one. I predict that within a millennium, The strength of the demon race will reach its zenith, he continued. Wu Ming nodded in agreement. You speak true. Once the demon race is unified, gathering immense fortune, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi may very well leverage this vast momentum to further their cultivation, advancing into the mid-stage of quasi-saint. At that point, united with the entire demon race, it will be exceedingly difficult for any force in the primordial realm to hinder their progress. Zhen Yuanzi turned to Wu Ming, cautiously inquiring, the Wu clan, will they not be able to contend? Let us not forget, the Wu clan has Dao friend Zhou Ming at its helm. With his profound cultivation, Zhen Yuanzi mused, believing that Zhou Ming's presence should render the Wu clan unafraid of the demon race. However, Wu Ming merely chuckled softly and shook his head. He set down his teacup, his tone calm. Dao friend Zhen Yuanzi, you are mistaken. The Wu clan has never aspired to partake in the struggles for supremacy in the primordial realm. We hold no ambition for dominance. The 13 ancestral witches, born of the legacy of the Pangu Father God, swore an oath to the primordial heavens at our inception. The essence of our existence is to safeguard the earth, to harmonize the ley lines, to refine the chaotic energies of the primordial realm, and to protect the primordial world, not to vie for power or engage in bloodshed. Striving for supremacy? That is not the path of the Wu clan. Zhen Yunzi furrowed his brow as he regarded Wu Ming's serene expression, slowly responding, my friend, your intentions are noble. The Taoist also believes that the witch clan harbors no ambition for supremacy. However, while you may think so, the two from the demon clan might not share your perspective. How can one permit another to slumber beside them? The witch clan occupies the essence of the vast wilderness, and their strength is formidable. In the eyes of Di Jun and Tai Yi, you represent the greatest obstacle to their unification of the wilderness. Even if you do not provoke them, they will inevitably regard you as a thorn in their side, a splinter in their flesh, regardless of the witch clan's intentions. The demon clan will eventually come knocking, and a confrontation with your clan is inevitable. At that moment, even if you wish to evade it, escape may be impossible. A great battle looms on the horizon. Zhen Yuanzi's tone bore a hint of gravity. Wu Ming maintained a calm smile, seemingly unperturbed by Zhen Yuanzi's concerns. He nodded, acknowledging, I'm naturally aware of what you speak of, my friend. How could we not comprehend the thoughts of Di Jun and Tai? Yet, the demon clan is not yet qualified to engage in a true battle with my witch clan. Zhen Yuanzi's heart skipped a beat at the boldness of this assertion. While he acknowledged the might of the witch clan and the existence of the enigmatic Zhou Ming, to declare that the newly unified demon clan lacked the qualification for battle seemed rather audacious. Wu Ming continued, rest assured, my friend, when that day arrives, if we can inflict pain upon them and instill fear, they will naturally behave themselves. As the saying goes, strike the first blow to prevent 100 blows from coming. Only by making them acutely aware of the cost of opposing my witch clan will they truly temper their unwarranted ambitions. Zhen Yuanzi listened to Wu Ming's words, a tremor of astonishment coursing through him. Such a casual remark, yet it was laden with an aura of lethal intent. Inflict pain? Instill obedience? It appeared that the witch clan had long devised a strategy, prepared to act decisively. However, even if they were to inflict pain, it may prove difficult to dispel their lingering apprehension. Zhen Yuanzi still harbored doubts. As long as the witch clan existed, the demon clan would likely remain restless. Wu Ming set down his teacup and gazed at Zhen Yuanzi. Thus, after inflicting pain upon them, we must also demonstrate to the entire wilderness that my witch clan indeed harbors no ambition for supremacy. As long as we can convince them, and all beings of the wilderness of this truth, they will cease their relentless pursuit of my witch clan. They will not believe us unless we demonstrate our strength. Moreover, Wu Ming paused. This strike is not solely to intimidate the demon clan. It is also to deter those lurking in the wilderness with ulterior motives. We must make it clear that while my witch clan does not seek dominance, we are by no means soft targets to be easily manipulated. Zhen Yuanzi grasped the intent. First, establish authority through formidable means, then clarify one's stance, applying both grace and severity. However, Zhen Yuanzi inquired with curiosity, how do you intend to prove this? How will you demonstrate to the entire wilderness that the Witch Clan has no designs for supremacy? This is no simple matter. Wu Ming smiled enigmatically. Ah, well. When the time comes, you shall naturally find out. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhen Yuanzi ceased his inquiries. After a brief silence, their conversation seamlessly transitioned to the future saints of the Purple Cloud Palace. It is worth noting that the Tao Ancestor accepted the three pure ones, Niuhua, Jin, and Zhuanti, as disciples, bestowing upon them the primordial purple energy, a truly monumental blessing. Zhen Yuanzi reflected the position of a saint. Amidst the countless beings of the primordial world, only a select few can ever aspire to attain it. Yet he pondered among these six, who would be the first to take that step and attain the saintly path. Achieving sainthood, that is the ultimate realm long sought after by all formidable beings of the primordial world. Once one ascends to sainthood, the entire dynamic of the primordial realm will undoubtedly undergo a profound transformation. Wu Ming, upon hearing this, lifted his teacup and took a measured sip, his movements deliberate and unhurried. Attaining the saintly path? Is not so simple. The primordial purple energy is merely a key, a qualification for sainthood. To truly open that door, one requires immense fortune and virtue. In my humble opinion, he continued, it is still far too early for these six to attain the saintly path. Zhen Yuanzi discerned the implications in Wu Ming's words and promptly inquired, "Oh, it seems that Dao friend Wu Ming possesses some insights. Do you perhaps know when it might achieve the saintly path?" Wu Ming shook his head. "I cannot ascertain specific timings." However, he paused, then continued, "I can affirm that their opportunity to attain the path is not yet at hand. Until the moment is right, no matter how diligently they cultivate or how deeply they comprehend the mysteries, they cannot take that final step. Thus, in the foreseeable future, there will be no saints in the primordial world." Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi understood. It appeared that Wu Ming's grasp of the celestial trend surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Since he claimed the opportunity had not yet arrived, it must indeed not be the time. This thought brought him some solace, at least before the emergence of a saint. The situation in the primordial world would not spiral completely out of control. The two engaged in light conversation for a while longer, exchanging insights on their cultivation experiences. Wu Ming then rose to take his leave. "Dao friend Zhen Yuanzi, I have overstayed my welcome. It is time for me to depart." Zhen Yuanzi stood as well. "Safe travels, Dao friend." He escorted Wu Ming to the entrance of the observatory. "Dao friend, should you find leisure in the future, do visit me at the Wuzhuang Temple." Wu Ming nodded, "Certainly." After this, he offered a respectful bow to Zhen Yuanzi, and then transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 45. 1,000 years in the blink of an eye. The unification of the Demon Clan in the timeless expanse of the primordial world. Where the passage of years is but a fleeting whisper, a millennium has slipped away since Wu Ming parted ways with Zhen Yuanzi of the Five. During this epoch, the surface of the primordial realm remained deceptively tranquil, while the major factions quietly amassed their strength. However, for the Witch Clan, this millennium heralded monumental transformations. The ancestral witches, in seclusion and diligent cultivation, drew upon the divine legacy of their progenitor and their own extraordinary talents, breaking through their limitations. Zhou Ming, Zhou Su, Gong Gong, Zhu Zong, Chang Liang, Tian Wu, Shi Zi, Shi Bai Shi, and Xian Ming all ascended to the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. In an instant, the fortunes of the Witch Clan surged dramatically. Following their significant advancements, Zhou Ming and his 12 younger siblings reconvened in the depths of the Pangu Hall to collectively comprehend the supreme legacy left by their father, Pangu. Perhaps due to the unpredictable presence of Zhou Ming, they discovered new variations within the ultimate killing formation contained in the legacy, the 12 capital Heavenly God's Great Formation. This formation could be orchestrated by the 12 ancestral witches or by a collective of 13 individuals. With Zhou Ming included, the combined strength of the 13, utilizing the Pangu Hall as the heart of the true form of Pangu, would unleash an aura so formidable that it would cause even the most stalwart of ancestral witches to tremble. as if the true progenitor were on the verge of reappearing in the primordial realm. If only they could acquire the axe of opening heaven, it would solidify their position as the Witch Clan's most potent trump card. While the Witch Clan quietly consolidated its power in Mount Buzhou, the Demon Clan did not hesitate in their expansion. The Demon Emperor Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, brothers of exceptional talent and ingenuity, labored diligently for a millennium, ultimately uniting the myriad demonic factions under their banner, achieving a grand unification of the Demon Clan. The celestial court of the Demon Clan flourished, its influence reaching the heavens. On this day, within the celestial court, in the Ling Shao treasure hall, Di Jun sat majestically upon his throne, his countenance commanding respect. Dong Huang Tai Yi stood at his lower right, exuding an air of defiance and martial fervor. To the other side was the refined and scholarly figure of Fu Shi. Throughout this millennium, Di Jun and Tai Yi had ventured to Fengqi Mountain, inviting Nu Hua and Fu Shi to return to the celestial court. Yet, Nu Hua graciously declined, citing her pursuit of enlightenment through the primordial purple energy to attain sainthood. Fu Shi, after careful consideration, ultimately chose to return to the celestial court to continue supporting Di Jun. As for Kuan Peng, after obtaining the primordial purple energy, he became like a startled bird, retreating into seclusion. Di Jun and Tai Yi focused on consolidating the Demon Clan, paid him no heed, and Kuan Peng dared not set foot in the celestial court again. At this moment, the atmosphere within the hall grew somewhat tense. Tai Yi broke the silence, stepping forward with a booming voice, infused with an uncontainable excitement and martial spirit. Elder brother, our Demon Clan has now unified, with all demons rallying to our cause, our fortunes soaring like a rainbow. You and I have both successfully advanced to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Few in the entire primordial realm can rival us. Coupled with the countless demon soldiers and generals of our celestial court, it can be said that this primordial world now belongs to our Demon Clan. Tai Yi's gaze intensified as he looked at Di Jun brother. It is time for us to take action. The unification of the primordial realm and the establishment of a supreme legacy begins today. The more Tai Yi spoke, the more fervently he envisioned the scene of the Demon Clan reigning supreme, with all races bowing in submission. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun subtly furrowed his brow, refraining from immediate response. After a brief moment, he gradually spoke, his voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Younger brother, I comprehend your sentiments. The current prosperity of our demon race is a testament to the collective efforts of you, me, the Shi Huang, and countless comrades of our kin. He paused momentarily, shifting his tone. However, now is not the time for total unification of the Honghuang. Upon hearing this, Tai Yi's excitement instantly dissipated, his brow knitting tightly. Elder brother, why is that? Is our demon race not powerful enough to sweep everything aside? A profound glimmer flickered in Emperor Jun's eyes. You underestimate the might of the myriad heroes of Honghuang, especially the Witch Clan. His tone grew somewhat grave. The 12 ancestral witches have all ascended to the quasi-saint realm. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Moreover, there is one named Zhou Ming. This individual eludes my understanding. His power is unfathomable, far surpassing that of ordinary quasi-saints. When Tai Yi heard Emperor Jun mention the Witch Clan, particularly the enigmatic Zhou Ming, his pride diminished slightly, yet he remained defiant. Elder brother, you are overly elevating others while diminishing our own prestige. I concede that Zhou Ming is formidable, but what of it? He is but one man. Together, we brothers, bolstered by the might of the Hichu and Luo Shu, along with the chaotic bell, should not fear him. As for the other 12 ancestral witches, even if they are all quasi-saints, what of it? Our demon race boasts a considerable number of quasi-saints as well. If war were to erupt, uniting the strength of our entire clan, we could surely vanquish them. Tai evidently held absolute confidence in the strength of the demon race. While he was aware of the threat posed by the Witch Clan, he believed they could overpower it through their collective might. Younger brother, do not underestimate them. Imperium admonished Fauning. At this moment, Fu Shi also nodded in agreement, interjecting, what you say is not without merit, my friend. Zhou Ming is no ordinary being. His cultivation remains a mystery, which is precisely what makes him so daunting. I have attempted to divine his essence in secret, but it remains shrouded in chaos. The heavenly secrets obscured. Such an existence must either possess a supreme treasure that conceals the heavenly mechanisms or has transcended the limits of my divination. Whichever the case may be, it attests to his extreme danger. Moreover, while the 12 ancestral witches may be newly ascended quasi-saints, they inherently wield the power of the laws and possess unparalleled physical prowess. Their combat ability far exceeds that of ordinary cultivators of the same tier. Furthermore, they are united by blood. Once they join forces, their combined might becomes unfathomable. Although our demon race is indeed strong, should we engage in a full-scale war with the Witch Clan at this juncture, even if victory is ultimately ours, it would undoubtedly come at a tremendous cost. Fushi sighed softly. In such a scenario, our demon race would be severely weakened, our elite forces decimated. Even if we nominally unify the Hong Huang, what significance would that hold? Moreover, those who have received the primordial purple energy are currently in secluded cultivation, poised to attain sainthood at any moment. Once the sage emerges, the primordial landscape shall undoubtedly be reshuffled. If we suffer considerable losses in our battle against the witch tribe, shall we not be merely sewing garments for others? Jun nodded in agreement. The concerns of my friend Fushi echo the very thoughts of my heart. He turned to the still somewhat reluctant Tai Yi, his tone softening. Little brother, it is not that I fear battle. Rather, the time has not yet come. What, then, do you and our esteemed friend Fushi suggest we do? Tai inquired, his voice still tinged with reluctance. Shall we simply await our fate? Jun slightly inclined his head. Indeed, we must wait. But we shall not remain idle. Together with Fushi, I am utilizing the river chart and Luo book to meticulously devise the great protective formation of our demon clan, the Grand Celestial Star Array. Once established, this formation will align 365 great celestial star banners with the ancient 365 primary stars, complemented by 14,800 lesser celestial star banners corresponding to the auxiliary stars, supported by countless demons. Once deployed, it will harness the power of the celestial bodies, wielding an unfathomable might capable of obliterating heaven and earth. At that moment, our demon clan will possess authentic confidence, ready to confront any challenge. When the formation is revealed, not even the insignificant witch tribe, let alone the exalted sage, will deter us from battle. Jun's voice brimmed with formidable assurance. The river chart and Luo book, his innate spiritual treasure, harbored the secrets of the celestial movements, and with the collaboration of the adept Fushi, devising the Grand Celestial Star Array is merely a matter of time. Upon hearing about the Grand Celestial Star Array, the indignation on Tai Yi's face gradually diminished. He recognized the formidable nature of this formation. Should it succeed, the strength of the demon clan would indeed ascend to new heights. At that point, discussions of unifying the primordial world would hold greater promise. Brother, when will the Grand Celestial Star Array be completed? Doi Prisidon, Jun pondered. This formation is profoundly intricate, involving the celestial stars, and cannot be accomplished in a single day. However, Fushi and I have made significant strides. Fushi nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall devote myself fully to assist you in perfecting this array at the earliest opportunity. Tai Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within. Very well. If that is the case, let us wait a little longer. The day the Grand Celestial Star Array is completed will mark the moment our demon clan reigns over the primordial world. Chapter 46. Niwa visits the three pure ones at Fengqi Mountain. Niwa sat gracefully upon her cloud bed, her brow furrowed with an inescapable sorrow. Since her return from the Purple Cloud Palace, where she had received the primordial purple aura, she had devoted herself day and night to its comprehension, seeking to unravel its mysteries and attain the supreme sacred path. A gentle sigh, laden with profound resignation, echoed through the vast palace. Not long ago, her elder brother Fushi had sent her a message, mentioning his collaboration with the Demon Emperor Dijun to calculate the celestial array of the Zhou Tian Stardow. Their progress was reportedly quite smooth. This news undoubtedly added to Nua's burden. The demon clan was formidable, and although her brother was assisting, who could predict what the future might hold? If she failed to make a breakthrough in the sacred path, how could she hope to seize control of her destiny in the face of any great upheaval in the primordial realm? The three pure ones. They were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, possessing profound depth and exceptional comprehension. Surely, they had gleaned insights from the primordial purple aura. A thought flickered in Nua's mind. I shall journey to Kunlun Mountain to seek their counsel. Perhaps they can enlighten me. Resolute, Nua cast aside her hesitation. With a flash of radiant light, she departed from Fengqi Mountain, heading directly toward Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain, the abode of the three pure ones. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tong Tian sat opposite each other in serene contemplation, ethereal clouds swirling above their heads, albeit tinged with a subtle obscurity. The atmosphere within the mountain felt different from usual, heavier with an unspoken weight. Suddenly, Laozi opened his eyes. A visitor approaches. Yuanshi and Tong Tian sensed it as well, simultaneously opening their eyes and gazing toward the mountain's entrance. A graceful figure approached, alighting lightly before the palace door. It was Nua. Ah, it is our junior sister Nua who has arrived. I apologize for not greeting you from afar. Laozi said with a slight nod, his voice calm. Yuanshi also inclined his head slightly. It is a rare visit from our junior sister. Tong Tian, more jovial, laughed heartily. Junior sister, why have you left your quietude at Fengqi Mountain to visit us today? Nua performed a respectful bow before the three pure ones. I pay my respects to the three esteemed brothers. Laozi gestured invitingly. Please, sister, enter. The three welcomed Nua into the palace, where a young attendant presented fragrant tea. Holding the teacup, Nua paused thoughtfully, organizing her thoughts before speaking. Esteemed brothers, I have come today with a humble request, seeking your guidance. Laozi maintained his usual tranquil demeanor. Speak freely, sister. As fellow disciples, there is no need for formalities. Brothers, my purpose in coming is to inquire about the primordial purple aura, she said, a hint of distress evident on her face. Since receiving this treasure from our master at the Purple Cloud Palace, I have returned to Fengqi Mountain, dedicating myself to its understanding without a moment's respite. Yet, to this day, I have made no progress. The primordial purple aura is unfathomable. Despite my efforts to decipher its intricacies, I have been unable to grasp its essence, let alone refine it. My heart is filled with confusion, and thus I have come to seek your wisdom on how to truly comprehend the primordial purple aura. Is there any method you could impart to guide me? Upon finishing her plea, Nua gazed at the three with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. In her contemplation, Sanqing represented the true essence of Pangu, endowed with the merits of creation, and surely, their comprehension of the primordial purple energy would be far more seamless than her own. Upon hearing these words, the three from Sanqing exchanged subtle glances, their expressions laden with nuance. Laozi cleared his throat gently and began to speak. To be candid with you, dear sister, my brothers and I, upon our return from Xixiao Palace, have, like you, devoted ourselves day and night to deciphering that primordial purple energy. He paused, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. However, the outcome has been no different from yours. There has been no advancement. What? Nua almost blurted out, her hand trembling slightly around her teacup. She could scarcely believe her ears. You three brothers have made no progress either? Laozi nodded, his tone tinged with resignation. Indeed, not only have we each sought our own understanding, but my brothers and I have also collaborated numerous times to validate our findings against each other, striving to uncover the key. Yet, our efforts have been in vain. That primordial purple energy resembles a rootless reed, elusive and without trace, as if it stands in stark contrast to the path we cultivate. At this moment, Yuanshi let out a cold snort, his voice laced with evident displeasure. The master bestowed this substance upon us, claiming it to be the foundation of sanctity, yet its obscurity is truly perplexing. It was clear he had been troubled by this matter for quite some time, harboring a simmering frustration within. Tong Tian sighed. We even suspect that perhaps our methods of understanding are flawed, or that we lack a crucial opportunity. Had you not come today, My brothers and I were prepared to leave Kunlun Mountain and wander through the wilderness, hoping to encounter fortuitous events that might lead to breakthroughs. Nuwa was utterly taken aback. This outcome was entirely beyond her expectations. She had assumed her own dullness of wit was the reason for her inability to comprehend the primordial purple energy. Little did she anticipate that even the Sanqing, with their esteemed backgrounds, faced the same dilemma. A tumult of emotions surged within Nuwa: shock, disbelief, and a curious sense of balance. Yet, if even Sanqing was at a loss, did that not render the primordial purple energy an ephemeral illusion? Was the path of the saints truly so unattainable? After a prolonged silence, Nuwa spoke once more. Brothers, since our individual efforts have yielded naught, and even your collective endeavors have failed to unveil its mysteries, then Nuwa took a deep breath, as if having resolved upon a definitive course of action. Why not? Let us four join forces and give it a try. The notion of a united effort left Sanqing momentarily stunned. Laozi's brow furrowed slightly. Yuanshi's eyes sparkled with contemplation, while Tongtian's eyes lit up. Sister, do you mean that the four of us should together seek understanding of that primordial purple energy? Nuwa nodded emphatically, precisely. Two heads are better than one. With the four of us, each favored by the Taoist ancestor and bearing great fortune, perhaps by combining our intellects, we may ignite a spark of insight and uncover that slender thread of opportunity. Laozi pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Your words, sister, do hold merit. The four of us joining forces may indeed yield a different outcome. Yuanshi remarked, it is worth a try. One more person means one more possibility. Tong Tian was even more straightforward, exclaiming, great. Let us proceed with this plan. After all, idleness begets idleness. Let us treat this dead horse as if it were alive. I am eager to see just how challenging this primordial purple energy can be. The three purities exchanged glances, each perceiving a flicker of resolve in the other's eyes. They had indeed been tormented by this primordial purple energy to a considerable extent. Nuwa's suggestion undoubtedly provided them with a new direction. Very well, Laozi ultimately decreed. In that case, the four of us shall unite to comprehend this primordial purple energy. A glimmer of joy appeared on Nuwa's face, and the gloom in her heart dissipated somewhat. Thank you, three senior brothers. Do not mention it, junior sister, came the reply. If we truly gain something, it shall be a shared opportunity for us all. Laozi waved his hand dismissively. Subsequently, the four refrained from further conversation. Each settled into a meditative posture, adjusting their minds and spirits, and began to collaboratively contemplate the primordial purple energy. Chapter 47. Nuwa shakes the people in the heart of Kunlun Mountain. A century has slipped away. Nuwa stood facing the three pure ones. Their expressions varied. The primordial purple aura remained unchanged, suspended within each one's primordial spirit, undulating with an air of inscrutability. Nuwa spoke first, her voice imbued with an ineffable weariness. 100 years have passed. Can this primordial purple aura truly be understood? Laozi opened his eyes, his once tranquil gaze now rippling with emotion. He shook his head and replied, there is no clue to be found. Yuanshi let out a cold snort, his aura somewhat unstable. The gifts bestowed by our master are certainly not false. It is merely that our fates are too shallow to glimpse even a fraction of its essence. Despite his words, the irritation in his tone was unmistakable. Tong Tian wore a gloomy expression, raking his fingers through his hair. What is this thing? It is right there, and you can sense its extraordinary nature. Yet you cannot grasp it. It is maddening. Laozi exhaled slowly, a deep furrow set in his brow. The path we cultivate seems to have no direct connection to this primordial purple aura. It resembles a key, yet we do not know which door it is meant to unlock. Observing the demeanor of her three senior brothers, Nuwa's doubts deepened. Could it be that the primordial purple aura truly cannot be comprehended through our own efforts? She bit her lip. A thought that had lingered in her mind for some time finally emerged. Senior brothers, I have an idea, though I am uncertain if it is worth sharing. Laozi encouraged her. Speak your mind, junior sister. Yuanshi and Tong Tian turned their gazes towards her. Apart from the four of us, There are also the two friends from the west, Jin and Junie, who have also received the primordial purple aura and are disciples recognized by our master. Niwa paused, gauging the reactions of the three pure ones. I was thinking, since our combined efforts have yielded no results, why not invite those two to join us in our contemplation? Perhaps this primordial purple aura requires the strength of all six of us to uncover a glimmer of hope. As her words hung in the air, Taiching Daoist furrowed his brow imperceptibly, remaining silent. However, Yuan Shi's countenance darkened immediately, his disdain unmistakable. Junior sister, do not utter such nonsense. His voice rose sharply, laced with anger. Those two from the west merely gained our master's pity through their wailing and lamentations in the purple cloud palace, thus obtaining their positions. Such behavior is no different from that of a rogue. It utterly tarnishes the reputation of us guests in the purple cloud palace. You want me to share the path of enlightenment with such shameless individuals? It is an utter disgrace. I refuse to associate with them. Yuan Shi grew increasingly agitated, his chest heaving with emotion, clearly harboring strong opinions about the two. Tong Tian frowned as well, grimacing. Those two are indeed not very presentable. Their incessant weeping is hardly dignified. Though his reaction was not as vehement as Yuan Shi's, his reluctance was evident. Seeing their responses, Niwa sighed inwardly. How could she not understand her three senior brothers, especially Yuan Shi, who had always looked down upon the two from the west? With a heavy sigh, she prepared to unveil a significant revelation. Three senior brothers, are you aware of the recent developments concerning the demon race? I turned my gaze towards her and replied, the demon race? Di Jun and Tai Yi have unified the demon race, and their fortunes are flourishing. This is well known to us. Not only that, Niwa's expression grew grave. As far as I know, Di Jun and my elder brother are collaborating to devise an unparalleled grand formation, known as the Zhou Tian Star Do Formation. This formation harnesses the power of the celestial bodies. Once it is set, its might will be boundless, capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Consider, my three senior brothers, the demon race is already formidable. If they were to acquire such a devastating formation, to what extent would their power swell? The primordial world might descend into utter chaos. At that time, if we have not yet attained the path to sanctity, under this cataclysmic tribulation, even self-preservation could become a lavish aspiration. Niwa's words struck like thunder on a clear day, causing the faces of the three pure ones to change dramatically. My eyes, which had been gently closed, suddenly opened wide, a fleeting brilliance flashing within them. Sister Niwa, is this truly the case? My voice lost its previous calmness, now tinged with urgency. The disdain on Yuan Shi's face vanished, replaced by profound apprehension and shock. Though he was proud, he was not oblivious to the terror of the power of the heavenly bodies. Niwa nodded earnestly, absolutely true. My elder brother has conveyed information regarding this matter, and the progress has been quite smooth. Otherwise, I would not be so anxious to disturb the three senior brothers to discuss the comprehension of the primordial purple energy. After a long silence, I finally spoke. Sister's concerns are not without merit. I glanced at Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. The overall situation is paramount. Just 4 words conveyed my stance. Yuan Shi's chest rose and fell slightly, but he ultimately huffed heavily through his nose. Very well. For the sake of the Tao, I shall acquiesce. However, I made my stance clear. Let it be known in advance. If those two dare to play any tricks again, they shall not find me courteous. Tong Tian also sighed. All right. Having extra helpers is always better, even if those two are not particularly well received. Seeing the three pure ones relent, Niwa's heart settled somewhat. Thus, we should not delay. Let us set off for the western Mount Shumi. Ta Ching lousy nodded. Good. The 4 figures did not linger and directly departed Kunlun Mountain, soaring towards the west. Mount Shumi, unlike the blessed lands of the eastern fairy mountains, still bore remnants of desolation and bleakness. However, its spiritual energy had notably intensified over the years, evidently due to the efforts of Jian and Zhuanti. The two of them sat across from each other in silent contemplation, their brows furrowed. Brother, what exactly is this primordial purple energy? Zhuan sighed heavily. The master bestowed it upon us. Surely it is not for us to merely observe? Jane's expression was even more troubled. Junior brother, do not be impatient. This is the foundation of attaining sanctity, profound and unfathomable. It is only natural that our dull wits cannot comprehend it. Despite his words, Jane's inner anxiety was no less than Zhuan's. Their western realm was barren, having finally acquired such a tremendous opportunity. If they failed to grasp it, there would be no place left for their lamentations. Just then, both figures simultaneously opened their eyes and gazed outside the mountain. A visitor has arrived, and it seems their intentions are far from benign, murmured Zhuan. Shortly thereafter, four figures materialized outside the Shumi Mountain Taoist temple. Indeed, it was the three purities alongside Nuwa. Zhuan and Jia promptly rose to greet them. Ah, such rare guests. I was unaware of the esteemed arrival of fellow Taoists from the three purities in Nuwa. Forgive my lack of proper welcome. Zhuan exclaimed with fervent enthusiasm. Jia also bowed respectfully, acknowledging his companions. It is an honor to see you all. Laozi nodded slightly. I apologize for the disturbance, esteemed Taoists. Yuanshi merely offered a cool nod, seemingly disinterested in further discourse. Tong Tian, however, clasped his fists in greeting. Greetings, Jia and Zhuan. Nuwa stepped forward, succinctly recounting the events that led to their meeting, including their collective struggle over a century without success in comprehending the primordial purple energy, and the speculation that perhaps 6 individuals were required for such an understanding. Notably, she refrained from mentioning the demon clan's celestial formation, as it was a strategic leverage against the 3 purities. There was no need for the Western duo to be overly informed. Upon hearing her account, the eyes of Jia and Zhuan brightened with hope. The 2 brothers had been grappling with their own lack of insight, burdened by despair. Now, with the initiative taken by Nuwa and the 3 purities to propose a joint exploration, it felt as though fortune had smiled upon them. Zhuan, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together. Is what you say true, Sister Nuwa? Are you truly willing to include us in this endeavor to comprehend the primordial purple energy? He seemed apprehensive about the possibility of them retracting their offer. Jia, too, gazed expectantly at Nuwa and the 3 purities, his earlier worries visibly alleviated. To share this exploration with 4 esteemed Taoists would be an honor for my brother and me. We would gladly accept this opportunity. Indeed, Nuwa nodded in agreement. That would be splendid. Although Yuanshi maintained his stoic demeanor, he did not voice any objections. Tong Tian, invigorated, rubbed his hands in anticipation. Excellent. 6 individuals. I am eager to see if we can unravel the mysteries of the primordial purple energy this time. Laozi interjected. In that case, there's no time to waste. Let us gather here and collectively delve into the primordial purple energy and see if together we can achieve a breakthrough. Chapter 48. The Arising of Zhuan. The Princess of Nuwa, Mount Sumeru. A century has passed, like grains of sand slipping through one's fingers, quietly elapsing. The 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Jing, Zhuan, and the 6 foremost powers of the primordial chaos exchanged glances, each visage etched with a single phrase, at an impasse. Despite their combined efforts over 100 years, they had gleaned not a single insight. The primordial purple energy remained as it was, suspended deep within their primordial spirits, devoid of any movement. What was the meaning of this? Zhuan could no longer contain himself. His face bore the weight of despair. 100 years, a full century, together, we 6 have managed not even a whisper of understanding regarding this primordial purple energy. His words echoed the sentiments of all present. I slowly opened my eyes, and the tranquility that usually resided within them was momentarily overshadowed by a flicker of confusion. Shaking my head, I remarked, a century of toil, nothing but an illusion. Yuanshi's expression soured, a cold snort escaping his lips. Proud by nature, he considered himself the true successor of Pangu, destined by heaven's decree. Yet, to be stymied by something as trivial as a strand of primordial purple energy for 100 years ignited a flame of unspoken ire within him. Since this is the case, we need not remain idle here, I stated, my voice even betraying no emotion. I wish to return to Kunlun and seek other paths. Niwa sighed softly, declaring, I too am preparing to return to Fengqi Mountain. Clearly, continuing in this manner was devoid of meaning. A shared inclination to depart blossomed within all. Fellow Taoists, wait. At that moment, Zhundi interjected urgently, halting the others. A glint of inspiration flickered in his eyes, and he donned an expression of brilliant insight. Brothers, Sister Niwa, we have spent 100 years in vain, pondering the primordial purple energy. Might it be that we are simply not numerous enough? The utterance left everyone momentarily stunned. Niwa furrowed her brows, regarding Zhundi with curiosity. What do you mean, Taoist friend? Jian, too, looked quizzically at his younger brother. Zhundi chuckled. In the past, our master bestowed 7 strands of primordial purple energy at the Zixiao Palace, in addition to us 6. Is there not one more in the hands of Kunpeng? If our 6 cannot succeed, why not invite Kunpeng as well? Perhaps. The primordial purple energy requires all 7 strands to unveil its true mysteries. As soon as these words were spoken, silence enveloped the gathering. Niwa and Jian exchanged contemplative glances. The suggestion, it seemed, bore a semblance of reason. I furrowed my brow, remaining silent. Absurd. Yuan Shi erupted in fury, rising abruptly. Zhundi, do not utter such nonsense. Who possesses the 7th strand of primordial purple energy? Kunpeng. What worth does he hold? Does he merit joining us in the pursuit of this foundation for sanctity? The more Yuan Shi spoke, the more agitated he became, nearly spitting words in Zhundi's direction. We are all direct disciples of our master. This primordial purple energy was granted by him personally. What a Kunpeng! He merely received the fortune that was never rightfully his, bestowed upon him by that foolish red cloud. Can one who relies on the charity of others truly aspire to the sacred path? Furthermore, among the 6 of us, who does not possess profound roots and exceptional insight? If even we, the 6, cannot grasp the essence, what difference could an additional Kunpeng make? It is nothing short of a jest. Zhundi, upon being thus rebuffed, felt the color drain from his face, his mouth agape, yet unable to utter a word. He thought to himself that it was merely a matter of trying in vain. Little did he know that Yuan Shi would react so vehemently. At that moment, Laozi spoke slowly. My second brother's words are not without merit. The profundity of the primordial purple qi seems to elude resolution by mere numbers. Without the proper method, even the greatest multitude would be in vain. With Laozi's words, Zhudi's proposal was effectively condemned. If even Laozi concurs, then this matter is virtually hopeless. Zhudi's expression fell completely. What were we to do? His voice quivered with despair. After expending great effort for a century, we have not even grazed the threshold. How are we to utilize this primordial purple qi? Are we truly fated to be distanced from the sacred position? In his final words, a hint of hopelessness crept into Zhudi's voice. In the barren West, he had long awaited this foundation for sanctification. If it were to become naught but a mere ornament, he would never find peace even in death. The hall fell into a profound silence, each heart burdened by a colossal weight. The sacred position, who does not yearn for it? Yet this pursuit is excruciatingly tormenting. Just as the crowd was enveloped in gloom, Niwa, who had been deep in thought, suddenly experienced a flash of inspiration. Kunpeng, red cloud, primordial purple qi. Which inscription? Her eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Fellow Taoists, Niwa's voice rang out, clear and melodious, akin to a celestial chime, instantly dispelling the gloom and tension in the hall. Everyone turned to her in unison. I recall someone who may possess knowledge regarding the secrets of the primordial purple qi. Oh, Laozi inquired, directing his gaze towards her, curious as to whom his junior sister referred. Niwa gathered her thoughts and replied, the Lich Clan, which inscription? As this name echoed, the hall fell silent once more. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, each recognizing a flicker of intrigue in the other's eyes. The Lich Clan? Which inscription? That enigmatic figure, inscrutable even to them. Why do you bring this up, junior sister? Laozi asked, his tone calm, yet his gaze bore an inquisitive glint. Nuwa organized her thoughts and began to elucidate. Fellow Taoists, do you recall the matter concerning Red Cloud? It seems that Red Cloud's decision to bestow the primordial purple chi upon Kunpeng was guided by the insights of which inscription. Moreover, what piques my interest is that which inscription mentioned this matter seemingly before our esteemed teacher conferred the primordial purple chi. He appeared to have foreseen the fate of the primordial purple chi, even anticipating Red Cloud's tribulations. Thus, I believe that which inscription may indeed hold some secrets regarding the primordial purple chi. As these words were spoken, the expressions of those within the hall varied greatly. A glimmer of insight flickered in Laozi's eyes as he fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Yuanshi Tianzuan furrowed his brow tightly, harboring a complex perception of the Wu clan. Although the ancestral shamans had recently attained their primordial spirits, and for the time being, no significant conflict had erupted between the two factions, the notion of beseeching a member of the Wu clan was somewhat difficult for him to swallow. Tan Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully, while Zhuani's eyes darted rapidly before he became the first to speak. Sister Inhua, will that Wu Ming share his knowledge with us? After all, if we are unable to attain sainthood, it would indeed be a tremendous boon for their clan. Why would he assist us, his potential rivals? Even if he refrains from adding insult to injury, he could still strike from behind. His words were starkly realistic, striking a chord. And while I cannot guarantee success in this matter. However, it remains our sole lead at present. Attempting this is surely preferable to languishing here in idle despair. Even if it requires some sacrifice, I am willing to try. She turned to the three pure ones and then to the guiding figures, asking, what do you all think? The guiding Taoist sighed. If there truly exists a method, though our western lands are barren, it is only right to make some sacrifice. His statement indicated his willingness. If it led to sainthood, anything could be negotiated. Tan Tian, ever straightforward, added it wouldn't hurt to inquire. That Wu Ming is indeed shrouded in mystery. Perhaps he genuinely possesses knowledge we seek. It is certainly better than our fruitless deliberations here. Yuanshi scoffed quietly, remaining silent but not outright opposing the idea. He too was calculating. Wu Ming was indeed unfathomable. If he possessed insight into the mysteries of the primordial purple chi, then seeking his counsel might not be out of the question. Yet the matter of face remained. Ultimately, Laozi slowly nodded, agreed. Wu Ming possesses remarkable qualities. Since Sister Inhua has proposed this, we shall journey to Mount Buzhou and inquire. If he can indeed provide guidance, we shall surely express our gratitude. His words provided an avenue for all, and the group reached a consensus. Without further delay, the six figures surged forth from Mount Shumi, heading directly towards Mount Buzhou. Chapter 49. The visit of the six saints at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Outside the Pangu Hall, six figures descended. Laozi called out, fellow Taoist Wu Ming, this humble one, Tai Ching, has come to pay a visit with several companions. Shortly thereafter, the hall doors swung open, and Wu Ming emerged slowly. Upon seeing the six individuals, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. What unexpected gathering. Why have you esteemed friends, instead of engaging in secluded cultivation at your respective sanctuaries, chosen to visit me here at Mount Buzhou? Wu Ming spoke in a calm tone. As he led the group into the Pangu Hall, Wu Ming turned to address them. Might I inquire the purpose of your esteemed visit today? The three pure ones, along with Jane and Xuantai, simultaneously directed their gazes towards Nuwa. The implication was unmistakable. It is your suggestion. You should initiate the discourse. Nuwa, feeling the weight of their stares, inwardly grumbled. A bunch of elder gentlemen, always expecting a frail woman like me to take the lead. Maintaining a composed demeanor, she met Wu Ming's gaze and stated, fellow Taoist Wu Ming, I shall not beat around the bush. We have come here today with the audacity to seek your guidance on how to comprehend the primordial purple chi. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming chuckled lightly and shook his head. How should I know the way to comprehend the primordial purple chi? I have not been granted it by the Tao Ancestor. You all possess the primordial purple chi, and when it comes to understanding this matter, you are the ones with the most authority. Why then do you inquire of me? He spread his hands, wearing an expression that suggested they had come to the wrong person. Unfazed, Nuwa continued, fellow Taoist Zhou Ming. Why must you deflect so? If you truly knew nothing of the primordial purple qi, I would not believe that for a moment. Had it not been for your guidance in the matter of fellow Taoist Hong Yun, how could he so easily transfer the primordial purple qi to Kunpeng, thus resolving that karmic entanglement? Moreover, as I understand it, you mentioned this matter even before the teacher at Zhixiao Palace bestowed the primordial purple qi. Surely, you must have anticipated its eventual ownership? Wu Ming's thoughts churned. Indeed, Niuhua was quite perceptive. He maintained an impassive facade, neither confirming nor denying. What if I know? What if I do not know? These words sent a tremor through the hearts of the six within the hall. Indeed, he had known all along. Niuhua pressed on. We have come today in hopes that you would generously impart your wisdom, guiding us in the methods to comprehend the primordial purple qi. In return, we are willing to offer a commensurate price. She emphasized the word price, underscoring their sincerity and determination. Upon hearing the term price, Wu Ming felt a stir within. He gazed at Niuhua, then scanned the remaining five, feigning confusion as he questioned, I find it rather curious. Why are you all so eager to comprehend the primordial purple qi? Are you truly willing to pay a price to uncover the method? This is the foundation of sanctification, exceedingly profound. Would it not be better to comprehend it gradually and await the right opportunity? His words struck a chord. As soon as he spoke, Niuhua fell silent. How should she respond? Should she reveal that the demon tribe is formidable and that her brother Fuxi is ensnared within it, and that she is desperate to achieve sanctification for self-preservation and to assert her voice? To utter such words before the Wu tribe would undoubtedly undermine one's own authority, potentially placing one at the mercy of Wu Ming. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances, sensing the dissonance in Wu Ming's words. Indeed, why were the three pure ones and Niuhua so anxious? They were even willing to involve the two of them, their seniors. Previously, they had been too caught up in the excitement of comprehending the primordial purple energy alongside the three pure ones and Niuhua to consider the implications. These four, particularly the three pure ones, were immensely proud. Why would they lower themselves to extend such an invitation? It was well known that the duo from the West was not particularly well regarded in the East. Unanimously, their probing gazes turned towards Niuhua, clearly eager to uncover the true motives behind this unexpected invitation. The atmosphere in the hall grew momentarily tense. Seeing Niuhua's troubled expression, Tong Tian realized her apprehensions. The relationship between the demon and witch clans was exceedingly intricate. As a formidable being of the demon clan, Niuhua naturally wished to keep the secret of their ongoing calculations regarding the great array of the celestial stars from Wu Ming. Tong Tian, however, had fewer reservations. Thus, he proclaimed loudly, to be candid with you, my dear friend Wu Ming, the demon clan, led by Emperor Jun, is currently collaborating with Niuhua's brother, Fuxi, to devise a legendary killing formation known as the Great Array of the Celestial Stars. Once this array is perfected, it will harness the cosmic powers of the celestial bodies, possessing unimaginable might that could obliterate heaven and earth. At that moment, the strength of the demon clan will surge dramatically, and the primordial realm may very well descend into chaos. Tong Tian spoke with an unmistakable tone of concern, revealing the urgency behind their quest to comprehend the primordial purple energy and attain enlightenment, seeking a modicum of self-preservation amidst the impending calamity. What? Jane and Zhuanti gasped in unison, their expressions shifting dramatically. The demon clan was indeed attempting to calculate such a terrifying array? Zhuanti's voice trembled slightly. Their western faction was already impoverished, having finally acquired the primordial purple energy, hoping to leverage it for their resurgence. If chaos engulfed the primordial realm, their scant resources would likely vanish in an instant. In that moment, their faces grew even more drawn, and anxiety gripped their hearts. Wu Ming, upon hearing Tong Tian's words, furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, what is happening? They are beginning to calculate the great array of the celestial stars now? This shouldn't be the case. According to the original timeline, Wu and Ti this have to wait until after the first battle between the witches and demons, when the demon clan suffered losses and learned their lesson. Could it be? that the current strength of the Witch Clan has instilled such tremendous pressure on them that they were compelled to act prematurely? Is it necessary for them to be so timid? Emperor Jun and Tai, though his voice was soft, none present were dull of hearing. Every word was crystal clear. The crowd was instantly taken aback. He even knows about the great array of the celestial stars. Well, this first battle between witches and demons. Is a full-scale war truly on the horizon between the witch and demon clans? What other hidden truths does Zhou Ming possess that they remain oblivious to? Tong Tian reacted swiftly, his gaze snapping to Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming, what did you just say? What is this battle between the witches and demons? Zhou Ming regained his composure, his expression remaining tranquil and unperturbed. It is nothing, merely a moment of reflection, he remarked. His gaze swept across the assembly, a knowing smile gracing his features. No wonder you all are so anxious to attain enlightenment and sanctification. It is the fear of the formidable demon race, emboldened by the acquisition of the celestial star array, coming to seize the primordial purple energy from your grasp. This statement struck at the heart of their concerns. Although none voiced it, each harbored a degree of trepidation regarding this matter. The contest for sanctity is indeed merciless. Zhou Ming mused inwardly, given their urgency and willingness to approach him. This presents a splendid opportunity. After all, even if he chose to remain silent, they would inevitably uncover the truth. Merely a question of time. Such is the grand design of heaven, the creation of humanity by Nuwa, the sanctification of the three pure ones, and the great aspirations of Jane and Zhuenti to attain sanctity. These are all predestined events. Thus, it would be prudent to seize this moment, leveraging the disparity of information to secure tangible benefits for the Witch Clan. With this thought, Zhou Ming turned his gaze back to the assembly, a subtle yet meaningful smile playing on his lips. Earlier, my friend Nuwa mentioned that you would be willing to pay a price in exchange for insights into the primordial purple energy. Therefore, I wonder, what price would you all be willing to offer? Upon this utterance, within the hall of Pangu, the 6 prospective saints fell into a profound silence. What sacrifices could they make to satisfy Zhou Ming and obtain the pivotal methods for achieving sanctity? In an instant, each was lost in contemplation. Chapter 50. The cost of exchange for information within the Pangu Hall. The atmosphere grew subtly charged. 6 figures stood in silence, each lost in their thoughts, discreetly communicating through their primordial spirits, hastily exchanging ideas. After a brief moment, it was Laozi who shattered the stillness. He turned his gaze toward Zhou Ming, his voice steady. Friend, state your price. As long as it remains within our means, we shall certainly endeavor to fulfill your request. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming's mind raced with considerations. The price indeed held significant weight. Should he set it too high, the 6 would undoubtedly feel displeased. After all, this information was crucial to them at present. However, once they grasped the method to attain sanctification, they might deem such a cost unreasonable, thereby incurring the ire of 6 future saints, a perilous situation for the Wu clan. Yet if he priced it too low, it would diminish the value of the information. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Ming arrived at a resolution. He turned to Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan, speaking slowly, esteemed Taoist of Taiji and Taoist of primordial beginning. My request is not exorbitant. I require your Taiji diagram and Pangu banner for the Wu clan's use 3 times. The precise timing of this usage will be communicated by our clan in due course, and under no circumstances may you refuse for any reason. Yuanshi Tianzuan's countenance darkened instantly, his aura wavering as he prepared to object. However, Laozi nodded slightly before he could speak, his voice remaining as tranquil as a still pond. Agreed. Brother. Yuanshi transmitted a thought laden with evident dissatisfaction. Laozi replied calmly, Younger brother, the Tao is of utmost importance. The right to use it 3 times in exchange for the opportunity to attain sanctification is not a loss. Yuanshi's chest heaved, but he ultimately swallowed his words, though his expression remained grim. Zhou Ming then turned to Tong Tian Jiaozhu, offering a slight smile. As for you, Taoist Tong Tian, our clan share a history. In the matter of the calming pearl, you granted our clan a favor. Thus, I shall bestow this information upon you free of charge, as a token of gratitude. Tong Tian Jiaozhu paused, then waved his hand. Wu Ming, let us be clear. The previous arrangement was a fair exchange, and you promised our clan a favor. This method to attain sanctification is of immense significance. If I were to receive it for free, would I not be seen as a petty opportunist? How would I stand in the wilderness afterward? His straightforward nature made him averse to being indebted to others. How about this? The favor owed to me by the Wu clan shall be considered settled, and will serve as the price for obtaining this information. Wu Ming shook his head. Taoist Tong Tian, there is no need for such measures. This information holds little weight for me. I offer it to you as a gesture of goodwill. The favor owed to you by my clan shall be repaid in due time. Seeing Wu Ming's resolute stance, Tong Tian Jiaozhu ceased to pursue the matter further. He laughed heartily, clasping his fists. If Wu Ming has spoken thus, then I shall graciously accept. Thank you, Wu Ming. I shall remember this favor. Wu Ming nodded with a smile, his fondness for Tong Tian growing. This leader of the Jie sect was indeed a worthy ally. Subsequently, Wu Ming's gaze fell upon Nuwa. Nuwa, you have pledged the creation cauldron to my clan. Before the friends achieve sanctification, the cauldron of creation shall belong solely to my witch clan, for our exclusive use. Once you attain sanctification, it shall be returned to you. The cauldron of creation? Nuwa furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. After a brief moment, she nodded firmly, her voice soft, yet imbued with determination. If I can achieve sanctification, what does it matter if the cauldron temporarily leaves my possession? If I cannot attain sanctification, possessing this treasure may not guarantee my protection. At last, Wu Ming turned his gaze toward the two companions, Jane and Junti. As for you two, he paused, causing their hearts to race. Jane maintained a pained expression, while Junti looked at Wu Ming with anxious anticipation, fearing he might utter an unbearable condition. Wu Ming spoke slowly. Once you have established your doctrine, my witch clan requires, at a certain time, to claim 1/3 of the merits gained from your doctrine. As for when this will occur and which merits will be taken, that shall be determined by my witch clan. What? Jane and Junti exclaimed in unison. 1/3 of the merits obtained from the doctrine, and at some future point. This was akin to carving flesh from their bodies, and at the most opportune moment. If Wu Ming were to demand any rare treasures from them now, even if it meant their ruin, they might begrudgingly comply. However, this future claim on 1/3 of their doctrinal merits was fraught with uncertainty. Who could predict when the witch clan would come to take their share? Who knew how much merit they would have amassed by then? It felt like an endless abyss. Within the hall, the three pure ones and Nuwa were equally taken aback. Their gazes toward Wu Ming were laden with incredulity. What an audacious appetite he possessed. Moreover, he seemed to foresee that Jane and Junti would one day establish a doctrine and attain merit. What secrets did he possess? Wu Ming, my friend. Jane's voice quivered slightly as he hastily interjected this. This condition seems rather excessive. He hesitated to label it as harsh, swallowing the words as they neared his lips. They were the ones in need. Might you consider an alternative condition? Jane endeavored to keep his tone calm, asserting, whatever my brother and I currently possess, be it any item, we shall gladly offer it if it meets your approval. Junti nodded vigorously beside him, forcing a grimace that resembled a pained smile. Indeed, Wu Ming, the future is fraught with uncertainties. Why not focus on the present? They were genuinely frightened. The uncertainties of the future felt too nebulous and too easily manipulated. Wu Ming regarded them with a measured demeanor. Very well, I shall not press you unduly. In that case, I kindly request you to present the 12-petaled merit golden lotus to my witch clan. The 12-petaled merit golden lotus. Jane and Junti's hearts sank once more. This was the ultimate treasure that anchored the fortunes of their western domain. Though it did not evoke the same dread as the prospect of relinquishing 1/3 of their future merits, it was still a painful sacrifice. The two individuals exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they discerned profound reluctance and struggle. Zhuan, with a shifting gaze, tentatively inquired, Taoist Wu Ming, might you consider? The other esteemed colleagues have either borrowed or temporarily pledged their treasures. Could my brother and I be permitted to temporarily lend this merit golden lotus to you? After we attain sainthood, we shall reclaim it. How does that sound? His intention was to create a smokescreen, hoping to delay the inevitable. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming let out a cold laugh. You two have underestimated the situation. Choose one of these two conditions. A heavy silence enveloped the hall, punctuated only by the labored breaths of Jie and Zhuan. They shared another glance, both filled with unending bitterness, struggle, and helplessness. The 12-petaled merit golden lotus was their lifeblood. Without it, their current plight would be dire. However, the future merit of the Tao was their beacon of hope. And with Zhou Ming's meddling, their prospects became uncertain. After a prolonged silence, Jie sighed deeply, his voice gravelly like a grinding stone. My brother and I. Choose the first. Zhou Ming's face broke into a satisfied smile. Excellent. Do not feel disheartened. The sacrifices made by the others are no less significant than yours. Since all have agreed to the terms, let us proceed with the oath. I trust you're all familiar with the process. Yuanshi Tianzuan furrowed his brow and could not restrain himself. Zhou Ming, we are all guests of the Zixiao Palace, with a promising path ahead. Will we forsake our word for such a trivial cost? His tone carried unmistakable displeasure. Zhou Ming, however, remained unfazed, locking eyes with Yuanshi. Taoist Yuanshi, you miss the point. It is not that I lack faith in you. It is that you will soon be exalted saints, surveying the vast wilderness, your words manifesting as law. Though the Wu clan currently possesses some strength, we are but ants in comparison to the saints. At that time, should I seek to claim today's promise from you, I fear I may not even gain entry to your sacred grounds. Establishing an oath is the most equitable solution, serving as a safeguard for both parties to avert unnecessary future complications. His words, though blunt, were starkly realistic and irrefutable. The notion that all beneath the saints are mere ants was no empty rhetoric. Laozi, with a profound gaze, slowly nodded, agreed. With that, he was the first to channel his energy, swearing an oath to the Tao, the Pangu deity, and the heavenly way. Yuanshi Tianzuan huffed, in frustration, though reluctant. He understood the truth in Zhou Ming's words and followed suit in making his vow. Subsequently, Tong Tian, Enhua, and the ashen-faced Jie and Zhuan also took their oaths in succession. Chapter 51. The role of primordial purple qi once the oaths were sworn. Nuwa produced the creation cauldron and handed it to Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming accepted it with a smile, a glimmer of satisfaction gracing his features. Excellent. Now, I shall reveal to you all how to comprehend the primordial purple qi. At the utterance of these words, the atmosphere within the Pangu Hall became palpably tense. The three pure ones, Nuwa, and the two sages, Jin and Junti, fixated their gazes upon Zhou Ming, their ears perked up, eager to catch every syllable. They had made significant sacrifices for this moment. Zhou Ming paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts, before he slowly spoke. In truth, the primordial purple qi cannot be comprehended at this stage. What? Yuanshi Tianzun was the first to explode, leaping to his feet and glaring at Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming, do you dare mock us? We have paid a price, and you tell us it is beyond comprehension? Are you jesting with us? His aura surged, causing the very air within the hall to thicken. Laozi's brow furrowed as he scrutinized Zhou Ming, while Tong Tian wore a look of utter disbelief. Nuwa's delicate brows knitted together, clearly taken aback by such an answer. Jane and Juni's expressions shifted dramatically, with Jundi nearly on the verge of tears. Zhou Ming, my friend, are you not leading us astray? If understanding is impossible, then why did the Tao Ancestor bestow the primordial purple qi upon us? Is it merely for display? Simultaneously, a thought arose in the minds of the six. They had been deceived. Yet, Zhou Ming stood unfazed before the fury of the six future saints, raising a hand to calm them. Dear friends, please do not be hasty. Allow me to finish my words. Laozi took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and addressed Yuanshi. Brother, sit down. Let us hear what Zhou Ming has to say. Yuanshi snorted and reluctantly sat down, though his countenance remained dark and stormy. The group stifled their anger and confusion, redirecting their attention to Zhou Ming once more. Zhou Ming continued to say that the primordial purple qi is beyond comprehension is not entirely accurate. To be more precise, it is that the time for your sanctification has yet to arrive. Thus, no matter how hard you strive, You will not be able to glean anything from the primordial purple chi at this moment. The time has not come? Laozi inquired gravely, his voice laced with profound bewilderment. Wu Ming nodded. Observing their expressions, he dropped a heavy revelation. All of you are disciples of the Tao Ancestor, bearing the primordial purple chi. It is destined that you shall become saints, a truth that is beyond doubt. Upon hearing this, the six felt their spirits lift, particularly at the phrase destined saints, which brought them considerable comfort, especially the three pure ones, who prided themselves on being the true heirs of Pangu and the fate of heaven, felt their hearts swell with fervor upon Wu Ming's words. Niwa's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Jane and Zhuanti trembled with exhilaration. For them, the acquisition of the primordial purple chi was already a monumental fortune, and now, to learn they were destined for sainthood felt like a divine blessing. The earlier discontent seemed to have been washed away by this sudden, overwhelming joy. Wu Ming observed the expressions of the crowd, continuing, "However, the moment for your sanctification has indeed not yet arrived. Although you are destined to attain holiness, such a transformation requires a certain opportunity. Until that opportunity presents itself, the primordial purple chi will be akin to a stubborn stone. No matter how you attempt to shape it, it will remain unresponsive. The true purpose of the primordial purple chi will manifest at the moment of your individual sanctification. It will naturally provide you with insights and guidance on how to proceed towards your path of enlightenment. At that time, the primordial purple chi will seamlessly integrate with your primordial spirit, assisting you in ascending to the celestial heights and achieving your sanctified status." As Wu Ming concluded his explanation, the six individuals gradually regained their composure. Tong Tian, stroking his chin, inquired, "Are you suggesting that our current lack of understanding is not due to a deficiency in our comprehension, nor a flaw in the primordial purple chi, but rather that the time is simply not right?" "Precisely," Wu Ming affirmed with a nod. Yuan-Shi Tianzun's brow remained tightly furrowed as he scoffed. "Then according to your words, are we left with nothing but to wait idly, unable to take any action?" His tone was laced with evident dissatisfaction. If waiting was all they could do, then had their earlier sacrifices been in vain? Zhuan Ti's face reflected despair. "Indeed, Wu Ming. If that is the case, then our sacrifices—" He did not finish his thought, but the implication was clear. They felt they had been greatly wronged. Wu Ming shook his head. "It is not that you are to do nothing at all while waiting. Before this opportunity arises, you should focus on cultivating yourselves and enhancing your abilities. The higher your cultivation, the firmer your foundation will be. When the time for sanctification arrives, the realms you can attain will be greater and your strength will be amplified. Therefore, your previous neglect of self-cultivation in pursuit of the currently inscrutable primordial purple chi was misguided and a misallocation of your efforts." The group fell into silence, pondering the situation. So, after all their exertions, they had strayed off course? They had invested considerable resources only to be met with this notion of waiting? Despite the explosive revelation of their destined sanctification, it felt somewhat inadequate. Their urgency to achieve holiness was primarily driven by the looming threat of the demon race. Now, they were told they could not become saints immediately, which implied that the primordial purple chi they possessed still risked being seized by the demons. Zhuan Ti's face reflected further sorrow. "Wu Ming, what if the demon race attempts to seize our primordial purple chi? What are we to do? We cannot become saints now, and we are no match for them." Wu Ming appeared to have anticipated this concern, responding calmly, "On this matter, you need not worry excessively. The demon race lacks the audacity to brazenly seize the foundation of sanctification from the disciples of Tao Ancestor. You are disciples of the Tao Ancestor, backed by Hong Jun Daozu. Unless the demons are utterly foolish, they will not dare to cross this line. Moreover, I have just stated that you are destined to become saints. This status is decreed by the heavenly Tao. It is your fate. Unless you engage in self-destructive behavior, provoking the demon clan to the point of desperation or committing heinous acts that incite universal wrath, your sacred position shall remain as steadfast as Mount Buzhou, impervious to any attempts to usurp your primordial essence. The 6 cushions within the Purple Cloud Palace serve as irrefutable evidence of this truth. Why did the Tao ancestor wait until the esteemed friends, Jin and Junti, settled into their cushions before revealing himself to impart his teachings? Do you not grasp the profound significance of this? Upon hearing these words, Jin and Junti felt a surge of clarity. Indeed, the scene of the contest for seats within the Purple Cloud Palace remains vivid in their memories. Had it not been for the Tao ancestors' tacit approval, how could they have secured those 2 cushions? Thus, their sacred positions are truly destined by the heavenly order. Therefore, return to your practices with peace of mind, patiently awaiting the arrival of your own opportunities for sanctification. Zhou Ming's assertions were both rational and compelling, providing considerable reassurance to the 6. They were indeed disciples of the Tao ancestor. Despite the formidable nature of the demon clan, they would not dare to act against them lightly. Was Zhou Ming's statement indeed true? Laozi regarded Zhou Ming with a hint of uncertainty. Although Zhou Ming spoke with confidence, he felt the need for further confirmation. Zhou Ming met Laozi's gaze with composure, affirming, "It is undeniably true. I bear no grudges against any of you, and there is no need for deception in matters such as this. Moreover, what benefit would there be to my clan in deceiving future saints? Would I await your ascension only to seek vengeance afterward? That is not my intention." The heavenly teacher was the first to express his faith. "I trust in the words of Zhou Ming. Given his character, he would not deceive us in such matters. As Zhou Ming has said, deceiving us would yield no advantage for him, but rather create mortal enmity with the 6 future saints, a loss far outweighing any gain." Both Laozi and Yuan Shi nodded slightly, endorsing Tongtian's perspective. Nua's worries were also alleviated significantly. Upon reflection, it was indeed reasonable. Zhou Ming had no motive to mislead them. Yet, upon considering the sacrifices they had made, especially by Jin and Junti, a pang of regret washed over them. Their sacrifices had been the greatest, leading to this crucial insight. While it was undeniably significant to know the key to becoming a saint and to understand their divine destinies, it also felt somewhat intangible, providing more of a psychological comfort and directional guidance than immediate results. In summary, there lingered a sense of loss. However, with the oath established, any further dissatisfaction could only be suppressed within their hearts. Now that the information was secured, regardless of their willingness to accept it, the course of events had been irrevocably set. The 6 lingered no longer, exchanging brief farewells with Zhou Ming before departing Buzhou Mountain, each burdened with complex emotions. Zhou Ming accompanied the 6 out of the Pangu Hall, watching as they transformed into 6 streams of light, reflecting on Tongtian's words regarding the great array of the celestial spheres. In a hushed tone, he murmured to himself, "For the balance of the wilderness, and for my Wu clan, it is time to find an adversary for the demon clan." Chapter 52. The Alliance of the 6 Saints, Kunlun Mountain, the 3 Pure Ones Taoist Temple. In the center stood the 3 Pure Ones, with Nuwa, Jin, and Junti flanking them on either side. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. After a prolonged silence, it was Junti who broke the stillness. "Esteemed friends, although that which Ming claims we are the preordained saints, with our position secure, I cannot shake the feeling of unease within my heart." He paused, surveying the assembly, his tone growing weighty. "After all, we have yet to truly take that step, to genuinely attain sainthood. The uncertainties in this matter are manifold, and who among us can claim to understand them fully? Until we achieve sainthood, we shall find no peace." His words seemed directed at the assembly, yet also resembled a soliloquy. Yuan Shi let out a cold snort, his expression as grim as a stormy sea. "Indeed, Junti's words ring true. I perceive that the greatest uncertainty lies with the demon clan." His voice was laced with suppressed fury. Di Jun and Tai Yi harbor ambitions as fierce as wolves, and now they are devising their great formation of the stars. Their intentions are treacherous. Nuwa, as the sovereign of the demon clan, you must realize that Di Jun and Tai Yi would not welcome the presence of another saint looming over them. He continued, "In my view, your prolonged stay at Fengqi Mountain and infrequent visits to the heavenly court stem from this very concern, do they not?" Nuwa's delicate frame trembled slightly. She lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Yet her silence spoke volumes, a tacit acknowledgement of his words. Seeing this, Zhuanti swiftly seized the opportunity to speak. What Yuan Shi says is indeed pertinent. The power of the demon clan is formidable, and we must remain vigilant. He shifted his tone, and we must not overlook the Witch Clan. Have you all noticed? When Lich Ming heard of Di Jun's calculations regarding the great formation of the stars, did he exhibit even a hint of panic? To my eyes, he appeared to be entirely composed. It is likely that the strength of the Witch Clan is far beyond what we perceive on the surface. They may possess hidden cards capable of countering that formidable formation. Jing, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, now slowly opened them and sighed. The Witch Clan remains elusive, yet their ability to instill such trepidation in the Demon Clan speaks volumes of their might. Though the Witch Clan has not yet revealed an ambition to dominate the primordial world, should the Demon Clan desire to reign supreme, the Witch Clan is an insurmountable obstacle in their path. A conflict between these two clans seems inevitable. Sooner or later, they shall clash. When that time comes, the flames of war shall engulf the primordial world, turning it upside down. And we, who have not yet attained sainthood, how shall we navigate our circumstances? It may be impossible to remain uninvolved. Once drawn into the fray, any misstep could lead to our demise, and the primordial purple energy may change hands. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the hall grew even more oppressive. The primordial purple energy, the foundation of sainthood, who would not cherish it? Coughing lightly, Laozi set down his teacup and cast a sweeping glance over the assembly. Esteemed friends, your concerns are not without merit. The situation in the primordial world is becoming increasingly tense, with dark currents swirling beneath the surface. Though we bear the primordial purple energy and seem to bask in glory, we stand precariously at the edge of a storm. To wait passively for our fate is far from a wise strategy. I wonder, dear friends, what insights might you offer? Yuan Shi coldly retorted, what else can we do? We must hasten to enhance our strength and attain the Tao as soon as possible. Those beneath the saints are mere ants. Without achieving sainthood, all is but an illusion. Such words, though spoken, carried little weight. They gather here today not merely due to their inability to comprehend the primordial purple aura, nor can they ascend to sanctity at once. Tong Tian furrowed his brow, disliking the indirect atmosphere, yet the current situation left him no room for personal vendettas. Nuwa remained silent, her gaze shifting, clearly deep in thought. I happen to have an idea. At this critical juncture, it was Zhuanti who spoke up. He inhaled deeply, as if having made a resolute decision, and addressed the assembly. Esteemed friends, before we all attain enlightenment and sanctity, why not? Let us six form a temporary alliance, to advance and retreat together. En alliance. Yuan Shi Tianzun raised an eyebrow, a hint of scrutiny crossing his face. Laozi's gaze also shifted toward Zhuanti, intrigued. Indeed, an alliance. Zhuanti asserted confidently. We six possess the primordial purple aura, which is both a tremendous fortune and a significant source of calamity. In the vast wilderness, how many covet the position of the saints? They would relish in our perpetual failure to achieve sanctity. Beneath the saints, all are but ants. This is no falsehood. Yet conversely, do those ants willingly desire to have more masters dictating their fates? They dare not openly confront the Tao Ancestor, yet behind the scenes, they weave traps and employ cunning tactics, making it exceedingly difficult to guard against them. The three pure ones exchanged glances, each perceiving the gravity in the other's eyes. Nuwa's breath quickened slightly, and the expression on Jean's face grew more somber, yet tinged with a hint of agreement. What my friend Zhuanti has said is not mere alarmism. Laozi slowly broke the silence. We all understand the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth grow cold. If the demon race truly intends harm against us, who will they target first? Surely, they will strike at those who appear weakest or who stand in direct opposition to them. He cast a pointed glance at Nuwa, then swept his gaze over Jean and Zhuanti. We, the three pure ones, are one in essence, originating from Pangu, should they wish to act against us. They must weigh their actions carefully. However, if we engage in battle individually, we grant them the opportunity to pick us off one by one. Yuan Shi, though proud, was not without wisdom. He replied coldly, An alliance may not be out of the question. However, how shall this pact be established? Who shall command? Let me be clear. The three pure ones shall not serve as mere pawns for others. You worry too much, my friend Yuan Shi, Zhou quickly interjected. Our alliance is solely for navigating this perilous time, to support one another until we achieve sanctity. There shall be no hierarchy. We will deliberate together, adhering to the principle of majority rule. Once we all attain the sacred position, this pact shall dissolve, each following their own destiny. How does that sound? At this moment, Tong Tian also spoke, his voice resonant. I consent to the alliance. Just as my friend Zhou has articulated, until we become saints, everything else is but an illusion. We must first secure the foundation for our sanctity. Moreover, our combined strength will indeed intimidate some petty beings, deterring them from rash actions. He paused, then added, however, should a comrade face peril, I, Tong Tian, will not stand idly by. Yet, if anyone seeks to exploit this alliance for personal gain under the guise of camaraderie, let them not blame me for my lack of mercy. Niwa gently nodded. I harbor no objections either. I am well aware of the machinations of the demon race. If an alliance can be forged, it would undoubtedly provide me with an additional layer of security. Now, only the matter of guidance remains. All eyes are fixed upon him. With a long sigh, the guide managed to muster a hint of a resigned smile on his troubled face. Do I truly possess any alternative? In the West, we are impoverished, and with only 2 brothers at my side, our strength is rather feeble. Without the assistance of all you esteemed friends, I fear we may indeed succumb to unforeseen variables. Very well, I shall make a decisive proclamation, since there are no objections from any of you from this day forth. Until the day when all 6 of us attain the path of sainthood, we shall form a defensive alliance, sharing both fortune and misfortune, united against external calamities. Excellent. Agreed. The crowd responded in unison. The 6 future saints of the heavenly Tao, united by a shared sense of urgency, temporarily joined forces before their ascension. Within the hall, the 6 further deliberated the intricacies of their pact, and the atmosphere grew considerably lighter than before. Chapter 53. Zhou Ming visits the Eastern King in the East Sea. On the celestial isle of Pangu, veils of mist entwined the air, suffused with an ethereal aura. While the 3 pure ones deliberated on an alliance at Kunlun Mountain, Zhou Ming had quietly descended upon this otherworldly paradise. His figure manifested amidst the clouds, his voice piercing through the fog, resonating clearly within the island. This humble Taoist, Zhou Ming, comes to pay a visit to the esteemed Eastern King. Shortly thereafter, a portal in the protective barriers surrounding the isle opened silently. The Eastern King, adorned with a courteous smile, clasped his hands in greeting. Ah, it is indeed an honor to receive you, Taoist Zhou Ming. I regret not welcoming you from afar. Please, do come in. Zhou Ming nodded slightly and accompanied the Eastern King deeper into the heart of Pangu. Within the grand celestial palace, mist swirled, and the air was saturated with spiritual energy. A celestial youth presented fragrant tea, the aroma wafting through the air. The Eastern King raised his teacup, taking a sip before breaking into a hearty laugh. I wonder why you, my friend, have chosen to grace my humble abode today instead of diligently cultivating on Mount Buzhou? Zhou Ming, maintaining a composed demeanor, set down his teacup. I apologize for my impromptu visit without prior notice. I hope you can forgive my intrusion. I have come with a matter of great importance that I wish to discuss with you. The Eastern King raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh? What pressing matter could compel you to make this journey in person? Zhou Ming wasted no time with pleasantries, diving directly into the crux of the issue. Pray tell, how do you perceive the current situation regarding the Demon Clan? At this declaration, a glimmer of insight flickered in the Eastern King's eyes. It appeared that the Wu clan had indeed sensed the formidable pressure emanating from the demon tribe. The Eastern King pondered for a moment before his expression grew solemn. The demon clan's ambitions are glaringly apparent. Di Jun and Tai Yi have long harbored dreams of dominion over the primordial realms, particularly in recent years, as the demon clan has unified, rallying countless demon cultivators. Their strength has surged, and their arrogance has grown even more pronounced. He shifted his gaze to Zhou Ming, continuing, Though I do not comprehend why Di Jun and Tai Yi have yet to instigate open conflict, I suspect they are secretly amassing strength, undoubtedly concocting some sinister scheme. I predict that it will not be long before chaos engulfs the primordial realms. The gravity of the Eastern King's words reflected his deep concern regarding the machinations of the Demon Clan. Zhou Ming nodded in agreement. Your insights are astute. The Demon Clan is indeed plotting a scheme capable of upheaving the very fabric of the primordial realms. As I have learned, they are currently exerting every effort to devise an unparalleled grand formation known as the Celestial Star Array. Once this formation is established, it will harness the power of the stars above, wielding a force potent enough to obliterate heaven and earth. At that time, once the formation is complete, it is feared that no one within the primordial realms will be able to withstand its might. What? The Eastern King sprang to his feet. A look of shock etched upon his face. The Demon Clan is actually attempting to devise such a terrifying array? Taoist Zhou Ming, are you certain of this? Zhou Ming remained unperturbed. Absolutely. This information was imparted to me by Taoist Niuhua and is beyond reproach. Furthermore, her brother Fuxi is also involved in the array's formulation. Upon hearing the names of Enhua and Fuxi, the expression on Don Wangong's face shifted from uncertainty to profound trepidation and concern. He gradually settled into his seat and murmured, "The Demon Clan. They are indeed devising a formation of such formidable power. It appears that the day their formation reaches fruition will herald their sweeping conquest of the primordial world, unifying heaven and earth." With a furrowed brow, Don Wangong turned to Zhou Ming and inquired, "My friend, your visit today to relay this matter to me must surely imply that it is not merely a simple transmission of news, is it?" His thoughts raced, for Zhou Ming's arrival at this moment could not merely be to convey a message. Meeting his gaze, Zhou Ming began to speak slowly. "To be candid, my friend, I have come to save your life." At this pronouncement, Don Wangong was taken aback for a moment, but then his countenance darkened instantaneously, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Save my life? Huh? Zhou Ming, are you jesting with me? Or do you believe I am easily deceived? If the Demon Clan succeeds in devising this so-called great formation of the Zodiac, surely the first to be targeted will be your own Lich Clan. No? How can you, my friend, be unconcerned for the survival of your kin, yet find the leisure to worry about my life in this celestial court? Truly laughable." With a disdainful wave of his sleeve, Don Wangong expressed his displeasure. "Zhou Ming, your alarming words serve what purpose?" Zhou Ming, seemingly unperturbed by Don Wangong's vehement reaction, maintained a calm demeanor. He replied steadily, "You are aware that should the Demon Clan seek supremacy, a great war with our Lich Clan is inevitable. Do you think we are oblivious to this fact?" Don Wangong scoffed. "Since you are so well aware, why are you not actively preparing for battle at Mount Buzhou? Instead, you come to my celestial court to spout such nonsense? Do you think my court is easy to bully, seeking to mock Don Wangong?" As his irritation mounted, Don Wangong felt as though he were being toyed with by Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming shook his head. "You misunderstand me." His tone remained tranquil, yet exuded a powerful confidence. "Our Lich Clan has long been fully prepared. Should the Demon Clan dare to engage us in full-scale war, they shall undoubtedly face defeat." Defeat for the Demon Clan? Don Wangong reacted as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, unable to suppress a laugh. "Zhou Ming, your bravado is rather excessive, is it not?" He scrutinized Zhou Ming with skepticism. "According to your earlier assertions, once the great formation of the Zodiac is complete, its power would rival that of a Saint Strike. Would it not? What basis do you have for believing your Lich Clan can withstand such might? What emboldens you to declare that the Demon Clan will surely lose? Is it based on your 12 ancestors who have merely stepped into quasi-sainthood? Or is it solely your own strength? Zhou Ming, are you certain that you're not merely dreaming?" Don Wangong's disdain was unmasked, for he viewed Zhou Ming's claims as the ravings of a deluded mind, brimming with hubris. In response to Don Wangong's skepticism, Zhou Ming simply uttered 2 words, "Indeed." These 2 simple words exude an ineffable confidence so profound that it causes Lord Dong to feel a sudden jolt in his heart. He scrutinizes Zhou Ming's expression, yet perceives no signs of bluster. After a moment of silence, his heart is filled with even greater suspicion. Could it be that the Wu clan possesses some terrifying trump card of which he is completely unaware? Friend Wu Ming, he begins. Today you reveal the secrets of the demon clan, boast of your ability to easily conquer them, and now claim to have come specifically to save my life. Lord Dong's eyes widen, fixating intently on Wu Ming as he queries, each word carefully articulated. What do you intend? After vanquishing the demon clan, do you plan to turn your sights upon my celestial court? Are you here to forewarn me that all within my celestial court should obediently submit to your Wu clan and bow in servitude to you? Chapter 54. Death friends do not let the Taoist die in the face of the Eastern King's inquiries. Wu Ming maintained a stoic expression. You have misunderstood, my friend. He replied. The Eastern King snorted in anger, his irritation unabated. Oh, a misunderstanding? Were you not the one who urged my celestial court to submit? What else could your intentions possibly be? I refuse to believe that you are here solely out of goodwill. His tone dripped with undisguised mockery. Wu Ming nodded slightly. It would indeed be an exaggeration to claim I am here to rescue you. However, my purpose in coming is genuinely to assist you. The Eastern King scrutinized Wu Ming with suspicion. Oh, is that so? Pray tell, how do you intend to aid me? I am all ears. He was eager to discern the true motives behind Wu Ming's facade. Unfazed by the Eastern King's demeanor, Wu Ming continued. Firstly, I have come to inform you about the situation concerning the grand formation of the celestial stars, so you may prepare in advance and not be caught off guard. Secondly, I wish to enlighten you on ways to bolster the strength of your celestial court. To enhance the strength of my celestial court? The Eastern King found this notion increasingly absurd. The Wu clan assisting the celestial court? It sounds like the stuff of fairy tales. Wu Ming, are you jesting? Surely your clan would prefer to see my celestial court weakened, allowing you to manipulate us at will. How could you possibly aid in our empowerment? Wu Ming shook his head. You worry too much. The Wu clan has never harbored ambitions to dominate the primal chaos, so you need not fear an assault from us. The Wu clan lacks ambitions for supremacy in the primal chaos? The Eastern King burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the grand hall, tinged with derision. Wu Ming, to whom are you speaking? What power in the primal chaos does not aspire to ascend? Who does not wish to wield dominion over heaven and earth? As descendants of Pangu, the Wu clan possesses formidable strength. Would you truly be content to remain in the shadows? No ambition for supremacy? You must be jesting. Wu Ming remained undeterred, allowing the Eastern King to finish his mirth. His voice, though soft, was unmistakably clear. What you should be concerned about, my friend, is the demon clan. After suffering setbacks against my Wu clan, upon realizing that we have no desire for supremacy, do you think the demon clan would be disinclined to confront us? The Eastern King's laughter faded, his expression turning contemplative. He was compelled to acknowledge the validity of Wu Ming's words. Although the demon clan was brazen, they were not foolish. The Wu clan was notoriously difficult to contend with, a fact well recognized in the primal chaos. After a moment of reflection, the Eastern King conceded. Naturally, they would not. Engaging in a conflict with the Wu clan would yield no benefits for the demon clan. It would only result in mutual destruction, leaving others to reap the rewards. Wu Ming pressed on. The demon clan desires to dominate the primal chaos, but dares not clash directly with my Wu clan. What do you think their next move will be? The Eastern King's eyes narrowed, and he blurted out, they will circumvent the Wu clan and turn their attention to other factions. Wu Ming nodded. Precisely. Who do you think the demon clan will target first? The Eastern King's face darkened in an instant. That is hardly a mystery. It will undoubtedly be my celestial court. After all, the greatest powers in the primal chaos were the demon clan, your Wu clan, and my celestial court. The more he spoke, the graver his expression became, and his tone grew increasingly urgent. Once the demon race eradicates my celestial court and subsequently embarks on a conquest of other forces within the primordial realm, should they successfully consolidate these powers, your Lich Clan would ultimately find it impossible to contend with the demon race. Wouldn't you agree? In the end, it would be a matter of either submission or annihilation. He suddenly raised his head, fixing a piercing gaze upon Wu Ming. My friend, you are not here to rescue me. Rather, you are here to safeguard your Lich Clan are you not? You fear that once the demon race devours my celestial court, their strength will surge, ultimately posing a threat to your clan. You wish for my celestial court to shield your witch clan from disaster. The Eastern Prince believed he had discerned Zhou Ming's true intentions. Such deep machinations from Zhou Ming. The Eastern Prince shifted his tone, laden with skepticism. However, I fail to understand. If you possess the power to vanquish the demon race, why not eradicate them now and eliminate future threats? Instead, you allow them to develop unchecked, orchestrating that so-called great formation of the zodiac stars. Is this not akin to nurturing a tiger at your door? Zhou Ming inwardly sighed. Eradicate the demon race? Such words roll off the tongue easily. If I truly could obliterate them now, would I be wasting breath here with you? Would the Tao Ancestor permit it? Would the heavenly Tao allow it? Should I extinguish the demon race? How would my witch clan bear the overwhelming karma? Would that not mean willingly stepping into the vortex of calamity? I have no desire for my clan to repeat past mistakes. Such thoughts, of course, could not be shared with the Eastern Prince. Thus, Zhou Ming spoke. My witch clan is a peace-loving race, born from the divine blood of Pangu, devoted to safeguarding the primordial land, wishing only for its prosperous development. We shall not incite boundless slaughter over personal whims. Though the demon race harbors great ambition, they are still part of the myriad beings within the primordial realm. As long as they refrain from excessive transgressions, we would not hastily resort to lethal measures. Hence, I come to remind you, dear friend, to prepare adequately. It would be prudent for you to discover ways to counter the great formation of the zodiac stars. As the Eastern Prince listened to Zhou Ming's grandiloquent words, he could not help but scoff internally. Peace-loving? What a ruse! Although the Eastern Prince doubted Zhou Ming's claims about the witch clan abstaining from seizing the primordial realm, as well as their so-called peaceful disposition, he recognized that the pressing matter at hand was indeed to bolster the strength of the celestial court and to find methods to counter the great formation. Otherwise, the celestial court would be in peril. Observing the Eastern Prince lost in contemplation, Zhou Ming spoke once more. The celestial court now requires the absorption of more personnel to enhance its strength. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Prince furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. You speak as though it is simple. The forces in the primordial realm have largely crystallized. For my celestial court to integrate more personnel, what alternatives do we have besides igniting war and forcefully annexing others? His tone carried dissatisfaction. If my celestial court were to initiate war, creating enemies on all sides, when the demon race strikes, would we not be caught in a pincer? My friend, were you truly scheming? The Eastern Prince once again questioned Zhou Ming's motives, suspecting that he intended to push the celestial court into a fiery abyss. Do not be angered, my friend. Since I have brought it up, I must surely possess a solution. This, then, is the second reason for my visit. A flicker of doubt crossed the eyes of the Eastern King, yet he restrained his impatience. I am eager to hear more. He was curious to know what words would emerge from Zhou Ming's lips. Zhou Ming replied with a calm demeanor. Are you familiar with the Dragon Clan? The Dragon Clan? The Eastern King was taken aback. Of course I am aware. The Dragon Clan, burdened by the calamity of the Dragon Han, is now ensnared by karma, hiding in the depths of the four seas, barely surviving. At this point, he suddenly realized, his expression shifting dramatically as he pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Ming. Friend, you cannot be suggesting that I absorb the Dragon Clan. Can you? His voice rose in pitch, filled with horror and indignation. What jest is this? The karma of the Dragon Clan is exceedingly profound. It is arduous enough for them to elevate their own power. You expect me to incorporate them into the celestial court? Do you wish for our celestial court to also be ensnared by karma, doomed to eternal suffering? Friend, what are your true intentions? The Eastern King trembled with anger, sensing that Zhou Ming had not come to assist him, but rather to ensnare him. Zhou Ming maintained his unperturbed demeanor. Eastern King, please quell your anger and allow me to finish. The Eastern King, suppressing his rage, gritted his teeth. Humph, I shall see what further arguments you have. If you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, do not blame me for being impolite. Zhou Ming, unhurried, responded. Since I suggest that you absorb the Dragon Clan, it is naturally impossible for their karma to influence you. If their karma were to affect you, then my visit would have been in vain. The Eastern King's gaze flickered. Oh? What method do you propose that would allow our celestial court to remain unaffected by the karma of the Dragon Clan? This notion seemed utterly fantastical. Could karma truly be evaded so easily? Zhou Ming, exuding confidence, replied, "You may absorb a select few elite members of the Dragon Clan as guardian divine beasts for the celestial court, thereby sharing in the court's fortune, rather than subjugating the entire Dragon Clan. In this manner, the overall karma of the Dragon Clan would not impose any substantial detriment to the celestial court. Moreover, with the elite of the Dragon Clan residing within the court, they would undoubtedly provide assistance to you, perhaps in the form of resources from the Four Seas or aid during critical moments." Zhou Ming's assertions were not mere flights of fancy. They were based on the future circumstances wherein the Dragon Clan, revered as a totem by humanity, received protection from the fortunes of humanity without burdening the collective fate of humanity with the Dragon Clan's immense karma. The Eastern King's South Celestial Court, in theory, should also be feasible in this regard. As for the possibility of misjudgment, that was easily resolved. After all, it would not be the fortune of the Wu clan at stake. The path chosen by the Eastern King would bear its own consequences, and Zhou Ming's involvement would be minimal. I merely offer a possibility. Whether my friend lives or perishes is of no concern to me. Naturally, such thoughts must remain unspoken. Listening to Zhou Ming's explanation, the Eastern King furrowed his brow. The notion of absorbing a select few elites as guardian divine beasts to share in the celestial court's fortune seemed somewhat rational. He inquired in a low voice, "Is your proposition truly feasible?" Moreover, the Dragon Clan, once a formidable sovereign of the realms, would hardly acquiesce to dispatching their elite to my celestial court as guardian divine beasts. Such a proposition seems rather unwelcoming to the Dragon Clan. Zhou Ming smiled gently, assuring, "Rest assured, my friend, it shall surely come to pass. If it truly affects the fortunes of the celestial court, you may simply expel them if need be. The initiative lies within your grasp." He paused, then spoke with unwavering conviction regarding the Dragon Clan's consent. "They will undoubtedly agree. After all, the Dragon Clan is entangled in karma, making the ascension of their cultivation exceedingly arduous. With the fortuitous protection of your celestial court, a portion of their elite may shatter their constraints and elevate their prowess. How could the Dragon Clan possibly refuse? For them, it would be akin to receiving timely assistance in their time of decline. They have no grounds for rejection." The Eastern Prince fell into a prolonged silence, contemplating Zhou Ming's proposal, which presented both peril and promise. Chapter 55. The Eastern King visits the Dragon Clan. As Zhou Ming observed the Eastern King lost in contemplation, he realized that his words had indeed resonated. Rising to his feet, his tone remained composed. "Dear friend, I have already conveyed my suggestions to you. The choice now rests solely in your hands. I shall not intrude further. Farewell." The Eastern King also stood, engaging in a moment of reflection. "Thank you for your sage advice. I shall deliberate carefully on matters concerning the Dragon Clan. Please travel safely." Zhou Ming nodded, pausing at the threshold before turning back to say, "Friend, I must add one final note. The Zhou star array is far from ordinary. Its power is unfathomable. It would be prudent for you to seek a means of restraint at the earliest opportunity. That would be the wisest course of action." The Eastern King remained impassive. "I appreciate your warning, but I shall make my own decisions regarding this matter. If you are assured in your mind, then I bid you farewell." With that, Zhou Ming summoned his escape light, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. The Eastern King gazed at the direction in which Zhou Ming had departed, remaining silent for a long while. Every word and piece of information Zhou Ming had shared lingered in his mind. The Demon Clan's Zhou star array, the enigmatic trump card of the Wu clan, and the astonishing strategy to absorb the Dragon Clan. Can we truly absorb the Dragon Clan, burdened as they are by karma? The Eastern King murmured to himself. Zhou Ming's warnings echoed with immense risk. Yet should it succeed, the strength of the Celestial Court would undoubtedly surge. However, to make them guardians, what if they indeed jeopardize the fortunes of the Celestial Court? Would that not be akin to digging one's own grave? Yet, Zhou Ming had asserted that the initiative lay within their grasp. If it failed, they could simply cast them aside. Moreover, those ancient dragons, for the sake of their elite striving for breakthroughs, might indeed acquiesce. Fortune favors the bold. The Eastern King suddenly rose. In this primordial age, who was not dancing on the edge of blade, waiting for death was the most cowardly fate. A decisive glint flashed in his eyes, rather than remain passive. It was far better to take the initiative and seize a future. No longer hesitating, he promptly set forth, riding the clouds towards the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. Deep within the East Sea, the crystalline palaces stretched endlessly, exuding grandeur. While it may not have regained the splendor of the primordial cataclysm, it still possessed its own majesty. In no time, the figure of the Eastern King appeared before the Dragon Palace. 2 rows of shrimp soldiers and crab generals wielded weapons, guarding it rigorously. Upon seeing the Eastern King materialize, the aquatic sentinels momentarily froze, soon revealing their wariness. The foremost crab general, mustering his courage, stepped forward and bellowed, "Who goes there? How dare you trespass upon the forbidden grounds of the Dragon Palace? This is outrageous." With a cold snort, the Eastern King retorted, "I am the Eastern King. Go quickly and inform your Dragon King that the Eastern King of the Celestial Court has come to pay a visit." Upon hearing the title Eastern King, the crab general trembled in fear. The name of the Eastern King, the Lord of the Celestial Court, resounded throughout the primordial realm. The crab general, not daring to be negligent, quickly bowed and said, "It is indeed an honor to have you, Eastern King. My apologies for the oversight. Please wait a moment while I inform His Majesty the Dragon King." Before long, a throng of aquatic beings escorted a middle-aged man adorned in a luxurious dragon robe, who strode forth with purpose. Crowned and bearing an imposing visage, he was none other than Ao Hai, the Dragon King of the East Sea. Upon encountering the Eastern monarch, Ao Hai immediately adorned his face with a beaming smile, hastening forward with a respectful bow, exclaiming, "Ah, I was unaware of your esteemed presence. My apologies for the lack of a proper welcome. I humbly request your forgiveness, and I invite you to enter." His demeanor was exceedingly deferential. The Eastern monarch cast a glance at Ao Hai, noting that he had reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal, merely a step away from attaining the Daluo realm. The Eastern monarch mused silently. Truly, they're a race that once vied for supremacy in the primordial chaos. Despite their current decline, their foundational strength remains formidable. A withered camel is still larger than a horse. However, he maintained a composed facade, nodding slightly as he followed Ao Hai into the Dragon Palace. Inside the main hall of the Dragon Palace, Ao Hai raised a teacup and smiled at the Eastern monarch, saying, "Your esteemed self graces my humble Eastern Sea Dragon Palace today, which is indeed a momentous occasion for us. I have already instructed preparations for a banquet, and I sincerely hope you will linger here for several days, allowing our Dragon Clan to extend our hospitality and treat you well." The Eastern monarch, however, did not touch the tea before him. He cast a discerning glance at Ao Hai and spoke directly, "Dragon King Ao Hai, there is no need for a banquet. I have come not for feasting, but to discuss a matter of great importance with your Dragon Clan. Moreover, this issue is of such gravity that you may not possess the authority to decide it." Al Hassas my fantamuentia. What did he mean by lacking the authority? Did he underestimate Ao Hai? A flicker of displeasure crossed his mind, yet he maintained his smile, saying, "You jest, Eastern monarch. Currently, all matters concerning our Dragon Clan are managed solely by me. Apart from myself, there is no one else in the palace who holds such authority. Please, feel free to express your wishes. As long as it is within our capability, I assure you I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." The Eastern monarch gazed at him, shaking his head. "Ao Hai, do you not recall the formidable might your Dragon Clan once wielded? Though you have faced calamities, the withered camel remains larger than the horse. How could a mere Tai Golden Immortal like you have full authority? Go, fetch forth the true representatives of your Dragon Clan. The matter I wish to discuss is of great significance and will undoubtedly benefit your kin." The Eastern monarch emphasized, "Do not let a moment of caution cause you to squander this exceptional opportunity." The smile vanished from Ao Hai's face entirely as he scrutinized the Eastern monarch, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The gravity of the Eastern monarch's words suggested he was not jesting. Could it be that there truly was a matter of immense consequence at hand? Realizing this, Aohai refrained from further dismissiveness. He took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to the Eastern monarch, saying, "I kindly ask you to wait a moment while I consult with our elder." The Eastern monarch replied coolly, "Go ahead, but do not keep me waiting too long." Aohai, feeling the urgency of the situation, hurriedly exited the grand hall. As time passed slowly, just as the Eastern monarch was on the verge of losing patience, a steady sound of footsteps echoed from the rear of the hall. A young dragon of the clan, clad in a simple gray robe, emerged with a measured pace. Aohai followed closely behind, his head bowed, exuding an air of respect. In that year, the elder of the dragon clan bore an aged visage, yet within his opening and closing eyes sparkled a brilliance, seemingly encapsulating the boundless vicissitudes of time. As the elder entered the hall, his gaze fell upon the Eastern prince, and with a voice calm and unperturbed, he remarked, "I was unaware of your esteemed presence, and I regret my lack of proper reception. I hope you may forgive my shortcomings." The instant the Eastern prince beheld the elder's appearance, his pupils contracted sharply. A pre-saint. Remarkably, such an ancient entity still lurked within the dragon clan. Suppressing the astonishment that surged within him, the Eastern prince rose and bowed slightly to the elder. "You are too kind. May I inquire how I should address you?" The elder slowly replied, "I am called Candle Dragon." Candle Dragon. The Eastern prince's heart jolted once more. Had he not perished during the catastrophe of Longhan? How could he still be alive? Gazing at the Candle Dragon before him, the Eastern prince's thoughts raced tumultuously. It appeared that this visit to the Dragon Palace would be far more intricate than he had anticipated. Yet, having come this far, he could only muster the courage to proceed. Regaining his composure, he spoke. "So, it is the esteemed Candle Dragon. I have long admired your renowned name." Candle Dragon replied nonchalantly, "It is but a hollow reputation, unworthy of consideration." He paused, directing his gaze at the Eastern prince. "Might I inquire the purpose behind your visit to my dragon palace in the Eastern Sea today?" The Eastern prince pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to address his intentions directly. When dealing with such an ancient being, beating around the bush would only prove disadvantageous. Chapter 56 Invitation to the Dragon Clan. The Eastern King spoke frankly. "Since it is the Candle Dragon before me, I shall not beat around the bush. I have come today to extend an invitation for the Dragon Clan to join my celestial court." The Candle Dragon replied in a calm tone, "Thank you for your kind intentions. However, my Dragon Clan has long retreated to the four seas and has ceased to concern ourselves with the matters of the primordial world. We have no desire to join any other forces. If your sole purpose in coming here today is to solicit our clan's membership in the celestial court, then I must ask you to take your leave. Safe travels, and no need for further formalities." Aohai, listening nearby, felt a chill run down his spine. His ancestor's temperament was indeed rather forthright. Upon hearing the Candle Dragon's dismissive tone, the Eastern King displayed no signs of anger. Instead, he said, "Do not be so hasty in your refusal, my friend. It would be wise to hear me out before making your decision. I come bearing sincerity in my invitation for the Dragon Clan to join the Celestial Court. Moreover, I do not intend to invite the entire Dragon Clan to join." The Eastern King cast a sidelong glance at the Candle Dragon and continued, "You must understand that the karmic burden of the Dragon Clan is one that my Celestial Court cannot bear. In the expanse of the primordial world, aside from the Tao Ancestor, there exists no individual or force capable of shouldering it. Even the currently resplendent Yao clan cannot manage it." The Candle Dragon raised an eyebrow slightly. "If you understand this, why then do you extend an invitation to my Dragon Clan? Furthermore, what do you mean by not inviting the entirety of my clan?" The Eastern King replied slowly, "I wish to invite select elites of the Dragon Clan to join my celestial court and serve as guardian divine beasts." "What? Guardian divine beasts?" Aohai could no longer contain himself, exclaiming in disbelief, his face contorted with anger. "Eastern King, are you attempting to insult my Dragon Clan? We were once the sovereigns of heaven and earth. How can we serve as mere watchdogs for your celestial court? You are overstepping your bounds." "Aohai." The Candle Dragon interjected with a low voice, though it carried immense authority. Ao Hai trembled, forcibly suppressing his rage, yet his chest heaved violently, his eyes glaring at the Eastern King in fury. The Candle Dragon turned his gaze towards the Eastern King, his eyes deep with contemplation. Is this then your so-called sincerity? To have the elites of my dragon clan serve as your celestial court's guardian beasts? How does this differ from vassalage? How does it differ from servitude? The Eastern King remained composed in the face of the Candle Dragon's inquiry. Dear Candle Dragon, do not be quick to anger. Allow me to finish my thoughts. Serving as guardian divine beasts is neither servitude nor mere guardianship. I can assure you that those elite members of the Dragon Clan who join the Celestial Court will enjoy the protection of its auspicious fortune. The fortune of the Celestial Court? A flicker of intrigue flashed in the Candle Dragon's eyes. The Eastern King continued, You are well aware that the Dragon Clan bears a heavy karmic burden, making cultivation arduous for our kin. Each step forward requires efforts many times greater than that of others, yet progress often eludes us. How many outstanding dragons remain trapped by karma, with no hope of ever breaking through? With the auspicious fortune of the Celestial Court, it may assist your clan's elites in shattering these shackles and advancing further. He gazed at the Candle Dragon, his voice laced with temptation. Is this not a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the increasingly waning Dragon Clan? An opportunity has arisen for a select few elites of the Dragon Clan to break free from the shackles of karma and regain their former glory. The Candle Dragon remained silent, fully aware of the current plight of his kin. Karma loomed over them like an invisible mountain, suffocating the entire dragon race. Countless exceptionally gifted descendants found themselves ensnared by this karmic burden, their cultivation stagnating or, in some cases, regressing. Had it not been for his fortunate escape years ago, he too might have perished in the cataclysm of the Dragon Han, leaving him without the presence he holds today. If fortune from the Celestial Court could indeed enable a portion of the elite to transcend, it would carry immense significance for the Dragon Clan, perhaps even serving as their sole hope for resurgence. However, the title of Guardian Divine Beast was undeniably jarring. The pride of the Dragon Clan could not be trampled upon. Within the Grand Hall, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Ao Hai observed the shifting expressions of the Ancestor, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately refraining from uttering another word. He sensed the internal struggle of his forebear. Though filled with indignation, he comprehended the elder's apprehensions. No one understood the Dragon Clan's dire situation better than he did. After a lengthy pause, the Candle Dragon finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Friend Eastern King, what must our Dragon Clan sacrifice? Surely, you do not expect us to benefit from the Celestial Court's fortune without recompense. He had lived countless years and understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The Eastern King did not respond directly. Instead, he shifted the conversation, inquiring, Candle Dragon, are you aware of the current situation in the Primordial Wilderness? The Candle Dragon furrowed his brow, puzzled by the unexpected question. However, he replied, I have heard whispers. The Demon Clan is unified and possesses immense power. The Witch Clan occupies Mount Zhoushan. Their strength should not be underestimated. A clash between these two factions is inevitable. This is evident to any astute observer. The Eastern King nodded in agreement, indeed. The Witch and Demon Clans are destined for battle. Have you contemplated how the landscape of the Primordial Wilderness will shift following their confrontation? The Candle Dragon pondered for a moment before responding. After their conflict, regardless of the victor, the triumphant faction will undoubtedly experience unprecedented expansion. With the momentum of their victory, they could sweep across the Primordial Wilderness, consolidate the myriad clans, and ultimately dominate the realm. This is not an impossibility. As he spoke, a sudden glimmer of realization flashed in the Candle Dragon's eyes. He turned sharply towards the Eastern King, his tone growing harsh. Ah, I see. You wish for our Dragon Clan to serve as the vanguard for your Celestial Court. Oh, so you intend for us to act as your front line, shielding your court from the victorious faction. How calculating of you. The Candle Dragon scoffed, having unveiled the Eastern King's true intentions. Listening to the Candle Dragon's words, the Eastern King felt a complex swirl of emotions. That fellow, Zhou Ming, likely harbors similar thoughts. wanting our celestial court to stand against the demon clan. The saying friend or foe, life or death indeed rings true. The Eastern King shook his head. You are mistaken. The Candle Dragon frowned. Oh? In what way have I erred? Do you not wish for our dragon clan to serve as the vanguard for your celestial court? He was eager to see what further arguments the Eastern King could muster. The Eastern King held up 3 fingers. Your misconceptions are threefold. Firstly, regarding the impending war of the Lich, the Witch Clan is destined for victory. Secondly, even after their triumph, the Witch Clan does not aspire to dominate the vast wilderness. Thirdly, I do not intend for the Dragon Clan to serve as mere pawns in the celestial court. Rather, I wish to forge an alliance with them to jointly resist the Demon Clan. The Candle Dragon furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with a deeper perplexity. How does my esteemed friend ascertain the Witch Clan's inevitable victory? And why assert that they will not seek to rule the wilderness? If the witches are indeed to prevail, why then is the call to unite against the demons rather than rallying solely under the witch banner? The Eastern King explained, prior to my arrival at the Dragon Palace, the Witch Clan's esteemed friend, Zhou Ming, personally visited me on Pangu Island. It was he who confided that in the battle against the demons, the Witch Clan is assured of victory. Although I am uncertain of the source of his unwavering confidence, it is unlikely he would jest with the fate of his entire clan. Pausing briefly, the Eastern King continued, as for the assertion that the Witch Clan will not seek dominion over the wilderness, this too was conveyed by Zhou Ming. I harbor some skepticism about this claim. However, I infer that even in victory, the Witch Clan may face devastating losses, rendering them incapable of further ambitions for the vast wilderness. The Candle Dragon pressed further. What leads you to such certainty? Who exactly is this Zhou Ming that commands your trust so profoundly? The Eastern King retorted. Are you aware of the reason Zhou Ming has come to our celestial court? Without waiting for a response, he answered himself. His purpose was to reveal a staggering secret regarding the Demon Clan. Currently, they are fully engaged in devising a formidable formation known as the Heavenly Star Array. Once established, this array will harness the power of the celestial bodies, its might surpassing that of quasi-saints, and may even rival the strength of true saints. Zhou Ming has come to alert us, urging our court to prepare defenses against the impending onslaught of the demons. The Eastern King regarded the Candle Dragon thoughtfully. While I am unaware of the means by which Zhou Ming intends to dissuade the demons from pursuing a direct confrontation with the Witch Clan after suffering defeat, I surmise that following their misfortunes, the demons will likely turn their attention towards our celestial court. Furthermore, to be candid, my invitation to the Dragon Clan was also inspired by the guidance of Zhou Ming. Upon hearing this, the Candle Dragon's gaze flickered uncertainly. The Heavenly Star Array? The power of saints? The weight of this information is indeed staggering. He suddenly inquired, are you not concerned that by sharing this with me, I might choose not to join the celestial court and instead relay this intelligence to the demons, perhaps even align myself with them? Moreover, if the demon's Heavenly Star Array possesses the strength of saints, what resources does your celestial court possess to counter it? Do you believe that our combined efforts alone suffice? The Eastern King laughed heartily. My friend, you jest. Even if I were to remain silent today, your prowess would inevitably lead you to uncover these matters in due course. Rather than allowing you to discover them later, potentially straying from our celestial court, it is far better to be forthright now, demonstrating our sincerity. As for joining the demons, the Eastern King shook his head, a hint of disdain evident. Do you truly believe that in your current predicament, the likes of Emperor Jun and Tai would genuinely welcome your kin? Would they bestow upon a humble monk such conditions, allowing the Dragon Clan elites to bask in the protective fortune of the demon race? I fear they would merely regard the Dragon Clan as expendable pawns, squeezing out the last vestiges of their worth. As for the celestial formation of the demon race, the Eastern King shifted his tone, a mysterious smile gracing his visage. The demon race possesses a celestial formation. Does our celestial court not possess a corresponding formation to counter it? The heart of the Candle Dragon trembled. Indeed, the Eastern King's south audacity to court the Dragon Clan and confront the demon race surely rests upon some formidable foundation. What sort of formation grants you such confidence, my friend? inquired the Candle Dragon. The Eastern King did not provide a direct answer, merely stating, "Once the elites of the Dragon Clan join our celestial court, you shall come to know." Chapter 57. The conditions of the Dragon Clan after a prolonged silence. The Candle Dragon pondered deeply, enveloping the hall in a heavy atmosphere. After considerable deliberation, he spoke, "Esteemed Dong Wang Gong, the matters you have raised pertain to the future of my Dragon Clan and are of utmost significance. It is not out of the question for our clan's elites to join the Immortal Court." Hearing this, Dong Wang Gong felt a surge of joy. There was a possibility, and as long as discussions were underway, everything could be negotiated. The Candle Dragon continued, "However, there are several conditions that you must agree to." "Please do elaborate," Dong Wang Gong replied. The Candle Dragon raised a single finger, stating, "Firstly, the dragon elites joining the Immortal Court, though designated as guardian divine beasts, must be afforded the status equivalent to that of esteemed guest elders within the court, and not treated as mere servants or lackeys at your whim. The Immortal Court must accord them the appropriate status and respect, and shall not compel them to undertake tasks beyond their guardianship duties that would demean the dignity of my Dragon Clan. Should such incidents occur, our dragon elites reserve the right to return to the East Sea." Dong Wang Gong listened intently. This condition was quite reasonable. After all, the Dragon Clan was once a dominant force, and a modicum of respect was only fair. He did not expect these dragon elites to toil like beasts without complaint. Naturally, he nodded, affirming that the dragon elites will be treated with the courtesy befitting guest elders. "I, as the head of the Immortal Court, assure you that such concerns will not materialize." The Candle Dragon nodded in acknowledgement and raised a second finger. "Secondly, the Immortal Court must guarantee that its fortune genuinely benefits our clan's elites, aiding their cultivation and liberating them from the shackles of karma. Our dragon progeny cannot serve the Immortal Court without receiving due rewards. If this is merely empty rhetoric, and our dragon elites expend their time and energy without tangible benefits, then this alliance is best left unformed." The Candle Dragon's gaze bore into Dong Wang Gong, as if seeking to penetrate his very soul. Dong Wang Gong calculated, recognizing that while the current fortune of the Immortal Court was not unparalleled, providing protection and assistance to some dragon elites in their cultivation should not pose a problem. "Agreed," he replied decisively. "If the Immortal Court's fortune fails to assist the dragon elites in their cultivation, then this alliance holds no value for me. The third condition," the Candle Dragon's tone grew more solemn, "is that should the Immortal Court ever find itself facing imminent collapse, our dragon elites possess the right to depart at their discretion. No one within the court may impede their exit for any reason, nor shall this be used as a pretext to direct wrath towards the entire Dragon Clan. We cannot allow our clan to be ensnared in an irreversible abyss due to the rise and fall of any faction." This old fellow was indeed providing the Dragon Clan with an escape route. Dong Wang Gong fell into silence for a moment. This condition could be deemed quite stringent. However, upon reflection, he realized that if the Immortal Court were to reach such a dire state, the collapse of the Foundation would render the presence of dragon elites nothing more than the accumulation of lifeless remains, contributing little to the situation. Forcing them to stay would not only be futile, but would also irrevocably sour relations with the Dragon Clan. "Very well, I shall consent," Dong Wang Gong declared. "If that day were to come, and the Immortal Court teeters on the brink of ruin, the dragon friends may leave at their discretion, and I shall not obstruct them. The Immortal Court will not pursue the matter." Yet, within his heart, he mused that if the Immortal Court were truly destined for destruction, the desire of these dragon elites to depart would likely depend on the whims of the Demon Clan. However, for now, it is imperative to stabilize the Dragon Clan first. The Candle Dragon cast a penetrating glance at the Eastern Prince, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly. "The final condition, and indeed the most crucial one, is this. The foremost aim of our elite Dragon Clan joining the Celestial Court is self-preservation. To seek a glimmer of hope for our kin, and to provide opportunities for the younger generation to thrive. Therefore, they shall only extend their aid in times of external invasion against the Celestial Court, fulfilling their duty as guardians. Should the Celestial Court initiate conflict with other great clans of the wilderness or innocent forces with the intention of expanding its power? Our elite dragon clan shall abstain from involvement. The dragon clan wishes to avoid entangling itself in new karmic retributions without cause. The waters of the wilderness are perilously deep. Our fragile vessel cannot withstand greater tempests. The Eastern Prince understood. The Dragon Clan was evidently intimidated by the overwhelming karmic repercussions of the Dragon Han calamity. Fearful of becoming pawns for the Celestial Court, creating enemies everywhere, and repeating past mistakes, they merely seek to maintain a foothold, leveraging the fortunes of the Celestial Court while hoping to cultivate a few pillars of support. He pondered that the shaman had mentioned the Shaman clan would not seek to dominate the wilderness after their victory. Thus, the primary adversary of the Celestial Court, both now and for the foreseeable future, would be the Monster Clan. Joining forces with the Dragon Clan to combat the Monster Clan aligns with the interests of the Celestial Court. As for matters beyond that, they could be addressed at a later time. Very well, the Eastern Prince replied decisively. The principal aim of our Celestial Court at present is to contend with the threat posed by the Monster Clan and to safeguard our strength amidst the conflict between the shamans and monsters. We have no intention of provoking large-scale conquests or expanding our influence. Upon hearing this, the Candle Dragon's tense expression finally softened somewhat, and he nodded. Since you, esteemed friend, are so agreeable, I shall commit to this matter. However, the specific individuals and a number of our clansmen to be dispatched require further consultation with the elders before I can provide you with a definitive response. The Eastern Prince said, That is only proper. I shall await your good news on Panglai Island. With the matter settled, both parties felt content. The Eastern Prince decided not to linger further, rising to say, In that case, I shall not impose any longer. Farewell. The Candle Dragon also stood. Ao hi. Please see our esteemed friend off. Yes, Ancestor. Ao hi replied with a bow, leading the Eastern Prince towards the palace exit with a complex expression. Once the Eastern Prince's figure vanished beyond the crystalline palace, Ao hi hurried back to the Grand Hall. He gazed at the Candle Dragon and could not restrain himself from asking, Ancestor, are we truly to allow our elite clan members to join the Celestial Court and serve as guardian beasts? That Eastern Prince does not appear to be a benign character, and the future of the Celestial Court is uncertain. What if the Candle Dragon waved his hand, interrupting Ao hi's words, his voice tinged with fatigue? Oh hi, do you believe our Dragon Clan has better options at this juncture? Ao hi was rendered speechless. Indeed, what options did the Dragon Clan have? Moreover, the Candle Dragon sighed. We, the old ones, cannot endure for much longer. Ao hi was taken aback, exclaiming, Ancestor, you. The Candle Dragon observed his anxious demeanor and spoke softly, Do not panic. For the time being, death is not imminent. We still have a little while to endure, protecting the dragon lineage until the end. However, time is running short. The hidden wounds from the Dragon Han catastrophe, coupled with the backlash endured over the years to suppress the Dragon Clan's fortune, have nearly drained my essence. The other ancient dragons are in a similar predicament. Ao hi stood as if struck by lightning, disbelief and sorrow filling his eyes. He had never imagined that these ancestors, who were like pillars of support in his heart, had reached such a dire state. Ancestor, Ao hi's voice quivered. There is no need for such childish lamentation, the Candle Dragon replied calmly. Injury and death are commonplace, especially for us, the sin-laden dragons. I only hope to witness your generation truly flourish and shoulder the burdens of the Dragon Clan before we are utterly extinguished. This opportunity to accompany the other dragon elites to the Celestial Court is a chance. The Candle Dragon regarded Ao hi with a complex gaze. Ao hi, you shall join the selected elite kin in your journey to the Celestial Court. It is time to relinquish the title of Dragon King. Ao hi was taken aback. Ancestor, do not cling to this meaningless title of Dragon King, the Candle Dragon said with a hint of disdain. What use is this position, other than burdening you with endless trivialities, sapping your vigor, and squandering your talent? You are a rare genius among our Dragon Clan. Had it not been for the burden of our clan's karma and the constraints of this title, your accomplishments would surpass the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal. You could even find a place within the ranks of the Primordial Golden Immortal. As Ao Hai listened to the words of the Candle Dragon, his heart swelled with mixed emotions. He was well aware that the title of Dragon King had become his shackles. Daily dealing with trivial matters within the clan and mediating conflicts among various aquatic races had left him mentally exhausted, leading to neglect in his cultivation. This time, as you head to the Celestial Court, devote yourself wholeheartedly to your practice, leveraging the fortune of the Celestial Court to strive for an early breakthrough. The Candle Dragon urged with earnest anticipation. Only by becoming truly powerful can you better protect the Dragon Clan and lead us to carve a place for ourselves in this harsh primordial world. If we, the old guard, perish and you, the younger elite, remain stagnant, then our vast Dragon Clan will have no power to defend itself in this perilous wilderness. At that time, the Dragon Clan will be reduced to mere prey, stripped of even the right to serve as watchdogs. Ao Hai stared blankly at the Candle Dragon, his eyes gradually reddening. He understood now. The Ancestor was using their last flicker of light to fight for a glimmer of hope for the future of the Dragon Clan. After a long pause, Ao Hai took a deep breath and solemnly declared, "Ancestor, I understand. I will not fail your expectations." The Candle Dragon looked at him, a flicker of relief crossing his eyes, quickly replaced by deeper concern. He waved his hand. "Go now. Make your preparations. This matter should not be delayed." "Yes, Ancestor." Ao Hai rose, offering a respectful bow before turning and exiting the Grand Hall. Chapter 58. The Dragon Clan joins the Celestial Court. With the Dragon Clan having resolved to join the Celestial Court, their efficiency was commendable. They swiftly selected a cadre of suitable elite descendants, led personally by the esteemed Zhu Long, who made their way toward Penglai Island. Upon receiving the news, the Eastern Prince took it upon himself to await their arrival just outside the island, with the celestial beings of the court standing solemnly behind him, thus bestowing ample dignity upon the Dragon Clan. Before long, a magnificent aura of dragon might permeated the distant horizon, as dozens of figures broke through the clouds, heading straight for Penglai. At the forefront was Zhu Long, followed closely by his kin, all exuding a palpable sense of strength and purpose. "Esteemed friend Zhu Long, it is my regret for not having received you properly," declared the Eastern Prince in a resonant voice. "You are too kind, dear friend," replied Zhu Long with calm composure. "I have brought my clan to impose upon your hospitality. Such sentiments are unwarranted. It is indeed a privilege for our Celestial Court to welcome the elite of the Dragon Clan. Please do enter." The Eastern Prince gestured graciously. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Eastern Prince guided the members of the Dragon Clan through the various prohibitions of the island, leading them into the heart of Penglai. Within the main hall of the Celestial Court, Zhu Long and the Eastern Prince took their respective seats, while the remaining elite of the Dragon Clan stood respectfully behind Zhu Long. "Esteemed friend, we have selected 49 of our finest to join the Celestial Court. Prepare to heed your command. What are your thoughts on this?" Zhu Long inquired, his voice steady. 49, the Eastern Prince mused, his mind stirring. The number 50 diminished by 1 resonates harmoniously with the celestial principles. "Excellent," he exclaimed, clapping his hands. "These 49 members of the Dragon Clan are indeed pillars of strength, and I extend the warmest welcome." With the Eastern Prince's affirmation, Zhu Long felt a sense of reassurance, though he promptly shifted the conversation to a more serious tone, his expression growing solemn. "Esteemed friend, now that our elite have arrived, may I inquire what confidence the Celestial Court possesses to contend with the Demon Clan's great constellation formation? Please do not mistake my inquiry for mistrust. This matter is of great consequence, affecting not only the safety of our dragonkin, but also the very existence of the Celestial Court. I must seek clarity." His direct question cast a weighty atmosphere over the hall. The Eastern Prince discerned the undertones of apprehension in Zhu Long's words, realizing that without a satisfactory answer, the venerable dragon would remain unsettled. After a moment of contemplation, he carefully articulated his response. "I understand your concerns, esteemed friend. To be candid, our Celestial Court indeed possesses an unparalleled formation known as the 10,000 Celestial Array. This formation, crafted through countless efforts, can harness the strength of myriad celestial beings. coalescing it into a singular force. Its might is capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, adept in both offense and defense, with a multitude of transformations. While it may not quite match the Demon Clan's great constellation formation, the disparity is negligible. Furthermore, with the addition of your esteemed comrades, the strength of our celestial court shall undoubtedly ascend to new heights. At that juncture, opposing the Demon Clan will no longer be mere bravado. As Zhu Long listened to the Eastern Prince's description, a faint furrow appeared on his brow, his doubts lingering. Having traversed countless ages, he had witnessed many a tempestuous trial. He had heard such grandiloquent words far too often. The Candle Dragon spoke slowly. It seems, my friend, you have not yet fully deduced the workings of this formation. If this array were truly flawless, wielding the power you claim, then with your ambition, you would have long led the celestial army to assault the demon realm, extinguishing the threat in its infancy rather than waiting until now. The Candle Dragon's words struck directly at the heart of the matter. The smile on the Eastern King's face faltered momentarily before returning to its previous state. To be frank, my friend, this formation is indeed not yet perfected, but it is merely one step away. The Eastern King admitted candidly, without any concealment. Rest assured, I would never jest with the lives of countless celestial beings or the foundation of our celestial court. Were I not sufficiently confident, would I dare to confront the demon race so readily? His tone was earnest, and his gaze unwavering, seemingly conveying his determination and sincerity. Upon hearing this, the Candle Dragon fell silent, merely gazing intently at the Eastern King. The atmosphere in the hall became momentarily stagnant. After a long pause, the Candle Dragon finally spoke. Very well, I shall trust you this once. He paused again before continuing. Friend of the Eastern King, our elite from the Dragon Clan is led by A.O. Hai. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command him. Now that they have joined the Celestial Court, they are indeed part of it and shall adhere to its commands. With that, the Candle Dragon turned to A.O. Hai behind him and said in a solemn tone, A.O. Hai, step forward and pay your respects to the Eastern King. Upon hearing this, A.O. Hai immediately took a step forward, bowing respectfully to the Eastern King. A.O. Hai pays his respects to Lord Mu. The 48 elite dragons behind him also bowed in unison. We pay our respects to Lord Mu. Their voices resonated powerfully throughout the hall. The Eastern King listened to this address with satisfaction, as it signified the dragon's acknowledgement of him as the sovereign of the Celestial Court. Very well, please rise. Since you, dear friend, have placed such trust in me, I shall ensure that you are well treated. From this day forth, you shall officially join my Celestial Court and partake in its fortunes. As the Eastern King's words fell, an invisible force descended from above the Celestial Court, enveloping the 49 elite dragons. This force was none other than the fortune of the Celestial Court. In an instant, the elite dragons felt an overwhelming lightness. The karma that had plagued them for countless years, akin to a parasite, seemed to have been significantly alleviated by this fortune. Moreover, some of the dragons who had been stuck at their bottlenecks for years even sensed a loosening in their realms, as if they might break through at any moment. Is this the fortune of the Celestial Court? Such pure power. I feel the karma within me diminishing. My bottleneck seems to be loosening. Murmurs of suppressed astonishment and exultation arose among the dragon elites, their faces alight with incredulous joy. The Candle Dragon, observing from aside, clearly felt the changes within his kin. In his aged eyes, a long-lost smile finally emerged, filled with both joy and hope. Upon the moment when the Dragon Clan elites merged with the auspicious energies of the Immortal Court, the Eastern King astutely perceived the burgeoning fortune that had long been flourishing within the court. Rather than suffering any detriment or backlash from the infusion of this dragon power, the court's vitality subtly increased. It seemed that Zhou Ming's methods were indeed effective. A sense of reassurance enveloped the Eastern King, and his smile deepened with sincerity. In that instant, the Grand Hall resonated with joy, fostering an even more harmonious atmosphere. Zhu Long and the Eastern King exchanged a few more words, primarily concerning the arrangement of the Dragon Clan elites within the Immortal Court. The Eastern King assured them that their placement would be handled with care. Ao Hai and the other Dragon Clan elites stood to the side, their emotions a complex tapestry. They were both the hope and the gamble of the Dragon Clan, acutely aware that from this day forth, their destinies were irrevocably intertwined with that of the immortal court. Once all matters were settled, Zhu Long prepared to take his leave. "Dear friend, I shall return to the Eastern Sea," he declared as he rose, acknowledging that there were still affairs within his clan that required his attention. The Eastern King also stood to see him off, saying, "Safe travels, my friend. Should you ever require assistance, you're always welcome in Penglai." Zhu Long nodded in acknowledgement and departed from Penglai Island. Chapter 59. The formation of the celestial star array in the celestial realm. Nearly 10 millennia have quietly passed. On this day, the long silent heavens finally stirred with a hint of commotion. The illustrious Emperor Jun and the venerable Fuxi emerged from their prolonged seclusion. Within the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, the high-ranking members of the Demon Clan had already gathered, having received the news. "Esteemed ones," Emperor Jun began, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly in the ears of every powerful demon. "Fuxi and I have secluded ourselves for millennia, living up to your expectations. The celestial star array has been successfully devised." Boom! Upon hearing this proclamation, every member of the Demon Clan displayed uncontainable joy, their excitement palpable. "Your Majesty's divine might, the great virtue of Fuxi, heaven bless our Demon Clan." The supreme array that the Demon Clan had yearned for over countless years had finally come to fruition. Each demon present understood the significance of this achievement. It signified that the Demon Clan would possess the true capability to sweep across the wilderness and establish an everlasting dominion. Fuxi interjected, "This array is the culmination of our 10,000 years of dedication, crafted by referencing the profound workings of the celestial bodies. Once deployed, it will harness the power of 365 primary stars, supplemented by 14,800 auxiliary stars. The strength of countless demon warriors will converge into a singular force, capable of annihilating the heavens in offense and impervious to all in defense. Beneath the sanctified, none can withstand it. Even in the face of the holy ones, we shall not be without means to retaliate." Boom! With this declaration, the Lingxiao Treasure Hall erupted into a frenzy. "Ha ha! Excellent! What a magnificent celestial star array! The time has come for the barbaric Witch Clan to meet their doom. Not just the Witch Clan, the entire wilderness shall belong to our Demon Clan." Laughter echoed as Dong Huang Tai could no longer contain the fervent battle spirit surging within him. He stepped forward and bowed to Emperor Jun, elder brother. "Now that the array is complete, our Demon Clan is robust and prosperous. What are we waiting for? I implore you to issue the command to gather our demon warriors, to sweep through the unending mountain, to conquer the wilderness, and to establish an immortal legacy." Tai Yi's voice rang strong and resolute, filled with martial fervor, as if he could already envision the Demon Clan's banner planted in every corner of the wilderness. "We, the Demon Clan, shall reign as the masters of the wilderness. All clans shall submit to us." Other demon saints and deities were equally stirred, eagerly requesting to engage in battle. "Your Majesty, please issue your command. I am willing to go through fire and water for you." Emperor Jun raised his hand to silence the hall, and an instant tranquility enveloped them. He gazed at Tai Yi, his tone measured and calm. "Younger brother, I comprehend your fervor. However, to achieve our dominion, we must not act on mere impulse. Though the celestial star array has been successfully devised, it requires further refinement to unleash its utmost power. This matter cannot be rushed." Turning to the assembled demon saints and deities, Emperor Jun continued, "Convey my decree. Each faction of the Demon Clan shall select their elite members and gather at the heavenly court to prepare for the practice of the celestial star array. As per the will of the Demon Emperor." The demon saints and deities responded in unison, each taking their leave, and the hall quickly became notably less crowded. Soon, the vast Lingxiao Treasure Hall was left with only Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and Fuxi. Di Jun then turned to Fuxi, his tone gentle. "Your Majesty, the past 10,000 years of deliberation have indeed burdened you greatly. With the successful completion of this grand formation, you shall receive the highest merit. Please, Take your time to rest well for a period. Once the great Zhou heavenly star formation is practiced to perfection, it will mark the time when our demon clan unifies the primordial world and establishes an unparalleled legacy. At that time, I will require your esteemed assistance. Fushi clasped his hands in respect and replied, Your Majesty speaks too highly of me. To contribute to the grand endeavor of the demon clan is my duty. With that said, I shall take my leave and await your good news. Having spoken, Fu Shi turned and exited the Lingxiao Palace. Once Fu Shi had departed, Di Jun's gaze returned to Tai Yi. Brother, come and see. With a wave of his hand, countless banners adorned with twinkling stars appeared in the center of the hall. 365 massive banners, deep in hue with flowing starry rivers, constituted the great Zhou heavenly star banners. Surrounding them were 14,800 slightly smaller banners, equally radiant, complementing the larger ones, known as the small Zhou heavenly star banners. Tai Yi gazed in awe at the hall filled with starry banners, feeling the overwhelming celestial power emanating from them. Elder brother, these star banners. Di Jun nodded slightly, indeed. During these 10 millennia of seclusion, both Fu Shi and I not only successfully deduced the grand formation, but also forged all the necessary star banners for the arrangement. The crafting of these banners consumed countless treasures of the heavenly court and significant efforts from both Fu Shi and myself. Now, everything is in place. We merely await the right moment. Tai Yi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, What would you have me do, elder brother? Command me. Di Jun regarded Tai Yi with a serious demeanor. Next, you must personally select qualified banner bearers. 365 members of the demon clan, each above the Deluo golden immortal realm, will be tasked with wielding the great Zhou heavenly star banners. Meanwhile, 14,800 members, above the Tai Yi golden immortal realm, will handle the small Zhou heavenly star banners. This task must be carried out by you. The individuals chosen must not only possess great strength, but also unwavering loyalty. Upon hearing this, Tai Yi's spirit was invigorated, and he declared loudly, Rest assured, elder brother, I shall personally handle this matter and select the most suitable demon warriors, living up to your trust. Good. Di Jun nodded, confident in Tai Yi's capabilities. As Tai Yi prepared to turn and mobilize the troops, Di Jun called out, Hold on, brother. Tai Yi turned back in confusion. Elder brother, is there something else? Di Jun's gaze deepened as he produced an item with a flick of his hand. A uniquely shaped banner materialized in his palm. This banner, known as the Summoning Banner, has been forged through secret arts, Di Jun stated calmly. Once you have selected all those who will wield the star banners, you must extract a strand of their primordial spirit and confine it within this summoning banner. Tai Yi's pupils constricted as he instantly grasped Di Jun's intention. This was a means to fully control all the demon gods and generals who would be involved in the formation, a method that could not be deemed anything less than tyrannical. Elder brother, Tai Yi's thoughts raced as he contemplated the situation. Di Jun gazed at him and said, Second brother, those who aspire to achieve great things do not concern themselves with trivialities. The grand formation of the heavenly stars is the foundation upon which our demon clan stands in the primordial world, vying for supremacy. It cannot afford any oversight. The hearts of demons are inscrutable. Only through such measures can we ensure absolute certainty and enforce our commands. Among those demon gods and generals, many are notoriously unruly. Without this means of restraint, at a critical moment, should any harbor treacherous thoughts or falter in the face of battle, the potency of the formation would be severely diminished, potentially leading to a complete collapse. Tai Yi remained silent for a moment before solemnly nodding his agreement. What you say is indeed true, elder brother. In extraordinary times, one must undertake extraordinary measures. For the eternal supremacy of our demon clan, what do a few means matter? I shall personally see to this matter. I will not fail your trust. Tai Yi took the demon summoning banner, feeling its weight in his hands, a peculiar connection forged between him and the banner. Go forth, he said. Tai Yi bowed respectfully, turned, and strode away from the Lingxiao Palace with purpose. He grasped the demon summoning banner and departed with resolute strides. Chapter 60. The coming storm, the banners of the demon race's celestial court fluttered in the wind, as countless demon soldiers and generals assembled, their malevolent aura rising to the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds of the nine heavens. Such a significant commotion could not escape the notice of the powerful beings across the primordial realm. The various races of the primordial era, possessing even a modicum of insight, sensed the impending battle. In a moment's notice, various factions began to withdraw, observing the unfolding events with bated breath. On Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones furrowed their brows, their expressions inscrutable. In the western Shumi Mountain, the figures of Jin and Junti exchanged glances, their faces etched with deep concern. The west, already barren, would surely suffer further calamity should another war ensue. Meanwhile, on the Penglai immortal island in the eastern sea, the ruler of the celestial court, Dong Wanggong, hastily summoned his celestial beings, preparing for a potential onslaught from the demon race. In an instant, the entire primordial realm was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere, as the actions of the demon race sent ripples of alarm throughout, reminiscent of an imminent storm looming over the land. Within the Pangu Hall, atop Mount Buzhou, Zhou Ming sat in the highest seat, with the 12 ancestor witches arrayed below. Their expressions varied, and the atmosphere within the hall tinged with gravity. Di Jiang spoke first, his voice laden with confusion. Elder brother, the demon race's ambitions are glaringly apparent. Di Jun and Tai Yi have gathered their forces in the celestial court, clearly intending to strike against our witch lineage. Why should we not take the initiative and obliterate them before they can organize their attack? Why remain passive and wait for them to come to our doorstep? Indeed, elder brother Di Jiang speaks true, Zhu Rong chimed in, his voice resonating with agreement. Why must we wait for them to attack? Is that not inviting our own misfortune? The remaining ancestor witches regarded Zhou Ming with perplexity, evidently struggling to comprehend their elder brother's strategy. To them, the might of their witch lineage rendered the demon race inconsequential. Why then should they endure and adopt a defensive posture? Zhou Ming maintained a serene demeanor, his gaze sweeping across his siblings, and slowly began to speak, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of each ancestor witch. To annihilate the demon race? He countered, his tone unperturbed. And then what? Zhurong was momentarily taken aback by the rhetorical question, pausing for a moment. And then? Would not the primordial realm be at peace? Our witch lineage could then develop in tranquility? Zhou Ming gently shook his head. The demon race is but a trivial affliction to our witch lineage. They have never been our true adversaries. Their destruction would only burden our lineage with karmic repercussions, complicating our paths of cultivation in the future. The reason I permit the demon race to flourish and develop their great celestial array is not out of fear. Rather, it is because our witch lineage requires a worthy opponent to showcase our strength to the entire primordial realm. Only in this manner can we instill fear in those petty beings, compelling them to ponder their own worth before they dare to scheme against our witch lineage. Upon hearing Zhou Ming's words, the ancestor witches were momentarily stunned, then fell into contemplation. Di Jiang, reflecting on the implication, softly inquired, "Elder brother means to say, we shall use the demon race as a warning to others?" "Precisely." Zhou Ming nodded, observing that the demon tribe frolicked with increasing exuberance, their momentum growing ever more formidable. This served as a stepping stone, enhancing the utility of their position. In the future, the might displayed by our Wu tribe would gain even greater persuasive power. "Brother," Hutu inquired gently, her thoughts nuanced, "if you assert that our adversary is not the demon tribe, then who might it be? With the strength of our Wu tribe, who in the vast expanse of Hong Huang could possibly stand as our foe?" This query echoed the greatest doubt harbored within the hearts of all ancestral shamans. They were the legitimate descendants of Pangu, their physical forms robust, inherently wielding the laws of nature. Since their inception, aside from the enigmatic Taoist Hongjun, it seemed they had never truly feared anyone. Zhou Ming articulated each word with conviction. The heavenly Tao. What? The heavenly Tao? Upon hearing this, the Pangu Hall erupted in uproar. How could that be? Zhurong was the first to leap up, his face awash with disbelief. "Brother, are you mistaken? Since our Wu tribe's birth, we have never transgressed the edicts of the heavenly Tao. Why then would the heavenly Tao consider us foes? A chorus of astonished and perplexed ancestral shamans responded, their expressions reflecting their shock. They had never conceived that the heavenly Tao could become their enemy. Indeed, brother, Hutu couldn't restrain herself, her delicate brows furrowing. The heavenly Tao is impartial. Our Wu tribe purges malevolent energy and organizes the ley lines, contributing positively to the Honghuang. Why would the heavenly Tao oppose us? Yes, brother, we venerate our Father God and nurture the Honghuang. Where have we offended that exalted heavenly Tao? Gong Gong also interjected, his voice laced with incredulity and fury. Wu Ming sighed softly, because our Wu tribe has obstructed his path. The ancestral shamans exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. Obstructed the path of the heavenly Tao? From whence comes this notion? Wu Ming elucidated. The heavenly Tao seeks to utterly dominate Honghuang, steering along the trajectory he has predetermined. To accomplish this, he must continuously diminish the influence left by Father God Pangu in the Honghuang realm. Our Wu tribe, born of the essence of Father God's blood, embodies his will and represents the true legacy of Pangu. As long as our Wu tribe endures, Father God's influence cannot be completely eradicated. Thus, the heavenly Tao will endeavor to annihilate our Wu tribe. As for the demon tribe, they're merely pawns, meticulously selected by the heavenly Tao to engage in mutual attrition and conflict with our Wu tribe. The ultimate aim is to orchestrate a cataclysmic calamity that will leave both our tribes severely weakened, ultimately erasing us from the annals of Honghuang history. Upon hearing this, Gong Gong erupted in fury. How could Dijuan and Tai dare to contend with my Wu tribe? Such delusion. What of three pure ones? The previously silent Zhu Ming suddenly spoke. They are manifestations of Father God's primordial spirit, also true descendants of Pangu. Why does the heavenly Tao not strike against them? Wu Ming replied, the three pure ones bear the merits of creation and have taken Hongjun as their master. Hongjun, having attained unity with the Tao, now serves as the representative of the heavenly Tao. By aligning themselves with Hongjun, the three pure ones effectively submitted to the heavenly Tao's camp. To the heavenly Tao, they are no longer threats. Rather, they serve as instruments for maintaining balance within Honghuang. The ancestral deities fell into a profound silence, their expressions intricate. After a long pause, Di Jiang slowly spoke. So, brother, are you suggesting that our deliberate allowance of the demon clan's growth is a strategy to vanquish them with overwhelming force in a forthcoming conflict? Thus, we aim to demonstrate our formidable power to the heavenly Tao, making it aware that our Lich Clan cannot be treated as mere playthings, compelling it to exercise caution. Precisely, Wu Ming affirmed with a nod. However, Zhu Jiuyin expressed his concerns, saying, wouldn't this approach merely incite the heavenly Tao to regard us with even greater trepidation, intensifying its desire to obliterate our Lich Clan? Wu Ming replied, that is indeed a possibility. However, it is crucial for you to understand that whether we display our strength or not, the heavenly Tao's intent to eradicate our clan remains unaltered. Therefore, rather than allowing it to plot against us in the shadows without restraint, it is better to assert our power openly, instilling within it a sense of caution that deters rash actions. Although the heavenly Tao is formidable, it is not omnipotent. It dares not directly annihilate our Lich Clan, nor does it have the audacity to exterminate us. Instead, it seeks to achieve its goal of our destruction through the support of proxies, inciting calamities. As long as we are powerful enough to render any faction it supports devoid of certainty in victory, and formidable enough that every scheme it devises incurs a significant cost, it will naturally be inclined to restrain itself. This way, we can secure valuable time for the development of our clan. Otherwise, if we are perpetually embroiled in countering various conspiracies, how will we find the energy to enhance ourselves and comprehend the Tao? At this juncture, Wu Ming's demeanor turned particularly grave as he regarded his 12 younger siblings. Especially you 12, in your future endeavors, exercise utmost caution. Do not act recklessly or impulsively, and remain vigilant against the schemes of the unscrupulous. The great array of the heavenly gods is currently our strongest trump card, the very foundation that deters malevolent forces. Yet, the array's greatest vulnerability lies within us, the arrangers. Should any one of you fall, or if circumstances lead to a shortage of participants in the formation, the power of the great array will be significantly diminished, potentially rendering it ineffective. Thus, at all times and in all situations, refrain from impulsive actions, and be wary not to fall into the enemy's traps that could ensnare you in peril. Zhou Ming delivered this admonition with great solemnity. The 12 ancestral deities felt a chill run through them, their expressions turning grave. Though they were fierce, they were not foolish, and they understood the weight of Zhou Ming's words. Rest assured, brother. Di Jiang was the first to respond, his expression serious. We shall proceed with caution, allowing no opportunity for the enemy to exploit. Have no worries, we will be vigilant. Zhu Rong set aside his usual exuberance and spoke earnestly. We understand. The other ancestral deities echoed in unison. Zhou Ming regarded them with a slow nod and declared, "Immediately summon all the sons of the Lich Clan scattered across the vast wilderness back to Mount Buzhou, gathering them at the Pangu Hall. A great battle is imminent." The 12 ancestral deities replied, "Yes, brother." Chapter 61. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Upon concluding his discussions in the heavenly court, Fuxi made his way directly back to Fengqi Mountain, without lingering in the celestial realm. At this moment, he sat face to face with Nuwa, who wore a furrowed brow, her gaze fixed upon her elder brother, her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible anxiety. "Brother, the demonic clan's mobilization is formidable. They are evidently determined to engage the shaman clan in a decisive battle. This conflict is perilous, and I hope you will refrain from participating in this war." Fuxi, taken aback by her words, let out a light chuckle. "Why not?" His voice remained calm, albeit laced with confusion. Nuwa's expression grew serious. "Brother, in this battle between the shamans and demons, the odds are not in the demons' favor. They may very well face defeat. Why would you wade into these troubled waters, risking your safety alongside Dijuan and Tai?" "Ha ha!" Fuxi erupted into hearty laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "Impossible. Sister, that is absolutely inconceivable." He waved his hand decisively. "The grand formation of the Zhou Tian star array, which I devised in collaboration with my friend Dijuan, possesses boundless power. Once this array is established, drawing upon the celestial forces, there will be no adversary beneath the level of a sage. Even a true sage must tread carefully in its presence. In this battle, the advantage lies with our demonic clan. How could we possibly lose? Sister, do not trouble yourself. In this decisive battle against the shamans, victory is assured for our kin. Once we vanquish the shaman clan, our demons will unify the primordial chaos with the might of our triumph. At that time, perhaps Dijuan and Tai will seize the opportunity to achieve enlightenment and ascend to sagehood. Then, sister, you can devote yourself to comprehending your primordial purple energy without any lingering concerns." Observing her brother's demeanor, Nuwa's anxiety deepened. Taking a deep breath, she spoke with utmost seriousness. "Brother, I speak only the truth. I am not jesting. The demons face grave peril in this conflict." Noticing Nuwa's unusually earnest expression, Fuxi's smile gradually faded, replaced by confusion. "Sister, why are you so certain?" "I'm intimately familiar with the power of the Zhou Tian star array that I developed with Dijuan. Even if the ancestral shamans possess quasi-saint cultivation and formidable physical strength, they will undoubtedly be unable to withstand the array's might. They stand no chance of victory." Unable to comprehend why Nuwa was so convinced of the demon's impending defeat, he remained perplexed. Sensing his skepticism, Nuwa sighed softly, realizing that she needed to present undeniable evidence to convince her brother. Thus, she resolved to reveal the entire situation. "Brother, during your retreat to devise the formation, I visited the Wumings with the Sanqing, Jiejing, and Zhuanti." Fuxi's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "How could the six of you visit Wumings together? Wumings is reclusive, and we share no deep connections. Moreover, the Sanqing are proud beings. How could they accompany those from the West?" Nuwa explained, "Brother, Do you not recall that prior to your retreat, you sent word to me, stating your intention to collaborate with Dijuan on the Zhou Tian star array? Fushi nodded. I certainly remember. At that time, I was uncertain how long the retreat would last before I could successfully deduce the grand formation. Wishing to alleviate your concerns, dear sister, I sent you a message. However, I pondered, what connection does this have with your visit to Zhou Ming? Niwa sighed. Brother, allow me to elaborate. Upon receiving your message and learning that Dijuan was deciphering such a terrifying killing formation, I felt a deep unease. I had been contemplating the primordial purple chi for quite some time, yet I remained at a loss, unable to find the key, which only intensified my anxiety. In desperation, I sought out the 3 purities and the others, hoping to unite our 6 powers to collectively comprehend the primordial purple chi, in hopes of discovering a glimmer of opportunity to attain sanctification. Alas, sighed, despite our united efforts in seclusion for a century, we were still utterly baffled and gained nothing. What? Upon hearing this, Fushi displayed an expression of disbelief. You 6 joined forces and were unable to decipher the path to sanctification? How is this even possible? He thought that these 6, all future saints endowed with the primordial purple chi, should have achieved some insights through their collaboration. Niwa offered a bittersweet smile. Indeed. At that time, we were all rather disheartened, even questioning whether the primordial purple chi bestowed by the Tao Ancestor could genuinely assist us in attaining sanctification. Fushi inquired, puzzled, how does this relate to your search for Zhou Ming? Niwa responded, Brother, do you still remember when our friend Han Yun relinquished that primordial purple chi to Kuanpeng? Naturally, I remember. Fushi nodded. This incident caused quite a stir in the wilderness, and even now, many powerful beings still discuss it in hushed tones. It is indeed strange that Han Yun so readily abandoned the foundation for sanctification. In retrospect, he likely received guidance from Zhou Ming, prompting such a stunning act. Correct, Niwa affirmed. We too speculated thus. Zhou Ming acts mysteriously, yet often perceives the heavenly mechanisms. Han Yun's affair is most likely connected to him. Since he could advise Han Yun, he must possess some understanding of the mysteries of the primordial purple chi. Hence, we approached him in the hope of gleaning some guidance from his words. What was the outcome? Did you receive the information you sought from him? Niwa nodded. Though her expression was somewhat complex, each of us 6 paid a price. We did indeed acquire some information regarding the primordial purple chi from Zhou Ming. However, this information was not entirely satisfactory. What do you mean by that? Fushi asked, intrigued. Niwa replied slowly. According to Zhou Ming, we 6 are destined to become saints, assuredly attaining sanctification in the future. However, our time has not yet come. Until then, no matter how hard we strive, we cannot comprehend the primordial purple chi. When the moment for our sanctification arrives, we shall not need to force it. The understanding will come naturally, allowing us to grasp the primordial purple chi and achieve our path to sainthood. Fushi was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications of such a statement. The ordained sage? The opportunity has yet to arrive? He furrowed his brow in skepticism and queried, Sister, could it be that he is merely speaking nonsensically, deliberately mocking you? Niwa shook her head, asserting, in this circumstance, it seems rather unlikely. Deceiving us, the 6 future sages, would bring him and his Wu clan no advantage. Instead, it would irrevocably offend us. Although Zhou Ming is enigmatic, his actions have always been measured, and he does not strike me as someone who would engage in such foolishness. Fushi contemplated her words for a moment, conceding, indeed, that makes sense. However, sister, how does this relate to your urging me not to partake in the impending battle between the witches and the demons? Niwa inhaled deeply and replied, Brother, at that time, in my effort to persuade the 3 purities to agree to comprehend the primordial purple energy alongside Jane and Puti, I, in a moment of desperation, divulged the information regarding the demon clan's ongoing development of the great array of celestial bodies. What? Fushi's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, Sister, how could you disclose such matters to them? Observing Fushi's anger, Niwa's face reflected a hint of remorse, and she spoke softly, Brother, in that moment. My sole focus was on swiftly grasping the primordial purple energy, so that we might secure a place of refuge and purpose for both of us. In my haste, I neglected to consider the repercussions. Seeing the guilt etched on Yuwa's face, Fushi's ire began to dissipate, ultimately transforming into a deep sigh. He understood her intentions all too well. Jun and Tai Yi were ambitious and tyrannical, certainly not benevolent figures. Throughout the years, Fushi had diligently navigated the demon court, not merely for himself, but to carve out a sliver of hope for both him and his sister. Nuwa, sensing that Fushi was not overly harsh, felt a slight reassurance and continued this matter. It eventually reached Wu Ming's ears. Brother, do you know how Wu Ming reacted upon hearing the news of the demon clan's endeavor to develop the great array of celestial bodies? Chapter 62. Nuwa's decision. Fushi felt a stirring in his heart, a vague sense of foreboding. What was his reaction? Nuwa articulated each word with care. He exhibited not the slightest hint of panic, remaining extraordinarily composed, even his brow unwrinkled. Moreover, for so many years, the Witch Clan had been acutely aware of the Demon Clan's ongoing formation of a grand array, yet they had taken no decisive actions, allowing the Demon Clan to flourish unchecked. Brother, have you ever considered what this might signify? Upon hearing her words, Fushi's pupils constricted sharply. He was not a fool. With Nuwa's words laid bare, he could no longer remain oblivious to the underlying significance. This implies that the Witch Clan has likely devised a countermeasure. They harbor no fear of the Demon Clan's celestial array. Indeed, they possess absolute confidence in their ability to triumph over the Demon Clan, array and all. Precisely, Nuwa nodded firmly. The Witch Clan likely wields the means to counter the celestial array. Furthermore, they may possess the power to utterly vanquish the Demon Clan. Otherwise, how could Wu Ming remain so unperturbed? How could the Witch Clan idly watch the Demon Clan grow in strength? Thus, I implore you, dear brother, to refrain from participating in this impending conflict between the witches and the demons, lest you find yourself in peril. The odds of victory for the Demon Clan in this battle appear exceedingly slim. She paused momentarily before adding, moreover, the Witch Clan possesses such formidable strength, yet has never proactively instigated a conflict to annihilate the Demon Clan and subsequently claim dominion over the wilderness. Does this not suggest that the Witch Clan may indeed, as Wu Ming asserted, lack ambitions of hegemony over the wilderness? If that is the case, why must the Demon Clan relentlessly confront the Witch Clan, engaging in a struggle to the death? Fushi fell silent. Nuwa's words washed over him like a cold deluge, extinguishing much of the fervor he had felt in anticipation of the celestial array. After a long while, he spoke slowly, his voice tinged with bitterness. Sister, do you think I am unaware of these truths? It is simply that the Witch Clan is too powerful, like a mountain looming over the heads of the Demon Clan. Jun and Tai Yi, those two ambitious individuals, aspire to unify the wilderness and establish an everlasting celestial court for the Demon Clan. Could such formidable figures tolerate the presence of a powerful force like the Witch Clan on this land? With adversaries so close, how could they allow others to rest peacefully? Thus, a conflict between the witches and the demons is inevitable. Since you acknowledge the Demon Clan's slim chances of victory, why must you wade into such murky waters? Would it not be better for us, as siblings, to remain in the tranquility of Fengqi Mountain, engaging in secluded cultivation and comprehending the great Tao, far removed from strife? Yet Fushi shook his head, gazing at Nuwa with a complex expression. No. It is precisely because the Demon Clan is likely to fail that I feel compelled to partake in this battle. Brother, Nuwa was both exasperated and anxious. Why must you act so unwisely? If the Demon Clan were to falter in this conflict, would your involvement not place you in unnecessary peril? Fushi regarded his anxious sister, a wry smile gracing his lips. Sister, please allow me to finish my thoughts. If, in this war of the Lich, the Demon Clan were to emerge victorious, then all will be well. However, should they suffer defeat, Jun and Tai Yi would inevitably grow even more covetous of the primordial purple energy, perhaps resorting to desperate and unscrupulous measures. At that juncture, the primordial purple energy in the possession of Kuan Peng would no longer be secure. Yet, With only one such energy in existence, how could it suffice for the two of them? They would undoubtedly devise means to seize the primordial purple energy from others. The three purities, united as one, are formidable, with deep-rooted strength that is not to be trifled with. Thus, their focus would solely rest upon you and the two from the west, Jane and Zhundi. Both of them possess primordial purple energy, and to take it, they must contend with two adversaries simultaneously. Should one manage to escape, it would pose a grave threat to Dijun and Tai, a peril that they could not afford to ignore. As for us siblings, you alone hold the primordial purple energy. If they can find a way to restrain me and seize your energy, we would truly become mere fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. However, if I continue to serve within the demon court, even in the event of our defeat, Dijun and Tai, you would hesitate to act openly against you, lest they instill fear in their ranks. At that time, with my mediation and clever guidance, I could redirect the calamity towards Jane and Zhundi of the West. If we can buy time until you attain the status of a sage, our predicament shall naturally resolve itself. Conversely, if I choose to withdraw and refrain from participating in this war, then after the demon clan's defeat, Dijun and Tai would have ample justification and pretext to deal with us. Therefore, sister, do you comprehend? In this war of the Lich, regardless of victory or defeat, I must partake. Upon hearing Fushi's words, Niwa was left utterly speechless. She had never fathomed the complexity of the calculations at play. Hastily, she replied, "Brother, there is no need for such perilous risks. I have already forged an alliance with the three purities, Jane and Zhundi, to stand together in the future. Should Dijun and Tai dare to act against me, they shall not remain idle." Fushi, however, could only manage a wry smile and shook his head. "Oh, mais sister, how can you be so foolish at such a critical moment? In the savage realm of Hong Wong, the most reliable ally is always one's own strength. Alliances and agreements are but mere embellishments. When faced with life and death, how much can they truly be trusted? Do you believe Dijun and Tai to be mere trifles? They wield control over the great array of the celestial bodies. Even if they cannot overcome the Lich, do you think they cannot deal with others? Should they face defeat, enraged and humiliated, they could directly deploy the great array of the celestial bodies, threatening the three pure ones and the Western duo, compel them to forsake their alliance with you, and vow never to seize their primordial purple chi. Do you believe that, at that juncture, the three pure ones and those two from the West would choose to confront the utterly deranged Emperor Juntai, who wields an unparalleled killing formation, all for the sake of an outsider like you? Would they? Niwa fell into a profound silence. She had to concede that Fushi's words were likely to come to fruition, for were the roles reversed, and she found herself in the position of choosing between her own safety and a so-called covenant. She too might very well make the same decision. The human heart is the most fragile of entities, especially in this primordial realm where the weak are devoured by the strong, and the great Tao contends. Fushi observed Niwa's despondent demeanor and realized that she had absorbed his words. He softened his tone, speaking gently. "Thus, I must partake in this impending conflict. However, rest assured, I shall exercise utmost caution and will not act recklessly. Should the situation turn dire, I will ensure my escape at the earliest opportunity, prioritizing my own survival above all else. I shall not engage in any futile sacrifice, so do not trouble yourself with worry for me." He paused, then allowed a hint of a smile to grace his features. "Moreover, did not the shaman oracle proclaim that you are a fated sage, destined to attain sanctity? Perhaps, in consideration of your future as a sage, he might discreetly advise the shaman clan to show mercy and spare my life." Upon hearing Fushi's last jest, a flicker of light suddenly ignited in Niwa's previously dim eyes. Indeed, she abruptly lifted her head. Her brother's words held merit. In an instant, Niwa resolved that upon her brother's return to the heavenly court, she would journey once more to Mount Buzhou. Regardless of the cost, she would demand a promise from the shaman oracle to protect her brother Fushi's life during the war of the witches and demons. Fushi watched as his sister's expression shifted, ultimately revealing a sense of relief. He rose and gently patted her shoulder. "Very well, It is settled thus. Do not overthink it. Focus on your cultivation instead. There are pressing matters in the heavenly court that I must attend to. With that, Fushi turned and strode purposefully toward the hall's exit. Nuwa gazed at her brother's departing figure, biting her lip in resolve. Brother, you need not worry. I shall ensure your safety. Chapter 63. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun aid the Wu clan beneath the ginseng fruit tree. Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi sat across from each other, the ethereal aroma of spirit tea wafting from the stone table. Yet, none possessed the inclination to savor the brew. Ever since the unsettling movements within the demon clan came to light, Hong Yun understood that Di Jun and Tai Yi were genuinely poised to strike against the Wu clan. He could not afford to delay, even for a moment, and hurriedly made his way to the Wuzhuang temple to confer with Jin Yuanzi. The demon clan could no longer suppress its ambitions. Hong Yun spoke first, his voice tinged with an undeniable gravity. After lying dormant for over 10,000 years, the demon clan was now mobilizing with great fanfare. It appeared that they were resolutely intent on engaging the Wu clan in a life-and-death struggle, preparing for a true showdown. Jin Yuanzi lifted his teacup, gently blowing at the floating tea leaves, his tone steady. Indeed, Di Jun and Tai Yi have bided their time for millennia. Their aspirations are far from trivial. Their current full-scale mobilization indicates they believe the moment has arrived, and they possess unwavering confidence in their victory. When Taoist Zhou Ming returned the land scroll, I had the opportunity to discuss this matter with him. I had not anticipated that Di Jun and Tai Yi could endure for so long. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun's spirit was invigorated. Oh, what did Taoist Zhou Ming say at that time? Did he propose any countermeasures? Jin Yuanzi reminisced about the conversation, speaking slowly. Taoist Zhou Ming asserted that the demon clan did not yet possess the qualifications for a true confrontation with the Wu clan. What? Hong Yun sprang to his feet, incredulity etched across his face. Not qualified? Did you hear that correctly, Jin Yuanzi? How many forces has the demon clan consolidated? Di Jun and Tai Yi are not to be underestimated. As he spoke, he suddenly slapped his forehead, returning to his seat, though his tone had softened considerably. Look at my memory. I nearly forgot. The Wu clan is still under the protection of Taoist Zhou Ming. With Taoist Zhou Ming present, the Wu clan indeed possesses the confidence to stand firm against the demon clan's heavenly court. Mentioning Zhou Ming, Jin Yuanzi's expression eased slightly, and he nodded. Taoist Zhou Ming is profoundly inscrutable. This is a truth I naturally trust. However, his tone shifted, a shadow of concern crossing his brow. Yet, I still harbor some unease. Why do you say that? Hong Yun inquired, his expression growing serious. Jin Yuanzi looked at Hong Yun, his demeanor more somber. If this were 10,000 years ago, at the height of the demon clan's power, I would not have been so worried about a war with the Wu clan. I was certain that, given the Wu clan's strength, victory would be assured. But now, he paused, his voice heavy. The demon clan has waited patiently for a full 10 millennia before choosing this moment to strike. Over this extensive duration, Di Jun and Tai Yi, those ambitious figures, would not have idled. What formidable power have they secretly amassed, and what hidden trump cards have they prepared? No one can ascertain. If they did not possess absolute confidence, why would they choose this moment to unleash their full might and confront the Wu clan in a final battle? In the present day, can the Witch clan truly claim an effortless victory against the demon clan, which is prepared for a millennium, as my esteemed friend Zhou Ming suggests? Upon hearing Jin Yuanzi's analysis, the ease that once graced Hong Yun's countenance gradually faded, replaced by a profound solemnity. Indeed, the demon clan was once a formidable force that stood toe-to-toe with the Witch clan. Di Jun and Tai Yi were, without question, the most illustrious figures of the Primordial era, their intellect and cunning unmatched by ordinary beings. After a millennium of preparation, could the Witch clan genuinely triumph over the demon clan, as Zhou Ming had proclaimed? Hong Yun felt a deep uncertainty within. He shook his head, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous thoughts, and his gaze regained its steadfast resolve. Regardless of the circumstances, Hong Yun declared with unwavering conviction, I, Hong Yun, shall plunge into this tumultuous fray. No matter the schemes and machinations the demon clan may devise, and regardless of the odds the Witch Clan faces in this battle, I am determined to lend my assistance. Were it not for Zhou Ming's guidance in the past, I would still be entangled in my fate with the Kunpeng, unsure of when it might conclude. This debt of gratitude I shall never forget. Now, with the Witch Clan in peril, how could I stand idly by? Zhen Yuanzi nodded solemnly in agreement. Your words resonate profoundly. The matter concerning the Kunpeng indeed stems from Zhou Ming's insightful direction. I shall accompany you on this venture. Surprised, Hong Yan quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, Ah, Zhen Yuanzi, why do you insist on this? We both understand that the conflict between the witch and demon clans is no trivial matter, often leading to dire consequences. The journey to Mount Buzhou will undoubtedly be fraught with danger, where life and death hang in the balance. You have little direct entanglement with the Witch Clan. It is truly unwarranted for you to risk your life for my personal affairs. I appreciate your intentions, but I implore you to refrain from participating. Zhen Yuanzi, however, laughed heartily, his laughter imbued with a sense of nonchalance and determination. Hong Yan, why do you speak thus? Our friendship spans countless years. Do you truly perceive me as one who fears for my life? We forged our bond with Zhou Ming in humble beginnings, sharing kindred spirits and becoming confidants. Such camaraderie cannot be easily severed by mere peril. If Zhou Ming once acted on my behalf, how can I, Zhen Yuanzi, merely stand by while my friend is in danger? Therefore, there is no need for further persuasion. My resolve is firm. I am committed to assisting you. He paused momentarily, revealing a more relaxed smile in an effort to ease the heavy atmosphere. Moreover, the situation may not be as perilous as we envision. After millennia of dormancy, could Zhou Ming truly remain oblivious to the demon clan's intentions without making preparations? With his wisdom and cunning, perhaps he has already discerned the demon clan's every plot and has laid a meticulous trap, waiting for them to unwittingly ensnare themselves. Perhaps my visit this time is merely a flourish, a means to bolster the atmosphere, and to play the role of an onlooker, simply to witness the commotion. Upon hearing Zhen Yuanzi's words, Hong Yan's concerns lessened somewhat, and he was also infected by his optimistic demeanor, bursting into hearty laughter. Oxidin, I am grateful for your kind words, my friend. I hope, as you say, this journey is nothing more than a spectacle. However, even if it is just to wave our flags in support, we must let Taoist Zhou Ming know that he has us as friends. In light of this, we need not linger here any longer. The battle between the witches is imminent, and it could erupt at any moment. We should hasten to Mount Buzhou and unite with Taoist Zhou Ming and the others. The earlier we arrive, the more confidence we can instill in Taoist Zhou Ming. Zhen Yuanzi nodded in agreement. Indeed, time is of the essence. Let us set off at once. With that, the two no longer hesitated, their figures transforming into two streaks of light, soaring out of Wuzhuang Temple, racing towards Mount Buzhou. At Mount Buzhou, before the Pangu Hall, two figures descended. None other than Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yan, who had raced all the way from Mount Wanshou. Is Taoist Zhou Ming present? Hong Yan called out loudly. I am Hong Yan, accompanied by Taoist Zhen Yuanzi, here to pay a visit. His voice echoed far and wide, penetrating the ancient and weathered Pangu Hall. Before long, the hall's doors slowly opened, revealing the silhouette of Zhou Ming at the entrance. It is Taoist Hong Yan and Taoist Zhen Yuanzi. You have traveled from afar. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please, enter the hall for discussion. Taoist Zhou Ming is too kind. We have intruded, and I hope you will not take offense. The two followed Zhou Ming into the Pangu Hall. Inside the Pangu Hall, Hong Yan, with his eager temperament, spoke first. Taoist Zhou Ming, you must surely be aware that the demon army has assembled, their forces aimed directly at your clan. Taoist Zhen Yuanzi and I have come not for any other reason, but to lend you our support, to stand with your clan against the demon horde. Zhen Yuanzi nodded solemnly beside him, affirming, what Taoist Hong Yan has stated reflects my own sentiments. Though we are but a small force, we are willing to contribute our humble strength for your clan and for you, my friend. Chapter 64. The visit of Nuwa. With a serene smile and a tone imbued with gravity, Zhou Ming expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Esteemed friends, Your noble intentions are deeply appreciated by the entire Wu clan. He paused momentarily before continuing. We had anticipated the matters concerning the Demon Clan and have devised our countermeasures. However, the fact that both of you have chosen to arrive at this critical juncture speaks volumes of your camaraderie, which shall remain etched in our hearts. Upon hearing Wu Ming's words, Hong Yun and Zhun Yuanzi exchanged glances, both feeling a significant weight lifted from their hearts. Hong Yun shook his demeanor noticeably more relaxed. Zhun Yuanzi, your predictions have proven remarkably accurate. Indeed, Wu Ming is well prepared. It seems our visit may merely serve as spectators, observing the unfolding spectacle and fortifying our presence. With a teasing tone, he added, Wu Ming, when your clan displays its might, be sure to reserve us a prime spot for viewing. Zhen Yuanzi also smiled, nodding slightly. It is splendid to witness such a display. The more leisurely we are, the greater testament it is to Wu Ming's thorough preparations, allowing me to rest easy. He raised the teacup from the stone table in a gesture of respect towards Wu Ming. Allow me to extend my early congratulations to you, my friend, for your assured victory. Wu Ming, hearing the light-hearted banter from his friends, merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. The atmosphere within the Pangu Hall lightened considerably. As the three savored the spiritual tea and engaged in casual conversation about recent events in the Primordial realm, a sudden, cool female voice shattered the tranquility of the hall. Wu Ming, this is Niuhua, here to pay a visit. The voice resounded clearly, penetrating the sanctum. Wu Ming, Hong Yun, and Jin Yuanzi were momentarily taken aback. Niuhua, what could bring her here? Exchanging glances laden with curiosity, Hong Yun and Zhun Yuanzi silently questioned the implications of her arrival, particularly amidst the imminent conflict between the Demon and Wu clans. Without a word, they turned their attention to Wu Ming, awaiting his decision. A barely perceptible flicker crossed Wu Ming's brow before he regained his composure. Addressing Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi, he stated, since Niuhua has graced us with her presence, it would be remiss of us to neglect our manners. Let us proceed to welcome her. Sharing a knowing look, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun nodded in agreement. Very well. The three then rose and made their way outside the Pangu Hall. Outside, Niuhua stood gracefully before the hall, adorned in a simple yet elegant palace gown, exuding an air of tranquility and extraordinary poise, her unmatched beauty hard to conceal. Upon seeing Wu Ming, Hong Yun, and Zhun Yuanzi emerge, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Wu Ming bowed respectfully. Niuhua, it is a pleasure to see you well. Zhun Yuanzi and Hong Yun followed suit, offering their greetings. We honor you, Niuhua. Niuhua nodded slightly in return. Greetings to the three esteemed friends. Her gaze swept over Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, and she remarked softly, I did not expect to find both Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun here as well. Wu Ming turned slightly, gesturing for her to enter. Lady Niuhua, having traveled such a distance, please do come into the hall for a discussion. It will be a labor of love. Niuhua softly acknowledged with a few words and followed Wu Ming and the others back into the Pangu Hall. Inside, the guests took their seats. Unlike the previous light-hearted atmosphere, the arrival of Niuhua infused the hall with an indescribable subtlety. Wu Ming sat at the head of the table, his gaze fixed upon Niuhua, and he was the first to shatter the silence. Why is it that you, dear friend Niuhua, are not secluded in Fengqi Mountain, contemplating the great Tao? What brings you to our humble Pangu Hall on this day? Upon hearing Wu Ming's inquiry, both Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzi turned their attention to Niuhua, their eyes brimming with curiosity about her true intentions. It was well known that the impending war between the Wu and Yao clans was on the horizon, ready to erupt. As the sovereign of the Yao clan, Niuhua had distanced herself from the likes of Emperor Jun and Tai over the years. Nevertheless, her solitary visit to the Wu clan during such a precarious time was indeed perplexing. Niuhua raised her eyes to meet Wu Ming's, casting a discreet glance at Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun beside her. She hesitated, her lips moving silently as if to speak, yet no words escaped. Her demeanor conveyed a clear message. Some matters were not meant to be shared in the presence of others. Both Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, perceptive as they were, readily discerned Niuhua's intent. Exchanging glances, Zhen Yuanzai stood first and, bowing to Wu Ming, said, "Esteemed friend Wu Ming, since Lady Niuhua has urgent matters to discuss, Han Yun and I shall excuse ourselves for a brief moment. You may converse with Lady Niuhua in peace." Han Yun quickly rose in agreement, adding, "Indeed, indeed. It would be rather awkward for us to remain." "There's no need for such formalities," Wu Ming interjected, gesturing for them to stay. He then turned to Niuhua, his expression earnest and open. "Lady Niuhua, both Zhen Yuanzai and Han Yun are dear friends of mine. Given the imminent conflict between the Wu and Yao clans, they have made a special journey to Mount Buzhou, wishing to lend their support to our clan, an act of profound loyalty. They are not outsiders. If you have matters to discuss, please feel free to speak freely in their presence." At Wu Ming's words, warmth enveloped the hearts of Han Yun and Zhen Yuanzai. Particularly, Han Yun felt so touched that he nearly pledged on the spot, declaring that for Wu Ming's sake, he would brave any peril. Thus, Zhen Yuanzai and Han Yun refrained from insisting further and took their seats again, albeit their gazes remained curious as they turned towards Niuhua. Niuhua fell silent for a moment, contemplating Wu Ming's candid expression and the varying reactions of Han Yun and Zhen Yuanzai beside her. Her thoughts swirled in her mind. Initially, she had intended to discuss matters privately with Wu Ming due to their significance. The more individuals privy to the knowledge, the greater the unpredictability. However, given Wu Ming's insistence, it was evident he did not wish for Han Yun and Zhen Yuanzai to withdraw. Very well then, with matters having come to this point, any further concealment would only portray her as petty. Moreover, since Wu Ming places such profound trust in these two individuals, it is reasonable to assume they are not prone to slander. Contemplating this, Niuhua took a deep breath and finally made up her mind. She raised her head, her gaze fixed upon Wu Ming, and spoke slowly, her voice tinged with earnestness. "Esteemed Taoist Wu Ming, I have indeed come here with a request. I sincerely hope that you might grant it." Upon hearing this, Wu Ming's thoughts whirled, and he replied calmly, "Oh, pray tell, what is it that could compel Taoist in Hua to use the term request? Speak freely, and should it be within my capacity, I shall not decline." Niuhua bit her lip lightly, as if steeling herself for a momentous decision. "In this impending battle between the witches and the demons, my brother Fushi, due to various circumstances, must inevitably partake. I am aware that given the strength of the Witch Clan, the odds are severely against the demons. Thus, the Witch Clan shall undoubtedly emerge victorious." She lifted her gaze, earnestness evident, with a barely perceptible tremor. "Therefore, I beseech you, Taoist, to show mercy towards my brother and spare his life." Chapter 65. The conditions of Wu Ming what? A sudden shock coursed through Han Yun Doran's heart. His eyes widened as he gazed at Niuhua, then at Wu Ming. Disbelief etched across his face. Zhen Yuanzai, too, furrowed his brow, forgetting to place down the teacup in his hand, clearly taken aback by Niuhua's astonishing request. This is the decisive battle between the witch and demon clans. On the battlefield, life and death hang by a thread, and with swords and blades flying, who can guarantee absolute restraint? Moreover, Fushi is the emperor of the demon clan, one of the masters of the great array of the constellations, posing a significant threat to the witch clan. Niuhua's request is indeed an unreasonable demand. If the witch clan were to acquiesce, they would inevitably be constrained on the battlefield to protect Fushi, potentially incurring unnecessary casualties. Upon hearing Niuhua's words, Wu Ming comprehended the underlying meaning and mused that, as anticipated, negotiations could proceed. Affecting a contemplative demeanor, he finally spoke slowly. "Niuhua, my friend, your request is somewhat overbearing. This battle between our clans is a fight for survival, the perilous nature of which, surely you are aware?" He sighed, his voice tinged with helplessness. On the battlefield, swords do not discern. In the ensuing chaos, where cries of battle fill the air and rivers run red with blood, my kin from the Witch Clan are brave and unyielding. Once their bloodlust is ignited, even I may struggle to maintain control. To ask me to deliberately spare your brother under such circumstances, how could that possibly be feasible? Niuhua's complexion paled slightly. She was all too aware of the difficulty of this request. "I understand that this demand is indeed excessive. However, Fushi is my only brother, and I cannot bear to see him march towards death. If you are willing to agree to spare his life, I shall fulfill any condition you propose, as long as it is within my power." Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun inhaled sharply, exchanging glances in astonishment. Niwa had made such a statement, especially among such formidable beings of the primordial world. A promise once made leaves no room for retraction. Hong Yun opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by a glance from Zhen Yuanzi. This was a matter between Zhou Ming and Niwa. They dared not interfere. A glimmer of insight flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes. He had been waiting for this very moment. With a light chuckle that dispelled the tension in the hall, he remarked, "Niwa, your bond with Fushi is truly touching." He shifted the conversation. "Very well, considering the depth of your friendship and your honesty. It is not impossible for me to show leniency towards Fushi." Hope ignited in Niwa's eyes instantly. However, Zhou Ming continued, "I do have a condition. Please speak." "Whatever the condition, I shall agree," Niwa hastily responded, fearing Zhou Ming might retract his offer. Zhou Ming regarded her steadily and stated, "It is quite simple. I do not seek any innate spiritual treasures from you. My condition is that after you attain sainthood in the future, you must perform 3 tasks for my witch clan." "What? Is it truly as simple as that?" Upon hearing this, Niwa was momentarily taken aback, her disbelief evident as she struggled to comprehend the words she had just heard. She had anticipated that Zhou Ming would impose some exceedingly harsh conditions, perhaps even demanding her immediate betrayal of the demon clan. To her astonishment, the request was merely 3 matters to be addressed after her ascension to sainthood. To her, these conditions seemed hardly significant at all. Beside her, Zhenyuzi and Hong Yun were equally astonished, exchanging bewildered glances. A knowing smile played upon Zhou Ming's lips as he affirmed, "Indeed, it is that simple. However, dear Niwa, you must consider carefully. These 3 matters, regardless of their nature, must be fulfilled without fail whenever the needs of my clan arise, with no room for evasion." "Very well," Niwa replied without hesitation, her agreement swift and resolute. The speed of her acceptance even caused Zhou Ming to raise an eyebrow, as if fearing she might retract her word at any moment. Internally, Zhou Ming chuckled, recognizing that the value of the 3 favors he requested was far beyond Niwa's current understanding. They were more precious than any treasure available in the present. "Good," Zhou Ming nodded solemnly. "Since you have agreed so readily, I, too, shall keep my word. In the upcoming battle between the witch and demon clans, my people will show mercy towards Fushi and will not take his life." With Zhou Ming's promise secured, Niwa felt a weight lifted from her heart. She exhaled deeply, her face reflecting genuine gratitude. "Thank you, Zhou Ming. I shall remember this kindness." She had not anticipated that the negotiations would proceed so smoothly. Initially, she had braced herself for a harsh demand or even an oath of allegiance. Instead, the conditions proposed were remarkably simple. "Now that the matter is settled, I shall not intrude further. Farewell," Niwa said, rising and bowing to Zhou Ming. "Farewell, Niwa. I shall not see you off," Zhou Ming replied with a slight nod. Niwa then acknowledged Hong Yun and Zhenyuzi with another nod before departing with a light step from the Pangu Hall. At this moment, her only thought was of her brother's safety. As for the 3 promises, those could be addressed in the future. Watching Niwa's retreating figure, Hong Yun could no longer contain his curiosity. He smacked his lips and addressed Zhou Ming. "Zhou Ming, you truly agreed to this? 3 tasks in exchange for Fushi's life, to be fulfilled after her ascension. Doesn't this seem somewhat unbalanced?" He hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his concern. Zhenyuzi also turned to Zhou Ming, his mind equally perplexed. Zhou Ming regarded his 2 friends with a leisurely smile, replying, "Ah, my friends, do you truly believe I have made a poor bargain? Is Fushi's life of such significance? To Niwa, it is indeed vital. For us, however, the difference between life and death holds little weight. The demon clan's defeat is already assured. One Fushi cannot alter the outcome. Yet, the favor of a future saint, willingly bestowed as 3 distinct acts of kindness, holds immeasurable value." Zhen Yuanzi pondered. "Are you suggesting that these 3 matters are not as straightforward as they appear?" Zhou Ming replied with a mysterious smile. "Whether they are simple or not lies entirely in one's perception. Often, The most seemingly simple promises can unleash astonishing power. Observing the puzzled expressions of the two, he continued. Nuwa's urgency to rescue her brother leads her to believe she has gained a tremendous advantage. Little does she know that the phrase after becoming a saint is the crux of the matter. Han Yun and Zhun Yuanzi listened, shrouded in confusion, yet seeing Wu Ming's assured demeanor. They refrained from further inquiries. They understood that this companion, Wu Ming, always acted with careful calculation and foresight. Changing the subject, Wu Ming waved his hand, his expression lightening. Let us not dwell on this. My friends have traveled far and deserve a proper welcome. Come, let us continue to savor our tea, and not allow trivial matters to disrupt our enjoyment. Haha, indeed. As Wu Ming suggests, Hong Yun exclaimed with a smile. The three exchanged knowing glances, and the Pangu Hall once again returned to its previous atmosphere of ease, as if the earlier discussion regarding the future saint's promise had merely been an inconsequential interlude. Chapter 66. The War of the Lich begins Heavenly Court. In the majestic Lingxiao Palace, the Emperor Jun resided upon his throne, enveloped in an imperial aura. Below him, the Eastern Emperor Tai, clad in a flowing golden robe, emanated a palpable sense of martial fervor. Brother, Tai stepped forward, his voice resonant. The great array of the stars has been meticulously rehearsed, and our demon warriors are poised and ready, their spirits soaring. It is time to utterly annihilate the Lich Clan, unify the wilderness, and establish an everlasting foundation. Your Majesty, the words of His Highness, the Eastern Emperor, ring true. We are willing to brave fire and water for Your Majesty, unflinchingly facing death. We beseech Your Majesty to mobilize against the Lich Clan and unify the wilderness. Annihilate the Lich Clan and restore our demon might. Today is the day to unify the wilderness. Upon hearing this, the assembly of demon saints and gods bowed deeply, their voices rising like thunder. They had awaited this day for far too long. Only Fushi stood silently to one side, his expression calm, concealing the thoughts churning within. Emperor Jun's gaze slowly fell upon him, his tone inscrutable. Fushi, what is your perspective on this matter? Fushi raised his head, meeting Emperor Jun's gaze, and spoke slowly, his voice devoid of excessive emotion. Your Majesty, the timing, the terrain, and the harmony of the people all favor our demon clan. The moment has arrived. Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in Emperor Jun's eyes as he abruptly rose. Excellent. Proclaim I decree. The demon army shall assemble. The target is Mount Buzhou. Today, I shall eradicate the Lich Clan from the wilderness. The banners of the demon court unfurled as countless demon soldiers surged forth like a torrential wave, their formidable presence soaring towards Mount Buzhou. Such a grand spectacle immediately stirred the entirety of the wilderness, drawing the attention of all toward Mount Buzhou. Kunlun Mountain. The three purities exchanged glances, Yuan sure scoffing. The demon clan is making quite a spectacle. Tai Ching, with an air of serenity, replied, This is destiny, as well as calamity. Let us go and observe. As the words left his lips, three streams of clear energy ascended, heading straight from Mount Buzhou. Mount Shumi. The Taoist of guidance wore a pained expression. Junior brother, this impending war between the witches and demons will be marked by rivers of blood and untold suffering. A great calamity for the wilderness. Yet, the Taoist of proficiency's eyes gleamed with insight. Elder brother, you err in your assessment. Within calamity lies opportunity. Let us go and see. Perhaps we might uncover some benefits. The two exchanged a knowing glance and transformed into two beams of golden light, their consciousness extending toward Mount Buzhou. In the sea of blood, the ancestor of the underworld cackled eerily, transforming into a streak of crimson light that shot skyward. On Phoenix Nest Mountain, Enwa stood atop the peak, gazing at the retreating demon army, her delicate hands clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. Brother, she could no longer contain herself. With a swift motion, she too made her way toward Mount Buzhou. She must witness this for herself, so that should calamity arise, she could swiftly plead for mercy on behalf of the Lich Clan. In that moment, every notable figure throughout the wilderness, regardless of their motivations, converged at the outskirts of Mount Buzhou, preparing to bear witness to this epic-defining battle that would shape the future of the wilderness. Zhixiao Palace. High above on the cloud platform, the venerable Hung Jun Daozu opened his eyes, his indifferent gaze penetrating the endless void, settling upon the majestic Mount Buzhou. His expression remained unperturbed, devoid of joy or sorrow, as if all was within his grasp. Beneath Mount Buzhou, a malevolent aura surged toward the heavens, and a miasma of monsters enveloped the air. The armies of the Witch and Lich clans, a dark mass stretching beyond sight, cast a pall of slaughter upon the entire realm. Countless eyes, hidden among the clouds or concealed in the void, were fixated upon this scene. Standing before the Witch army, Zhou Ming maintained a calm demeanor, gazing at his adversaries. Dijuan and Tai. Dijuan, Tai, I have awaited your arrival. Zhou Ming's voice, though soft, resounded clearly in every ear. Dijuan, clad in imperial robes and adorned with a crown, stood at the forefront of the monster army, facing Zhou Ming from a distance. He snorted disdainfully. Zhou Ming, for the battle of today. My demon clan has also prepared for a long time. Today marks the day of your clan's annihilation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming was not perturbed. Instead, he offered a slight smile. Dijuan, I am aware that you have specially arranged the celestial star formation to counter my witch clan. He paused before continuing. How fortuitous. My clan has also prepared a formation to contend with yours. To mitigate unnecessary casualties, shall we resolve this through a direct contest of formations? If your demon clan emerges victorious, my witch clan shall submit and accept whatever fate you deem fit. Dijuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhou Ming. What scheme was Zhou Ming concocting? Did he truly propose a contest of formations? Was he unaware of the formidable power of the celestial star formation? Or was there more at play? Thoughts raced through Dijuan's mind, yet he found himself with no option for retreat. The morale of the demon clan was high. To shy away from battle would tarnish their celestial reputation. Moreover, he held absolute confidence in the celestial star formation. Once deployed, beneath the saints, all would be mere ants. Very well, Dijuan replied in a deep tone. Let be, as you say. He called out Tai. At your command, prepare the formation. Yes, elder brother. Tai responded, raising the chaos bell high above, and commanded, Demon Clan, heed my orders, set the celestial star formation. With Tai's decree, 365 demon De Luo Jingxian wielded the great celestial star banners, channeling the power of the 365 primary stars. 14,800 demon Tai Jingxian held the lesser celestial star banners, corresponding to the auxiliary stars. Millions of demon soldiers and generals took their positions, continuously infusing their magical energies into the grand formation. In an instant, starlight radiated brilliantly, enveloping the battlefield of Mount Buzhou, an immense, boundless formation, harnessing the celestial powers of the heavens, gradually took shape. A terrifying pressure emanated from within the formation. The powerful beings of the primordial realm, witnessing this cataclysmic force, were all struck with awe. What a formidable formation! Is this the Demon Clan's trump card, the Celestial Star Formation? Truly, it lives up to its reputation. Channeling the power of the celestial stars, this formation seems insurmountable beneath the saints. As the Demon Clan set up the great formation of the heavenly stars, Zhou Ming maintained an air of tranquility. He addressed the 12 ancestral witches behind him with a low voice. Brothers and sisters, commence the formation. Yes, elder brother. The 12 ancestral witches responded in unison, soaring into the sky to occupy their respective positions. Suddenly, a presence more vast, ancient, and domineering than the great formation descended. At the very moment the formation took shape, a terrifying figure materialized at the center of the battlefield. This figure towered with an imposing stature, muscles coiling like serpents. Wielding a colossal axe that radiated an awe-inspiring pressure akin to that of the primordial creation, it was none other than the true form of Pangu. At this moment, the sacred site of the Witch Clan, the Pangu Hall, transformed into a streak of flowing light, hovering at the location of Pangu's heart, pulsating with immense energy as if the very heart of Pangu was beating. The great formation of the 13 heavenly gods was complete. The moment Pangu's true form manifested, An indescribable, terrifying pressure swept across the wilderness. Outside of Mount Buzhou, the three pure ones, upon witnessing the summoned true form of Pangu by the Witch Clan, were struck with astonishment. Father God, how is this possible? The Witch Clan, how could they summon the true form of our Father God? As they beheld the true form of Pangu, their faces turned pale, eyes wide with incredulity. Having been transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, they were most familiar with his aura. Though this manifestation was merely his true form, the overwhelming pressure and essence were unmistakably that of the Father God, Pangu. The other formidable beings of the wilderness, including Jin, Zhuanti, Nuwa, and the River of Hades, were equally dumbfounded, shaken to their core. The Great Pangu. This is the true form of the Great Pangu. The Witch Clan, they have actually summoned the true form of the Great Pangu. This is dire. The Demon Clan is likely to encounter insurmountable challenges. Han Yun and Xin Yuanzi exchanged glances, both recognizing the profound shock reflected in each other's eyes. This was merely the true form of Pangu, summoned by Zhou Ming and the 12 ancestral witches, and yet the oppressive sensation was already so formidable. They understood that within the Witch Clan there existed an even more unfathomable figure, their companion Zhou Ming. Should that ally join forces with the 12 ancestral witches to summon Pangu's true form, how powerful might it be? The two dared not contemplate further. Within the Demon Clan's formation, Emperor Jun and Tai gazed at the towering true form of Pangu, their expressions darkening to an extent that it seemed they could weep from their gloom. They had never imagined that the Witch Clan harbored such a terrifying trump card. The summoning of the true form of Pangu was akin to cheating. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Tai gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment and madness. The great formation of the heavenly stars may not necessarily be defeated. Emperor Jun fixated on the true form of Pangu, his heart tumultuous. Yet, as the demon emperor, he compelled himself to regain composure. Who would emerge victorious remained uncertain. In the Zixiao Palace beyond the 33 heavens, the ever-aloof Hong Jun Daozu, who had been observing everything quietly, reacted the moment he witnessed the true form of Pangu take shape and the Panga Hall transform into its heart. On the tranquil visage of the ancient well, an unprecedented surge of tumultuous emotion surfaced. Pangu, it is inconceivable. He abruptly rose to his feet, his form wavering momentarily, and in an instant vanished from the Purple Heaven Palace, hastening towards the primordial earth with unparalleled swiftness. Chapter 67. The celestial array of the Zhou sky versus the 13 divine killing array on the battlefield of Buzhou Mountain, where the atmosphere is thick with the scent of impending slaughter. The battle cry, kill, kill, of the witches and the demons resonates through the heavens, as boundless malice and demonic energy collide, casting a pall over the world. In the next moment, the two magnificent formations clash with a resounding impact. Zhou Ming and the 12 ancestor witches jointly manipulate the towering form of Pangu, gripping the phantom of the acts of creation. As they collide violently with the Zhou sky array, led by Emperor Jun and Tai, with a thunderous shout of slash, Zhou Ming's arm swings fiercely. The colossal axe cleaves through the air with unparalleled might, striking down upon the Zhou sky array of the Demon Clan. The earth-shattering sound reverberates through the primordial chaos. The Zhou sky array, formed by countless demons, shakes violently under this cataclysmic blow. The starlight wanes, and numerous stellar phantoms flicker uncertainly, as if they might extinguish at any moment. For an instant, the formation falters. The 365 great Luo golden immortals of the Demon Clan, who maintain the formation, are pale with terror, and many demon gods spit blood, their energies sapped. How is this even possible? Tai roars within the array. The chaos clock in his hand trembles violently, striving to stabilize the formation as the might of Pangu's axe proves overwhelmingly tyrannical. Impel Yunis face darkens ominously, his gaze fixated on the form of Pangu, his heart tumultuous. The power of the 13 divine killing array exceeds all his expectations. With but a single strike, the Zhou sky array teeters on the brink of collapse. Outside Buzhou Mountain, All the mighty beings witnessing the battle gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Awed by the horrifying spectacle. By the heavens! This Pangu form is truly terrifying. The Zhou sky array nearly cleaved asunder by a single axe. The Sanqing exchanged glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. Yuan Shirtian Zun opens his mouth to speak, but find his throat parched. Taiching Laozi's brow is furrowed, his hand gripping the dragon-headed crutch, trembling slightly. Tong Tian Jiaozhu's eyes shine brightly as he murmurs, "Splendid! What a Pangu form! What an axe of creation!" The expression of Jin Daoist grows increasingly grave, while the nearby Xun Ti Daoist's eyes dim with apprehension. "Brother, the Witch Clan conceals its strength too deeply." Niwa stands at the periphery of Buzhou Mountain, gazing anxiously, her jade hand clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. Witnessing the dire state of the Zhou sky array sends her heart racing. "Brother," Hongyan Daoist exclaims, his mouth agape, taking a moment to close it again, "Goodness! Zhou Ming and his companions are truly formidable." Zhun Yuanzi's spirit is stirred. Once this formation is unleashed, the demon clan is destined for defeat. Within the array, the sensations of Emperor Jun and Tai are clearer and more chilling than anyone else's. The Zhou sky array stands as their greatest reliance, the very foundation of their courage to confront the Witch Clan. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the Zhou Tian star array and harbored unwavering confidence in it. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. Emperor Jun fixated intently on the true form of Pangu, his teeth grinding together audibly. "Brother, how can we possibly fight now?" Tai's voice carried a hint of despair. A single strike more, and the Zhou Tian star array would undoubtedly shatter. Zhou Ming, who controlled the true form of Pangu, was taken aback as well. He had not anticipated that the 13 heavenly gods array, forged by their 13 ancestral witches, would exhibit such overwhelming might, surpassing the 12 heavenly gods array by such a margin. The power of this one axe was indeed terrifying. It appeared that the Pangu Hall, as the core of the formation, transformed into the heart of Pangu, played a crucial role. Just one more stroke. The Zhou Tian star array would surely be broken. With a flicker of thought, Zhou Ming raised the phantom of the opening heaven axe once more. The terrifying pressure of creation enveloped the battlefield again, causing everyone to hold their breath. It was evident to the discerning that the Zhou Tian star array was already at its limits. Should this second axe fall, the demon race would truly be finished. Despair flickered in the eyes of Emperor Jun and Tai. In that critical moment, an unexpected change occurred. A hum echoed through the heavens as the stars suddenly shone brilliantly, with billions of celestial bodies radiating their light. Streams of stellar power, several times more robust than before, surged into the Zhou Tian star array below, resembling a torrential river flowing downward. The array, on the brink of collapse, instantly stabilized under this overwhelming force. Moreover, its power surged beyond its strength prior to the onset of battle. The starlight coalesced, the formation solidified, and a magnificent celestial might emanated from the array. What is happening? How could the power of the stars have surged so dramatically? The onlookers, mighty beings of the primordial realm, stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. Within the demon ranks, Emperor Jun was initially taken aback, but upon sensing the array's transformation, his expression was quickly replaced with unrestrained joy. "Ha ha!" Emperor Jun laughed wildly, his voice brimming with the elation of survival and arrogance. "Zhou Ming, do you see? The heavens are on our side. The heavenly will supports our demon race in uniting the primordial realm. What can your Witch Clan use to contend against the will of heaven? What can you use to battle my demon race? Surrender obediently, and I may grant your Witch Clan a path to survival." What is happening? The heavenly will is aiding the demon race? Could it be that the unification of the primordial realm by the demon race is the inevitable trend of the heavenly will? If that is the case, the Witch Clan's chances in this battle are gravely dimmed. Daoist Hong Yun's expression darkened. This heavenly will is rather biased, isn't it? Zhen Yuanzi furrowed his brows tightly. The will of heaven is inscrutable, indeed, Enhua sighed with slight relief, yet her gaze towards the Witch Clan grew more complex. She understood all too well what this implied. Zhou Ming lifted his gaze, staring at the resplendent star river in the heavens, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. The heavenly will. Has it ultimately intervened? Zhou Ming chuckled coldly within. He had long anticipated that the heavenly Tao would not remain indifferent to this battle. After all, if either the witch or the undead were utterly crushed or even extinguished, it would be contrary to the balance that the heavenly Tao seeks to maintain. However, he had not expected that the heavenly Tao would so directly amplify the power of the great array of the celestial stars. Was it resolutely determined to protect the demon race, or rather, to ensure that both the witch and the undead would suffer equally? Is fate siding with your demon race? Haha. Zhou Ming suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice brimming with disdain and arrogance. Dijun, you surely overestimate yourself. Today, your demon race is destined for defeat. Not even heaven can save you. I assure you. Zhou Ming's voice was decisive, filled with an undeniable authority. Dijun's boisterous laughter abruptly ceased, and he exclaimed furiously, Zhou Ming, even in the face of death, you dare to be defiant. With the assistance of the heavenly alignment, the great array of the celestial stars is more powerful than ever. Let us see how you withstand it. Is that so? Zhou Ming's expression remained tranquil, his gaze profound. He took a deep breath and then shouted loudly, Axe, come forth. Chapter 68. The emergence of Hong Jun on the battlefield. The winds of fate shifted dramatically. With a resounding cry from Zhou Ming, two beams of profound light suddenly surged forth from the Pangu Hall, emanating from the treasured artifacts, the Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner. The moment they appeared, they seamlessly fused into the ethereal image of the opening heaven axe. Buzz! In an instant, the ethereal image of the opening heaven axe radiated an overwhelming brilliance and a terrifying pressure, far surpassing anything previously felt. Spread forth, as if intent on cleaving apart the very fabric of this primordial realm. This is the Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner. Among the observing Sanqing, the expression of Yuan, Shirtian, Zun turned ashen. Pointing at the opening heaven axe, he trembled with rage. He actually used my Pangu banner here. Laozi's countenance also darkened, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. He finally comprehended why Zhou Ming had sought the right to use their innate treasures thrice. It became evident that Zhou Ming had awaited this moment before the war between the witches and the demons. The depth of his scheming was nothing short of astonishing. Nuo, Jing, and Junti also exhibited profound changes in expression, their hearts stirred by turbulent waves. They could no longer deny that Zhou Ming's prior negotiations had not been made lightly. This Zhou Ming, Jane's face reflected despair, as if his spirit were drenched in sorrow. His earlier demand for 1/3 of the merits of the Western Path now seemed an underestimation of Zhou Ming's capabilities. Junti nodded vigorously, a mixture of fear and awe in his eyes. What my senior brother says is absolutely true. The treasures of Laozi and Brother Yuan Shi can amplify the power of the Daitian divine killing array to such an extent. What repercussions will our sacrifices bring to the Wu clan in the future? Nuo's delicate form trembled slightly, her jade-like hands clenched tightly. She recalled her recent promise to Zhou Ming to accomplish 3 tasks for the Wu clan after attaining sainthood. At that moment, she had thought it a trivial matter. Merely 3 tasks. But now, it was clear that Zhou Ming's intentions were as profound as the ocean. His ambitions were far from trivial. If the treasures of Laozi and Yuan Shi could yield such immense support for the Wu clan with just 3 uses, what sacrifices would her 3 tasks demand after she became a saint? The thought sent a chill coursing through her very being. It was unfathomable. This was impossible. At the center of the battlefield, Emperor Jun's triumphant laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by an expression of sheer terror and disbelief. He watched in horror as the opening heaven axe, now infused with the Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner, radiated power that had more than doubled. That force instilled within him a palpable sense of impending doom. He could not fathom how the treasures of the Sanqing had fallen into Zhou Ming's hands. Yet Wu Ming had no desire for further discourse. With a mere thought, he wielded the fused opening heaven axe and struck down upon the Zhou star array with a fierce blow. No! Emperor Jun's anguished scream pierced the air. Crack boom! This time, there was no room for doubt. Just moments ago, the formidable Zhou Tianqing formation, empowered by the might of the heavenly Tao, was effortlessly cleaved apart as if it were mere parchment beneath an overwhelming strike. In an instant, the myriad celestial phantoms extinguished, and many of the demon entities that constituted the formation were slain before they could even utter a cry of despair. Blood stained the Unzhao mountain, while severed limbs were flung in all directions. Both Dijuan and Tai, struck by relentless force, simultaneously coughed up blood, their vitality waning to an abysmal low, their eyes filled with despair and resentment. The Zhou Tianqing formation was shattered. They, the demon race, had been vanquished. However, at the moment of the formation's collapse, Wu Ming chose not to pursue the advantage, refraining from wielding the Kaitian axe to eliminate the remnants of the demon clan. Instead, he commanded the true form of Pangu, extending a colossal hand that transcended spatial distance, directly reaching for the disoriented Tai. More precisely, it grasped the chaos bell that hovered above Tai's head. The chaos bell emitted a mournful cry as it was seized by that immense hand, and despite Tai's frantic efforts, it could not break free. Wu Ming, how dare you? Tai's eyes widened in fury, his spirit trembling. That was his companion treasure, an artifact that suppressed the demon's fate. With a powerful shake of the Pangu's hand, the resistance of the chaos bell was utterly subdued. The bell transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the Pangu hall, where an invisible force completely suppressed it. He intends to seize the chaos bell. With the Kaitian axe, the Taiji diagram, the Pangu banner, and now the chaos bell. This aims to reunite the three treasures of creation, to resurrect the Kaitian axe, to amplify the power of the true form of Pangu. The primordial celestial master gasped in astonishment. The three pure ones, Jin, Zhuanti, Niuhua, and even Dijuan and Tai, all comprehended Wu Ming's intentions in that moment. Such grand ambition, such profound scheming. After subduing the chaos bell, Wu Ming's gaze turned cold as he looked upon the already gravely injured Dijuan and Tai. A surge of murderous intent welled within him, and he suddenly felt compelled to test whether he could utterly slay these two golden crows. Once this thought emerged, it became uncontrollable. As Wu Ming willed it, the true form of Pangu raised the Kaitian axe once more, unhesitatingly bringing it down upon Dijuan and Tai. The shadow of death enveloped them in an instant. They yearned to flee, yet found themselves ensnared by the terrifying intent of the axe, unable to move an inch. Our lives are forfeit. Both Dijuan and Tai were consumed by boundless despair. Just as they teetered on the brink of annihilation, a slight tremor rippled through the void. A seemingly ethereal, yet timeless figure abruptly materialized before them. With a mere flick of a sleeve, the devastating axe light, capable of cleaving the heavens, dissipated into nothingness, as if it had never existed at all. Hongjuan's figure appeared silently at the heart of the battlefield, his expression impassive, devoid of discernible emotion. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Tao Ancestor, Wu Ming maintained a calm demeanor, silently acknowledging, indeed, Tao Ancestor, Dijuan and Tai, having narrowly escaped death, were simultaneously astonished and elated, hastily bowing in reverence. We pay our respects to the Tao Ancestor. I pay my respects to the Tao Ancestor. Disciple bows before the master. Upon recognizing the visitor, whether it be the three pure ones, Niuhua, Jin, Zhuanti, or the distant observer Hongyun, the likes of Xinyuanzi and others were all taken aback, hastily bowing in reverence. The one who arrived was none other than the honored ancestor Hongjun. Hongjun paid no heed to their salutations. He first cast his gaze over the Pangu true form manipulated by Wu Ming, along with the colossal axe held within that true form. Subsequently, he shot a fleeting glance at the grim-faced Laozi and Yuan Shi, emitting a barely audible cold snort. At last, his attention returned to Wu Ming, and he spoke slowly his tone neutral, yet imbued with authority, a commendable stratagem. You have anticipated this juncture well, even calculating my disciples into your scheme. However, such efforts are still insufficient. Hongjun regarded Zhou Ming and continued, Zhou Ming, should you wish to accompany me back to the Purple Cloud Palace for quiet cultivation, I shall decree that before the conclusion of this tribulation, you shall not set foot in the primordial chaos. I can ensure that a glimmer of hope remains for your witch clan within the vast expanse of the primordial realm. Chapter 69, Comrades in the Path. Lend me your aid as Hongjuan's words resonated. An eerie silence enveloped both the inner and outer realms of Mount Buzhou. All the powerful beings widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at the Tao Ancestor. Was he truly intending to intervene personally in the outcome of the war of the witch and demon? Furthermore, did he plan to bring Zhou Ming back to Zixiao Palace for confinement? This blatant favoritism towards the demon race was too apparent. Before Zhou Ming could utter a word, the 12 ancestors of the Witch Clan erupted in fury. Hongjun, you are being excessively tyrannical. Zhurong, known for his fiery temper, could no longer contain himself and pointed an accusatory finger at Hongjun, hurling invectives. Hongjun, do not overstep your bounds. Gong Gong, equally incensed, radiated an aura of lethal intent. Our Witch Clan stands tall and proud. Who have we ever feared? If you wish to take my elder brother, you must first step over our dead bodies. The remaining ancestors of the Witch Clan were similarly enraged, their anger palpable as they glared at Hongjun, ready to charge at him should he utter another word. Even Hutu, usually composed, wore a countenance of thinly veiled anger as she spoke to Zhou Ming in a low voice. Elder brother, do not pay him any heed. With our Father God's true form here, we need not shy away from a battle with him. Zhou Ming gestured for his younger siblings to remain calm. His expression was serene as he regarded Hongjun, speaking slowly. Your words, Tao Ancestor, seem somewhat unreasonable. Our Witch Clan asks for little. We merely wish to establish ourselves in this vast wilderness, desiring no involvement in the endless calamities of strife. If you agree, I, Zhou Ming, can vow not to step outside the Pangu Hall until the calamity concludes. My clan shall refrain from interfering in this matter. How does that sound? Hongjuan's face remained impassive, his tone cold yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The Witch Clan must face this calamity. It is the immutable decree of the heavenly Tao beyond human alteration. Zhou Ming, should you choose to accompany me back to Zixiao Palace for quiet cultivation, I shall endeavor to secure a sliver of hope for the Witch Clan. Otherwise, the true form of Pangu alone will not suffice to withstand me. Whether it can withstand or not, we shall see through combat. Zhou Ming's gaze sharpened suddenly. Since the Tao Ancestor was so insistent, there was nothing left to discuss. Let the battle commence, where skill shall dictate the outcome. With that declaration, Zhou Ming's mind surged, and the towering true form of Pangu unleashed an unparalleled, terrifying pressure. The axe of creation, raised high, merged the Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner, radiating an overwhelming destructive power as it swung down upon Hongjun. This strike was even more refined and fearsome than the previous one against the celestial star array. Hongjun regarded the cataclysmic axe strike with a disdainful snort, summoning countless Tao laws to manifest. The creation jade plate hovered above him, casting down an ethereal brilliance that enveloped him in a protective shroud. Boom! The clash of the axe light and the Tao laws erupted into a thunderous resonance that reverberated throughout the vast wilderness. Zhou Ming commanded the true form of Pangu, the colossal axe soaring through the air, the laws of power surging forth, each strike imbued with the might of creation, aimed directly at Hongjun. The ethereal figure of Hongjun Daozu hovered gracefully, with the creation jade plate suspended above his head, showering countless strands of profound light that effortlessly dissipated the violent assaults of Pangu's true form. With a flick of his fingers, the great Tao runes flickered into existence and faded, and each collision sent tremors through Pangu's colossal body, dimming its radiance. On the battlefield, the laws intertwined, the void shattered and reconstituted, as terrifying waves of energy surged forth, causing the observing great beings to retreat in trepidation. Despite Pangu's unmatched ferocity, he was ultimately outmaneuvered before the might of this Taoist sage. In mere moments, Pangu's true form grew increasingly insubstantial. Is this the power of a sage? It is truly terrifying. Even with such formidable presence, Pangu appears to be at a disadvantage. The might of the Tao Ancestor is indeed unfathomable. In the distance, Hong Yun, Zenyuanzi, and others looked on in astonishment, their hearts shaken profoundly. The three pure ones, Niu Hua, Jiejing, and Zhuanti, future sages themselves, found their pupils constricting, as turbulent waves surged within them. They understood that Hong Jun was powerful, yet they had not anticipated his strength to reach such heights. After yet another fierce clash, Pangu's massive form was once again repelled, its brilliance significantly diminished. The Zhou Ming and the 12 ancestors of Wu, who constituted the Grand Formation, all felt their vitality surge, with blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Defeated, the 13 Capitals' heavenly god-killing formation, coupled with the Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner, had still succumbed to Hong Jun Daozu. Hong Jun withdrew his hand, standing with a detached expression as he regarded the waning Pangu true form. A flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. Your Wu clan is indeed deeply favored by Pangu. I did not expect you to inherit the law of strength from Pangu and to have cultivated it to such an extent. It seems Pangu has left your clan with numerous means, capable of eluding the perception of both myself and the heavenly Tao. Hong Juan's tone was calm, yet it sent the hearts of all present into a frenzy. The law of strength. It is renowned among the 3,000 great Taos as the supreme law of attack. Wu Ming has actually inherited the law of strength from the great Pangu. Wu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice remaining composed. Our Father God naturally favors us, the descendants of Pangu. The bloodline inheritance of my Wu clan and the open heaven imprint for my Taoist friends of the three pure ones are indeed the greatest treasures left to us by our Father God. The three pure ones, observing from afar, had varying expressions upon hearing this. Laozi frowned slightly. Yuan Shi's face was as stern as water, while Tong Tian appeared lost in thought. They exchanged glances, each harboring an indescribable complexity in their eyes. The treasures left by the Father God. The open heaven imprint. Hongju nodded slightly and continued. Unfortunately, you are born in an unpropitious time. You are but in the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, far from unleashing the true power of this grand formation. Were you at the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal at this moment, with this Pangu true form, I might not truly prevail against you today. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd upon hearing Hongjuan's words. What? Wu Ming is actually at the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal? He can contend with the Tao Ancestor at such a stage? If one were to reach the pinnacle of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, would that not imply the Tao Ancestor's evaluation of the 13 Capitals' heavenly god-killing formation was astonishingly high? Everyone was left in a state of shock by this revelation. Wu Ming's strength, as well as the latent potential of the 13 Capitals' heavenly god-killing formation, far exceeded their expectations. Di Jun and Tai Yi's faces turned ashen. They had believed that the Demon Clan was formidable enough, only to discover that the hidden power of the Witch Clan was truly alarming. Wu Ming, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Follow me to the Purple Cloud Palace, and I can ensure a glimmer of hope for your clan. Otherwise, once I dismantle your great formation, your Witch Clan shall face utter annihilation. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming suddenly laughed. The Tao Ancestor was underestimating my Witch Clan. Not only will the Tao Ancestor find it impossible to breach our formation today, but even if he did, my Witch Clan would never capitulate. Hong Jun raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. Oh, unable to breach it? Such grandiose claims. Reveal any remaining tactics you may possess. I am eager to discover what hidden cards your Witch Clan holds. He paused, seemingly struck by a thought, and added, Did you not seize Tai Yi's Chaos Bell? Integrate it with your heaven-opening axe. It will allow me to witness the true might of the heaven-opening axe. At this, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Wu Ming's eyes. Did the Tao Ancestor truly believe that the Witch Clan relied solely on the Chaos Bell? Very well. Today, Let me demonstrate the true capabilities of my witch clan. With that, Wu Ming abruptly lifted his head, gazing at the Pangu Hall suspended over the chest of Pangu, and called out loudly, "Fellow Taoist, lend me your assistance." Chapter 70, The Ancestor of Tao. Come to battle. Upon hearing Wu Ming's shout, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield of Buzhou Mountain. All the powerful observers were momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Did the Witch Clan have allies? Who could it be? Who would dare emerge at such a time to openly oppose the Ancestor of Tao and aid the Witch Clan? Were they courting death? Speculations ran rampant, with countless thoughts intertwining in the void. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun Taoist exchanged a knowing look, each perceiving a glimmer of understanding in the other's eyes. A singular name surfaced in their minds: Zhou Ming. It seemed that Zhou Ming, my dear friend, was indeed ready to personally enter the fray. Hong Jun's brow subtly furrowed upon hearing Wu Ming's call. Who among the primordial beings would dare defy him? Could it be Yang Mei returning? Impossible. Hong Jun immediately dismissed the thought. If Yang Mei had returned, he would have sensed it, and the heavenly Tao would not have overlooked such an event. But if not Yang Mei, then who could it be? As the crowd's thoughts swirled in uncertainty, the Pangu Hall, which floated above the chest of Pangu's true form, silently opened its doors, revealing a figure who stepped forth with deliberate grace. Clad in simple Taoist robes, this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Wu Ming, yet possessed a more profound and distant aura. In his hands, he held an ancient, grand bell, the very chaos bell that Wu Ming had forcibly seized moments before. Who is this? Why does he look so much like Wu Ming? And what is that? The chaos bell? Di Jun and Tai Yi glared at the bell with eyes wide in rage, wishing they could devour it whole. The onlooking primordial beings were utterly bewildered. Today's events had unfolded in a tumultuous manner, far beyond their comprehension. At the sight of the green-robed Taoist's emergence, Hong Jun Daozu's pupils constricted sharply, as if he grasped some truth, yet struggled to believe it. Zhou Ming stepped out of the Pangu Hall, first surveying the battlefield, his gaze sweeping over both familiar and unfamiliar faces, ultimately resting upon Wu Ming. He offered a slight nod, addressing Wu Ming. "My friend, you have endured much these years." A relieved smile graced Wu Ming's face as he nodded in return. "You overstated. We are one and the same. All we do is for the Witch Clan, and thus it is a duty." Zhou Ming nodded, then turned his attention to the 12 ancestral witches within Pangu's true form. Eldest brother, the 12 ancestral witches, upon seeing Zhou Ming, reverently called out in unison, their expressions brimming with excitement. Zhou Ming offered them a reassuring nod before shifting his gaze to the figure at the center of the battlefield, bowing deeply. "Zhou Ming of the Witch Clan, I greet the Ancestor of Tao." Hong Jun regarded Zhou Ming, remaining silent for a moment before slowly speaking, his tone still even, yet resonating with profound impact in the hearts of all who heard. "My friend, what remarkable means you possess. What extraordinary spirit you embody. What extraordinary fortune you enjoy." The repetition of 3 commendatory phrases, alongside the honorific of "my friend," revealed that Hong Jun was not as tranquil as he appeared. Upon hearing Hong Jun's words and recalling the striking resemblance between Wu Ming and Zhou Ming, as well as their dialogue and the attitudes of the 12 ancestral witches, the primordial beings present quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The sound of gasps echoed throughout the space. It turned out that Wu Ming was, in fact, a manifestation of this individual. My heavens, the Wu clan conceals such a formidable figure. What a profound scheme. What grand machinations. They have deceived everyone. Even the heavenly Tao itself has been shrouded in illusion. The 3 purities exchanged glances, with Yuan Shitian Zun's face ashen. Laozi furrowed his brow deeply, continually attempting to deduce the heavenly secrets, yet found himself engulfed in confusion. Tong Tian Jiao Zhu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he murmured, "How fascinating, truly fascinating. The Wu clan has hidden its depths remarkably well." Nuwa, Jin, and Junti were equally shaken. At that moment, they finally comprehended why Wu Ming had previously exhibited such confidence. This Wu clan is indeed terrifying. Dian Deorain remorse bitterly. Di Jun and Tai Yi appeared utterly pallid, as the last vestiges of their hope were completely extinguished. Zhou Ming disregarded the astonished gazes surrounding him, maintaining a serene demeanor as he regarded Hong Jun. The Dao Ancestor exaggerates. I'm unworthy of being called Dao, friend by the Dao Ancestor. He paused momentarily, continuing, My Wu clan has merely fortuitously received a fragment of favor from our father god Pangu, allowing us to possess this meager cultivation, barely holding our ground in this primordial chaos. Hong Jun gently shook his head. It is not an exaggeration. Your roots and fortune are indeed of the highest caliber. Had you been born in the same era as I, you would have likely attained the Tao of the primordial golden immortal, wandering freely beyond the realms of heaven and earth. Hong Jun's tone shifted, tinged with a hint of regret. Alas, it is the time and fate that dictate our paths. In this current primordial chaos, the heavenly Tao has been established and the grand currents have formed. To seek the Tao of the primordial is arduous, arduous, arduous. The 3 repetitions encapsulated the hardships and uncertainties that lay ahead. What a pity, indeed a pity, Hong Jun added. How can one ascertain the possibility of attaining the primordial realm without endeavoring to try? Zhou Ming replied with a tranquil smile, his tone imbued with an undeniable confidence. Upon hearing Zhou Ming's declaration, Hong Jun merely cast a glance his way, choosing not to respond, clearly still doubtful. In his view, all struggles beneath the heavenly Tao were futile. Zhou Ming chose not to linger on this topic, directly inquiring, Tao Ancestor, may I ask if you can acquiesce to the conditions previously proposed by my Wu clan? Hong Jun regarded Zhou Ming and slowly shook his head. Not yet sufficient. You are currently merely at the late stage of the primordial golden immortal. Even with this true form of Pangu, it is still inadequate to contend with me. Indeed, being at the late stage of the primordial golden immortal still lacked a certain refinement. Zhou Ming nodded in acknowledgement, seemingly in agreement with Hong Jun's assessment. He then turned to Wu Ming, his expression solemn. Dao friend, the time has come. It is time to return to your rightful place. Wu Ming's demeanor remained composed as he solemnly bowed to Zhou Ming. Good. The instant the words left his lips, Wu Ming's figure transformed into a stream of profound light, unhesitatingly surging toward Zhou Ming, instantly merging into his body. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, Zhou Ming's aura began to surge wildly, successfully breaking through and firmly stepping into the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm. The 12 ancestral shaman gazed at Wu Ming's integration into Zhou Ming, their expressions grave as they collectively bowed, their voices resonant and respectful. We bid farewell to our elder brother Wu Ming. Below, countless sons of the Lich Clan kneel upon the ground, fervently exclaiming, We bid farewell to the ancestral Lich Ming. Zhou Ming, feeling the surging power within him, maintained a serene demeanor. He stepped forth, instantly assuming the position previously held by Lich Ming within the true form of Pangu. With his ascendance, the once dimmed essence of Pangu, marred by relentless battles, regained its solidity, emanating a formidable aura even more terrifying than when Lich Ming presided over it. With a mere thought, Zhou Ming hurled the Chaos Bell towards the ethereal image of the Pangu axe held in the hands of the true form of Pangu. The Chaos Bell transformed into a beam of golden light, seamlessly merging with the ethereal Pangu axe, which was a fusion of the Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner. Upon integrating the Chaos Bell, the Pangu axe became entirely tangible. The axe blade shimmered with a chilling radiance, while the axe body pulsated with profound runes of the Great Tao, unleashing a terrifying edge capable of cleaving through chaos and recreating the universe. Radiating forth from the Pangu axe, in this moment, the might of the true form of Pangu surged to unprecedented heights. Zhou Ming wielded the solidified Pangu axe, pointing it at Hong Jun, his voice calm, yet imbued with unmatched confidence. Dao Ancestor, what now? Hong Jun gazed at the ascendant might of the true form of Pangu and the immense axe in Zhou Ming's grasp, a hint of gravity finally appearing in his usually indifferent eyes. He spoke slowly, still not enough. Even if today you surpass me, what then? Under the heavenly Tao, minor forces may be altered, but the grand design cannot be changed. The calamity of the witch and demon tribulation is a predetermined fate, a manifestation of the heavenly Tao-S operation, beyond human manipulation. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming suddenly laughed heartily, his laughter brimming with defiance and pride. The grand design cannot be altered. The heavenly Tao is predetermined. I, Zhou Ming, refuse to believe in such superstition. My Witch Clan sons also do not believe in fate. Whether it can be changed, we shall see through combat. Zhou Ming's battle spirit soared, the giant axe pointed at Hong Jun, his voice resonating like thunder. Tao Ancestor, words are futile. Come, let us battle. Chapter 71. The Way of Heaven. Friend, let us speak calmly. Do not act impulsively. As the final word battle escaped his lips, the true form of Pangu raised the heavenly axe high above. Upon its edge, the pure essence of a law of strength surged and flowed, targeting Hong Jun directly. In an instant, devoid of any superfluous words, the figures of Pangu's true form and Hong Jun collided fiercely. There were no intricate maneuvers, no unnecessary entanglements. Only raw power and an unparalleled edge. The heavenly axe clashed violently with the laws of the Tao, each impact resonating with a sound capable of shaking the very foundations of the primordial world. The terrifying energy waves swept outward, forcing the watching great beings of the primordial realm to retreat repeatedly, their faces etched with astonishment. This is the true pinnacle of confrontation, the true form of Pangu, the heavenly axe. Could it be that Zhou Ming of the Witch Clan truly intends to defy the heavens? Is this the power of a sage? The true form of Pangu is shockingly formidable. Boom! Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until at last, with a sound that reverberated through the heavens, Hong Jun staggered backward, the brilliance of the creation jade plate above his head dimmed, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. He was defeated. The esteemed Tao Ancestor had, astonishingly, succumbed to the Pangu true form summoned by Zhou Ming of the Witch Clan. This outcome shattered the minds of all observers, leaving them as if petrified, rooted in place. The Tao Ancestor has fallen? Surely, I'm not dreaming. Hong Jun Tao Ancestor has truly been vanquished. The expressions of the three purities were a tapestry of complexity. Yuan Shi Tianzun's face fluctuated between shades of green and white. He opened his mouth yet could utter not a single word. Laozi shut his eyes tightly, seemingly striving to quell the tumult within his heart. Tong Tian Jiaozhu clenched his fists, a mixture of battle intent and shock swirling in his eyes. Di Jun and Tai Yi appeared ashen, the last flicker of hope extinguished within their hearts. The true form of Pangu stood resolutely, Zhou Ming's voice emanating from within. Calm as ever, Tao Ancestor, our Witch Clan maintains the same condition. We shall not partake in this calamity, only seeking to establish a stable foothold in this primordial land. Hong Jun wiped the blood from his lips, his complexion pale, yet his gaze remained profound. He regarded Zhou Ming, shaking his head slowly. The Witch Clan must enter the calamity. This is the great trend of the way of heaven and is unalterable. Even if you defeat me, you cannot change this fate. Upon hearing this, Zhurong's fiery temper erupted. Hey, I say, you old man, having already lost, do you still dare to speak stubbornly? It is now our elder brother who holds the reins. Indeed, Gong Gong's voice boomed in agreement. A loss must be acknowledged. You speak of the great trend of heaven, yet I see your own fate has already waned. The other ancestral witches chimed in, their words laced with mockery and disdain towards Hong Jun. In their eyes, the victor claims the throne, and the vanquished loses their authority. Since Hong Jun had been defeated, he naturally forfeited his voice. The observing great beings were equally perplexed. How strange, since the Tao Ancestor has already been defeated. Why does he still assert that the Witch Clan's great trend cannot be altered? Could it be that the Tao Ancestor possesses some hidden backup plan? Is this great trend of heaven truly irreversible? Zhou Ming remained silent, merely gazing at Hong Jun with an air of tranquility, as if waiting for something. At that moment, the aura emanating from Hong Jun underwent a sudden transformation. A presence far more vast, imposing, and coldly merciless than before radiated from him, engulfing the entire primordial realm. The will of the heavenly Tao had descended. With the arrival of this will, Hongjuan's visage became obscured, and the flickering light in his eyes turned even more indifferent. The atmosphere around him grew profound as an abyss, shrouded in mystery, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Every being present, whether the mighty watching the battle or the warriors of the witch and demon tribes, felt their very souls tremble beneath the overwhelming majesty of the heavenly Tao. This was the heavenly Tao. The will of the heavenly Tao had manifested directly. At this moment, Hongjun, possessed by the will of the heavenly Tao, spoke with a voice that resonated with grandeur, devoid of any emotion. The calamity of the witch and demon tribes is an inevitable consequence of the primordial evolution, unalterable. Zhou Ming, if you are willing to confine yourself within the Zixiao Palace until this calamity concludes, I can ensure a sliver of survival for the witch tribe in the primordial realm. Zhou Ming's gaze sharpened abruptly as he replied, Indeed, the heavenly Tao has personally intervened. It appears you are determined to force my witch tribe into calamity. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. The indifferent voice of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun responded, stubborn and unyielding. Under the heavenly Tao, all are but mere ants. Since you insist on this course, I shall take matters into my own hands and bring you back to the Zixiao Palace. How audacious to declare that all beneath the heavenly Tao are mere ants. Zhou Ming retorted, anger turning to mockery. Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, he declared. Yet instead of immediately unleashing the true form of Pangu upon the heavenly Tao Hongjun, he abruptly turned, commanding the towering form of Pangu to deeply bow towards the direction of Mount Buzhou. Zhou Ming, descendant of the witch tribe, respectfully beseeches the will of the Father God to descend and assist my witch tribe in re-establishing order. Upon uttering these words, the heavens trembled. Not only did the powerful beings observing from afar stand astonished, but even the 12 ancestral witches behind him were momentarily stunned. The will of the Father God to descend? How could this be possible? Yet, out of absolute trust in their elder brother Zhou Ming, the 12 ancestral witches, after a brief moment of astonishment, promptly followed the actions of the Pangu true form and bowed in unison towards Mount Buzhou. Descendants of the witch tribe, Emperor Jiang, Zhurong, Gonggong, and Hutu, respectfully beseech the will of the Father God to descend. We humbly request the will of the Father God to descend. We humbly request the will of the Father God to descend. The voices of the 13 ancestral witches converged, forming a torrent of will that shook the heavens. Surging towards the peak of Mount Buzhou, this spectacle left all observers utterly speechless. What was happening? A plea for the will of the Father God to descend? Hadn't the great Pangu already transformed into the primordial realm? Could it be that the will of the great Pangu could leave Mount Buzhou and manifest in the primordial realm? How could this be possible? Madness. The witch tribe had completely lost their senses, daring to summon the will of Pangu. Just as everyone was in a state of bewilderment and speculation, a thunderous roar erupted. A colossal, ancient, and boundless will awaken from the depths of the towering Mount Buzhou, defying description in its grandeur, transcending the boundless realms of time and space. One instant finds itself upon the battlefield, merging into the colossal form of Pangu. With a thunderous roar that reverberates through the heavens, Pangu's true body expands once more. Its aura becomes increasingly pure and terrifying, the will to create the heavens and the earth causing the entire primordial world to tremble violently. In this moment, Pangu's true form seems to have truly come to life. No longer merely a vessel forged from laws and power, it possesses a genuine soul, embodying the supreme will that emerged at the dawn of creation. And at the very instant this Pangu will descends, the previously indifferent and merciless Tao of heaven, Hongjun, who regarded all beings as mere insects, reveals for the first time a clear emotional fluctuation upon its hazy visage. Shock, astonishment, and even a hint of fear. Pangu. The voice of Hongjun shifts in tone, losing its former coldness and authority, now laced with an incredulous tremor and urgency. Fellow Taoist, let us speak amicably. Do not act impulsively. Quickly, return the Pangu will, Everything is negotiable. All matters can be discussed. Chapter 72. The Escape of the Heavenly Tao. The decree of the Father God on the battlefield. The tides of fate shifted once more. As the vast and profound will of Pangu completely merged with his true form, the Heavenly Tao experienced no hesitation, controlling the body of Hongjun, transforming into a streak of luminous energy, and fleeing directly into the depths of chaos. It seemed that even the decorum of parting words was forsaken. Survival took precedence. However, the Pangu will, now fully integrated with Pangu's true form, would not permit such a departure lightly. A cold snort echoed, as if it were a remnant from the ancient past, imbued with boundless authority and strength. With a mere flick of the axe of creation in Pangu's hand, there was no grand display of force, yet a ray of axe light, refined to its utmost essence, emerged. Ignoring the distances of space and time, it instantaneously locked onto the fleeing Heavenly Tao Hongjun and struck down with ferocity. This blow, lacking the earlier cataclysmic force, was instead more restrained, yet far more terrifying. Where the axe light passed, time and space stagnated, and myriad paths crumbled. The essence of the Heavenly Tao Hongjun felt the chill of impending doom. It was clear that this strike was enough to inflict severe injury upon him. Damn it! The Heavenly Tao cursed inwardly, taken aback by the Pangu will's ruthless decisiveness, striking without provocation. He yearned to abandon Hongjun's body and escape alone. After all, Hongjun was merely his avatar. Though a loss would be regrettable, it was preferable to suffering injury himself. Yet, in that fleeting moment of thought, he was horrified to discover an invisible force had ensnared him, binding him firmly to Hongjun's body, rendering separation impossible. Pangu, the will of the Heavenly Tao, roared in fury, but it was futile. This Pangu will sought not only to strike him, but to bind him and Hongjun together in this confrontation. In that critical moment, the Heavenly Tao had no hope of evasion. With no alternatives, the Heavenly Tao could only desperately mobilize all the power within Hongjun to withstand this monumental blow. Boom! The axe light struck decisively upon the body of the Heavenly Tao Hongjun, even with the protection of the Primordial Jade Disc. And despite the desperate resistance of the Heavenly Tao will, Hongjun was still violently hurled away as if struck by divine thunder, spewing blood and collapsing in vitality. The Primordial Jade Disc emitted a mournful wail, its radiance dimmed significantly. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Tao will, residing within Hongjun, suffered unprecedented injury, letting out a pained groan. Having endured this wrathful strike from the Pangu will, both the Heavenly Tao and Hongjun were grievously wounded. Flee! The Heavenly Tao dared not linger for a moment, forcing itself to endure the pain, enveloping the injured Hongjun, transforming into a blazing streak of light, hastily retreating into the depths of chaos beyond the primordial wilderness, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After this strike, witnessing the Heavenly Tao Hongjun's disordered escape, the Pangu will refrain from pursuing further, quietly observing their departure. Within and around Mount Buzhou, a profound silence reigned. All powerful beings present were, as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell, standing frozen, their minds blank. The Tao Ancestor was defeated. The Heavenly Tao had been driven away. This utterly shattered their comprehension. After a considerable time, the great powers gradually recovered from the profound shock, gazing upon the towering form of Pangu, their eyes filled with reverence and fervor. We pay homage to the great Pangu. It was unknown who spoke first, but soon a resounding chorus of worship echoed into the heavens. Jin Yuanzi, Hongyun, Mingi, and others stepped forward, respectfully bowing before the true form of Pangu. The three pure ones also hurriedly approached, their expressions a blend of excitement and complexity, bowing deeply and exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Father God." Pangu's true form inclined its head slightly, and from within emanated an ancient, resonant voice, imbued with a comforting power, "Arise." Upon hearing these words, the gathered beings dared to stand upright. Subsequently, the gaze of Pangu's fell upon Zhou Ming and the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, who stood within the true body, and it spoke slowly, The heavenly Tao and Hong Jun have been severely wounded by me. Within the primordial assembly, they shall not recover. You must diligently cultivate, comprehend the laws, and strive to attain the path of chaos, so you may truly grasp your own destinies. Primordial assembly. At the mention of this period, all the great powers felt a jolt within their hearts. Could it truly take so long for the heavenly Tao and the Tao ancestor to recover? Zhou Ming and the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, upon hearing this, felt invigorated, and together they bowed in response. Yes, we shall faithfully adhere to the Father God's decree. We will not disappoint the Father God's profound expectations. Zhu Rong even pounded his chest, vowing loudly. The gaze of Pangu's was settled upon Zhou Ming, and within that vast voice was a hint of approval. Zhou Ming, you have done well. A surge of indescribable excitement welled up within Zhou Ming, yet he endeavored to calm his emotions, responding respectfully. Your praise is unwarranted, Father God. All of this is due to your protection. Without your past favor and the numerous legacies you have left behind, I could not have reached this point today. These words were heartfelt. Were it not for Pangu's blessings, how could he, a traveler from another realm, have navigated the perils of this primal world until now? Indeed, Pangu's will responded softly, continuing, My will cannot remain in the primordial realm for long. The Lich Clan shall rely on you in the future. Zhou Ming felt a jolt in his heart and solemnly bowed. Rest assured, Father God, as long as I draw breath, I shall devote all I have to protect our Lich Clan and lead them to establish themselves within this primordial realm. Well done. Pangu's will seemed satisfied as it nodded slightly. Then, those eyes, filled with the weight of endless ages, turned toward the three pure ones. Laozi, Yuanshe, and Tong Tian all felt a tightening in their hearts, holding their breath in anticipation of the Father God's instruction. They were transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, and their connection to the Father God was unparalleled by any other beings. However, Pangu's will merely regarded them quietly for a moment before finally uttering a few words. You all must take care of yourselves. Take care of ourselves? The three pure ones were momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Why would the Father God speak such words?